What up, Winbush here, and this one is a treat because this is the very first course that I ever did, and this dates way back to 2020, but this is creating the Unreal with Winbush. I did this course for Mograph.com, and I always look at this point in my career as one of those pivotal points where people started taking Unreal Engine a lot more seriously. Once I put this course together and put it out there, it was during the beginning of the pandemic, so a lot of people are looking to learn a new skill set, so I was happy to do this with Mograph.com. But the reason that we're here today, I wanted to make this absolutely free for everybody out there so that we had an archive of this so that we never lost it there in the past. So this was built with Unreal Engine 4. I know it might be a little bit old. We're about to hit on Unreal Engine 6, but I thought the information here is still suffice for a lot of stuff that might be done today. I know there might be some stuff that is obsolete, and even the UI is completely different now, and who knows what it's going to look like in Unreal Engine 6, but I thought it'd be dope if we put this out absolutely free for the community. You never know, somebody out there might be still using Unreal Engine 4. Sometimes you get version locked and you can't use the latest and greatest all the time, but without further ado, let's jump right into it. What up, Winbush here, and I want to thank you guys for purchasing this course, Creating the Unreal, a motion graphics guide to Unreal Engine. In this course, we're going to start off in Unreal. I'm going to get you familiar with how everything works, and then from there, I'm actually going to show you some of the stuff from Quixel, like how we could use Mixer and we could use Bridge with Unreal, because that's a really powerful combination. And then from there, we're going to dive into Cinema4D. I'm going to show you some of the tips and tricks that I have that when I'm navigating Cinema, how I actually get my files from Cinema into Unreal Engine. And then in the end, we're going to put together a couple of projects. I'm going to show you guys how we could bring in like Mixamo, how we could bring in like Veroni Fracture, bring that stuff into Unreal to do some destruction. And even at the end, we're going to take all the knowledge that we've accumulated over the course, and we're going to create like an everyday. I know a lot of people like doing everydays up on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. So why not leverage the power of real-time rendering to be able to not just do stills, but we can actually do full animations, all at like 4K at 60 FPS. It's crazy. So I hope you guys are excited and you're ready to dive into the world of real-time rendering. So whenever you're ready, I'll catch you in that first video. I'll see you soon. Take care. What up? Welcome to chapter 1. Now in this chapter, we're actually going to go over a quick overview of Unreal and how we can navigate it, how we can actually, I'm going to start from scratch. I'm going to show you where to go to once you're in Unreal, what you need to click to download the program. Again, it's 100% free to download and use. And so once we install it, I'm going to go over a quick overview of what the launcher has inside of it. There's a whole bunch of tabs in the launcher alone. Like it has a marketplace where you can actually get like a ton of free assets to get you kickstarted. There's a bunch of different like items in there, like 3D models. There's actually full scenes built out. There's a lot of blueprints, a lot of audio stuff. I mean, there's a whole plethora of stuff in there. And so I'm going to go over that with you guys. And then after that, we're going to open up Unreal. I'm going to give you guys an overview of where everything is, what you need to know for, especially for motion graphics. And so click that button and let's get started. Okay, so to get started, we're actually going to go to unrealengine.com. And once you're here, you'll be coming to this website here, and you'll see a whole bunch of cool graphics that were made with Unreal, a bunch of cinematics and some ArchViz stuff. But where we want to go is right here at the start where it says get started now. We want to click on this. And right here under the license options, this is pretty cool. So for use of motion graphics, Unreal Engine is 100% free. So no matter if we're using it for broadcast, for movies, anything of that sort that we would use it for, it's 100% free. So which means is if you download it, you don't have to worry about any additional costs. The only time you have to pay for Unreal is if you're actually making like an interactive experience or a game. Once you hit like a certain threshold, then you owe Epic Games 5% of your revenue. But again, since we're doing motion graphics, we have full, we have the full range to use it for free and not have to worry about any type of legal fees or anything of that nature. And so what you want to do is under license options, where it says creator's license, you want to select this one. And then it's going to ask you to authenticate your login. And so once you go to log in, it's going to ask you what kind of login you want to use. Like I use my Xbox account, but you can actually make like an Unreal account, or, you can always use your Facebook account, your Google account, and you can even use your PlayStation or Nintendo Switch account. So again, if you want to make your own Epic account, you could do that. But since I play Fortnite and stuff, I just have it linked up to my Xbox account. So I just click on that and then it will automatically log me into the Epic's games. And then once it's done verifying, you can see that it's downloading in the lower left-hand corner. Then once it's done downloading, just install it, and then we'll take it from there. So once you have everything installed, you'll have a little tab over here called Epic Games Launcher. Just double click on that. This is what's called the Epic Games Launcher. It's so up here where it says Unreal. This usually, it's like a little website within the launcher. And so you can click on these different items and it'll actually take you to the Unreal site. Like over here on the right hand side, you have feature different spotlights and things of that nature from the community. And it will usually have, like if there's any type of event, like a training event or anything of that nature coming up, you'll see that under featured content right here, or it will take you to the blog. And like I was saying before, every month they give away free content on the marketplace. And so you'll see that come up here as well. And then, yeah, you have community resources down here, which will actually take you to like their Slacker channel or their Twitch channel. And yeah, that's about it for that. And so you can also get the Unreal right here in the upper right hand corner. So where it says launch, whatever versions of Unreal Engine you have in there, you can click on the down arrow and you can launch that version. Now, the reason why you might want different versions of Unreal is because if you have certain plugins that haven't been updated, like right now, version 4.25 is the latest. It literally just came out the other day. And so there might be plugins that haven't been optimized for that yet. Or if you already have a project built in the previous version, and sometimes if you update it and you bring it into that, it might break it. So I would always, you know, if you have projects, I will always keep those versions of that project along with that. And I would only start new projects in the new version. And then up here next to Unreal, if we click on the Learn tab, it would actually take us to a section that has a whole bunch of free learning in here. And so I often come to this section a lot if I have any type of questions. And so if you scroll down, you actually see that we have a whole bunch of different training courses. And so if you wanted to know stuff about like virtual studio or spatial audio, there's a whole bunch of different samples that you can actually download. And what's cool as well is if you come over here under Unreal Online Learning, they actually have the Unreal Learning Academy where you can get a whole plethora of free training on there. And so I would suggest that you go there as well after you go through this course, because there might be some questions that you still have if you want to get deeper into Unreal Engine. And so after you complete this course and you become more comfortable with Unreal Engine, I would definitely suggest you go there in the future. And then next to the Learn tab, we have the Marketplace, which in the next section, I'll give a deeper dive into this because there's a whole bunch of different stuff in here as well. And then over here under Library, this is where you can see the different versions of Unreal Engine that you have. So like before I was saying, in the upper right hand corner, if you click the down tab, you can see all the versions there just for a quick pick. But if you want to actually install like the different versions, or you want to see everything laid out, right here where it says engine versions, you would just click the plus sign. And then you'll see a grayed out Unreal box here. So if you click on the down arrow, you have access to all the different Unreal engines all the way back to version 4.0. And so if for any reason that you need to install like a past version of Unreal, you have that capability to do so here. So I'm going to click X because I'm just going to leave these two versions here. And then if you have any projects that you've been working on, they will actually show up here in My Projects. So if you want to get to your project quickly, you would just double click on it in there. And then down here in the vault, again, like I said, I'm going to go over to Marketplace in section 2. But these are a bunch of actual objects that I got for free from Epic Games. And so like I was saying, every month they give away 5 free items. And so all I do, even if I'm not going to use them, I make sure I stop past the Epic Store every month on the 2nd. And then I download everything that's there. And once you actually click download, then it's yours forever to keep. And so you can see in my vault, I have a whole bunch of different stuff in here. And if you purchase stuff off the marketplace, it's going to show up in here as well. So once you get your project started, you can actually add your stuff in there, or you could create a new project using whatever you get from the marketplace in there. And then up over here where it says Twin Motion. So Epic Games actually bought Twin Motion, and I know a lot of ArchViz people use it for like CAD design to kind of do walkthroughs of the blueprint. So if you're in the architectural design, or if you're in the CAD modeling, you can always bring your stuff into Twin Motion, but that's totally something separate from Unreal Engine. So now let's talk about settings. So if I navigate to my lower left-hand section here, actually let me minimize this a little bit so we can see it better. So you can see over here where it says downloads. So anything that you're downloading is going to show up here in the queue. And then under settings, this is where you can set your different languages and things of that nature. You can click on minimize the system tray. So if you click the X, it's just going to minimize it. It's not going to close it out. You can have Unreal run when your computer starts. You can have your debugger going. And right here where it says hide game library, I'll actually show you that in a bonus section. What that is, it's really cool, especially if you're a gamer like myself. But then right here, it says allow installs while editors are running. So if you want to be working on your project and you want to still have stuff installing at the same time, you could have that enabled. And then enable cloud saves. That's more for gaming. You can have throttle your downloads. And then down here, again, I'll go over this in the bonus section, but show free game notifications. So if you have this right here where it says run my computer when it starts, like on my arcade behind me, I actually have Unreal Engine on there because I do a lot of gaming on there. And so Epic has a separate store just for its games. And just like the marketplace where you get 5 free items every month, they actually do the same thing for the games. And I can't really say how often they give you the free games. I want to say it's every 2 weeks, but you'll go to the Epic's game store and you'll have a free, it will give you a notification like, hey, such and such game is up for 2 weeks. Download it now and it's yours absolutely free. And so if you want those notifications in there, this is where you want to have clicked on. And then of course down here too, for show news and special offers, like whenever Twinmotion was available for free, it actually showed me a notification for that. So it made sure that I didn't miss that opportunity. So I usually leave that on as well. And then, yeah, we have the roadmap down here for the Epic's game store if you're interested in the gaming stuff at all. Let me click back here. And then friends, again, this is for gaming. So if you play like Fortnite or anything of that nature, your friends list will be over here. It kind of runs similar to Steam, you know, or if you're on Xbox, how you have your friends list, you can actually do like chats with them or invite them to your games, such and such. And then I believe that's it. You come down here to your name down here and you can redeem codes again for different items that you might acquire. Like if somebody's working on a beta and they want to give you it to try out, they can actually give you a code to redeem and download that for yourself. And you can have account management, and even over here, like for your friends list, if you want to be working and you don't want people to really know you're online, you can set it to away. This is exactly where you would do that at. And I believe that's everything for the Epic's game launcher. So in the next section, I'm going to be going over the marketplace. I believe there's a ton of stuff in there that deserves its own section. And so make sure you click over there and go to section 2, and I'll catch you on the flip side. I wanted to make this video separate because this is something that's totally separate from the course. But if you're a gamer like me, this is something that you're going to be interested in. Now, Epic Games, even though they make Unreal Engine, they also released the Epic Games Store maybe like a year and a half ago. And in that store, we actually have access to free games. So if you want to access that, like if you download the Epic Game Launcher, this is everything that you're going to see. We already did the overview. But if we come down to settings, we have this tab here called hide game items, and it's going to be checked on default. But if I click on it and then I go back, now you see that we have 2 tabs here, one for the store and one for the library. And what the library is, these are games that we have purchased or that we have gotten from the Epic Games Store. And so you can see my collection here, and these are actually games that I've gotten free. I didn't pay for any of these games. And so if you do have an Epic's game account, whenever you download Unreal Engine, you get access to these games like bi-weekly free. Like I think, well, they mix it up a little bit. Sometimes it's bi-weekly. Sometimes they have specials where they're releasing games every week. But what it is basically if you have an account, you get the game within a certain amount of time, like within a week, then it's absolutely yours for free to keep 100% forever. And so over the past year, this is all games that I've collected. So I have like Observer. You see I have Assassin's Creed here. All 3 Batman games. I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff here. Dark Riders 2. So it's a mix between like old and new games. Like recently they just released Grand Theft Auto 5 that's on there. And then they do have some new games like this one here, Totally Reliable Services, a game my daughter likes a lot, but this was just released like a week or 2 ago. So it is a mix up. You want to definitely check. But if you want to find where you can get these free games at, come over to the store tab. And then all you have to do is scroll down a little bit, and they actually have a section here for free games. So right now, the free game is Grand Theft Auto 5. and it will usually have a date down here. I think just for this month, they're doing like every week you get one game, but most of the time it's been like every 2 weeks you get 2 games, and they'll have them listed here. And so if I click on view more, usually they'll have the games that are free at the moment, or they're all listed down here. And actually these games are free forever. So these ones don't have a time limit. Like, I mean, you know, you can always get Fortnite, Dauntless, Battle Breakers. Like, these games are always free. But up top here is the ones that they'll usually switch out. So like, say on May 21st. So if I didn't grab Grand Theft Auto within that time, then I missed out on it. So even if it's a game that you're not going to play, I would suggest coming here into the Epic Games Store and just grabbing what's there, because it's free. You have access to it. Your account's free. So why not? So I just wanted to share that with you guys. And so next we're going to get back into the course. So we're still in the Epic Game Launcher right here. I have Marketplace selected. And as promised, I'm going to do a deep dive into here. And so every time that you come in here, you'll see the different items that are showcased. And so usually these will be on sale here. And you can click on this one to view all showcased. And so you can see we have like a whole plethora of different items. Like I said, a lot of them are on sale. And if you want to go back right up here in the top left-hand corner, you'll see the back button, and it's going to bring us back to the home here. And then in the second section here, now this is the section that I'm really excited about. And so this is what's free for the month. So every month on the 2nd of the month, Epic Games actually gives you 5 free items that you can download for absolutely free. And so I grabbed these 4 already, but I wanted to show you how easy it is to grab it. And so I didn't grab this one here in the middle. All you have to do is actually click add to cart. And once you do that, it actually adds it to your cart right here. And you'll see the items right here listed, everything that you have listed there. If you want to continue shopping, like if you wanted to buy more stuff, you have that luxury to do so. But I'm just going to click checkout, and then it's going to bring you here to the checkout. And so since everything is zeroed out because it's free, we don't have to put any type of credit card information or PayPal or anything. So down here where it says place order, just click on that. And then it's going to email your receipt, and that's all you had to do. So now if I go to my library, actually, let me go back to Marketplace to see what the item was that we just got. And so let's look for drivable car packs here. Click this button. And then let's say I want to look for the car pack. So I'll just type in car right here in the search bar. Inside my vault, the car pack actually shows up. And so it's good to go. I could create a project with this, or once I'm in my project, I can actually import it in there. But it's as easy as that to get the items from the marketplace that you have for free. So now that we know where the free items are, let's actually go and see where some of the permanent items are. So if I come over here, right where it says browse, I have to click on free. And sometimes if it gets a little bit weird, like I'm on a 4K monitor, sometimes it doesn't select it. And so all I have to do is click this little button here to minimize it. And then it should let me select the free tab here. So now that I have free up here, you can see that we have different items here. And so we have Epic Game content, which this all comes directly from Epic Games. So if I click on this, you can see that we actually have like a material pack. We have the different Datasmith importers. We have twin motions. We have a LiDAR scanner here, or a LiDAR importer, sorry. We have a couple of different samples like Mission AR. So if you wanted to, you know, build your own AR game and you kind of wanted to dissect on how it's done, you could download that. And then what's cool too about Epic Games is a lot of the games that they've made in the past, like Infinity Blade, you actually have access to all the different assets 100% free. And so we have all the different environments here. Like we have the Infinity Blade Temple, we have the castle, etc. And then you'll see some of the characters down here at the bottom as well. But then we have live link between different DCCs and Unreal. And for us, we're actually going to want to download the Aja video system and the Blackmagic. This will give us access to different codecs that we could use, like the Apple ProRes. And then, like I was saying, for the different games, we actually have the different characters down here as well. And so it looks like these characters are from Paragon. So you can actually download these. They're completely rigged and they're yours to use in your game or your different experiences, absolutely free. So if I click on next, you see that we have a whole bunch of more characters in here, and these are always up on the marketplace. So unlike the other ones that were only downloadable per month, these ones are up there permanently because these are coming directly from Epic Games. So if I go back to my free tab and I click on Mega Scans, I'm going to cover Mega Scans in its own section of itself, because this isn't really where you want to download the Megascan stuff. Actually, Quixel has their own program called Bridge and Mixer. And so Bridge is the equivalent of their own marketplace, and it's tied into Unreal. So once you actually download Bridge and you download like all the different assets that you want from there, it's one click, it's going to send it over to Unreal Engine and you're ready to go. And the cool thing about Quixel is they've been acquired by Epic Games. And so once you have an Unreal account, everything in the Quixel library is 100% free. So everything that you see here is yours to use, 100% free. So all the different models, all the different textures, all the different environments, like this cyberpunk environment. If you go to the Quixel YouTube channel, they actually did a breakdown on exactly how they built this. And what's cool is they give you the scene so you can kind of follow along with that as well. And so, like I said, Quixel, their stuff like the Megascan stuff, I'm going to give it its own section of its own. So I'm not going to dive too deep into this. And then we have our free for the month stuff, so you can access that here as well. And then we have another section for permanently free. And so these are permanently free from different third-party vendors. So if you watch Andy Bolden's NAB talk, he actually used this one here to kind of run through some of the different things of Unreal. And then we have a whole bunch of different vegetation that's really cool. You can see that I've actually got some of these here because they're pretty high res and I use them in some of my projects. But I would suggest going through here and just kind of seeing what's permanently in here. There's a lot of cool stuff in here that you could use to help you get kickstarted on your project, or just to kind of, you know, help you save time if you don't want to model stuff, or if there's any sound effects. I mean, there's some fire right here, which if you didn't want to build your own fire, you have a library right here that's good and ready to go. And so what's cool as artists, we can actually submit stuff for the Epic Store. And I believe that, I don't want to give out the ratio because I'm not sure 100% what it is, but I know it's pretty high. So if you're a 3D modeler, you can actually take your assets and submit them for the content browser here. So if you click on this, it's going to take you to the website where you can submit your different publications. And so all you have to do is, it's real quick and easy. You just click the get started here. So if you have 3D models, or if you made any like type of blueprint setups or anything, even if you made your own plugin, or if you're like an audio designer, you can actually sell this stuff on the marketplace and make a pretty good penny. And so if you are creative like myself, I would definitely look into this as just another revenue stream. So I'm gonna click that out. And I believe that's everything that I wanted to cover in the marketplace here. And so I would definitely say kind of dive deep into the marketplace, because you never know what you're going to find in there. And what's cool is once you download something from the marketplace, it's all within the Epic Games ecosystem. And so once you download it, you just click a button and you can be ready to rock in your project. And so in section 3, we're finally going to get started in Unreal Engine. I'm going to go over the UI and what you need to get started. And so if you're ready to rock, I'll see you over in section 3. So I have the Epic Games launcher open right now, and I'm in the library tab. There's actually 2 ways that we can launch Unreal Engine. Like I was telling you before in the previous section, if I click on library, I can actually launch it from here. But if you installed Unreal Engine and you clicked on the icon saying make an icon for Unreal, if I go to my desktop, you can actually see I have an icon for Unreal Engine here. And if I come down to my start menu, I have an icon for Unreal Engine here as well. And so if you wanted to just jump right into Unreal Engine, you can always just click on the icon here. But if you want to go through the Epic Game Launcher, you have that ability as well. And so the thing is, if you use the icon, it's going to take you to the most recent version of Unreal Engine. And if you come to the Epic Game Launcher, you can actually select what version of Unreal you want to use if you have multiple copies. The most recent version of Unreal is version 4.25, so that's what we're going to be using. So I'm going to click the launch button here. You see that it says running, and then it pops up with this little box here. And then what it's going to bring up now is the Unreal project browser. And so again, this will leave you with your most recent projects in here. And then it also gives us these different categories for different projects that we might want to start. And so let me walk you through these one by one. So this one is previously, I think it was maybe 2 versions ago, this was the only way that you could get into Unreal. There wasn't these other options down here at all. It was all through games. So let me click next. And you can see that through games, we have all these different templates here. And so for motion graphics, we usually started with the blank template. But if you wanted to do like a first person shooter, you had that option here. We can make a flying game here. And these are all templates. And so whatever you click on, that's pretty much what's going to give you a good starting point. So we're rolling here. This it gives you a character, it gives you a mannequin that you can actually use your keyboard and mouse, or if you have like an Xbox controller, it automatically has everything mapped to it. You have a top-down, like a gauntlet type game template. We have a more advanced vehicle driving simulator here. And we even have a virtual reality setup. So if you have like a Vive or an Oculus, you can actually get in here, have everything already mapped out to your controllers, and you're good to go. Then we also have like a side scrolling template, something similar to like a 2D Mario Brothers. We also have like a twin stick shooter similar to those overhead games that you use the left joystick to move your character and the right one to like kind of twirl them around to shoot and everything. Then we also have an AR template here. For motion graphics, we usually just start it with a blank template. Let me click next. And then these are the different project settings that it would give you. And so blueprints are basically, instead of doing programming, you would use nodes. And so if you're familiar with nodes at all, this is the way that you'd be able to program your things to work. So if you wanted to have like a character open a door, or if you want to have like a light flicker, you can actually program that with your blueprint here. Or if you're a hardcore programmer, you can actually have the option to program that out by hand with C++. And then our quality mode here, if you want to have, if you're doing like maybe like a PC experience or even a console experience, you want to have it on maximum quality. But if you're doing something more for like mobile, or if you did something for like maybe an Oculus Quest that's considered like a mobile headset, you want to have this scalable 3D, 2D. And then down here, if you have a card that's ray tracing enabled, then you can actually click that and you have ray tracing enabled right off the bat. You don't have to mess with any type of settings. Your sim will be all ready to go. And then here is if you wanted to set it up for desktop / console, like an Xbox One or a PlayStation 4, or I guess coming up now, the Series X and the PlayStation 5. This is what you would click here if you're developing for that. Or if you're developing for a tablet and mobile phone experience, then you would click it there. And then the starter content is basically similar to Cinema4D. If you install the starter content, it gives you like a whole bunch of different 3D models to get started off with. That's exactly what it is here. And so I'm not going to do that run on here. I'm actually going to go back. I'm going to show you what's inside of architecture, engineering, and construction. I've never really used these templates before. Like I said, I've only used this for motion graphics, but it looks like they have templates in here for the HoloLens. So that would be like an AR experience. I'm guessing this is more for engineering, you know, like how they have the HoloLens up on the International Space Station. We have ArchViz, which if you're like kind of like Twin Motion, where you can import like your CAD models and, you know, do like a 360 walk around with the client of the different buildings that you're building for the properties, things of that nature. And then down here for automotive, this would be for setting up kind of like your plate for if you're doing any type of car design, you know, you can have it on like a rotating table to catch all the different angles of it. Looks like they have another template for HoloLens. And then it looks like you could do a collab viewer, which I would believe if you have people in multiple spaces working remotely, you can all kind of view the same project at the same time. But again, I haven't really used these different templates because I mostly do just motion graphics. So what we're going to be focusing on is the film, television, and live events tab here. So I want to click next. So I'm just going to do blank. And so these are the two options that it gives us for our project whenever we do it in the broadcast design. And so I'm going to do the starter content just to kind of show you guys what's in there. And I'm going to do ray tracing enabled. But real simple here. We don't have a whole bunch of different settings for like blueprints and stuff like that. Again, I mean, you could use blueprints in your cinematics if you want, but that's mostly for like interactive design and stuff like that. So they don't really bother to give you the options here, but you can still use blueprints in there. It doesn't block you out from it. So let me rename this project to, let's say, training course. And one thing too, whenever you're naming it, like say I hit the space bar here, see right here, it says project names may not contain a space. So if you wanted to have some type of space between your naming convention, just do shift and underscore. That's usually what I do. And that way, it's not going to give you that error there. For some reason, Unreal doesn't like when you use spaces in your naming convention. So let me select a folder that I want to put it into. And then click create project. And again, I'm creating this project with starter content. I usually don't do this, but I just wanted to give you guys a glimpse of the different assets that you have available to you if you did use the starter content. Now that we have Unreal open, it's giving us the project settings window right here off the bat. So these are all the plugins that we have available to us right now. I'll get into it later on how you could get the Datasmith plugin for Cinema4D. But if there was a certain plugin that you're looking for, you can always just search it up here and you can make sure that it's enabled. I'm going to close this out for now. And close all these windows out. Okay, and down here in the lower right hand corner, this will usually pop up where it says project file is out of date. Would you like to update? Usually just click update. It just takes a second or two. And then right here, this is your content browser. And so this is where the starter content is right here. And so let's double click on this to kind of give you guys an idea of what you get in this. So if I go to architecture here, you can see that it's just giving us some simple models. So if we wanted to put like a little house together or something of that nature, you have some stuff, you just click and drag it into your scene here. Like so. So just like a constructor set, you just put these little items in there and start building away. And then we also have a whole bunch of audio clips that we have here to get started off. So you have explosion sounds and collapse sounds like so. And then these would be blueprints. So like I was saying before, how you can have like a light flickering and stuff of that nature. So if you double click on it, it brings it to the blueprint. And don't worry, we'll get into this stuff later. But these are the nodes that you would use to get that started. So it's kind of cool that they put these in here just so you could kind of go back and dissect how they're built. And then we have an HDR, which I'll get into later as well. And then these are maps. And so what maps are, they're basically levels within our Unreal Engine. So I would say the best way to explain them for us is if you're working in After Effects and you have like your composition, like each map in here would be its own composition. So if I double click on starter map here, and then I'll just click save. So let's say this is composition 1, just in motion graphics terms, something that we understand. And so I clicked on starter map, and then this is the scene that was in starter map. And so these are some of the items that you can play around with. It looks like it's giving you a layout of the different textures. It's giving you some of the particle effects here. And it also has some of the sound effects to go along with it. And then if I click on advanced lighting, it's going to take us to another scene. So this will be an advanced lighting scene, which in motion graphics term would be like composition 2. And so if you're getting what I'm saying, if you right click down here and just click new level, that's going to give us a new level to start off with. So when you click it there, it's going to automatically be named new world. And if you double click on it, it's going to give you a blank slate. And so if you right click and go to level, then that's going to give you a new composition. So the reason that we want to do this is say that we have our assets already brought into our Unreal project, and when we want to use that to make like maybe a different cinematic, then we have that option to do so. All right, so moving on, we're going to go to the materials tab. And as you can see, let me actually go back to maps and go back to starter. Okay, you can see all the different materials just laid out here that you have to start off with. So we have a really cool ocean texture here, but if I scroll down in here, you can actually see all the different materials in our starter pack here. And then particles, those will be what's over here. So you can see we have some fire, we have some sparks, and over here we actually have some smoke. And then props, we have the chairs, we have some lamps, some tables. So you guys get a pretty good idea of the stuff that you get in the starter pack, just to kind of get familiar with Unreal Engine and how it works. So from here, I kind of want to go into the file structure of how Unreal saves, just so you have an understanding of where it saves it at. And so if I click on my content browser here, you can see that we have laid out, we have our main stage here, and then we have everything that's in our starter content. So if I go to where we saved it in our file explorer, so I made a folder here called UE4. And then remember, I named this the training course 01. So if I double click on this, this is everything that's inside of Unreal. And you want to keep everything in this folder as is. You really don't want to mess with this at all. But you can see right here, it kind of correlates with what's in our Unreal project here. So if I click on content, you can see that we have the folder for starter content. and everything is in there. And so if I click on starter content here, and then I look inside my file browser, everything that's in there correlates with what's up here. And so if I deleted anything in here, that might actually mess up your Unreal project. And so I would suggest leaving the file structure alone and not really messing with anything in here. But if there was anything that you needed to find, everything is in here. You even have your saves and everything. And this right here, where it has the Unreal icon, if you double click on that, that will open up Unreal and it will open up this project. And then if we wanted to save our project out, all you have to do is come over to File and go Save Current As. And then right here, you would just name it what you want. And so I could just name this training_course_01. Click Save. And now everything is saved and it's good to go. So if I exit out of Unreal here, and then it's going to open up the Epic Games Launcher automatically for us. So if I click on Library, you can see now we have our project right here. And so it's going to be a quick access if we want to get to it. And it actually tells you the version number of what version you have Unreal working on that project. So you can see these previous projects I was working in 4.24, but this new one that we just did for this course is 4.25. And so that will help you keep correlation and keep everything organized so you don't get your projects mixed up. So that's going to be it for this section. In the next section, we're going to dive more into the interface. So I'll see you there. So as a Cinema4D artist jumping into Unreal, the very first thing you might recognize is, hey, the viewport is not really moving the way that I'm used to in Cinema4D. Everything is kind of inverted and not really working the same way that I'm used to. But there are a few options inside of Unreal that will help us navigate around, and it's going to make it feel more familiar. So let me show you exactly where to find this. So if I look in Unreal Engine here, all I have to do is come up to Edit, and then come down to Editor Preferences. And once we're in here, we're going to look for viewports. So if I look here on my left-hand side under Level Editor, it says viewports. You want to click on that. And then we have a few options here. And so I'm going to show you the ones that I use that kind of best replicate Cinema4D. So I'm going to start with this one right here where it says invert middle mouse button. So we want to click on this. And then we have an arrow right here. And if we pull down where it says show advanced, so we have an option here for orbit camera around selection, which means once we have this selected and you select the object within your viewport, it's going to actually navigate it around it just like it does in Cinema. And then there's another one here. This one is optional. Sometimes I use it, sometimes I don't. But if you enable this, it's going to move your camera speed based on the distance you are from your object. So if you're closer, it's going to move a little bit slower. And if you're further away, it's just going to speed up accordingly. So I'm going to click on this one and then let's put it to the test once we get into our viewport. So over here under basics, I'm just going to throw like a cube in here in my scene, maybe move it up. So if I hold down the middle mouse button and I'm panning around, it pans just like it does in Cinema. And then if I hold down the Alt key and I left click, we're actually surrounding it. And then if I'm scrolling with my mouse, we're kind of zooming in and zooming out accordingly. And it's starting to feel a little bit more natural here as well. So hopefully these tips helped you out moving forward. I would recommend maybe just playing around with the viewport a little bit, building up that muscle memory. And whenever you're ready, I'll catch you in the next video. So before we get into viewport navigation, I'm actually going to show you guys a sample scene that we could download directly from the marketplace that we could use to navigate our viewport. So if I have Epic Games Launcher opened up right now, and if I come over to the Learn tab here, if I scroll down a little bit here, we should see something that says Infiltrator. There we go, Infiltrator Demo. So I'm just going to click on this right here. And let me actually show you what this looks like. Like we have a couple of screenshots here. I mean, this looks really cool. Basically, this is a demo that they came out with a few years ago that kind of show like the cinematic capabilities of Unreal Engine 4. So let me open up my web browser here so we could check it out. And so this is called Infiltrator. Like I was saying before, they made this around 7 years ago, I want to say. And basically what this is, it's a showcase piece for Unreal Engine 4. It's showing the capabilities for doing real-time cinematics in-game, mostly for like whenever you have like an Xbox game or a PlayStation game. I want to say this was around like the 360 era, but they wanted to show like, hey, you could use your game assets to render out these really beautiful cinematics. And so this is called Infiltrator. I'll leave a link in the show notes so that you guys can check this out on your own, but they gave us direct access to this this scene here so we could use it to navigate with a viewport, to kind of just dissect and even take a look at ourselves, like the different lighting effects and the VFX that they have going on in here. So even though I'm going to be using this to kind of navigate you guys through the viewport, definitely take this scene and dissect it just to kind of get a feel for how everything kind of gets together whenever you have a AAA developer making these type of pieces. So I'm going to stop this one here. We're going to go back to our Epic Games launcher here. So now that we have this here, remember we went under the Learn tab and then we came down until we saw Infiltrator Demo. It's as easy as coming right here, click Create Project, and then you just have to click where you want to save your project at. So I'm just going to save it on a random drive here, and then I'm going to click Create. And then you'll have a load bar here. I want to say this is around 4 gigabytes, so plan accordingly. So now you'll notice again, this is Create Project here. It's already downloaded. So if you saw your bar go up here and then it comes back to Create Project, that means it's downloaded here for us. So if I come over to my library, I should be able to find it in here. So there we go. It says Infiltrator Demo. I'm just going to double click on this to open up Unreal Engine. And there's one thing that you're going to notice. This is a really old scene that we're opening up. So I know my Unreal Engine, it hung at about 95% loaded there for a minute or two, but I just let it keep going. And then if I look at my screen here, you can actually see in the lower right-hand corner, it's saying compiling shaders. And so this is a really old scene and there's a lot going on in here. So depending on your hardware specs, you might have to let this hang for like maybe 2 or 3 minutes just because there is so much going on here. But once it's done, we're going to be able to navigate really fluently through our scene. So once everything is done compiling, you can see that everything's running pretty smooth here. Like we have sparks here in the background. If I hold down the right click on my mouse and then just hit W to move forward, you can see we're flowing through our scene pretty fluidly. I mean, this is crazy how fast we can navigate through our scene, but I'm not going to get too carried away here because in the next video, we're going to go through auto viewport navigation and how we could properly go through the scene. So whenever you guys are ready, I'll catch you in the next video. Now, the way I'm going to do this is a little bit different. Instead of doing a long video going over the entire interface, I'm going to actually break it up into little subsections. And the reason I'm doing this is in case you're like a chapter or 2 into it and you want to quickly reference something I'm talking about here, instead of going through like a long video of me talking about everything here, I felt it would be better if I broke them up into their own individual little pieces. And that way you could quickly reference it. So say like there was something I was talking about the World Outliner that you wanted to go back and check later. You could just click on the World Outliner video and you'll be ready to go. So if you guys are ready to rock, let's jump right into it. What up, what up? Welcome to section 5, where we're going to be going over viewport and navigation. So without further ado, let's jump right into it. So as you can see here, I actually have a scene that I downloaded from the Unreal Marketplace. This is a demo scene that you kind of get yourself familiar with Unreal Engine. You can see we have some particles going on here in the background. We have some cool atmospheric effects and things of that nature, but we're going to be going over the viewport here. So let's start in the upper left-hand corner here, where we have this little pull-down menu. And the first viewport that we see here is for viewport options real time. So if we click on this, you can actually see that it stopped everything in our scene. And that's so if you want to go work around in your scene and make any adjustments, but not have any like distractions. As you can see, we have like a particle system here going on and everything. There's some light flickers. If you want to turn all that stuff off, you just come up here and click real time or Control R. And then if you click it again, it makes everything come to life. So moving on, I'm going to click back on the panel here. We have a box here for show stats. We have one for show FPS. So if I click on this one, you can see over here on the right, it's showing us what frame rate our system is currently running at. Like you said, everything in Unreal is in real time. So this is giving you an accurate calculation of how your scene is running right there. So I'm going to turn that off. And then under that, we have Toolbar, which if I click that off, you can see everything gets cleaned up here at the top. We don't have anything up here except for our pull down menu. So I can click that back on. And then we can adjust our field of view here. The same thing for the far view plane. We can adjust that. It is screen percentage. Usually this is something that whenever I'm working, I make it go to 200%. It just cleans up our scene a little bit. And then whenever we render it out, it renders it out at a really high quality. And then here we have a control for allow cinematic control. So let me click that on here and you're not going to see anything happen here. And that's because we're not a cinematic view. And I could get into that into the next one. Let's not get into that yet. So I'm going to turn this one back on. And then below that, we have game view. So right now you can see everything that's in our scene here. Like we have our reflection cubes, we have our lighting icons, We have all type of icons depending on what we're doing. We have the particle simulation icon here. But if we come over and we turn on game view, it turns everything off and it cleans it up. And what you're seeing now is the game running in real time, or whatever experience you're working on. This is everything running in real time. So if you want to quickly go through this, you just click G on the keyboard and that takes you in and out of game view. So all game view does is take away all the icons there so you can kind of see exactly what's going on in your scene. And then below that, we have allow camera shakes, which you could make a blueprint to have like a more natural camera shake to your camera movement. So, you know, like if you're walking on the ground in the first person view and you want to kind of have like that handheld effect going on, you can allow that to run in the viewport, not just whenever you play it back. And then down here we have bookmarks, and what these bookmarks are, you can actually set these inside of different positions in your viewport. So if I click on 0, you can see it's taking us to this viewport. Then if I go down, click on jump to bookmark 1, it takes us to our original view, and so on and so forth. So these are set bookmarks that we actually set ourselves. So if you come under your bookmarks here, your active bookmarks, you can see here it says set bookmarks. So you can actually set them yourself, and you can actually clear them out down here as well. So bookmarks are really cool if you're working in like a big scene and you want to be able to navigate and jump from place to place fairly quickly. That's how you would do that there. And then you also have shortcut keys that go along with it. So 0, this will be your number keys. So 0 through 9, if you click on those are going to take you to those bookmarks. And then you can also create a camera here. And then if you want to take a screenshot of your scene right here, you could do that from here as well. And then we have our layouts panel, which if you're familiar with Cinema4D or any other DCC, this should be really familiar to you. So you can click on 4 panels. You can have it laid out like this, which looks just like Cinema4D. Or if you want, you can have a big one on top, and then, you know, like your top right and back view down below. So this just gives you flexibility on how you want to have your viewports here. So let me go back to the default. And then below that, we have advanced settings, which I rarely get into. I mean, if you want to jump into this, you have a deep dive into all these different things here, but I rarely go into that, like I said. And moving on, we're going to get into the perspective view button here. And so if I click on perspective view, that's how we start, which the shortcut is Alt G. But if you wanted to switch to like a top view or a bottom view, front, back, right, this is how you do it here. And it also shows you the shortcut keys that go along with it. So I'm going to go back to perspective view. And then these are all the different cameras that we have laid out inside of our scene. And then down here for viewport type. Now, if we want to have like the black bars and make our cinematic view, then we click on this here. And not only does it give us the crop marks at the top and bottom, we can also get some type of controls underneath here as well, but there's no type of level sequencer in there. We have to add a timeline to be able to access those. So if you come up here to cinematics, then come down to add level sequence, then I'm just going to click save. Now you can see we have our sequencer, which you should already be familiar with, that made our timeline here. But not only that, it gives us our timeline controls underneath here as well. So we only get this if we're in cinematic view. So if I go back to default viewport, everything goes back to normal. But if we go down to cinematic viewport, now we get our functionality down here. All right, so I'm gonna go back to default viewport. And then moving on, we're gonna move over to where we can see like the different shading and the different lighting attributes in our scene. And then I'm gonna come over here to where it says lit. And then I'm gonna go to unlit. And you can just see what happens inside of our viewport. This is what it looks like when there's no lighting at all kind of happening here. So these are just the default textures that we have in there, which is crazy. Shows you how important lighting is for your scene. Then we can see a wireframe of our scene. Detailed lighting. Lighting only. So you guys are getting the gist of this. We can see just how our reflections are handling in our scene. If you have any type of player collision for like if you need to walk into a certain area. So like if you have a first person view or if you have like a character that you're moving on here, they're able to interact with these areas here. But these areas that are blank, they will pretty much just fall right through. So these are all the objects that you have collision on. Then under here, we have more options for optimization viewports, level of detail, buffer visualization, visualizers, LODs. So LODs would be basically if you have geometry in your scene, stuff that will be closer to you could be really high polygon and high res, but stuff that's further off in the distance, you can actually set that to be at like a lower polygon count just to kind of optimize your scene. So you can kind of set how you see that here. And then over here, we have show settings, which if you want to turn on, actually, let me come back over here and go back to my default lit mode. Okay, so now we have our scene back to default. So now I'm going to click on show. And this is just where we could turn on and off stuff. So like if I want to turn off fog, turn that off, turn off anti-aliasing. You can see what anti-aliasing does. So this just gives you options to turn off all this different stuff here. So I'm going to turn these back on. So down here as well, we have options to turn on and off our post-processing, different lighting types. Anything under the show menu is basically all the different things that we could just turn on and off in our scene. So if there's any reason, like you want to turn off bloom effects, there you go. You turned off the bloom, etc., etc. Now let's move on into our viewport navigation. So if we want to move around in the scene, it's really easy, especially if you're used to playing video games with like a keyboard and mouse. And so if you are, you know that if you hold down WASD, that's how you move forward, back, left, and right. But the way to navigate in Unreal is you hold down the right click on your mouse button, then you hold W, and that moves you forward. And if you hold S, that moves you backwards. If you hold A, that moves you left, and D will move you right. But that's only if I'm holding down the right click on my mouse button. So now I'm hitting WASD and nothing's happening at all. So if you want to move in small increments, you use the mouse wheel and you can actually move in like smaller increments. So say like if I want to move down here and then I really just want to kind of zone in on that area, instead of holding down the W key, I'm just going to click and it's going to snap in for me. And then to look around, I'm actually going to hold down the right click on my mouse again and just drag around my scene. So that's how I'm going to move around like that. And then if I want to pan around, I'm holding down the wheel button on my mouse. So the middle mouse wheel button there, I'm just holding that down to pan around my scene. And then if I want to just look left and right, not up and down, I'm holding down the left click on my mouse to be able to do this. So again, just to go over that, hold down the right click on my mouse, hold down W to move forward, hold down S to move backwards, A to move left, D to move right. Small increments, I'm going to use the mouse wheel. If I want to pan around, hold down the mouse wheel. Then look around is right click. And then look left and right is the left click. And then also, if I want to just move like straight north or straight south, I just hold down the right button on my mouse and E will move north and Q will move south. So again, whenever I'm moving around like a first person shooter, I have to make sure that I have my right mouse button clicked there. And so again, E will move north and D will move south. So now that we know how to move around our scene, let's get up into the upper right hand corner icons here for more navigational tools. So up here in the top right, you can see this is for moving our actual selections. So let me bring a cube into my scene here. And I can move this down, maybe over somewhere right here. And then again, if I go into my raw outliner, just double click on that to bring myself closer to my cube. So what I'm trying to do is bring it over here, just maybe on a platform or something here. All right, cool. So now I have my cube here on my platform. So now that I have my cube selected here on my platform, I'm actually holding down the Alt key on my keyboard, and then I'm left clicking to move around this item here. And so if I don't hold down the Alt key and I just, hold down the left mouse button, this is what's going to happen here. I'm just going to kind of move around my scene, but I'm not going to focus on what I have selected. So if I want to have what I have selected in the middle of my focus, hold down the Alt key and then left click and I can move around. And then if I want to zoom in and out of this, I'm still holding down the left Alt key on my keyboard, but I'm holding down the right mouse button on my mouse and I'm just moving left and right to zoom in and out. And then if I want to just do it in snapping increments, I'm still holding down the Alt key and I'm moving in with my mouse wheel button. So again, if I have something selected in my scene, I just want to make sure that I'm holding down the left Alt button on my keyboard, and then I'm using the mouse buttons to move around. So you can see now that I have my cube selected, we have our axis points here. And so this will be how we move our object around, just like if we're moving in Cinema4D, except for if you look at our arrows here, you actually see that we have our navigational view down here in the bottom left, and you can see that the Z axis is actually north. Now, if we're coming from Cinema4D, we're used to the Y axis being north. And so in Unreal, we have Z being north. So that's just something that you want to keep in mind. So this is how I move this. And then if I want to rotate it, I come up here to the upper right and I click on this, and it brings up this sundial looking circle here. And I just click and turn on it. So if I want to move left and right, I click on this angle. If I want to rotate it the other way, just click on that. Okay. And then if I want to scale it, I'm going to go to the one that's to the right of that. Then just hold this in and drag it left and right to scale it. Or if I want to scale it just along a certain axis, you just move until you see that highlighted. And then now I'm scaling it on my Z. I'm scaling on my Y. I'm scaling it on my X. So I'm going to hold Control Z. Let's go back to default here. Something like so. There we go. Okay, so up here in the top right, you can see this right now. It says cycle to transform gizmo between the world and the local object. And so it's not going to do that for the scale. To activate this, we actually have to come back to our move tool here. And now you can see that we have a world icon here. And what this does is basically moving it on the world scale. So let me actually rotate this for a minute so we can see. So when I rotate it, you notice that my axis didn't move at all. We still have Z being north. So even though it's on a tilt, I can still move this up and down. But if I want to do it on the local axis, then I click on that until we see a three-dimensional cube. And now our Z is at an angle and it's actually going in perpendicular with our box here. So now I can move it at this angle. And this will happen for whatever you have selected. So again, if I click on this Earth tool here, up and down, and this is world scale or world view, click it again, and it's going to go local. So I'm going to hit Control Z again. Let's get this cube back up right. So that's how we move around our object. That's how we move it. That's how we rotate it. That's how we scale it. And so now to the right of that, we have some snapping options. We have some different options here. So if I want to snap it along the surface here, it's just going to make it so it's more snappy along the surface. If I have it clicked off, it's actually just going to snap to the grid, which we really can't see too well in this scene. And you could turn that off. So now I can freely move it. So if I was just in like a default scene where it's just blank, you would see a grid in there, but this scene is fairly complex, so we're not going to see the grid. But if you want to snap it along a grid, you make sure that's turned on right there. And you can see now we're snapping. And then beside that, where it has the 10, this will be the different type of increments that we can snap it in on a grid size. So let's say I move it to like 100. So now we're getting bigger moves between our snap there. Then if I move this down to 1, it looks like it's freely moving, and that's because it's moving in smaller increments. So depending on what you're building and what you're doing, so now I'm at 10. You can see a little bit of snappiness in there. So just depending on how precise you need to be whenever you're moving your objects, you have that flexibility here. And this will snap you on a rotational grid. So if I move and click this around, a cube is actually snapping right now. And you can actually see the degrees there. It's moving in 10 increments. So if I look at my, let's see if I can zoom in a little bit closer. So you can see now it's 10, 20, 30. These are the increments that we're moving in. If I click next to that right here where it says set the rotation grid snap value, let's say I want to do it at 30 degrees. So right now, boom, 30, 60, 90. So you guys get the point. So I'm gonna move this back down to 10. Let me hit Control Z, move it back to default. So right now, I'm sure you know what this does. It gives you the scale snap here. And then beside that right here for a camera, you can, okay, so whenever I hold down the right click on my mouse again, hold down S, we're moving at a speed of 4 right now. So you can see now when I move this up to camera speed 8, do the same thing. Now we're really flying through our scene. So that's giving you control over your camera speed there. If I move this down to like 1, now we're getting a really slow move, which would be cool for like a cinematic move. If you wanted to do like a cool push in, kind of record your camera move. I think go back to default, which I believe was 4. And then this is just how you increment those steps. So let's say I went back up to 8 and I scaled it by 5. We're going to like fly through the scene. Yeah, see? So we're like the Flash going through there. So it basically just multiplies what you have there. I'm going to go back to camera speed 1. All right, cool. So I got lost there for a minute, but I found myself back. I just looked for my cube, double click on it to focus. Now we're back where we want to be. I move this back down to default 4. So hopefully this helped you get more comfortable moving around in the viewport. It just takes a little muscle memory. You just have to get in there and really work with it. And before you know it, you're going to be a pro. It's not that much different than Cinema 4D. And so for the next section, we're actually going to be going over the PlaceActors. So I see you there. So with Unreal Engine open, if we look over here on the left-hand side, you can see that we have a panel here called PlaceActors. Now what this is, it's a couple of sections where you're going to find objects that you can actually bring into your scene. So if I click on basic, you can see stuff here like we have a point light and we have player start, which if you drag this in here, that's where this little Xbox looking controller is. But if you click on the play button, this is where you're going to start whenever you click that. But for cinematics, we don't really need that. That's more for interactive experiences. So if I come back over here to my PlaceActors, you can see we could drag basic things in like this cube here. And then we also have a sphere, a cylinder, a cone, a plane, and a couple of triggers. What these triggers are basically, again, this is more for interactive experiences. So if you have your player go inside of this trigger area, you can use a blueprint to have it react. So say like if a player walked towards a door and you want that door to open once they walk to it, you would set up a blueprint for that to happen. But again, we're going to be mostly focusing on motion graphics. So we're not going to really get into that too much here. And then if I click under basic over here under lights, you can see this is where we have all of our different lights. And so when you start up Unreal Engine, you have some starter stuff already in here. And so where this is light source, this is actually your directional light. You can think of your directional light as a sunlight. If I click on this, and if I actually click on my rotate object here, you can see it kind of brings in like a sundial. So if I click and drag, if you look at my cube down there, you can see that it's actually moving a light. So that's what directional light is. And then over here, you can actually drag in a point light as well. Let me click this to add my selector. So we have a point light, then we have a spotlight. I can drag this in here so you guys can see it. But then you can see we have our cone and everything in here. This stuff is stuff that you already know if you're used to using Cinema 4D. We have a skylight as well. And then we have HDR backdrop, which I can show you that too. So let me turn off the spotlight. Let me delete the light source. Then I'm gonna delete the point light. And if I drag this in here where it says HDR backgrounds, it actually gives us a good default one. And this is pretty new as well. And so what it is basically, if you have an HDR file, you could bring that in and you could light your entire scene with this. And if you want to move this around, you would click this little triangle and move it like so. If you just wanted to have like a quick environment in here, like if you have a car or something that you quickly wanted to light and put into like a real environment, it's pretty good for doing that. So let me delete this. This is new as well. This is called Sun and Sky. So if you click this in here, you can see that it actually brings our skylight and a directional light in together. And if you look down here, we have like a sundial. You have the different coordinates here for north, south, east, and west. So let me delete that. And let me go back to the skylight to kind of tell you guys exactly what that is. Since when we start up as seen in Unreal Engine, we have the skylight already in here. And what this is if you come down here into our details panel, but you can see down here, we have a section called Cube Map. This is more for reflections in your scene. So if you have stuff in your scene already built out, if you have it on SLS capture, this is basically kind of making your scene into its own HDR. So it's going to make the reflections bounce off itself. But if you have some type of HDR that you wanted to throw in there, you could put that in there and everything in your scene is actually going to reflect that. And so you could do that with the skylight here. And you can also find that under the lights panel here. And then the last one, I skipped over this earlier, but this one is called the rec light. So if I click and drag this over here, that's basically just a rectangular light that we have in our scene here. So if I click under lights here on the left hand side, we have a panel here called cinematics. And this is where we're going to find our different camera rigs in here. And once we start getting into Cinema 4D, we can actually bring our camera from Cinema into Unreal. So you might not actually be using the camera in here at all. But if you did want to use the Unreal camera, this is what it is right here under cinematic. And then you can also come up top here and type in camera to get the other type of cameras here. So for the cinematic camera, that's going to give you a couple of different attributes that will be more recognizable for someone that's used to using the camera. But then you have the basic camera as well. Then under cinematic, we have visual effects. But if I click and drag post effects in here, you can see that we have under our details panel, we have a whole bunch of options under here that popped up. So we can actually add like the bloom and the exposure and chromatic apparition. You can actually add like depth of field. I mean, basically everything that you would do in post effects, you could do with this post effect processing here. And the reason that you see a cube here is because whenever you're working in like gaming, this type of stuff takes a lot of processing power. And so you might want certain actions to only happen once a character goes into a certain space. And so say like a character walked into this cube and then everything like you had a bloom effect just happens within this cube. You can have that happen here. But when we're doing our cinematic stuff, we might want the post-processing to happen over the entire scene. And I can show you that later on how you can actually do that. And then we also have different options here for adding like sky atmosphere. So this will be more if you're doing like planets and you want to do stuff from up high. And then we have exponential fog, which is another type of fog that I like using whenever I'm building out my scene. It gives you some really cool fog effects. Actually, let me click and drag in here. You can see it made our scene blue right off the bat. And then we have these two reflection captures, which inside the scene right here, you can see that we have this chrome ball that comes in at default. And if I pull back, you can actually see that it has its radius. And if you look down here on the right hand side, it actually gives you a lot of parameters for that reflection capture. So you can control the brightness, you can control the visibility. And the reason that you would want this is if you're working on like an interactive experience and say that you go inside of a house and you want the reflection to be really good in there, but you don't really care about what's happening outside, you can actually capture that reflection just for that area that you put it in. And so we have those options here as well. And then we have decals, which is basically for putting 2D textures into your scene like so. And then we have another fog environment here for atmospheric fog. So moving on, we're going to get to the geometry panel. So under visual effects, click geometry. And this is where you're going to find your real simple geometry. So you have a box, cone, cylinder, curved stairs, which is pretty cool too. And then your sphere. Again, Unreal isn't really a modeling program, so you're just going to have these basic primitives to work with. Say that you want to kind of do like a set design to put your stuff in your scene, like you want to have a tree here and a house there. You can kind of block it out with these simple primitives and then start building your scene from there. Then under geometry, we have media, which there's going to be nothing in here because we can actually come down to add new in our content browser, which we'll go over later. And we have the media player in here. So this is going to be for playing like your quick times or your image sequences. That's where you find it at under here. Then we have volumes, which will be more for sound stuff. So if you have like a WAV file, you can actually click and drag it in here. So it's going to have spatial audio. So say you want to have like a creak sound over here, and then you want to have like say like a loud bang over here. It's all spatial audio in here. And so you can place where you want to have your sound effects inside your scene, which is cool here. And then all classes will basically be everything that's in there that we just saw and went over. Plus you'll see a little bit more stuff in here. But if there is something specific that you are looking for, you can always come up to the search bar here and say like type in light, and then it gives you all your different light options. So as you can notice that we have a lot more light options in here. It didn't actually give us everything that's in lights, and that's because for everything that's in these panels over here, these are more commonly used. So if you have something that's very specific and you know about it, you can always just search it and then bring that into your scene. So that's going to do it for place actors. And then next up, we're going to talk about the content browser. So I'll see you in that section. So next up, we have the content browser. So down here, we talked about this a little bit inside of getting started in Unreal Engine, but I still have my starter content folder here. But basically everything in a content browser is going to be auto items that we're going to be using that we're bringing in from the outside. And so if I right click down here, I can actually make like new folders. I can make new blueprints. So if I click on this, you have different type of blueprints that you can pick. And basically blueprints is the way that you program inside of Unreal, and it's all node based. So let me click exit on this. And then you can see too, we can add our materials, we can add our new levels, we can actually add our particle system in here as well. And then you see a bunch of sub menus down here for if you want to add animation or if there's any type of effects, like the new Niagara particle system can be found down in here. And then we have materials, like I was saying, we can add our different type of materials in here. And so the way that I did that was I right clicked to bring up that menu, but you can also come over here to the left where it says add new, and that will give us the same menu here. So there's two ways that you can actually start new content inside the content browser. Again, right click to bring up the menu or click on add new. And then we can actually import stuff here as well. So if I click on import, I can actually look on my drive and start importing like my different models, or if I have an image sequence, this is how you would import it. Or you can actually just click and drag stuff in. So say like if I open up Adobe Bridge, and I wanted to bring in like a HDR file or a JPEG. So let me just pick something here like this one. It says awesome.jpg. Click and drag it in and boom, it's in there. So now we have our HDR file. So that's another way that you can import stuff in here. And then we have save all. So if I just click save all, this is basically you want to save everything in your project. And then again, this is our scene here. I went over this in the last section, but this is kind of like how you would make your different compositions. Then your different folders, you click on that. You have all these different folders down here. This is from the starter content, but if you want to make your own folder, just right click, hit new folder, and you have your new folder there. And then you can also filter stuff out here. So on the left-hand side where it says filter, say that you only wanted to see levels inside of the content browser, click that, and now we only have the levels in there. So you can check mark on stuff that you want to see. So materials. So now I have levels and materials in there. So that's kind of like if you want to be really specific when you're working on something, like say you only want to see materials inside your content browser, you have that flexibility to do so. So that's going to do it for the content browser. I know this was short and sweet, but I just wanted to give you a quick overview. Don't worry, you're going to get real familiar with it over the duration of this course because we're going to be working in here a lot. But next, I'm going to be talking about the sequencer. So I'll see you in the next section. So here we're going to be talking about the sequencer. I'm just going to do a quick overview. I wanted to show you guys where you can find it because we're going to be using it a lot throughout this course. So if you have Unreal open, you want to come over to Window and then come under Cinematics, and you want to click on this little icon here called Sequencer. So now we have our sequencer window open. There's nothing in there yet. Don't worry. I'll show you guys how to get your camera and your animation set up in here. But first, I like having this down beside the content browser. So if I left click on the tab and drag this down here, now I have it right beside my content browser. And to be able to enable this, we actually have to come up to Cinematics and we have to add a level sequencer. But a master sequencer is basically where we can add all of our different level sequencers. So a level sequencer, think of this as where we're going to have all of our animations and everything. And then the master is how we're going to cut it all together. So you can think of the master as if it's like Blackmagic Resolve or Adobe Premiere. So I'm going to click save right here for my new level sequence. And if I go back to my content browser, you can see that it added a red square with a clipboard here. And if you double click on that, that will basically activate your sequencer here. So let me drag this up And you can see here, we actually have a timeline now. And in this timeline, we could click on 30 FPS and we could change our frame rate in here. And then we could also add stuff in here as well. If we click on track, we can add a cut cameras track, which I'll show you throughout this course how to use that, because we're going to need that to render out. But what's cool about this is, let me come up and type in camera in my PlaceActors. I'm just going to drag a camera into my scene. And so say that we have this camera and we want to use this camera to animate. All we have to do is click our camera actor here, drag this down into our sequencer, and now we have our camera down here in which now we can start keyframing. So if I click down on transform, click on location, you can see we have our X, Y, and Z. We can actually click plus on each one of these, drag our timeline over a little bit, and then let's say we want it to back up. Then I click keyframe here, X, Y, Z. Or if I wanted to do it for all of them, right here where it says location, I can actually click that keyframe and we'll add it for all three of them. And now if I scroll through, you can see that's how we animate. And so that's for everything that we have down here in the sequencer. So let me click up here and add like a simple geometry inside of basic. So I'm going to add a cube actually. And then I can click and drag this cube down in here. And so you guys can see what I'm doing. If I want to animate anything, I'm always going to click it and drag it down here into the sequencer. So let's say I want to have this cube rotating. Let me just click on this right here, add a keyframe, scroll it over, just kind of move my pitch and roll, something like that. And it's automatically adding a keyframe because I clicked on this one. So now if I move back and I click the play button down here, now you can see that our cube is moving. And if I want to see within my camera, I can click on perspective here and just select my camera and then click play again. So you can see basically this is just our timeline. It's called sequencer, but we'll be working in this a lot as well. I just wanted to give you guys a quick overview. And then if we wanted to render, you see this little clipboard here, click this. And this actually brings up our render menu in which we can export out as like an Apple ProRes. So we have an image sequence here for your bitmaps, your EXRs, your PNGs. And so this is something that we'll go into as well throughout the course. But I just wanted to show you guys how to get to the sequencer, because when you first open it up inside of Unreal, it's not going to be there by default. You actually have to go up and put it down there yourself. But since we have it there now, it should always be there when we open it up. So that's going to do it for the sequencer. Again, just wanted to give you guys a quick overview so you get familiar with it. Next, we're going to go over the roll outliner. In this part here, I actually want to go for the roll outliner and the details panel both together because these two kind of correlate with each other. So if you look over here in the right hand corner, this is all the stuff that we have by default whenever we open up Unreal. But you can see when I'm clicking on it, is actually changing what's down here in the details panel. Now the details panel is basically where you have all your attributes at. So let's say if I click on atmospheric fog, now we have all of our parameters down here that we could change out. So it does that for everything that we have in the roll outliner. And this also correlates with stuff in the PlaceActor as well. So if I bring and click over and drag a cube in here, you can see now we have the cube inside of the roll outliner. And so basically when we click on the cube, now we have all of our different attributes down here inside of the details panel. So if I wanted to rotate it, I could do that here. And I also have flexibility to change out materials down here as well, which that would go with the content browser. So if I click on, let's say materials here, click and drag this over here into materials under the details panel. Now you can see we have our texture on our cube. And so these two basically go together a lot. So that's why they're right above each other. So if I click on floor, you see we have all of our attributes down here for floor. And we can also add different components in here as well. You see this button here where it says add components. So we can add like particle systems. We can add lights in here. This is all under the details panel. We can actually add more geometry. So if I click on sphere, we can also add blueprints from under the details panel as well. So if I click on this, just click select and I can make a new class of blueprint. So now we have a blueprint up here for a sphere. So I'm not going to get too much into blueprints yet. We can also use the world outliner to organize our project as well. We can add folders to it by coming up to the world outliner, right clicking, and then click create folder. So I'll delete all these. Let's start fresh. So say I want to have a cube here, a sphere, and the cylinder. And say I wanted to have all these organized into their own folder. Let me click on these in the world outliner, just click and drag. Now everything is in this folder. Then if I right click on it, I can actually come over to edit and then rename. You can actually copy, cut, duplicate as well. But I'm gonna click on rename, just name this shapes. And now everything that's inside of this folder here, if I click the little eye icon, it will all disappear, which that's cool in itself. And the reason that we might want to have stuff organized in the world outliner, say we're working on a really large scene and we need to find something, it's easy to go to our folder here. And let's say we have our cylinder way off the scene and it's like, hey, where's my cylinder at? We can actually double click on the cylinder in here and it will take it to us inside of our viewport, which is really cool. But then say like, hey, I want to get to my cube. Another way that we could do that is right click on our cube. And right here where it says focus selected, click on that, or right click on our cube and say go here, and it will actually show us everything that's in our scene. So there's a lot of options here whenever we right click that we can see inside of our world outliner. And again, this is kind of like if we're working in Cinema4D, this will kind of be similar to how we have stuff grouped in there. And then also inside the world outliner, we can parent and child objects to each other. So let me double click on my cylinder here. Let's say I want to add a point light and I want to have, for some reason, I want to have this be a child of this cylinder. So all I have to do is come over to my world outliner, click and drag that under my cylinder. And now whenever I move my cylinder, it's going to move my light with it. And then two, it's going to change our coordinate system of a point light. So if I click on point light, and come down here into my details panel where it says location. If I zero my light out, now my light is in the center of my cylinder. And if I move this, it's going to stick with it. So that's cool as well. And then you can click and drag it out if you don't want it no longer be in there. Then click on my cylinder and move it. And now it's no longer a child of my cylinder. So that's going to do it for the world outliner and the details panel. Next up, we're going to go over the buttons that you see at the top of the screen. So I'll see you in the next section to go over the buttons. Okay, so here we're going to be going over the buttons and the pull down menus, aka the toolbar, which you can find up here in the top of Unreal Engine. As you can see down here in my viewport, I have a different setup. This one is actually the third person template that comes in Unreal Engine. The reason that I have this template in here is because a lot of the menus up here pertain only to like the game only options. And so I just wanted to have like a quick game setup just to kind of show you guys some of the options up here that pertain to it. So first, starting right here, we have save current, which like any program, if you hit Control S, that's what that is basically there. So instead of coming over to file and doing save current, we have a quick button right here that we can click on. And then right here for source control, this is basically hooking up stuff from like GitHub and things of that nature. So if you have stuff that you want to bring in, you can pull it in from these different classes here. Like I was saying, you could get it from GitHub here as well. But that's something that we're not really going to be messing around with. And then besides source control, we have the modes panel, which this used to be over here on the left-hand side beside place actors. But under here, we have control over landscapes, foliage, brush editor, and mesh paint. So if I click on landscape, you'll see that it actually brings up a tab over here on the left-hand side. And real quick, what landscape does is basically, if you have like a grayscale image, you can build a terrain out of that, which is really cool. I can show you guys something later on in the course on that. Let me click back on here and exit this out. Then over here, we have the content browser button. Basically, if you click on this, you can see it will highlight the content browser down here. So if I go to sequencer and say, okay, we're working in a different tab here. If I want to get to my content browser, just click on this and it's going to open up the content browser. And then beside that, we have the marketplace button, which is going to open up the marketplace, which we already did a deep dive into. And then here under settings, this is going to give us a quick reference to our project and editor settings. So if I click on it, You can see the first three options here. This is road settings. So if I click on this, it's actually going to pop up next to our details panel. So these are the options over here for road settings, which control the settings for overall environment here. Then our project settings, if I click on that, it brings up a new window for all the different project settings, which there's a whole plethora of different things in here. And if I click on plugins, this is where we can find the different plugins that are associated with our project. So again, we have a search menu up here. If I click C4D, you see that it's giving us the DataSmith importer here. So if we wanted to quickly find any plugins that we wanted to access, we just click on the plugins button there. Then we have some stuff for selection as well. Allow translucent selection, allow group selection. So we could turn this stuff on and off in here. And then under here, under scalability, this is basically going to give us the different resolutions for our editor. And so it's only going to affect what's inside the viewport. This doesn't affect what's in the final outcome at all. So if you wanted to see like what your stuff is going to look like in the cinematic set, which is basically the highest resolution that we could get, you click on that. Or if you have like maybe a slower computer, you could change the quality down to low. So we have those options here, as well as the different material quality. We have options here for low, medium, and high. And then for preview render, this is basically if we want to see what the different materials are going to look like on different devices. So depending on what you have installed here, like right off the bat, we have shader model, which is on by default. But if we're working on like an iOS or an Android type of device, we can select that. It's going to take a minute for it to compile it for that type of material type. But then in our viewport, it would give us a glance of what that would look like. But it's not going to be exact. It's just giving you kind of like a representation of what it would look like. And then here for real-time audio, we have it clicked off. But if you have any type of audio inside of your scene, you can have it on while you're viewing it inside your viewport. But most of the time, I just have this clicked off. If there's any type of audio, whenever you click the play button, that's going to play anyway. So most of the time, I just have this turned off. And then under snapping, we have some options for the way that we can snap our geometry or our actors to our scene there. So if we're moving stuff around, we can actually snap it to that. And then we have some viewport options here for hide viewport UI. If I click on that, you can see that it's going to turn that off just to make it a little bit more clean inside of our viewport here. And then previewing down here as well. We have some options for previewing, so we can enable particle systems. If we have particle systems inside of our scene, we could check on different LOD viewings and stuff of that nature. And then blueprints. This is basically for like your editor graphs. So I was telling you before, blueprints are the way that we program within Unreal Engine using nodes. So if there's any type of blueprints you want to add to your scene, or if you want to select blueprints or drag them into your scene, you have those options here. And then cinematics, we went over this inside of the sequencer section, but this is where you would add your level sequencer, or you would add your master sequencer for editing your scene. And then the build option right here, if you click build, this will basically build everything inside of your scene. So what building is basically baking everything that's in your scene. So it's going to bake your lighting, your materials, your dynamics, your reflection captures. It's going to bake everything in there so that you're going to get faster playback. But if you wanted to do it individually, you can actually click on these different sections. Like this top one here is for building your lighting only. And if you look under lighting quality, you can actually pick what kind of quality you want to see inside of your build. And then you can build your lighting only. Or if you have a reflection capture inside your scene, you could build that. You could build, if you have LEDs inside your project, you can actually build those as well. So this is basically just giving you the capability to bake your lighting or your reflections and things of that nature. And then the play button here is basically why I wanted to have this third-person game set up in here. So if I click on this little down arrow down here, you can see we have some different options for modes. So the selective viewports was going to play what's in the viewport here. But if you have like an iOS device or an Android device, you could play what it's going to look like inside of that. So I click play on that, and now it's going to open it up in its own separate window. And so this window is basically representing what an iOS game would look like, or an Android game. And you can see that it has the different controller knobs down here. And so the best way to actually do this is if you actually have your phone or your tablet hooked up to your computer. But this gives you the option to kind of simulate what that would look like. So if I click on X here, and then we also have an option to, if you have like a VR headset, you can actually click the VR preview and it's going to put it inside your VR headset. Standalone game is basically going to open it up inside of its own console to best represent a game. So if you're working in like a PlayStation game or an Xbox game and you click this, it's going to try to simulate that as best as it can. And then simulate here, if you have any type of like dynamics or particles, you can have it play back just that stuff for you. And then down here under spawn player, again, this is for game and interactive experiences. So you can have it spawn to where the default camera is at or the default player start is. So if I just click on play, then it's going to spawn it right here. Then I can control my character around like so. Hit escape on there. And then the last one, this is for multiplayer options. Again, this is for gaming type stuff. And then launch, right? Welcome to section 6, where we're going to be going over lighting. So I'm going to split this one up into 2 videos. In the first video, I'm going to be going over the difference between static, stationary, and movable. You'll know what these are when we get into the deep dive, but when you're in the world outliner and you click on any object in there, you'll see it under the transform tool. And then in video 2, we're going to go over to the PlaceActors panel, and we're just going to go through each one of the lights and kind of go into what each one of those do. So if you guys are ready to rock, let's get right into it. So in this video, we're going to be going over what the difference between static, stationary, and movable is. So I have Unreal Engine open right now, and I have a quick little scene that I built here with Megascans. But if I look into my world outliner here, you can see anytime I click on an object, down here in my details panel, under transform, we always come up with this mobility tab, and we have these 3 options here: static, stationary, and movable. And so what these basically are is if you're doing an interactive experience, say for like an iOS or Android game, a lot of times that can't handle dynamic lighting. And so there's an option in here for static, which will basically be baking all your lighting in your scene. So what that means in particular is everything that's in the scene will be baked into the light map and it can't be moved at all. So everything will have to be stationary. So I actually found this really good reference photo over on Reddit from user Severmare. But basically, he gave this example of a pool hall. And so like everything that's not moving, so you have your stationary lights, you have your tables, like even your pool table, like none of this stuff will ever move. And so what Unreal could do is it could bake that lighting to make your performance run a lot faster. And then like your dynamic lighting, this will basically be what's inside of your stationary. Stationary is the best of both worlds. It's a combination between static and movable. And so like I was saying, static is everything that's going to be baked, but movable will be everything that's going to be running in real time. So if you have your lights moving in your scene, or if you have objects moving in your scene, that's all going to be having dynamic lighting. And therefore you really wouldn't need to do any baking because everything will be dynamic. And so like right here, you have the guy on the pool stick. He would be hitting the ball, so he would be moving. So he would need dynamic lighting because the shadows in here and everything, this will be constantly changing. And then the balls, when they're hit, the light reflections and the shadows and everything is going to be changing constantly on these as well. So these would have to be dynamic and they couldn't be static. So whenever you're playing like a mobile game, you'll notice a lot of time that the games kind of look flat. And that's because they can't handle dynamic lighting. And so Unreal gives you the capabilities to bake all your lighting in your scene. So if I click on this object here, I actually have it already built out with collision in this whole scene. And if I scroll down here, you can see that we have a tab for physics. So watch this. Right now I have this rock. It's on static, which means that it wouldn't really be moving. So if I click on physics here, you can see it automatically moved it to movable. And that's because you can't have dynamics with baked lighting because of course the rock will be moving inside the scene. So if I hit play, you can see that we have dynamic lighting that's hitting off the rock and the shadows are moving within the scene. So that's something that's not really capable inside of static. I mean, you could fake it, but it's like I said, it's going to look fake and flat. And then if you come up to our lights as well, we have the same options here too. So if you actually go underneath the tab, it will tell you what each one is. So static is fully baked light and that renders faster. And then stationary is basically, like I was saying, the best of both worlds. You still can't really move it. It only partially bakes your lighting and it's good for dynamic shadows. And then movable will be totally dynamic. It's going to render the slowest, but for doing motion graphics, I would think that we already have like a pretty decent system to begin with. Like I've even ran Unreal on my laptop, which has a mobile 1070 in it, and it's ran dynamic lighting perfectly fine. So I don't think we have any problems there. So anytime I'm doing a project, I usually have everything just clicked on movable, just so I don't have to do any baked lighting. But if we needed to do any type of baked lighting, you would come up here to build. You would come over here to the down tab, and then this is where you would have to build out your lighting. So you would go to your quality here, click on production will be the highest, and then you would have to click build lighting. And this will usually take a couple of seconds to a couple of minutes, depending on how dynamic your scene is and how slow or fast your computer is. But whenever you don't have dynamic lighting, you'll always see this in the upper right hand corner where it says lighting needs to be built. And that would tell you that, okay, I have some in here that's not really dynamic. So you will have to go through your scene and make sure you check. But all my lights are baked out now, and you can see that the lighting looks totally different. You're not really getting good specular levels in the shadows, or they even look really fake in here. But if I come back and I change everything to movable, so you can see the lighting looks more dynamic just whenever I click that on. So hopefully this quick overview gave you a good idea of what those 3 tabs are. I would say experiment with your project, but like I was saying, for motion graphics, I always pretty much just use movable. It gives us the most realistic look within our scene. And on most machines, we should be able to handle it unless you're using something really ancient. So I would say go in there, just experiment with it. And if your scene is looking flat, it's probably because it's on static or stationary. So make sure your scene is in movable and we should be good to go. I have my scene already built out here with some Megascan assets, just so we have some stuff to reference. So if I come over here on my left-hand side under Place Actors, click on Lights, and then we're just going to go through each one of these just to kind of see how they react to our scene. And so if you notice here in my world outliner, I deleted any type of default light, so there's no atmosphere or there's no reflection captures or anything. I just wanted to show you guys what the raw lights look like. So if I click and drag in my directional light, this pretty much acts as if it's our sun. I always like to zero the location out, and then you would just move it by the rotation here. So if I start moving the rotation, as you can see, we're getting some really cool shadows and dynamic lights, almost as if it was the sun. So if I spin this all around, we'll get lights over this way as well. And then you notice, again, we have up here in the red, it would say lighting needs to be rebuilt. So I'm just going to make this movable. There we go. So now we're really seeing what the lights really look like. All right, cool. So I'm going to delete this one. Then I'm going to go with the point light, which we have some settings over here inside of our details panel. So I could control the intensity here, control the radius, how far it spreads out. You can also turn on the temperature if you want to change the temperature here. So it's your basic lighting setup. You know, if you're used to working in Cinema4D, then you should have a pretty good grasp on what this does. Then the next one I'm going to bring in is the spotlight. And I bet you can already tell what that's going to do there. So let me turn up the intensity a little bit so you can see that. We can already see the cone off of the spotlight. And then if I come up here, click rotate, I can rotate where that shines at. Now, one thing I do like about Unreal is this little dial that it gives us whenever we rotate. It gives us the degrees there on the scene, which looks really cool. Then we have some options down here for casting shadows. So you can see if I turn it off, no longer casting shadows down here. Again, we could do change the temperature. You go something a little bit more warm down there. You could change the cone size for the fall off. Change the outer radius, how far it reaches out. Then, of course, the intensity here. Let me delete that. So now underneath the spotlight, we have one that's called rect light, which means rectangular light. So if I drag this in and pull this up, we can actually see the rectangle that's around the light there. So if I turn up the intensity, you can see that it's shooting off into that direction out there. So no light is coming out from the back of it. It's all shooting out here on the x-axis. Make this movable. There we go. Then if we look at some of the other attributes down here, you could change the sizing of it, the width, the height. We have barn doors that we can open and close. Then you could change the length of those barn doors there. Then also we have the temperature here. And then if we want to cast shadows. So we have some really cool attributes here that we can play around with all these different lighting settings. Then we have skylight here, which let me drag this in. So what the skylight does, it does two different things. So if I have my scene already built out, what I can have it do is take the reflection of my scene and reflect it off itself. So that is basically making like an eternal HDR within itself. Or if I want to have my own HDR kind of bouncing off these lights here, if I come over here to source type, click down here to SLS specific cube map, now I'm able to drag my own HDR file into here, which I grabbed this one off of hdrhaven.com. It's all free. So let me click and drag this in here. And now you can see that it's actually being lit by the HDR in here. And we still have our alpha channel back there as well. And then I can also change my cube map resolution here. And it's all in powers of 2. So if I do multiplication on my keyboard, and then click 4 to make it 512, it's just going to give us a little bit more precise lighting in here. And then we could click on no cast shadows, affects the world, which means it's not going to do anything to it at all. And then we also have intensity down here as well. So if I just want to, it's really precise. So let me actually add a decimal, 0.1, something like that, 0.3. So that's how you would use your HDR, but there's also a cooler way to use HDRs that's actually new in this version of Unreal Engine. So let me click on my skylight, delete this, and then you see this little blue icon here called HDRI backdrop. This is actually new. It came in version 4.24. It was in beta in that version, but I feel like it's completed now. It's a way that we can actually bring in our HDR file and have it be our backdrop as well. So if I bring this into my scene, you can see that it has a default HDR here, and it's kind of like a half dome. So if I pull out, let me actually click on it. So if I double click on it, it pulls me back all the way like this, and we can see the half dome that's in our scene. So let me double click back on one of these rocks. And what's cool about this, let me make sure this is zeroed out in my scene here. So I'll go to my location, zero everything out. Cool. So the way that we want to navigate with this tool is we want to grab this little purple box here, this little diamond. So you click this and then you drag this around to move around. If you actually use the transforms keys here, it would actually mess up everything. So you want to make sure that you use this diamond here to move everything. So I'm going to just hit Control Z, move it to 0. And you can see how it looks really stretched out back there. All we have to do is move this diamond up until your HDR is kind of level. And then looks like everything's pretty clear in there. Yeah, so we have a good ground plane and we have a good backdrop. So a lot of people use this for like setting up their car shots or anything like that, their product shots. You already have your HDR in there. You put it on the ground and it's lit by the environment. And then if we want to drag our own in here, I'm going to use that same HDR I had before. Click and drag that into here. And now you see we have a mountainous backdrop that matches our rock scene here. And it's looking a little bit funky. It's really blurry. So if this ever happens to you, all you have to do is come down to your HDR file, double click on this. And usually when I import, you can see that our file isn't exactly sharp. And that's a real easy fix. We just come down to here to where it says level of detail. Click on the MIPGen settings. Come down here to where it says no MIP maps. You'll see when I click on this, it's actually going to get really sharp. See, now our HDR is sharp. Come up, click save. And now we have a sharp background here. And I believe I only downloaded the 4K one, but still looks pretty good there. And then going over some of the tools in here, you know, we can raise up and lower our intensity. Something like that. You want to do it in small increments or else it gets kind of crazy. I'm going to go back to default 1. Then we could change the sizing, in which you don't want to go too crazy with this as well. All it's doing is expanding the size of your dome. But sometimes if you go too high, it will slow your system down. So I'm just going to stay at default at 150. And that should be good for that. Okay, and this last one is another feature that's actually brand new to Unreal as well. It was beta in the last version 4.24, but now it's stable inside of 4.25. So I'm going to delete the backdrop here. And I'm going to bring in sun and sky. So this one is a combination of your skylight and your directional light. And it treats it as if it's the sun, and you can actually calculate it by like calendar dates. And so you have access over the longitude, latitude, like a calendar day. Like if you wanted to do like June 1st at 4 p.m., you are able to bring in that lighting as well. And so depending on how your scene is set up, if it comes in white like this, it's really easy to fix. You would just come over here to your details panel, click on directional light, and then right here under intensity, we're just going to drag it down until it looks right in our scene. There we go. So something around there. So I know they use this a lot in like ArchViz for architectural design, because this will give you physically accurate representation of the sun. So it's a little bit better than just using a directional light. So if I come down here, let me see, I got to click back on, and let me click on sun and sky. Let me click off. There we go. So now I have access to latitude. You can see the shadows are moving with that. Longitude, changing the time zone. And then like I was saying before, we have access to the month. So if I want to do December 10th, or let's do December 25th, Christmas. And then this will be the time. So like 9 a.m., 7 a.m., something like that. So this will just give you that flexibility to go a little bit further than what you could just do with directional light. I hope this gave you a good glimpse into what the different lights do. A lot of times you would mix and mash these things together to get the results that you want. In the next section, we're going to be going over the timeline, the sequencer, and rendering. So whenever you're ready, I'll catch you on section 7. For this portion of the course, we're going to be going over the sequencer and the renderer. For those that don't know, the sequencer is what we call our timeline. And for this example, I actually downloaded something from the Epic Games Store that you can download yourself. So if you want to follow along, let me show you where you can get these assets. So we have this scene here. It's inside of a subway, and I'll play this out for you in a minute here, but let me show you exactly where you need to go to download it. So if I come to my Epic launcher, and I click on my Learn tab up here, and then I start scrolling down, you see we have some examples that we could download for different areas of expertise. So if you want to make like a virtual studio, or if you want to get into doing some AR samples and stuff like that, you have exposure to all of these files here. But the one that I'm going to be using for this overview here is called Sequencer. So all you have to do is click on Sequencer, and then it will pop up a window. Right here, I already have it, so it says create project, which all you do is click create project and it will make a file for you. But if this is your first time in here, this button will actually say free. So you just click on free, and then it will download the assets, and then you can hit create project, and it will give you exactly what you see here. So if I look around my scene, it's just a basic subway with 2 characters, and there's an arcade machine here as well. Then down here, you can see I have my sequencer window open, but if you don't have yours open, all you have to do is come up to Window, then come down to Cinematics and Sequencer, and that will open up the sequencer window for you, but I already have mine docked down here. And when you click on it, you see that we don't have anything here. And then when I go to Perspective View, I'm in my cinematic viewport, but I don't have any of my functionality down here. Even if I click on Shot Camera A, I still don't have any functionality down here, and that's because we have to open up our timeline, aka our sequencer. So I'm gonna go back to my content browser, look for the folder here called Sequencer, double click on this, and then you can see we have a file here called Master Sequencer, which if I come up to Cinematics and click on this down arrow, you can see that we have two files here. So one's the level sequencer and the other one is the master sequence. And the way that we could think about this is if we're like, since we're motion graphics artists, I'm sure we all have used After Effects. And so you have like your basic comp, and then the level sequencer would be more known as like a pre-comp. And so this will be your sequence within the master sequence. And so let me click on this to give you a better example of what we're talking about here, because we have a folder here called shots, and these have all of our different shots, aka our pre-comps. So let me go back up a level, double click on this, and then if I scroll through my timeline here, actually I'm down here, I'm just clicking the handle here and dragging it out. You can see that we have all of our different shots here. And I'll play this for you guys in a minute just so you can get an idea of what's going on here. But these are our different shots, aka I'm going to call them pre-comps, because if I double click on one of the shots, you can see that we have some stuff going on down here. So we have a folder for audio, we have camera moves down here, and this is where all of our keyframes are going to be. So we have our character down here as well. We have the keyframes for that. And then you have some keyframes for the different lighting. So these are basically the shots, or where you lay out all your keyframe animations, and then once you're done with your shot, then you would bring it into your master, which if you look over here on the right, you can see we have our hierarchy here. So I'm gonna click on my master, and then this is where you would lay out all your shots. So this is basically a master sequencer would be kind of like an NLE, like if you're working in Blackmagic Resolve or if you're working in Adobe Premiere. This is exactly what this is, but it's all built within Unreal. So you don't have to render out shot after shot. We can actually go in here and set all the shots the way we want and do one big render. So let me play through this so you guys can see what's going on here. So let me click on my shot camera. I have my cinematic viewport selected. I'm gonna click play. You notice now we have our play button and everything down here. That's because we opened up our sequencer here. And then as we're scrolling through our sequencer, you can see as we hit each shot, these are what's nested inside of each one of these shots here. So the way that they built this out is basically one long animation, and then they chopped it up into these different camera moves here so that we could just kind of get some cool, really dynamic angles in here. So if you guys want to see this for yourself, like I said, go to the store. I showed you exactly where you could download those assets. They give them to you free, so you could download this and really dissect this for yourself. So let's jump into the sequencer and start breaking down what everything does. So if I'm starting from my left to right, I have my save button here, and then this magnifying glass. This will take us to the content browser. So if I click on this, it's going to bring us to the content browser so we can start looking for stuff in there. And then this is where we're going to add cameras. So actually let me come up and make a new level sequence, aka a pre-comp. I'm just going to leave this naming convention as it is. Just click save. So now I have a blank slate here. So if I wanted to add a camera into here, I would just click this camera icon. And now I have a camera in here that I can control. So with my camera down here, these little plus buttons and everything, these are for setting your keyframes. So you can see that we have a keyframe we can set for our aperture, for our focal length. And all we have to do is take these numbers, click and drag it to focus. Something like that. See, there we go. And you have access to, keyframe all these different things down here. Then if we scroll down on the transform, this is where we could control our location, our rotation, and our scale. So if we click these down, you can see that we have control over our X, Y, and Z. Down the rotation here in Unreal, they call it roll, pitch, and yaw. And then we have access over our scale, X, Y, and Z. So let's say I want to do just like a camera pan backwards. So let me click on my location. And if I want to select all three of these, I would click the one that's at the top of the hierarchy. But say I only wanted to do like the X or the Y, then you just click your keyframe here. But I'm going to do all three. Then just drag this out a little bit. And then maybe move back somewhere around there. Click keyframe again. And start the beginning and hit play. So now you can see that we're pulling back. And you notice that we have an ease on it as we're pulling back. And we actually could go in and move these. We have a curve editor right here. So if I click on this button, we actually have access to all of our curves. And we could go in and we could change these up. So this is just like working in Cinema4D or After Effects. We could control our handles here and everything for our ease. So you have access to that. Then if I select these and I right click, you can see that we have our key interpolations here. So if we want it to just be constant, or if we want to have linear, we have control over that as well. So we should be familiar with these since we are Mograph artists. It pretty much runs the same as in Cinema4D or After Effects. Okay, so moving on, we have this right here. This will be our render window, and I'll get into this at the very end. But then here we have some actions, so we can actually save it as a different name if we wanted to import like FBX files from an outside source. So if we're working in Cinema4D, say that we want to export like a character animation or anything that we want to export as an FBX, this is where we import it. And then you can also export out as an FBX as well, even though I found that this doesn't work too good with Cinema4D. Like I found that it works better with like Maya, but with Cinema4D, it usually doesn't interpolate it correctly. And so I wouldn't be using this export function if we are going to be using this for cinema. Then we have some other functionality down here as well that I really don't use as much, some blueprint stuff. And these are just our view options. So these are just for like turning on and off different things in our scenario here. So you can see down there, I'm turning on the slide range. And what that is down here, if I click and drag that, that's how it's affecting our timeline there. And then this will be our snapping. So if we want to enable snapping, we have all these different snap options here. And then these are our keyframing options. This is another way to get to the key interpolation. So I believe I skipped over this, but this is our playback functions here. We can actually change our playback speed here as well. We just want to have it at the default 1, but if you want to speed it up, you have that option as well. And then this is for allowing edits within our sequence. And then this is where we would change out our frame rate depending on what we want to do here. And if I bring in, I'll show you guys whenever we get into the Cinema4D portion, but what's cool is when we import using the DataSmith plugin from Cinema4D, it would actually bring that data from Cinema. And so if we're working at like 60 FPS or 24 FPS, it would actually know like, hey, we already had our timeline set up the way that we want it in Cinema4D, and it will automatically interpolate that inside of Unreal. So we have film back here, which if I click this down, we have control over our center width and our height. So we get some cool letterbox here. And then if you didn't want to do a custom, if you click this right here, we have access to all these different camera lenses here. So we even have IMAX, something like that. You can do digital, DSLR, Super 8. You have control over all these here, or you could do custom. If you just click and drag, it will give you custom there. And then we have some different type of lenses here as well. If you click this down, you can control like your focal length and everything there. Then in here, we have some focus settings as well. So if I click down on here, you can see right now we have manual focus, but we can also do tracking if you wanted to select something that you want to track. So let me select this character there. So now I'm going to be focused on Trooper B. You just have your eye picker here, and then you click on what you want to focus on. Or if you want to do manual tracking, Unreal has this really cool feature in here where you can actually pull up like a plane, and it will show you how far the distance is that your focus is. So let me pull this up over here versus focus method. Let me click on manual, and then right here where it says draw debug focus plane, you click on this and you can actually change your color right here that you want of your focus plane. But if I come back to my camera and let's say where it says manual focus distance, I'm going to click and drag this over until we start seeing our plane. And so this purple is where our focus is going to be. So if we want to focus on this character, we pull it in somewhere around there. And that's exactly where our focal distance is going to be. So I thought that was a cool feature because you can visualize where the lens is going to be seen. So I'm going to turn that off there. And then we have some other stuff here. Shows you the current focal length, your aperture settings, and so on and so forth. And then too, if we wanted to start bringing stuff into our timeline here to start editing, like say that we wanted to bring our arcade cabinet here. So all you have to do is click and drag it into here. And then now you see that we have it inside of our timeline here. If you click track, you can kind of pick what you want to add keyframes to. So let's say transform. So now I have transform underneath my arcade cabinet here. So if I wanted to do something like move it around just for the sequence, I could do that and keyframe it. So let's say if I wanted to move it on the X, click keyframe there, and then move this over like so. And this is just for the example, but we'll have the arcade cabinet sliding up. Something like that. So that's how you would keyframe stuff for a specific scene. Because if I go to a different shot, the arcade cabinet is not going to do that because it doesn't have a keyframe on it. So let me go back to my content browser, look for my master shot. And if I play through here, actually I need to, here we go, shot one. If I play through here, you can see that our arcade cabinet's not moving. And that's because inside of the shots here, it's not keyframed to do so. So that's something cool too. So if you have your environment set up and you want certain things to only move during a certain shot, let me actually click this to eject out of my camera because we were seeing that example earlier. So focus here on the arcade cabinet. So as I'm scrolling through, the people over at Epic actually moved the arcade cabinet around because depending on where they wanted to have the camera at, maybe the cabinet was in the way for that particular shot. So they were actually able to move it around. And this is just going per shot. So you can see down here, my timeline, I'm moving it around. And that's just something that's really cool as well. So say that you're trying to set up your shot and you wanted to have your different guides and everything in there. The way that we do that is we come up here to the top right, and let me go back into my camera view. So now I'm in my camera view and say I wanted to line up this shot. I wanted to come up here where it says composition overlays, and we have some options here to add some grids. So if we wanted to do a 3x3 grid, we could just set up our thirds here. Then we have a 2x2 grid as well. Then we can set up here so we can have a focus on, like if we want the character to be exact middle. You have a grid 2x2. And then we also have our action, title safe, and then we can do a custom safe here as well. And you have control over these different color schemes here. So if you didn't want action safe to be red, you have the flexibility to change that out. And then we have letterbox mask here. So if you wanted to change your letterbox, you could do that here. Then if you click underneath here, we can actually change the opacity on it. See if I move this all the way up. Now you can see we have our letterbox in there. And then down here, if we wanted, let me turn these off for action, title, and custom. So if we wanted to change the color of our grid or our crosshair, you come down to here where it says tint. And we just scroll this down and up to make it more transparent or less transparent. Then if you want to change the color, just move this up, or you can use the color wheel here. You can change it around like so. So let me do the grid. You can probably see it better there. So now we're changing the color of our composition overlay. Then if you want to disable it, just click disable. And there you go. So say you have your whole scene set up. You have everything the way that you want it and you're ready to render. If you're ready to go, you come down here to this clipboard, click this. And this brings up your render movie settings. You can see here we have image output format, and by default it's going to be AVI. But if you want to do render passes, we have some flexibility there. So right here at the top, it says custom render passes. So if I click on this, you can see it made a new window here called composition graph options. So this is where I will have my different passes. So we have passes for ambient occlusion, We could do different depth passes. We could do a metallic pass. You have a couple of options here. So let's say we click on ambient occlusion. You see that we have an ambient occlusion here. Then let's say we want like a metallic pass. So the more you add in, the more layers it's going to add on for you. Then also here, if you wanted to do a capture HDR, you have that flexibility to do so here. Just click that, and then you could change out your quality setting. So a lot of times whenever you hover over it, it will tell you exactly what this setting does. So 0 for no compression, and then 1 for the default compression, which will be a little bit slower. And these custom passes are going to render out as an EXR file, so just be leery of that as well. And inside of our capture settings, before we move on, there's actually something really important I want to show you guys. So if you come over here to image format, there's some formats here that are missing. So I can show you a way that we can actually get Apple ProRes in here as well, so we can render out QuickTime sequences. And so right now, this isn't in here by default. So if we come under the Epic Games Launcher, and then we go under Marketplace, let's do a search for Aja, AJA. And you can see here we have Aja Video Systems, which is a media player. So you want to make sure that you download this, which whenever we do a template for film and broadcast, this will automatically download with that. So that's something that we need to be able to do a QuickTime. Also, we need Blackmagic. So if I do a search for Blackmagic, you can see that we have the Blackmagic media player here. So you'll want to make sure that you download both of those. And then if you're not using the film template, like for this right here, I believe that they're using the gaming template. And so you can see that we don't have a QuickTime option here. And to be able to get that, we have to go up to settings, come down to plugins, and then in our search bar, let's just type in ProRes. And then you see that we don't have it enabled here. And so what happened was when they built this sequence out, I believe that they used one of the game templates. But if we use the film or broadcast template, it will automatically have this enabled. So just keep that in mind. If you don't see a QuickTime option there, you just have to come up to your plugins, and then you have to enable it here. And once you click enable, it's going to ask you to restart it, which is going to restart your whole scene out to be able to enable that. So we're not going to worry about that here. But I just wanted to give you that quick tidbit in case you're like, hey, where's the ProRes? How do I render out QuickTime? That's exactly where you would set that up at. So moving on, let me actually click on AVI. Okay, so down here, if we want to set up a different frame rate that's different than what we have in our sequencer, we click this box on. Then you can set up a different frame rate here if you choose to do so. Then we have our different resolutions here that you can set up to render out. And so what I usually do, I do the 4K option here just because we're rendering in real time. And so this doesn't take very long at all. And when I say real time, I don't mean it's going to render just like that, but you're going to get like a second or two per frame, which is really fast in itself, depending on your system as well. We can turn on and off video compression. Then we have the capability to change that as well if we want to make it 100. And depending on what you have for your format, this is going to change out. So say if I go to EXR, now it's going to change out to what the different capture gamuts are. And then here is where we would set up our output folder. So we just click on these three dots, select where you want to output it. So right here is where you're going to set up your different file name formats. Like by default, it's going to give you the frame number, and world means that's what the world is named. So for this sequence, it's called subway sequencer _P. So world would name your, whatever you're rendering out, whether it's the EXR file or the AVI, it will name it that subway sequencer _P. And that's what it's going to be named in your folder. And so if you want to change that out to something else, you have these different functions down here that you could change it out to. And then there is one important thing here that I forgot to go over under general. So if I click on down here, right here where it says use separate process, whenever we get ready to render out, we want to click on this. And what this is going to do, it's going to make sure that we get the highest quality available whenever we render out. So I noticed when I didn't have this clicked on before, whenever I would render out my sequence, sometimes it wouldn't come in at like a high quality. It would look really compressed. And I actually searched online for a little bit, and I found that this little trick here, if you use separate process, if you are getting bad renders, you click on this and it's going to open up the render in its own window, and it's going to render out a really high quality image sequence or your footage, whatever you pick on there. But you want to make sure you have that check mark there. And then if I scroll down to animation here, You could set up a custom start frame. You could do like warm-up frames. So say like you have some type of particle system in here, or if you have some type of lighting system in here, if you want some stuff to happen before you start rendering, this is where you would set up this warm-up frame. So say like you have a particle system and you want the renders to start at frame 100 because the particles are really going at that point, then you would just type in 100 warm-up frames. And what it will do is Unreal will actually simulate the first 100 frames and then start rendering from there. And then you have some flexibilities down here too to do it within seconds. So if you wanted to delay it 2 seconds before it rendered, or if you want to delay it every frame, you have that flexibility to do that as well. And then whenever you're ready to render, just hit capture movie and you'll be all set, and it's going to render into your folder. So hopefully the sequencer overview made sense to you. In the next video, I'm going to show you how we can use Mixamo with Unreal. We're going to download a couple of animations and actually blend together a really dope sequence. So whenever you're ready, I'll catch you in the next video. Moving on with the sequencer, I want to show you guys how you can bring animations in from Mixamo into Unreal Engine using the sequencer to like kind of combine these animations together. Starting off, I have Unreal open. So I'm going to select this right here, the player start. I'm going to just delete this. Then I'm going to go to the Mixamo website. So now I'm on the Mixamo website. What I want to do, I'm just going to use a generic character for this. So this is the Y-Bot. I'm just going to download him in the T-pose. So I'm going to select download. I'm going to leave it as FBX as a T-pose. I like using the T-pose just to bring our character in. And then from there, we'll download some animations that we can actually connect to this T-pose. But I always like starting off with the T-pose. Then let's say we want to do some boxing. So actually, let's start off with a walk sequence. So maybe something like this. Looks like Conor McGregor walking to the ring. And we don't want our character to be walking like this. This is going to set our pivot point off. Like our pivot's always going to be in 0. But if we import the animation like this, it's not going to move our pivot point. It's going to stay in 0. And so that will mess up our animations when we start combining them. So to get around that, we want to click on in place here. And we're just going to have our character move in place. And then once we have them inside of Unreal, we'll actually move them physically with the transform tools. So I'm going to click download for this walk sequence. And then say after he's done walking, we just want to do like an idle stance. So let's say he's ready to fight. So we'll put him in there like that. So I'm going to click download, leave everything at default, click download. Then let's say after he's done being idle, he's going to do like a punching combo. So I'll type in punching combo. Let's see, something, maybe this one here. Click download. And then let's say he does like a victory pose at the end of the sequence. Let's type victory maybe. Yeah, something like that. So yeah, he's just throwing his hands up in the air there. So at the end of his punching sequence, he's going to throw his hands in the air. Click download. And then the next step from here, we're going to bring these all into Unreal Engine. So down here inside my content browser, I want to click the import button, and I'm going to do this in 2 parts. So I'm going to find where I have my stuff downloaded. These are the files that I've downloaded. These are the FBX files. Let me drag these over so you can see. It says type 3D object. So I'm going to start with the Y-Bot one. This is the one that was the T-pose. So I'm going to select open, and then I'm going to just leave everything at default here and click import all. Looks like everything downloaded. Let me just exit out the message log. And we have our Y-Bot here. So the one that has purple here, I want to click and drag this one into our scene. I'm going to come over here to my details panel under location. I'm just going to 0 everything out here. Then I'm going to double click on my Y-Bot up here in the world outliner just to zoom it in here. Then just click and drag. I'm holding down the left Alt key on my keyboard, holding down the left click on my mouse to kind of move around him. And instead of moving him, since he's in direct 0, I'm going to click on the floor. I'm going to move the floor below him a little bit, something like that. And now I'm going to come back down to my content browser, click import, and then I can actually select all the other animations here. So I'm going to select walk, hold down the shift key, click on victory, and now I have these 4 animations selected. So now I'm going to click open. And right here, this is really important. So I'm going to leave everything at default except for here where it says animation. I want to click on import animation. And then exported time for the animation length, I'm going to just leave it at that. Then I'm going to click import all. Then our next step from here, we're going to want to open up a level sequencer. So again, I'm going to delete this, or I'm just going to exit out of this message log. You can see that we have a whole bunch of files down here. We should actually make a folder just to organize it. So let me right click, make a new folder. I'm going to name this one animations. Then I'm just going to select everything here. Put these in this folder here. Say move it here. And I want to select these and move them in here. Then just going to leave these. These are just for texturing. So if I actually want to change the coloring, I double click on this. And this will bring up our parameters here. You can click on this here under material expressions vector parameter. This will bring up our color wheel. So let's say if I wanted to make them green, change them to that, and then click save. Now he's green. So it's as easy as that, just to switch these out if you want it. But let's get back to the animation. So I'm going to come up to where it says cinematic, click on add level sequence, and we can name this, let's do MMA underscore walkout. This is going to be our fake Conor McGregor walking out to the octagon. So now we have our timeline here underneath our sequencer. So first what I want to do is, we could do this two ways. I want to bring my Y-bot into the sequencer, and so I can actually click and drag him in here. Or if I didn't want to do it that way, right here, the green button that says track, you can add character to your sequencer, and you can actually select him from here, but he's already in here, so he's not going to be selectable. But now we have our Y-bot here, and we have an animation track. So I'm going to click on animation here, and this is going to bring up all those animations that I imported. So you want to make sure that the one that you select has the underscore ANIM for animation. You don't want to do take. So you want to do the ones that say animation Mixamo. Make sure you don't do the ones that say take, because it's not going to have any data included in those. So how do we say we want to do this? So he's going to start off with a walk cycle. So I'm going to just type in walk so it brings it up. So make sure you click on this one, not the take one. So now if I click, actually, let's add a camera to this. So right here, I'm going to click on the camera button. Now we have a camera in our scene. And you can see up here in the red where it says rebuild lighting. I'm actually just going to click on my light source, make it movable. So now we don't have to worry about that. It's all dynamic lighting. And if I come back up here to perspective, click on cinematic viewport, then I have to select my camera. Now we have our timeline within our viewport here. So if I move him back a little bit, like so, maybe somewhere around there. Let's actually move out a little bit more, give us some space. Now if I click play, you can see he's moving in place. The duration of, let me move this up a little bit so you can see it. So right here in the purple, this will be the length of our animation. So if we want to make it longer, we can click and drag it out if we need. But I'm just going to leave it at 31 frames. So let's say he's going to walk out and then he's going to go into an idle stance. So under here, under my animation, actually under track, I'm going to click on this and let's type in idle. Click that, and then it's going to add it underneath here. And then so right here, I have my walking animation. If I click the arrow key here on the left, you can see it brings up a parameter for weight. So what weight's going to do is actually going to blend our animations together with keyframes. So let's say around frame 26, click keyframe, move this over a little bit to the end of our sequence and make this 0. So that's going to bring us into our other animation here. But if you notice, if I click play, so I'm going to go back to the beginning, click play, it kind of snaps. And we don't really want that. So what we're going to do, you can think of the weight kind of as like opacity. And so I'm going to blend the bottom into this sequence as well. So I want to start my bottom animation at 0. So that makes it invisible. And then I'm going to click a keyframe. And then I'm going to drag this up to the end here and make this 1. So now if I play this through, you see he walks and then he goes into his fighting stance. And it's really smooth. So he snaps right into it. He's ready to go. But he's walking in place right now. So let's switch that up. So right here under Ybot, under transform, I'm going to click on location. Let's keyframe it right here. We'll just do all three. Then I'm going to move up on my timeline a little bit to the end of the walk cycle. Click on my Ybot. Just click here, drag him up a little bit. He doesn't walk too far. Then keyframe it again under location. Go to front, click play, boom, right to the fight stance. Then let's say around 80, he starts doing the 1-2 combo, 2-piece in the biscuit. Gonna put these up like so. Come back over to track, come down to animation. Let's click on or type in punch for our punch animation. That's going to add it down here. So it says rinse and repeat. We're going to do the keyframing again. So I'm going to click this, see my weight, click keyframe here. I'm going to do the same to my animation underneath. Make this 0. Click keyframe here. Drag it out to the end. Make this one 1 and the top one 0. And then we're probably going to have to extend this out a little bit. So down here, we can move this over. It looks like the combo is pretty long there. So let me move this over too. Yeah, so the combo goes to about there. So let's play this through, see how it looks. He walks up, gets it to a stance, gets it to the 1-2 combo, and then let's end it out with a victory pose. So what I'm thinking is we can actually go back into the idle position after he's done punching. So let's click on our idle animation, hold down the left Alt button on the keyboard, left click and drag over. And this is going to drag out our idle animation. So let's say maybe around here, we can move this over to the end of our punch combo. And I'm going to move the keyframe over here. Come to this keyframe, make a keyframe for my punch combo. Move it over here, 0 this out. So now he's going to walk to the ring, go into idle stance, get ready, knock him out real quick, give him a 1-2 combo, get back into his idle stance, and you can repeat it that way. So this is showing you the flexibility of a level sequencer. And let's say at the end of this idle stance, it was like a 10 count, the guy's down on the mat. We want to do our victory pose. So now let's come back up to Ybot, click track, come down to animation. Let's type in victory. And there we go. We have our victory channel down here at the bottom. So I'm going to click on weight, make this 0, and then click on the keyframe here again. Bring this over like so. Make this 1. And then my idle animation up here. Which one was it? Oh, we already had the keyframes there, so we didn't have to worry about it. Then I'm just going to click and drag this red post here all the way to the end. So this is the end of our sequence. Let's play this all the way through. So he walks up, gets ready for the fight. 1-2, 1-2. Gets back in the idle position as he's waiting for the count. Then he throws his hands up in victory. So it was easy as that to make a character animation inside of Unreal Engine. And you could keep adding to this. You know, you could just go to Mixamo, download some more mocap data, and you could keep adding to this. So, I mean, you can see the possibility is endless. I hope you guys have fun with it, but that's basically how you do it. In the next video, we're going to go deeper into sequencer. So I hope to see you there. So for this video, I'm giving it to you separate because I feel like this tidbit is something that's very important. It's something that I figured out the hard way. If you want to render something in Unreal, you're going to have to follow these steps and make sure that this is a part of your timeline. And so right now I'm starting off in Unreal Engine. I just have a generic landscape, but let's say that I'm ready to render this out, whether it's just a still or a sequence. The very first thing we need to do is make sure we have our timeline up here. So I'm going to go over to Window, come down to Cinematics. Then I'm just going to add a sequencer. And now I have my sequencer here, but we have no timeline. And that's because we have to come over and add a level sequence. And I'm just going to leave it at default, but you can name this whatever you want. So I'm going to click Save. So now I have my timeline in here. You can see we have a clipboard in our scene, and in our world outliner, it says new level sequence. And so we're all ready to go. something that you might think is like, okay, maybe I should just come over here, click this right here for the render queue, and then just start rendering away. But if you do that, it's not actually going to render anything on your scene. It's just going to render at default 0, which is not going to be what you want. And so what we need to do is over here in my place actors, I'm just going to click and drag a camera in here. Then I'm going to come over to a cinematic viewport, click on my camera, and just kind of line up where I want my shot. So let's say something like that. So say like I want this shot right here. And still we have nothing down in our sequencer. And so it's not going to know what to render out. So I have to come and click and drag my camera in here. And now we have some stuff that we can render out. You can see that we have our camera cuts in here, which this is really essential. This is what you need to be able to render. Like if I click delete, and sometimes if you bring a camera in from Cinema4D, you're not going to have the camera cuts. And so if you come in and you only have your camera here, to get the camera cuts, you're going to have to go to this green button here, track, and then click on camera cut track. And then right here where it says camera cuts, you want to click on camera. And then right here, you want to select the camera that you want to render from. And now it's going to add a camera cuts track. So now you're all ready to go for rendering and you should have no problem, but this is essential right here. You need a camera cuts. Even if you have a camera in your timeline, it's not going to render anything out. And so if you don't see this down here, I can't stress this enough, you're not going to be able to render anything out. Now, if I delete everything in here, and let's say I don't have a camera in my scene, so I'm going to delete my camera there. Another way we could do it is we could just add a camera here from our sequencer. So I went over this earlier, but if you click on this camera button here, now we have our camera in our scene and it automatically sets you up with the camera cut track. So you should be good to go. You can animate from here and you can render. So the next step would be to click on this render queue button here and it brings up your render settings. Or if you're using the latest version of 4.25, we could come up here to our window button and we have this brand new movie render queue, which brings up this dialog box here. And so in the next video, I'm going to go over exactly what this is because this is something that you really want to know, especially if you want to render out alpha channels when you're doing motion graphics. So I'll catch you in the next video. I'll see you there. In this video, we're going to be picking up where we left off in the last video. We're going to be talking about the movie render queue. I'm in Unreal Engine. I have a real simple camera move going right now. So I just have my camera moving forward. Then we have like a slow ease on there. And so let's say that we're all ready to go. We have our scene the way exactly where we want it. We're ready to render. So what we're going to do is come up the window down in the cinematics. And then we want to come over here. And this is the movie render queue. Now this is in beta as of version 4.25. This just came out. And so this eventually is going to be replacing this render queue here. So this one's going to be becoming irrelevant. And this one is going to give us high quality renders every time. So let's go through a few of these different settings here. Now, if I click on render, you'll see that we have our level sequencer here. So what's cool about this is we can actually set up a bunch of different sequencers in here and it will do a batch render for us, but we only have one. And so let me click on settings and it says unsaved config. We click on this to get into our different options. You can see we have another window pop up and by default, it's going to give us an 8-bit JPEG and deferred rendering, which means everything is going to be combined into one image. So if you have an alpha channel that you want to render out, which is now an option, it's going to give us everything embedded into each other. But there's a way you can separate that as well, and I'll go over that in a minute. So to get our settings set up, we want to click on this green button here that says settings. And first we'll look into anti-aliasing. So what these two options are, the spatial sample count, this is going to handle our anti-aliasing, and then the temporal count, this is going to handle our motion blur. And so I found that a good setting for these, if you have a pretty good system, will be 8x8, which will be 64 samples overall. But if you go over that, it will give us a warning. So let me type in like 10x10. And if your sample count is too high and your system can't handle it, well, actually give you a warning down here and tell you to go back. And again, this is going to be beta. And so this stuff is still kind of being worked out. So use it at your own discretion, but just click 1x1 for now. And then if you did want to overwrite any type of anti-aliasing, you click on this here, and then you can pick what kind of method you want down here. But again, it's going to give you a warning. It's saying that you don't really want to increase the sample amounts whenever you're using these. And so I just keep everything at default. Then I'm going to delete this. Let's go on to the next one. So our burn in, that's basically, if you're looking at film, you know how you have your frame count at the bottom and then you have maybe like some type of text at the top. Actually, let me show you an example straight from Epic. So if I pull up my web browser, I'll play this for you real quick. So this is exactly what a burn in looks like. So you can see up top here how it says master. It has the date up here, and then I had the time code running underneath as well. So if you look down here, it's kind of hard to see with this over here, but you can see the time code running in there. And so that's going to be our burn-in effect. So if you want to have some type of burn-in or you have something already set up, this is where you would turn that on it. I'm going to click back on settings. Let's look at camera. And so this is going to be how you override your camera settings. There's not a lot in here yet, but you could override your camera shutter, your shutter timing, and then you could do manual exposure here if you would like. And then for a console variable, this is going to be for if you want to do any type of overrides that you know offhand, like if you Google something, you want to do like a manual override, you can actually click on the plus button here and it will give you a command line in here. So you would actually have to look up exactly what you're trying to override. Like if you're trying to override like motion blur or some type of ray tracing shadow, and you know like the actual physical commands that you need to type in there, this is where you would override that at. But we really don't need to mess with that too much in there, unless you want to get hardcore into your program, and then you have the option to do so. So moving on to the next one, we're going to look at high resolution. And this one is really cool because now we can actually render out really high resolution imagery. So say that you're working on billboards or something that you really need like a really high resolution image. We now have that capability, and it's going to render with tiles or buckets now. So if I pull up this example from the Epic document right here, the only reason I pulled this up is so you can kind of see how everything is tiled out. And so in this example right here, they're going with a 7680 by 4320 example for the resolution, and they're separating it into 4 tiles. And so the way that we could get to this really high resolution, and if you have a good GPU, is it's actually going to render each tile together and then merge them all together. So that's really cool now. So we can actually get like really large, high resolution images if you're doing any type of print work or packet work or anything of that nature. So that's something that they just added with this as well. And then right here under this rendering option, we have this called UI render. Now I talked about this before. By default, we have deferred rendering, which is going to merge our alpha and our RGB into one. So if we did render out something with alpha, it's only going to give us one image, which I believe we can only do 2 different images with alpha right now, the EXR and the PNG. But this is beta, like I was saying. So by the time you're watching this, I might have even more options. But if I come down here and click on UI render, it tells us that it's non-composited, which basically means that it's going to separate our alpha from the texture. So it's going to give you an alpha matte. So if you want for some reason to have a black and white alpha matte that you can composite later on like After Effects or Nuke or Fusion, you have the option here as well. But I usually just work with the deferred render because I like having everything in one image. Then down here under output, this is where we're going to have our different type of sequences. There's no QuickTime in here yet. I believe they're going to add that soon if they haven't already by the time you watch that. But right now I have options for BMP, EXR, PNG. We could do a WAV format, or by default, it gives us a JPEG. So if I come down and click on EXR, you see that we have a panel here that says alpha. So I've been using the EXR because it's 16-bit. And if I want an alpha channel, I have the option there, and the only other one that will give us alpha is this PNG, but the PNG is only 8-bit. And so I click on that, it gives us an alpha channel. I believe that EXR is going to support 32-bit in the future, but at the moment we only have 16-bit, but it still turns out pretty well. So let me turn these off. I'm just going to go with the EXR for this example, just so you guys can see how fast everything renders. And then once we're all ready, we click on the output button here. And then we have our output directory, which let me find, I'll just name this one pre-comp or pre-renders. Make a new folder here. And then underneath here, for the file name format, let me click back on our old sequencer because this will give us the command lines that we need. So remember down here under general where it says file name format, it gave us all these different options down here. So after the naming convention, so say like I wanted to name this camera move underscore, and if you put like FPS, it will tell you like the frames per second, or if you had a quality or material, or even up here the frame number, this is where you would type that in at. But let's say I don't care about any of that stuff and I just want to name this camera move. So that's going to be the name of my image sequence there. It's just going to be camera move. And then the output resolution, you can make this anything you want. Let me actually make this 4K. So I'm going to multiply this by 2. So now I'm going to have a 4K render. I could do a custom frame rate if I want, but this one is just 30 frames per second. And then down here under frames, it's just giving us different options for our frame count. If you want to have it start at like frame 10, we can click this here, do a custom start, do a custom end. Or if you want to do it down here in your timeline, you would just click and drag your start and end, which is the red and the green. I'm just going to leave everything at full. But if you did want to do it manually, you have the option down here. Or if you want to actually do it by typing in the numbers, you have the option here. And then the last option that we have in here, disable tone curve. So it says if you disable this, you'll be allowing to export a linear data for EXRs. Now I believe this only works for ESRs. So if you want, you click on that there, but I'm just going to leave everything that I have it right here. Let me click accept. Then once we're ready to render, we have two options down here. Now we can render local, which will use all of our settings right here. Like we don't have to close down Unreal or anything. We just hit render and everything will just pop up. Or you could render remote. It's going to close down Unreal because it's resource intensive. But for this example, I'm just going to hit render local. And then once I click render, the render preview comes up. It's low quality, but you can actually see the total frames just flying through down here. So that render took about 7 seconds in all, which is crazy. I know there's not a lot happening in here, but believe me, I've rendered some pretty decent scenes and it rendered just as fast. So once it's done, all you have to do is find the folder that you rendered in which I have right here. So if I scroll through, you can see we have all of our frames, all 150 frames in here. And so it was easy as that. Now that we saw how to render everything, I want to go over one more thing that's really important if you want to render out alpha channels. So if I come back to my settings here and I click on EXR, remember it says output alpha. Now we do have this clicked on, but if I come over here to my lighting, I can't have anything that's in the background. So we're probably going to have to turn off our sky sphere. Like we don't want to have anything that's back there. So let me see what else we could turn off. Probably our atmospheric fog. So you basically want to have it blank back there. So we can't use like the HDR backdrop. That's not going to work because that's going to engulf our whole scene. But if you want to use an HDR, you can drop it inside the skylight, which I showed you guys how to do earlier. So I would just click on SLS specific cube map and then put it inside of here. And then you're all good to go. So that's one caveat whenever you're working with alpha channels. You have to make sure that you have your sky sphere turned off. That's going to do it for the sequencer chapter. Hopefully this gets you really familiar with the way things work in Unreal, so you're not fumbling around. You're going to go in, you're going to be confident, you're going to be able to keyframe, you're going to be able to render out, and you're going to be set to go. In the next chapter, we're going to be going over textures. So whenever you're ready, I'll see you there. So in this section, it's going to be all about materials. Now, materials can get deep in any program, and Unreal is no different than any of them. So I'm going to start you off with some basic videos, get your feet wet, and then I'll move on to some more advanced stuff. And then if you want to take it that much further, at least you'll be comfortable with the material system and how it works, and you'll be ready to go. So if you guys are ready to roll, let's get this mug started. I'm going to get started by using Unreal Starter Kit, which I went over a couple of sections ago, but I'll give you a refresher. That way, if you want to follow along, you're eligible to do so. So as a refresher, I'm inside the FBX launcher right now. I'm going to go over to library, and actually I'm going to click launch on 4.25. This is the version that I'll be using for this demo. Then once this opens up, I'm going to come down to film, television, and live events. I'm going to click next here, and then I'm going to keep it blank, click next again. And right here where it says with starter content, I want to make sure that I have with starter content selected, and then my location, wherever you guys want to have your location set up. And we're just going to be doing some basic material stuff. So if you could use ray tracing, go ahead and enable it, but it's not really necessary for this. So I'm going to click create project. Now that I have Unreal open, I'm going to go into my starter content folder, and I'm going to find a model that Unreal already has that we could work with. So if I come down here to my content browser, let me click on starter content, this folder down here, double click on this. Then I'm going to come over to this folder that says props, double click here. And right here, it says SM_map preview mesh. I'm going to just click and drag this into my scene. And we're going to use this where we're going to put our materials on. So I'm going to click on it in my row outliner. Then down here in my details panel, I'm just going to zero out my location. So we're in the exact center here. Then I'm just going to take the floor and drag it down a little bit just so it's touching. Then I'm going to hold the Alt key, left click, and drag this around so that we're facing the front of it. Then if I click the G key on my keyboard, that will turn off the outline and everything. Remember, the shortcut for game mode is G, so that takes all the different assets out of here so that we have a nice clean viewport to look at. And right here in the upper left-hand corner, it says lighting needs rebuilt. So I'm just going to come over to my light source that's already in here. Instead of stationary, I'm going to go to movable, and that's going to give us better lighting in here. So let me click on stationary. Make sure you look at the shadows right here. You'll see the difference right away. I click movable. Boom, we have some better, sharper shadows there. But that's not the point of this. We're going to start building some materials. So down here in my content browser, I'm going to click content. So I'm back on the front here. Then I'm going to right click down in here. Or if you want, click this green button here that says add new. We could do it either way. And just click on material. And then I'm just going to name, well, it's already named new material, which is fine. We'll just leave it at that. So then I'm going to double click on this. And so this is our material overview here. And so if you're used to working in like Cinema4D, whether actually Cinema4D now has nodes. So if you're used to working in a basic node editor or Redshift or Octane, this will kind of be familiar with you. It kind of works the same way. Some of the stuff is just named differently. So if I'm in here, you can see right here where it says new material. This is what we have it named down here, and that correlates with each other. So we have right off the bat, we can have our base color, our metallic, our specular, our roughness, emissive, and so forth right here. It's easy to do this with PBRs, but I want to show you guys a more basic step first, and then we'll work our way into PBRs later. So if I want to have a basic color, there's a couple of ways you could do this. So if I click right here, left click and drag, you see that we have a string here. And if I let go, now we come up with the search bar. And so we could type in exactly what we want there. So usually we want to use like a constant vector in here, in which, let me pull over to my palette over here on the right so you can kind of see the difference between the different options that we have. So if I scroll down here to constant, these are what we're going to be using to select our colors. And so usually I use a constant 3 because let me click and drag that out here. You can see that if I come over to my details panel, click this down, let me move this more towards the middle. So when I click this arrow down, you can see that it gives us the RGB for our red, green, and blue values here. And then if I click and drag constant 4, it's actually just going to add an alpha in there. And so usually I just need the RGBs, and that's what we're going to use to pick our color. So I could delete this. And then if you're curious about constant 2, that just gives you a RNG right there for red and green. So I'm going to delete that. You already see where we're kind of going with this. If I double click on this right here in the black, it brings up our color picker. Or if I come over to my left here under the details panel, right here where it says constant, I could double click on this as well to bring up my color picker. So there's multiple ways of doing this. So let's start off with like maybe a purplish color. And you can see as we're selecting it, nothing's really showing up in here. And that's because we have to connect our nodes. So let me click OK. But before I do that, actually, let me put my node onto let me make this smaller. So I want to put my material on here so you guys can kind of see the process as we're going on. So let me click on my mesh here. And then right here where it says materials down here, I'm just going to click and drag it into both of these little slots here. So now you can see that we have a checker pattern, kind of like what's on the ground here. And whenever you see a checker pattern, that means that there's no materials or anything connected to it. So right now it's fine because we didn't build out a material yet. But say like later on you open up a project and any of your meshes have a checkerboard on it, that means that for some reason your materials aren't attached. And so you might have to go in and reattach it if that's something that's coming up. But for this example, we're good to go. So I'm going to click this back open. But let me click and drag this over to my base material. And now you can see it made our sphere here purple, which if I come down here to the bottom left, we can actually make this different shapes in here just for our preview. So we have a cube here, we have the plane here, and this is cool right here too. So if I click on this, you can see a warning comes up. It says you need to select a base mesh that's in your content browser to preview it. So that's really easy to get to. I'm just going to come back down here into my content browser. Click on starter content because I know exactly what mesh we already had. If I click on this down here for the mesh that we have in our viewport, now that I have this selected, I can select this and it's going to come up into this viewport preview. So if you want to have it on any type of mesh or anything, just to kind of see what it looks like as you add your different textures to it, that's pretty cool option that you have there as well. But I'm just going to use the sphere just because this is basic. And then let's say I wanted to get rid of this background here. So if I click on show, I can actually turn this off. So now we have a more neutral color back there, but we can still see how the light and everything is affecting our material, which is really important. If I right click on this and move over, it's actually moving my viewport all around. And let's say that, okay, so if I come over here to constant, you can see that it has numbers right here, 1, 2, 3, 4. And these are actually shortcut keys. So if I come over to my little grid here, and if I hold down the 1 key and then left click, it's going to make it 1 constant. And that's for any of these over here. So if you look into this palette over here, you can see like for Panner, the shortcut is P. So anything that's over here that you see a shortcut, you have to hit the key first and actually hold it down, then left click and it will add it to here. So another big one that we always use is multiply. So if I hold down M on the keyboard, left click, there we have multiply. And then another big one is lerp. So if I hold down L, left click, and there's our lerp. And I'll get into these a little bit later as well. But for now, let me delete everything that's here. And let me make this a little bit smaller. Because now, if we want to see what's going on here, you can see that we have our node with our purple in it. And then our material right here is hooked up with the base color, but nothing's over here. So we have to click the apply button. Now it's connected to our mesh. So anytime we make changes in here, we're going to have to click apply, and then that will add it to our mesh. So let's say that we want to make this a little bit more shiny. So let me make this a little bit larger again. Move this over here, and let's get into the different constant values. So for metallic right here, if I left click, drag this over, it brings up our search window. So if I type in constant, you can see that it has a panel here that kind of correlates what's over on our palette on the right side, but this is just a quicker way to get to it. So there's multiple ways of getting these nodes in here, but we're just going to do a regular constant. And you can see now over in our details panel, it gives us this value tag here, in which if I come over to here, just left click and drag, and then let go, you can see now it's more metallic. So this usually works in values of 0 to 1. So usually the highest you want to go is 1. And now we have a really metallic material here. And then if you come over here, you can notice it didn't change there. Again, click apply. And now we have it correlating back and forth. And so roughness, we could use the constant as well to control the different roughness in here. And so again, there's different ways of doing it. If I right click this time, then type in constant, that brings it up in here. Or if I select my constant and hit Control W, it's actually going to duplicate it. So that's another good shortcut to know there too. So Control W will make a duplicate, or you can actually just copy and paste. And that's Control C, Control V. So like what I'm getting at is there's multiple ways of working in here, whatever workflow is good for you. So I'm going to take this copy of this constant here, and I'm just going to click and drag this into my roughness. Now you can see that it dulled everything out. And so let me make this maybe like 0.5. Now you can see we're starting to get some of our metallic back in here. So these two kind of correlate with each other. If you're used to working with PBRs, these should come really familiar with you. And so metallic and roughness work together. This is like with the roughness, if I'm really close in on the material, it kind of gives you those like microscopic bumps in there, because whenever you're looking at like a surface, nothing is completely shiny. There's always some type of imperfections in there. And so this is what the roughness is adding. Like if I go back down to 0, you can see now our material is crazy shiny, and that's because we have no imperfections in there at all. So that's cool right there. And if like you're working this out of Unreal, say you wanted to make this like a mirror, just double click on the color picker, drag this all the way up to white, and now you have a 100% chrome ball right there, or like a mirror. So that's something that's cool too. But let me go back and make this a color. Let's try yellow this time, or orange or something like that. And so I skipped over specular before, and that's because specular doesn't really work with metallic at all. So let me hold down the Alt key, left click on metallic, and that would disconnect it right there. And then I could come back and I could connect this to my specular. And let me move my specular value down a little bit. And now you can see that it's looking kind of like plastic. And so specular, I found, gives us kind of like a more plasticky type of look. And then metallic, of course, will give us a more metal type look. If you use these two together, let me put another constant in here. Drag it into my metallic. And then let's say I bring this up to like 1. Bring my specular up to 1. See, they're not really doing anything. See, the specular doesn't really work with metallic at all. So it's either one or the other, but the roughness does work with both of these here. And then let me click apply. And there we have our material on there. So let me go over a little bit more stuff in here that I think is really useful. So let's say that I have a bunch of different nodes in here. I'm just going to select stuff by random. Say it's getting really messy in here, and whatever is not connected, there's an easy way to delete all of these. So if I come up here where it says cleanup, just click on this and it's automatically going to delete anything that's not connected. And then say like I'm lost, like I'm right clicking, I'm dragging around, and if I use the mouse wheel, that zooms in and out. But let's say that I have a really complex material tree going on and I can't find the base material. All you have to do is come up here, click on home, and boom, everything slides right to the middle. And so that's something that's really useful too, because there's some materials that could get really crazy depending on what you're trying to do. So these are two options that I'm constantly using. So that's going to do it for this section. Hopefully you got familiar enough to get your feet wet, you're feeling comfortable. In the next section, I'm going to show you how you can actually bring in images to make your materials with, such as like wood panels or brick textures. So whenever you're ready, I'll see you in the next section. So in this section, I'm going to show you how to bring your own image textures into your material node editor. So I'm starting off with my scene here. I have my blank little mesh here. I'm going to come down to, actually, let me right click, make a new material. Just going to leave it at default, new material. Then over here in my starter content, I'm still using my starter content. Double click on this. And then let me actually show you an example of a more complex material. So if I click on materials, let me look at this. And this is built by Epic itself, but this is just kind of an example of how complex some of these materials can get. And so if you wanted to take it this far, you really can, but it's not really necessary. It just really depends on the type of results that you're looking for. So let me close this out. Just wanted to show you guys an example there. But let me come down. Let me click back on starter content. And let me click on the textures folder. So in here, we have a whole bunch of different textures to start with, and these are basically just images. And so say, let's start with the brick one here because it doesn't have a roughness. And so I'll actually show you how you can use this material to make our own roughness channel out of itself so that we can have a complete material. So actually, let me go back to my content, open up new material. Then I have to go back here, look for my material. So I'm going to use this one here. This is brick clay. So let me drag this over a little bit. So I could just drag and drop this right into here. And again, this is just a target file. So this is actually just the image. Dragged it, dropped it into our material editor. And from here, all we have to do, where it says RGB, click and drag this right here under base color. And boom, we have our material on there. If I click apply, actually it's not going to do anything because we didn't put it onto our mesh. So let me come back down here, content, select my mesh in here, drag and drop it into my material nodes right here. So under materials, where it says element, just drag and drop it in there. And if all you want to do was add your texture on there, it's as easy as that. But it's not really too dynamic. Like it's just pretty much a flat texture. So let's work with our texture a little bit here. So I'm gonna double click back on my material, click my home button to bring us in the middle here. You can move these over here. And let me go back to my starter content folder under textures. And which one? We were using this one here, but let me click and drag my normal in here, because if I put my normal map on the normal right here, you can see it's adding a little bit more depth in here now. So let me click apply. Now you can see inside the crevices, it's giving us a little bit more depth in here, but there's a way that we can, actually take some of this shininess off of here and maybe just have it applied to our bricks. So we're going to do that with our roughness channel, which if we look down here, we don't have a roughness channel at all. So what we're going to do is use our diffuse inside the alpha channel here, and we're going to use the alpha channel to control our diffuse. So right here with this texture right here, we're going to actually use this to take the alpha and use that to control our roughness. So let me show you how to do that now. So let me drag this out a little bit so we have a little bit more room. scrolling on my mouse to move back a little bit. So I'm just making a little bit more room here for myself. All right, so that seems good. So remember before I said if you hold down the L key and left click, that brings up our LERP, which stands for linear interpolation. Or if you want to come over here to the palette, you can actually just search for it. If you type in LERP, it will come up here. Which one is it? Right there, linear interpolation under math. That's the one that you want there. Or again, if you right click in here, you can search for it as well. So again, several ways of doing that. But if I come down to my content browser down here, let me double click on my material. And if I go under view, you can see that we have the different color channels here. Now, if I select these and turn these off, you can see under alpha channel is giving us what our black and white image would look like. And so we can actually take this information, bring it into our LERP and bring that into our roughness channel. But if you want to use any of these other channels here, you can see what kind of information it's giving you for the red or the green or the blue channel. But I think we should be good with our alpha channel. So I'm just going to click this out and come over here where it says alpha. I'm going to click and drag this into our alpha of our LERP. Okay, so now that we have this connected here, I'm going to click and drag this over to my roughness channel. And then click apply. And there we go. We can see that it's actually working inverted. So if we look at our material, it looks like inside the crevices is a little bit more metallic. And actually we can control that by clicking on my metallic in my node, just click and drag. And then I'm just going to type in constant, because remember, that's how we could bring up our values here. And if I click and drag this over, let's bring this up to like 1, just something really exaggerated, click apply. So now we can really see where the metallic texture is really taking hold of, and it's handling inside of our crevice. So if we want to invert it, it's pretty easy. All I have to do is click on my alpha channel here, drag this out, and let's look for invert. So I want to do this one, invert alpha. Click on this, and you can see that our material editor is getting pretty complex pretty fast, but it all makes sense once you start putting it in yourself. So it's really not that difficult at all. So right here in our invert alpha, click and drag this into our alpha channel. Now you can see that it actually inverted that black and white channel. If I click apply, now our brick is shiny and our crevices are not. And then from here, it's just kind of some dialing here. So just bring this down, maybe like 0.1, click apply, and you get something like that. That's not really realistic looking, but this is a good example just to kind of show you how these different nodes can start attaching to get the kind of look that you want. So the cool thing about setting your material up like this as well is if I click on my texture sample, right here under this little material section here, we can actually click and drag different images in there and just change it out on the fly. So say that I'm scrolling down here in my content browser, and drag this over so I can see it better. And we have this cobblestone here. So let's click and drag the cobblestone into here. And then we'll also have to switch out our normals so that it's, it's correlating with our material. So let me find my cobblestone normal, drag that into here, click apply. And now we have a cobblestone pattern on here. Let's say this is maybe too large. And actually let me put this on the ground so it looks a little bit better. Let me delete this mesh for now. And we'll start working with this floor plan. Actually, I could delete this as well. So I'm gonna come down here. And this is where like dual monitors really shine. You can see these windows are getting pretty complex pretty fast. So if I had a dual monitor, I could actually have all my textures just set up on my second monitor, but we'll make do with what we have. But all I did was click and dragged it on the hair, and we already have our material set up here. And say like maybe we want to tile this a little bit more differently. Maybe we want these cobblestones to be larger, or we want them to be smaller. Let's double click on our material. Again, right click to drag this over a little bit. And then right here under UVs, I'm just going to left click and drag this out. And then I'm going to start typing in coordinate. And I believe you want to do texture coordinates. Yep, like so. So again, I'll do it down here as well. So we can actually, let me delete that in case that went too fast. So I'm going to left click, drag out, type coordinate. Then right here, texture coordinates. We want to put that in here, but we also want to make sure we have it correlate with any other image textures that we have in here so everything tiles together. So I'm going to left click on this, drag it under here under my normals channel, and that way our diffuse and our normals are working together. So just from here, if I click on my texture coordinate, over on my left side here in the details panel, this is where we can start doing our tiling. So let me drag this over a little bit so we can see what's happening in our viewport. So let me click apply first. And now let's say I want my tiling to be 5 by 5. Click apply. Now you can see that it's tiling accordingly. Let's say that's maybe a little bit too small. So let's do like 0.1 by 0.1. Boom, there you go. Now we have some really large cobblestones in there. So it's really easy to set this stuff up. Once you really get down into the nitty gritty of it, it's not that really complicated. So that material that I was showing you before that Epic was making, I know it looked complex, but look, within a matter of minutes, we already have a pretty complex material set up in here, and we're just getting started. So hopefully you guys start to understand the power of the different nodes in Unreal Engine. Once we really start connecting these together and you understand what each node does, it's a really powerful format to kind of get the look that you're desiring. In the next video, I'm going to show you guys how to work with the emissive channel. That way, if we have a material that we just want to have lit up like a neon light, or even if you want to make like a neon sign, I'll show you how to bring in an alpha channel to emit that as well. So whenever you guys are ready, I'll see you in the next video. In this video, we're going to be going over emissive materials, which could be a really cool way to light your scene using objects and meshes. I have my scene set up right here in Unreal. What I'm going to do is actually, I'm going to delete some of the objects over here. So I'm going to delete the atmosphere, delete the skylight. Let's delete the sky sphere, skylight there. So I'm just going to leave basically my mesh, my floor. I'll leave my reflection capture in there as well. Player start, I'm going to delete this. Then I'm going to come over here to my place actors. This cylinder here, I'm just going to bring this into my scene. And this is basically what I'm going to use as like my neon rod. So let me click on this right here, or click R on my keyboard just for the scaling tool. So I can start scaling this down. Actually, if I come over here to my details panel, let's say point Y on X, point Y on Y, 0.5 on Y. And then Z, let's make this like 5. Okay, it's maybe too tall. We'll just make it around 3. And actually, I could go a little bit smaller on the X and the Y. So I guess maybe 0.2 overall would be good. Something like that. And then, okay, so now what I'm going to do is let me make a material for the floor actually. So down here, I'm going to just right click, make a material, and then I'm going to name this floor. I'm just going to make this something like matte black, or maybe just a little bit shinier than black. So here under my base color, I'm just going to left click and drag out. You should be used to doing this by now. I'm going to type in constant. Let's do a constant 3 vector. And then black should be good for there. Then I want to control the metallic a little bit. So I'm going to click and drag this out. Just click constant. Something like that. And then down here in my value, let's make this like 0.9. So we just have a little bit of reflection in there. Click apply. I could close this out, and I can actually click and drag my material onto my floor. So now we have a black material on our floor. We still have our shiny mesh here, and this came from the content that we had there, the starter content. And then I have my pull, which is going to be my neon rod. So let me make another material down here in my content browser. I'm going to right click, make a material, and I'm going to just name this neon. Double click on that. And then under here, I'm going to pull out my emissive color. This is where I'm going to want to start working with. So actually, let's get into multiply. So if I click M on my keyboard, hold it down, left click, that makes a multiply node. And this is where we're going to start being able to control our different color, like the brightness and everything of it. And so anytime you want to combine stuff in Unreal, you could use math. So there's a division, there's a multiply, there's an add. Most of the time you're going to be using multiply. So I'm going to connect this multiplier to my emissive color here. And then under A, let me make this a little bit larger so we can see it. Move this over here. So under A, I'm going to left click and drag out. And let's make it constant 3, a constant 3 vector. And then I'm gonna double click on this black area. And let's make this blue. Somewhere around here. And once we add our brightness to it, it will look a little bit more blue. Something like that should be good. So I'm gonna click OK. And then under multiply under B, I'm gonna click and drag. Actually, let me do it this way. So I'm gonna just hold down the 1 button on my keyboard, shortcut, left click brings up our constant. Or if you want to do it under the palette, just come down until you see constant right here. Click and drag this into here. And now when I raise up my value, it's actually going to make it a little bit brighter. And then if I click apply, that's going to apply it to our material here. Let me make this a little bit smaller. So my neon material, click and drag it into here. And now it's making our rod glow. So if I hit G, here we go, make it a little bit cleaner. And if I scroll it across our material, you can see we have a nice glowing rod in here. And then I can also control it with a multiply node over here, or my constant node over here. So if I bring this down a little bit more, you can see that we're starting to get our color back in here. Let me pick a different color, maybe red. Something like that. Bring this up a little bit more. And you can see that we're getting the glowing effect off our rod. It's really glowing off our material. And I'll show you something real quick in here. It's called the post effects. We could get into this more a little bit later. But for this example, let me click on visual effects, come into post press, click on post process volume. And I'm just going to bring this into my scene. Zero my location out. And then under search tools, I'm going to click on U and B for unbiased. And that means that our post-processing volume is going to actually just engulf our entire scene, just not a little section of it. So if I type in U and B, click on infinite extent, now it's going to engulf our entire scene here. So I can click on X on my results here. And then let me come down and find bloom. So if I click on bloom and click on intensity, and I can move this up, now we're really starting to see what our emissive material is starting to do. And so I could come down here and actually look for lens flare as well. So if I turn this on, maybe bokeh size, start playing with the bokeh, things of that nature. This is getting a little bit more advanced than what I originally wanted to show. I just wanted to really show you guys how you can make the emissive material really pop in our scene. And our rod's probably too big here, so I could probably make this 1 by 1, 0.1 by 1. Something like that. So we have some cool, really glowing rods in here. If I hold down the Alt key on my keyboard, click and drag this over to make a duplicate. Now you can really see on our material here, or on our object here, is reflecting our rods. So that's a cool way to light, like if you want to have some type of lights, if you're building like a subway scene or a hallway scene, and you want to have like the incandescent lights above you, this is a cool way to do that, or make neon signs, which I can show you guys how to actually use like your own alpha channel to make a neon sign as well. So let me start over this scene here. So I'm gonna delete these cylinders, and I can actually delete this, delete post-processing, and then I'm going to come back over to basic. And let's just make a cube, drag this into my scene, drag it up a little bit, maybe scale it up a little bit, something like that. And then I'm going to make a new material. So I'm going to right click, click material, and I'll actually name this one Winbush Neon, because I'm going to use my logo for this. So I'm going to double click on this, bring up my material editor here. And then I'm going to look on my desktop because that's where I believe I have my PNG image. And before I bring in my logo, there's something that's really important to set up. Sometimes if you bring in, like I have a PNG here, and if I bring it in and we don't see the alpha channel once we bring it in, there's a couple of steps that we could try out to be able to see what we have embedded. So what I'm going to do is come over to my desktop, find where my logo is at. So I have my Winbush logo here. And like I was saying, it's just a PNG. If I come down here, look at file info, you can see that we have, it's not too big. It's 20 by 48 by 20 by 48. It's important that Unreal, they like power of 2. So this is usually what you'll want to work at. You don't want to try to bring in something that's kind of awkward in size. So let me click and drag this in here. And as you can see, it brings it in, but we don't exactly see my logo. And it also has a star here, which if I double click on this, then click save, it takes the star away. And you notice that inside of my viewer here, I actually see my logo with the alpha. And if I click over here, you can see that we have the alpha embedded. So the alpha channel is there. So if I come over here to my compression settings, if I start going through some of these until I find one that works, and what I'm looking for is down here in my content browser, I want to click on these until I find something that works. Usually displacement map will work. So now displacement map pulled this up. What I could do is click on save. And usually I could click on this too as well. So I'll turn on sRGB, click save. And now I have my alpha embedded. So if you ever get stuck and you bring in your texture and you know that you have the alpha embedded, go into that setting, mess around until you can find something that brings it up, and you should be good to go. Now moving on, I have my Winbush neon texture that we created earlier. I'm gonna double click on this. Then I'm gonna click and drag my Winbush immersive right here. I'm gonna click and drag that, the one that has alpha, into here. And I'm just gonna make this a little bit larger so we can work better. Okay, so we're going to be working again with this immersive color. So I'm going to click and drag this out. Let's make a multiply again. Like so. All right, cool. And then if I click and drag on the A, let's do a constant. Or just do a regular constant here. Actually, we want to do a constant 3. Sorry about that. So we'll do constant 3 vector. And let's make this color, let's say, we'll make this red. Then I'm going to take my alpha or my alpha texture and take the RGB, bring it into here. Let's make this a plane so we can see it. So now we have an emissive color coming through our logo, but let me come into my, let's click apply actually. Make this a little bit smaller. And let's apply it to our cube here. And you can see it here, and it's not really glowing that well. So we can start getting into making some complex nodes in here again. So let me see, we want to make this, add another multiply in here. And we actually want to, let's bring this right here. And then we're going to take this and bring it here. Okay, so we see we have our constant 3 vector, which is our color here. We have a multiply hooked up to that, which is hooked up to this multiply that's going into an immersive. And so this chain right here is going to control the brightness of here. We're only using this as a texture that we're going to emit from. So in B, you can guess we're going to bring in a constant here so that we can have a value so that we can actually start raising that and make it a lot brighter. So let me click on value here in the lower left-hand corner under details, click on 10. And now you're seeing that we're really starting to get a glow in there. I'll click apply, lower this down, and now you can see we have our logo glowing in here. And again, if I want to add a post-processing, this is how you really get to see your stuff work. Again, I'm going to hit U and B for unbind. Then I'm going to look for my bloom. So right here, method, intensity. There we go. And it's really starting to just glow in our scene now. So say you want to take it one step further, like you're not happy that you don't have any type of opacity in there. It's real easy to hook up so we can get that transparency coming through. So I double click on my Winbush neon texture here. Let me right click just to drag this over. So it's real simple. All we have to do is we have to come over to our material node here, my Winbush neon. And in the lower left-hand corner under blend mode, I want to put it on masked. And that's going to make our masked icon here connectable. So if I come to my alpha channel, connected to mask, and let me make this flat, you can see now we have our alpha embedded in there. So if I click apply, let me click X. And if I scroll around here, you can see we have our alpha channel pushing through. So now we're really cooking. And we can come up with some crazy creative ways to use this in our scenes. Using emissive materials inside of Unreal Engine is one of my favorite things to do, especially if you're working on like large cityscapes, like a cyberpunk scene or a Vegas type scene where you really want your signs to just really illuminate your city. This is a perfect way to do it. Now moving into the next video, we're going to get more into PBR materials. So I'm going to show you how to bring in your diffuse, your normal, your specular, and even some type of displacement map. So if you guys are ready to go, I'll catch you in the next video. In this video, I'm going to show you guys how to put together some PBR materials on Unreal. So I'm starting off with this blank scene. I'm actually going to delete this here, and then I'm going to delete this as well. Then I'm going to come over to my lights, and let's just add an HDR backdrop, just so we have some type of lighting. So my location, I'm going to zero everything out. This is just all basic stuff that we've already learned how to do. Then I'm going to click on this diamond here, raise this up until it's pretty flat there. Okay, something like that looks good. I'm going to hit G on my keyboard to get rid of all these icons. Then I'm going to come back over here to basics, and my top left, come down. Let's just put a plane here in the middle. So in my location, I'm just going to zero this out. And then for scale, let's make it 10 by 10. And I'm just going to drag this up a little bit off the ground there, so we don't get any type of clipping or anything of that nature. So we should be good there. And then my lights over here, from my light source, make this movable and gets rid of all that red that's up there. And we should be good to go and ready to make our textures. I'm going to be using some materials that I got from Megascans, which I'll go over more in depth in another video. But for now, I'm just going to go right here and give you guys a preview. If this is what the material is going to look like that we're making, it's just like some swamp branches and some leaves and a bunch of other debris in there. And so what I'm going to drag over is my albedo, my AO. I can bring over my displacement map for now, my normal, and my roughness, basically everything that's in here. I'm going to click and drag this over here, and you'll see everything's going to start importing. There we go. We have all of our materials down here. And then I'm just going to right click down here, make a new folder, just call this textures. Then I'm just going to drag all these into that folder. And then I right clicked, and right here you see a little menu pops up. So I'm going to click on move here just to move everything there. I don't want to make copies or anything of that nature. And the reason it does that is because if you actually go to like your Windows Explorer hierarchy folder and you look in there, it's physically bringing this into that folder structure. So it's going to be always pulling from that and not where the files originally are. If that makes any type of sense. So I'm going to double click on this texture folder, and I have all my materials in here. So let me right click and make a new material. And I'm just going to name this PBR for now. And so I have this over here with the little green strip underneath. That's our material icon. So I'm going to double click on this. And then this should look real familiar to you guys. We have our base here, and we're just going to start dragging our textures in to make a node for itself. So if I scroll this up a little bit so I can start seeing my content browser down here, I'm actually just going to I'm going to click and drag these in here. So I'm going to start off with my albedo or my diffuse. And I guess once I start dragging them in, I'm just going to start connecting them. It's pretty straightforward. So right here where it says RGB, I want to make it my base color. And you can see right here, it's actually going to start updating in real time. And I'm going to make this one a primitive plane just so I get a better idea of what it's looking like instead of something that's on a sphere. And then, okay, for my AO, my ambient occlusion, click and drag this in here. Let me drag this out a little bit, give us a little bit more room. But you can see AO is down here at the bottom. So the RGB goes into ambient occlusion. And then displacement, I'm going to leave this alone for right now. I actually think I'm going to give this its own video because there's a lot of nodes included that we need to get this properly working. And so I'll do displacement in another video. So over here, let me drag this up. Okay, so we have our normal map. And I'm going to drag my normal map in here. And I'm going to connect this to normal. And you can see it's starting to give us a little bit of extrusion in here. And let me zoom in a little bit on this because it doesn't look, let me make this larger. Sorry for all this moving around on the browser and stuff. But if I drag this over, you can see the extrusion is kind of inverted, I think. And so if your normal map comes in inverted like that, it's a real easy fix. All you do is double click on your normal map here. And then right here in the search bar, just type in flip. And you'll see that it has a little box here for flip green channel. Watch this right here. When I click on this, now it's inverted. So let me click save. Go back to my PBR and you can see that it's inverted now. So now it's looking correct. It looks like the extrusion is going up and not actually going embossed in. So that's just a little tip. If your normal maps aren't looking correct, just go in there, type in flit, click on this little box here, and everything should be good to go. And then we have one more here. I'm going to drag my roughness in here. Then I'm going to make this a little bit larger so we can see what's going on. Let me drag these around. I know with nodes, it just starts to get a little bit messy in here. So trying to make this so you guys can see what's going on. And then I'm going to bring this in here, RGB over the roughness. And there we go. And as you can see, our PBR looks pretty good, but there's just like a really high gloss to it. And so we don't have a specular or a gloss map with this pack here. So there's a real easy way that we can go about fixing that. So let me click my diffuse, bring this up a little bit. And then remember, if we bring in a constant, we can start changing the values on everything. So I'm just going to click and drag this in here, right here. So over on the right hand side again, under constants, I'm going to use a constant 1. And I'm going to put this inside my specular. And you can see everything went really dark. And that's because I have to change my values here on the left hand side. So if I start to slowly drag this up, you can see it's starting to update there. There you go. So I'm going to make it maybe like 0.5 somewhere in the middle, something like that. And then if I click apply, now it's all ready to go, and we can put it onto our plane here, and we should see our material. So there we go. Now we see our material. It has a little bit of gloss on it, and everything looks good. So the next step from here, I want to show you guys a little bit of node management inside your textures, because sometimes these nodes can get really complex, and it's good to be able to tell what our textures are once we're zoomed out or we're moving all around our node tree. So let me double click back on this material here. And if I click on my texture right here, you can see if I drag here, we have 3 dots. So let me zoom in a little bit, make it a little bit easier to see. So if I click on this, I can actually start naming my nodes here. So I'm going to name this one diffuse, or you can name it albedo, whatever, is easiest for you to remember. And then same thing here for this constant node. If I click the 3 dots, just name this one spec for specular. And you can see where I'm going with this. So I'm going to name this one roughness. Name this one normal. And then the last one down here, I'm going to name this one, I'm just going to put AO. So now we have each one of these nodes labeled out. And so it's going to be easier to tell what these are, because right now all this is texture sample, and they all say that. So, I mean, unless you know what it is that you're dropping in, especially once these get really complex, it might get a little bit confusing. And if you notice, if I scroll on my wheel out, you could tell that those are like going away, and we can't tell what it is. So if we had like a really large node tree, we wouldn't be able to tell what any of these nodes are. So there is a way that we can actually pin it. So no matter what zoom level we're at, it's always going to tell us what it is. So if you notice right here beside our text, there's a pin here. And if I click on this and I start scrolling out, you can see that it's keeping our name value over top of our node there. So no matter how far out or how far in we push in, we can see that this one is pinned here. So we'll always be able to tell that this is our diffuse layer. And you could do it for the important ones, or you could do it for all of them. So no matter where you're at in your node tree, now we know like this is where these are. Okay, so now that we have that stuff underway, you might want to start grouping these together, especially if some of these nodes are going to be working together. So let me click and drag these two out, the specular roughness. And if I hit C on my keyboard, it actually makes like a group here. So you see like a little box over here, and we can actually start moving these around within this box. And we can name this box as well. So where it says comment, we could just double click on this, delete it, and then we could just write like gloss layers or something like that. So now no matter what, if I click and drag these around, these nodes are all connected to this group here. And if I scroll out, we'll start seeing the gloss layer over top of it as well. And we don't have to pin that. That's just going to happen automatically once you're working in a group. So no matter what, it's always going to do that. So those are two things that I use a lot whenever I want to organize my nodes, especially once we start throwing in like a lot of multiplies and a lot of different constants and stuff like that. This stuff really comes in handy. So our PBR is looking real good. Say once we have it on our plane, it's just too large. Like say you want to make some type of landscape and you want to start being able to just scale these textures and tile them. There's an easy way of going about that as well. So I'm back here on my node tree and I'm actually going to select this, right click it and just delete it. And I'm just going to drag these back over here. So now if we want to start making these textures tileable, we have to come over. Let me right click and just type in texture. And then the one under coordinates here, this one is says texture coordinate. We want to select this one. You'll see that we have a red node over here. And so now we want to start connecting this to our UVs. But first we want to add a constant and multiply that by our texture coordinate. And so I know it sounds a little bit more complex than what it really is. If I hold down 1 on my keyboard and left click, that brings up a constant. And so that's just a shortcut. I went over this before. It's the same way that we did this if we would have went over here and clicked and dragged it over. Remember, we have the numbers over here. And so I just held down 1, left click and brought that in. And then I want to connect these to a multiply node. So if I hold down M on the keyboard, left click, now we have a multiply node. And the reason that we want to put this in here is because we're going to connect these to our UVs, and that will allow us to use this constant node to change the values in here. So if I connect this texture to A, and then this constant to B, and then I'm going to take this multiply and just start connecting it to all the different UVs here. So everything that I want to have tileable, I want to make sure that it's connected to the UV of that, like so. And then I'm going to click apply. And you can see that looks like our texture here went blank. And that's because we have to start changing the values in here. So if I start scrolling this up, now we can see that our texture is coming back. And the more that we scroll it up, the more that it's going to start tiling. And you can see it's starting to tile in there. And if I hit apply up here, and then let's bring this down so we can see our view plane. So we can see our viewport. Now you can see we have a scalable texture in here and it's going across our plane, and it was real quick and easy. It's just a few nodes in here. And if I start dragging this down a little bit, every time we drag this, we're going to have to click apply. And in another video, I'm going to show you a better way of doing this so it all happens in real time and we don't have to click apply. But this is showing you the basic node tree to be able to create all this stuff in here. Click apply again, and there we go. So that's a real quick, easy way of making your tileable texture. Everything looks good and we should be good to go. So again, let me make this large so you can kind of just get an overview of what's going on here. The PBRs just connect to, our base layer here. Everything is just kind of spelled out for you. It's real easy to put together. And so if you have any type of trouble, just look at what I have connected here, take a screenshot of it. And, the more you work in Unreal, the more this becomes second nature. But, this is the learning steps to it. And so hopefully I explained it well enough for you guys that you're ready to kick butt. Creating the PBRs wasn't really that bad. Yeah. I mean, everything is pretty straightforward. It's just a matter of going in, connecting your textures to the nodes over on the right, and everything should be good to go. In the next video, I'm going to show you guys how to bring in that displacement layer so we can start to really extrude it on our plane. So whenever you guys are ready to go, I'll catch you in the next video. In this video, we're going to finish out our node tree by adding displacement maps to our materials. I have Unreal open here. You can see this is the material that we made in the previous video. I'm going to come down here, double click on our material to bring up our node tree. And now we're going to have to just bring in our displacement map, in which if I pull this up here, you can see this displacement map down here came in red. And let me see, I think that's because I brought in the EXR. So if I go back to my folder that has all my textures, yeah, I'm actually using this one that has an EXR, which I don't want to use. And so I'm going to replace it with this JPEG one instead. I found that Unreal works better with JPEGs and PNGs. So let me click and drag this down here. And since it's named the same, it should automatically just replace this, which it looks like it did. So I'm going to double click on this, make sure everything is good. Just click save, and we should be good to go. So I'm going to exit that out, and I'm actually going to click and drag this displacement layer into here. So I'm going to make this a little bit bigger because once we're in here, we're going to add a whole bunch of these little sub nodes in here to make this thing really pop. So the first thing that you're going to notice is if I click on PBR here, if I scroll in here, you see that we have these two nodes here. One says world displacement and the other one says tessellation multiply. We're going to want to use both of these here, but neither of these are, you can't really select them. They're not white. They're all grayed out. So to be able to activate this, just click on this and then come over here to the left-hand side. Let's just scroll down until we see our little channel here that says tessellation, which we have right here. So if I come down to tessellation, click on this first one here. This is no tessellation, and we're going to come up with two other options. So the one that we want to click on would be flat tessellation. So I'm going to click on this one, and then right here under max displacement, this is going to give us the value that we could use for our displacement map. Usually something that we want to do pretty high because we could dial in a number using constant variables in our node tree. So right here, I'm just going to click anywhere between like 200, 250, whatever you guys want to use there. I'm going to just stick with 200 for this. And it's not affecting our sphere here at all. Now I went with sphere because I wanted to be able to see it a little bit better whenever it starts to really extrude out. If I do it on flat, we wouldn't really be able to see it as well because of the lighting in here. And so now that I have this set up, you can see that now we're able to select row displacement and tessellation multiplier, in which let's get this one set up first. So if I'm gonna hold the 1 key on my keyboard, left click, and that brings in the constant value. And I'm just going to drag that into here where it says tessellation multiplier. And then I'm just going to make this value something around 10. Again, something high. This is all just going to come around with playing around and really just dialing it in for your displacement. Every displacement map is going to be different, but this is a good value to start off with from here. So after we have the tessellation multiplier all set up, now we're going to have to look for a node called the vertex normal WS. So if I right click right here and just type in vertex, we should see it pop up here under coordinates. So yeah, it's right here, vertex normals WS. Left click on that. And I'm just going to leave this here for right now. Actually, let me click this out and drag and then type in mult for multiply. So right here under math, multiply, or shortcut M on the keyboard, you hold down M and left click to bring that out. And we have this connected here. So we're going to leave this alone for a minute. And I'm going to start working on my displacement texture here. So if I hold down M on my keyboard, left click, that brings up a multiply node. And then down here, I'm just going to hold down 1, left click again, and that just brings up our constant parameter. So I'm just going to connect this to the A node, and then my constant down here, connect this to the B. And you can see this is starting to get complex. I'm going to just drag this over, and I'll organize all this in a minute. But then I want to bring this down here into my B node here. And then finally, under this multiply, I'm just going to bring this under row displacement. So if I drag this down a little bit, you can see it's right here, row displacement. So again, I have a vertex normal WS, bring that into multiply. And then down here, I have my displacement texture and a constant, bring that into multiply, connect all of these together within this multiply, and then bring this into row displacement. So it's easier than it looks. I mean, once you get used to this stuff, it's going to be like second nature to you, but this is the way that we're going to add in our displacement layer. So let me click apply. So you can see that it's not doing anything here yet, and that's because we have to add some value to this constant down here. So let me come down here. Maybe let's make this 50. And you can see it's starting to really apply it to our sphere here. And if I click apply, you can see it's starting to add it to our plane. If I move down here, you can see that it's starting to bump it up a little bit. So let's go out with something really crazy, maybe like 150. Click apply. And there you go. We're starting to get some displacement in here. And with displacements, they really pop depending on how many polygons you have on your geometry. I'm just using a plane from Unreal in here right now, which I'm not sure how many polygons it has on it. But if I bring it in from like a third-party app like Cinema4D, make a plane there, just triangle it out, make a whole bunch of polygons and bring that in, it's going to look a lot better. But for this example, I just want to show you guys how to build out this displacement here. And so if I want to be able to have this tiled down with our texture, same thing from the last lesson. Let me pull this back a little bit. And remember, we have our texture coordinates here. And so I'm just going to have to pipe this into this multiply here. Just pipe this into this UV here. And now if I click on this number 1, This is our constant from before that's taking over our texture coordinate. Just make this maybe 10. You can see our displacement is going wild here. But if we look in our viewport, now you can see our displacement is tiled. If you bring in like a geometry from another app where you can add more polygons, it's going to look a lot better. Actually, let me bring in a sphere. Let's see what it looks like on our sphere. So I'm actually delete this plane here. Bring in a sphere. Let's make this 10 all around, something like that. Drag this up a little bit. And let's put a texture on here to see what it looks like. Yeah, you can see getting a crazy amount of tessellation on there. Bring this down back to 1. Click apply. See what it looks like. So yeah, you can see our displacement on the sphere is really popping through. So let me pull up this node tree again, just so you guys can kind of get a better idea of how it looks. You can take a screenshot of it for reference. Let me drag this out. And then let me name this displacement. Boom, something like that. And then if we need to, we can actually group this. Let me bring this down from a tessellation multiplier. Select all these, hit C on the keyboard, and then I could just name this displacement. All my nodes down here is what's controlling my displacements. So this is a real, easy setup, but I wanted to give it its own video just because there's a lot more nodes involved. And so if you wanted like a quick reference, you can always look back at just this video if you need to add displacement. But a lot of times I don't really add displacement. Like normal maps will usually get me where I want to be. But if you want to add displacement, there you go. There's your setup. Hopefully, as we're moving along, you guys are getting really familiar with the way everything is working in here. I know nodes could be intimidating at first, especially if you're not used to working in them. But as you continue to work with this, it's just going to be like a second language to you. You're just going to be able to speak nodes, throw everything at it, and just have fun with it. And so in the next video, I'm going to show you guys how to actually make gradients within Unreal Engine. And so whenever you're ready, I'll catch you in the next video. In this video, we're going to learn how to make a gradient using the material editor. So I have a blank slate here inside of Unreal. I can get rid of this. I'm going to delete this, and I'm just going to leave everything else in here. First, I'm going to start off by bringing a cylinder in, and I'm going to make this location exact 0. So I'm going to 0 everything out. I just hit 0, hit the tab key to move over, then hit 0 on my keypad there. And then for my rotation, I'm going to rotate it 90 degrees on the x-axis. And then for my Y, oops, there we go, 90. And then on my scale for my Y, let's make this 0.5 and the Z will be 0.5 as well. Actually, let's make all 3.5 because my Z, I don't want to have 0.5. This is going to be elongated like so. And if you're confused by the axis here, remember if we come up here to the world, I'm going to click on that and that's going to give us the correct object axis here. And so that's why before it was kind of looking weird, but once we clicked on the world there, it's going to give us our axis points for this object here. And so now you can see that the Z is what's elongating like so. And then I'm going to click on my source light. I'm just going to make it movable to get rid of this lighting up here. And we should be good to go. So now let's start by making our material. I'm going to come down here into my content browser, right click, click on material, and I'm just going to name this gradient like so. Then I'm going to double click on it here. And now you should be really familiar with this interface here. I'm going to start off by making 2 colors, and then I'm going to put those together with alert. Like, okay, so if I hold down 4 on my keyboard, left click, and that's going to bring up the 4 constant. And remember, if I come down here on my right hand side under my palette, look at the constants right here. So constant for a vector, this is exactly what we made. And what that gives us is a RGB and an alpha channel here. So I'm going to double click on this black area here. And I'm just going to pick a random color. Let's pick red. There we go. And then I'm just going to copy and paste this. So Control C, Control V. I'm going to double click it again. And let's make it blue. All right, so now we have our 2 colors. This is what our color is going to gradate into. It's going to go from red to blue. So now what I want to do is I want to hold down the L on the keyboard, and left click, and that brings up our lerp. Now what our lerp's going to do is once we start piping these into the A and B, then in the alpha channel, we're going to be able to control the gradation and how it moves and everything. Let me put this red into A and then the blue into B. Let me connect this to the base color, and it's making it purple, and that's because it's actually mixing these two together. We have to tell it that, hey, we want to be able to control a gradient. We don't want to mix these two colors together. So down here, I'm going to right click, and then I'm just going to type in gradient. And the one that we're going to want to use is called linear gradient. So I'm going to click on this, and then I'm going to make a multiply. And I'm going to put the U gradient into the A. And then I'm going to hold down the 1 key and left click. And that's going to bring up the 1 constant here. And I'm going to pipe this into the B. And then we bring this into the alpha channel. And now you can see that it made it red, and that's because down here is where we're going to control our gradation. So if I start to bring the value up, now you can see that we're starting to get gradient. And if I click on this right here to make it a plane, we're going to see it a lot better. So now you can see that we're going from red to blue, which is kind of making a purplish color. So I just have to move it up a little bit. And so now you can see we're going from red to purple to blue, and that's because it's mixing it in between. And if you want to have it go the opposite direction, not opposite, but in the other direction, all you have to do is look at the V gradient here. Let's click and drag this into the A. And now you're going to get it going vertical. And then there's another gradient in here as well. We could do a diamond gradient. So if I right click and type in gradient, if we look down here, we should see, there we go, diamond gradient. So all I have to do is replace this with the A right here on our multiply, and now we're getting a diamond gradient, and we can control it in here. Okay, so I want to stick with my V gradient. I'm going to pipe that back into the A. I'm going to delete this. Actually, let me do it on a U, because we're going to bring it onto that cylinder. I'm just going to drag this down a little bit so it's a little bit more even. So maybe about 0.8, somewhere around there. So I'm going to click apply. And then I'm going to just make this smaller. And I'm just going to click and drag it onto my cylinder. And now we have a gradient on there, but it's not going in the direction that I want. So I'm going to double click again. And I'm going to actually pipe in the V. So let me click apply. And now we should have it. Yeah, so now we have our gradient going the correct way. And it looks like our gradient isn't all the way across. So I'm just going to drag this over here and click on my constant here. And I'm just going to drag it till I get the blue in there a little bit and click apply. And there we go. Now we have our correct gradient going from blue, mixed into the purple, and going into the red. And we can also animate this if we bring it into a sequencer as well. So if I come up here to my cinematics, come down here to add level sequence, I'm going to click on this. I'm just going to leave it at the default name, but you can name it whatever you want. I'm going to click save. And now under my sequencer, I have my timeline. So it's as easy as clicking and dragging my cylinder into my timeline here. So now I have my cylinder in here, but we don't have our material. And I'm going to show you something. I'm going to get into a little bit deeper in another video, but I'll just give you a quick rundown right now. It's going to be called creating an instance of this material. And when we create an instance, it's going to give us our parameters that we can bring into our timeline. Let me show you exactly what I'm talking about. So if I come inside my gradient, let me right click, and then you can see at the top here, it says create material instance. So if I click this, you see that it has underscore INST, and that stands for instance. So if I double click it, it's not going to be set up correctly because we have to go into our node editor and actually make it so we get our parameters over here. But I just wanted to show you what it looked like when you don't have it set up correctly. And so you're not going to have access to any of the parameters over here, and this isn't going to work within our sequencer. So I'm going to delete this, and I'm going to show you the quick and easy way to properly set it up with the nodes that we already have built out. So let me double click on my gradient here. And if I go to my color here and actually right click, the very top option here, it says convert the parameter. And what this does is it'll allow us to have parameters whenever we bring it into an instance. So let me click convert parameter, and then it's going to ask us to name it. So I'm actually going to just name it color 1. because once we have it in our instance, it would actually give us control over changing the color as well. So we could change that color if we want to. And you can see once we made this into a parameter, it gives us an error here. And that's because you can't have a non-parameter, which our constant here is, with our parameter. You can't have those both working together. So we're going to make this into a parameter as well. And I'm just going to name this one color 2. And now you can see our error run away. So there's only one more thing that we have to make it to a parameter, and that's our constant node down here. So I'm actually going to make it a value of 0. Then I'm going to right click on here and make it convert to a parameter. And I'm just going to name this one scalar, because this is what we're going to use to scale our gradient. And if you look over here on the left-hand side, our parameters over here actually changed. So now we have an option for a default value, a minimal slider, and a maximum slider. And so what this is we're going to set like our default value to maybe like 3. And then our min, we're going to keep it at 0. And our max, let's say at 3. So what this does is once we bring it into our instance, it's going to give us control over a slider that 0 is going to be completely one color, and then 3 is going to be completely the other color, and everything in between, the number of values, is what's going to give us our gradient. So we have everything set up here. I'm going to click apply, and now I can exit this out. And then I'm going to come down here, right click, and create a new material instance. And I'm just going to leave it as gradient underscore inst. Double click on this. And now you can see that we have some parameters over here in which we can control. And so you notice that we have these boxes over here. If you want to activate them, you just click on them and you'll get a check mark in here. And now we have complete control over these. So you can see once I start messing with the scalar, it's actually controlling our gradient in here. And everything that's in here is actually controllable within our timeline. So now we can bring our materials into the sequencer and actually animate those with keyframes. So if I want to just bring this maybe down to 0, I'm going to leave it at default here because we're going to animate it in the sequencer. Let me click save. And another side note, only the stuff that's checkmarked is going to be able to be used in the sequencer. So everything that you want to be able to keyframe, make sure you have a check mark beside it. So I'm going to exit that out. I'm going to come back over to my sequencer, and then on my cylinder here, I'm going to click on track. And then down here under components, you're going to want to click on the static mesh. So once I have my static mesh right here, I'm going to click on track, and then I'm going to come up to material parameters and click on this one. It says element 0. And so now if I click on parameter under material element 0, click on this plus sign here, it's going to give us the check. Remember inside of our material instance, how we had these check marked? Now we have control over these and we can actually add keyframes to them. So I'm going to click on all 3 of them. Let me do color 1. I'm going to add color 2, and then I'm going to add scalar. So you can see automatically it's adding keyframes in there for us. So if I put these down, we can see our complete RGB values, and then our scalar is already on 3. So I'm going to put my scalar down to 0. And then I'm going to come all the way up here. Now I'm going to make my scalar 3. And then if I come down here, my lower left-hand corner, I'm going to click on to front. It's going to bring it all the way to the front. Then I'm going to click play. And now you can see our gradient is actually animating. And so say that I wanted to have these colors animating instead. Let me delete these keyframes for the scalar. And actually, let me make my scalar something more towards the middle here, something like that. And then I'm just going to animate my actual colors here. So I'm already at the end of my sequence. Let's change our color value to something else. So I'm just messing with the R and the B. There it goes. Maybe something like that for color 1. And then color 2, let's make it something completely different. Yeah, something like that might work. So we have like a teal going to like a yellow. So come down here to my lower left-hand corner again, click the to front. I'm at the beginning of my sequence. I'm going to click play. And now you can see that our color is starting to change within our gradient here. Then if you want to take that one step further, you can always add a keyframe to the scalar as well. And so you can see the possibilities of what I'm going with here. Let me click play, see what happens here. There we go. So as the gradient is scaling, the color is changing with it. And so everything that you have inside your material instance, you have complete control over inside of your timeline, which is really cool because the more complex your gradient package is, the more crazy stuff you can have happening on your material within your timeline. So that's going to do it for the gradient section. It's just real short and easy. In the next video, I'm going to show you guys how to make decal materials, which is really handy if you want to add some extra detail to your scenes. It's something that's easier to show you than explain. So whenever you're ready, I'll catch you in the next video. In this video, I want to show you guys decal actors. Now, what this can be used for is projecting different images onto your objects. So if you want to have like blood splats on the wall, or if you want to add blemishes to a surface, or even put like posters or stickers anywhere, this is exactly how you would do it. So to get started, I have Unreal Engine open. I'm going to take this player start here. I'm going to delete this. Then I'm going to come over and I'm going to add a cube in. And I'm just going to zero out my location here on the right hand side. So 0, tab 0, etc. Make sure it's in direct center. I'm going to zoom in here a little bit. I'm just going to pull this up. And I'm just going to have this on a really simple scene. Nothing too crazy. So I'm clicking on my scale tool here. Just going to click and drag this out. Maybe drag it up a little bit. Then I'm going to raise it up. Just so we have like a generic wall here. I'm going to click on my light source. Because you can see over here on the left hand side where it says lighting needs to be rebuilt. I want to make this all dynamic, so I'm just going to click movable on my light source, and that gets rid of that there. Then I'm just going to rotate this on the y-axis, maybe the z as well, just so we get a little bit of shadow in here, so it's not blowing out so much. So we should be good to go. That should be a good setup for what I want to show you guys. And so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to find my logo that I have for Mograph.com, which I have right here. It's just a simple PNG with alpha channel inside of it. It's already embedded. I'm going to click and drag this into my scene. I'm going to make this minimized. Now I have my Mograph logo in here. If I double click, you can see we have the alpha embedded. Everything's showing through as it should. I'm going to click on save. And I'm just going to exit this out. And so now our next step is we want to make a material that's going to be used for our decal. So if I right click here, click on material, and I'm just going to name this one, let's say decal underscore Mograph, like so. Then I could double click on this. And now you should be really familiar with this by now, but we have our main node here. And what I want to tell Unreal is instead of making like a traditional material, I want to make a decal that we can project onto this wall. So to do that, I'm going to click on my main node here. And down here in my lower left-hand corner under material, where it says material domain, I'm going to click on surface, and right here where it says defer decal, I'm going to click on this. So as soon as I did that, you can see my object in the preview window disappeared, and then we also have an error down below that's asking for a blend model translucent, which if I come over here back on my left hand side where it says blend mode, where it says opaque, I want to click on this, and then I'm going to turn this into translucent as well. And now it gets rid of our error and we have an object back up in here in our window. So my next step from here is I want to bring that PNG into my graph node here. I'm just going to click and drag this in here like so. And I'm going to drag this back down so we can see a little bit better. And what I could do from here is right here where it says RGB, I'm going to connect this to my base color. And then I'm going to also connect it to my opacity. And now you can see we have a translucent logo in here. We don't want it to be that translucent. It's going to look like it's actually being projected by a projector if we do it this way. So in order to fix this, if I click back on my main node, and right here under decal blend mode, this one right here, we want to click on this translucent. So I know they both say translucent. We want to make sure we click on the one that's below. And right here, I'm looking for a debuffer. So, okay, yes, right here under emissive, it says debuffer, translucent color, normal and roughness. We want to click on this one here, and that's going to give us a proper channel here that we can actually project onto our wall. So I'm going to click apply. Let me minimize this for a second. And I'm going to bring in a decal actor into our scene that we can use to make our projection. So if I click on here and just type in decal, and then I'm going to click and drag this into my scene, you can see we have a really stretched material on our wall here, and that's because our purple arrow is pointing down. And if I move this out a little bit, you can see that we have a green box. So everything that's encompassed in this green box is actually going to be projected. So it's almost like a volume, and we can actually control this with scale as well if you wanted to. But if I move this out past, see if the green box is moved out, we're not going to see it on the wall anymore. But anything that's not pointing down, or actually anything that's not in the down direction that's being pointed by this arrow, is going to be really stretched out. So the way to fix this is I'm going to click on my decal actor under location. I'm going to zero it out like so. Then my rotation, it starts off at -90. I'm going to hit 0 here as well. And now we should have a proper projection on our wall. And I can actually bring this up a little bit. And you can see our scale is a little bit large. So here under scale, let me make this 0.3 overall. You can see our green box isn't touching our wall anymore. So if I just drag this in here, now you can see we have a proper projection on our wall here. And we can actually bring our Mograph logo in here and have this projected onto our wall. So if I click on my decal actor, down here under decal, where it says decal material, I'm just going to click and drag that material that I just created into this box. And now you can see that we have a projection on our wall, but it still looks a little bit funky. And that's because we have to properly make our opacity come through well, or else it's still going to look kind of weird. So let me double click on this again to make this large. And I'm actually going to bring in a constant, a 1 constant, and then I'm going to bring in a multiply to control our opacity here. So if I hold down 1 on my keyboard, left click, now I have a 1 constant in here. Then if I hold down M on my keyboard, left click, now I have a multiply. So my first step here is I'm going to connect my first constant to the A node. And then I'm going to put the alpha channel into the B node. Then I'm going to bring this under my opacity. And now if I come here under my 1 constant, bring this up to 1, now we can see that it's not opaque anymore, and we just have the alpha channel that's surrounding it. So now if I click apply, we should see our logo on the wall like so. And we can see that it's rotated the wrong way. So that's an easy fix as well. Let me see what axis we're on. So we'll do the X. We're going to rotate our X by 90 degrees. And there you go. Now we have the Mograph logo on our wall, and that's looking a little bit elongated. So on my scale, I could just scale it until it starts to look right, maybe somewhere around there. But that's exactly how you would start projecting stuff on the walls. So you can see how powerful this becomes if you're building like some type of environment out. We can start putting stickers up easily. And this also comes in handy when we're doing stuff like adding grunge to our scene, or like I'm going to show you now, I'm going to actually make a blood splat that I'm going to project on this wall as well. So I have a couple of items here already set up for this. So I have my albedo, I have a normal map, I have opacity, and I have a roughness, which just will all work with the decal. So let me click off 4 of these and drag them into my content browser down here. Okay, so now I have my items here. I'm going to right click, make a new material, and I'm just going to name this one decal _ blood. Then I'm going to double click on it. Then let me make this a little bit smaller so I can start dragging all those items in here. So I'm going to select these 4 items, drag them into my node graph editor, and I'm just going to start connecting these up. So I'm going to set up this node here. As before, come down to material domain. So let me make this larger. Here we go. So come down to material domain where it says surface, click on deferred decal. And then for my blend mode, make this translucent. And then for my decal blend mode, I'm going to make this the D buffer, the first one, translucent color, normal and roughness. Click on that. And we should be good to go to start connecting these up. And so for this, I can actually start just connecting these as if I'm making a PBR material. So my diffuse or my albedo goes into the base color. And then the normal map goes into normal. And then this right here, my alpha, I'm going to take the RGB and put this into opacity like so. Because for this one, we actually don't have an alpha embedded. This is a matte. And so if we had the alpha embedded, we could have used the alpha channel like we did for the Mograph example. But since we don't, we could use the RGB to punch this through. And then for my roughness here, connect this to roughness. There we go. You can see our blood right here. So I'm just going to click apply. And I can X this out. And we actually don't even need to make a new decal. So if I click on this, I can actually just replace what we had here before. So I'm going to click on my decal blood, bring it in here. And now we have a blood splat on our wall. So say that you're working on a project, the client wants to switch out the decal. It's like, instead of blood splats, maybe we put like a crack in the wall. We could easily go and replace it. We don't even have to make a new material. So if I come down to Unreal, let me find another folder that I have my decal hole in. So I have this built out here. I actually have a specular with this as well. So if I click and drag this in here, we'll see exactly what we're going to build out. There we go. So if I double click on this, you can see that it's actually like some concrete that's kind of busted out. We can see some of the wires and everything in here. So say instead of the blood splat, we actually wanted to put this in there instead. So that's really easy to do. If I double click on my blood decal, then let me make this as large as I can here so we can start just dragging and dropping our stuff in here. So if I drag this over, and if I click on my textures here and then scroll down on my left hand side, you can see here under material expression where it says texture, we can actually just start clicking and dragging and replacing it. So now you see that it replaced it with that. So I just do it down the line. I'm just going to take my normal, replace this one. I'm going to take my alpha, replace this. And then my roughness pass here, I'm going to look for roughness, replace that one. And then with this particular material, I actually have a specular as well. So I can click and drag this in and just kind of connect it to where it goes. Then we're going to click apply and I click save. And if I exit this out, now you can see it was easy as that. Now we have some busted up concrete on our wall here. And the normal map actually makes it looks like it's extruded out a little bit. So if it looks extruded like that, just double click on your normal, come under search details, and then just type in flip. And right here where it says flip green channel, sometimes if you click this, it will invert it. So let's see what it looks like inverted. So I think that looks a little bit, no, it looked better the other way. So I'm going to flip it like so. Click save. It should be good to go. So I can actually, let's bring some light over top of it. There we go. So now it looks like we have a hole within our wall there. And it was easy as that. We have complete control over these decals. If I move it out a little bit, you can see we have some opacity on there. Move it in, it really grunges it up. I just wanted to share this with you guys. The decal is probably one of those things that you're always going to be going to, especially if you're building out like environmental scenes where you need that little bit of detail in there to really make your environment pop. This is exactly what you're going to need to make that happen. In the next video, I'm going to be showing you guys how to make a material instance. I know I touched on it a little bit in the gradient video, but I feel like it's something that's very powerful that you might be using a lot. And so I wanted to give it its own video so that you can reference it later. So whenever you're ready, I'll catch you in the next video. In this video, I want to show you guys how to make a material instance that could be really useful down the road when you start making really complex materials. So I have Unreal open here. What I'm going to do is my light source, I'm just going to make this movable. So we have dynamic lighting. It gets rid of the red text up there. Then I'm going to bring over a plane, bring this into my scene. Let's zero everything out. Make our scale. Let's maybe make it 5. And then on Y-axis here on rotation, make it 90. So it's pointing up a little bit. There we go. And then I'm going to leave my, and then I'm going to just use the Mograph PNG that we used before. It has the alpha channel and everything embedded, if you remember the last video that we did. So I'm going to get started off by right clicking. Let's make a material. And I'm just going to name this one, I can name it Mograph. So Mograph _ master. And that will be for our master material. So I'm going to double click on this. Then I'm going to drag my PNG in here. And from here, we're going to start building out a pretty complex material. And so since this does have the alpha embedded, I'm going to click on my main node here and make sure that I can actually add an alpha channel to here, because you can see it starts off grayed out. So to be able to get alpha in here, come down to blend mode where it says opaque and actually click on mask. And now we have an opacity mask here that we can click the alpha channel and connect that. So let me do that now. And then my RGB, I'm going to make under base layer or base color. Let me make this into a flat plane. Now we have our texture built out. So now we can start adding like specular and roughness and even some coordinates to really gain some control over this material. So remember, if I hold down the 1 key and left click for the 1 constant, I'm going to connect this to my specular. And we'll hold down the 1 key again, left click, connect this to my roughness. Then on my specular, if I move this up to 5, it should get really shiny. Yep, we can start seeing the reflection on the logo there. So everything's good there. And then for my UVs, let's start adding some more constant parameters, and we're going to add in a coordinate texture here too. So we can actually start scaling this on our plane when we add our material to it. So if I right click and type in coordinate, we should see texture coordinate here. So I'm going to bring this in. Then I'm going to hold the 1 key, click it twice again. So I'm adding 1 constant here. You should be familiar with this by now. And then I'm going to hold down the M key, left click for a multiply. Now I'm going to make a pretty complex material here just so you can really see the power of a material instance in this example. So I'm going to start connecting both of these to my multiply node. And then I'm going to hold down the 1 key, left click again. And I'm going to have this controlling the UVs here. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be setting this up so that we can have it tiling and also have it set up so we can tile the U and the V separately if we need to. So let me click on M again, make another multiply. Let me connect this to here. Let me scroll this back, hold down M again, have another multiply. So you can see where we're going. It's getting complex pretty fast. Let me connect both of these. Connect these to the UV, and there we go. It disappeared, and that's because we don't have any numbers put into our parameters here. But I don't want to do that here. I want to do it inside my material instance. But let me click apply. And you remember every time we make like a different, like if we change the numbers on here, let me scroll back down. So if we click a number here, we usually have to type in the value, then click apply. And if we don't like it, we have to change the value again. Click apply again. What it's doing is it's compiling the textures. And so there's an easy way to get around that. If we make like a material instance, we can actually start controlling our material in real time. So I'm going to click apply here just to make sure everything's applied. Then I'm going to right click on my Mograph master. Click on right here where it says create material instance. It should be at the very top. And then it's always going to have underscore inst, that stands for instance. So I'm going to leave the naming convention that it made the same. Then if I double click on this, inside of our window here, we have a panel here, but we don't have any parameters. So what would normally happen is once we start making these into parameters that we can control, there'll actually be little check mark boxes here, and we can actually individually say what we want to control in there. So let me show you guys what I mean. So if I come back here, make this full screen, and let's say for this one, the specular, we have to make this into a parameter, a scalable parameter for it to be able to work in our material instance. So if I right click on this, if you see right here where it says convert to parameter, I want to click on this, and then this is going to be highlighted where it says parameter. What I usually do is whatever node this is connected to, that's what I'll name it. And so I'll name this one specular, like so. And then you can see over here in our details panel, it also changed as well. So right now the default value says 5, but I'm just going to name it or make it 1. Actually, no, I can keep it 5. So the default value, what it's going to be at whenever we see it inside of our material instance here. And then this is going to be our slider for our min and max. So I'll make my max 5 as well. And then I'll click apply. Then if I come to my material instance, now you can see under our parameter group here, we actually have a box here that I could check mark, and I can actually start sliding this. So what we're doing is we're making sliders, and whenever we start controlling this here, it's going to control it real time in Unreal. So let's build out the rest of the material, and then I can show you in real time how this all works in action. So I'm going to go back to my Mograph master material, and I'm just going to start making these into parameters like I did for my specular. But there's also another way you could do it as well. So if you didn't want to build these out and right click and make it into a parameter. So if I come over to my palette and I start scrolling down, we want to look for a section that says parameters. So let's see, it's all in alphabetical order. There we go. right there. So parameters. So all of these right here will work inside of our instance. And so what we're creating right here, whenever we right click and hit convert parameter, there's actually a scalar parameter. So if I click and drag this here, you can see that these two match. So if you didn't want to hold down the 1 key and left click to make it constant, you can also just look for a scalar parameter, which if you hold down the S key, left click, now it makes a scalar, which I can name this one roughness. And then I'll actually replace this with this one here, and I could delete this. I could delete this as well. And then over here on the left-hand side, we have our default value, which I can make 5. My slider max, I can make 5 again. And then you can see where I'm going with this. So this is actually making sliders that we can control in real time. So for the rest of these constants, I'm going to turn these into parameters as well. So I'm going to right click this, convert to parameter, and I'm going to name this one tiling. And then I think I actually have this in reverse. So I'm going to take my texture coordinate, put this in my A slot, and then put my tiling in my B slot. So I want to put this above this right here. And then I'm just going to select both of these, right click, convert to parameter, drag these out. And then this top one, I'm going to name this one tiling V, or actually a tiling U. And then the bottom one will be V. So I'm naming this one tiling V. And then over here under my texture sample, I can even right click this and convert this to parameter as well. And then I'm just going to name this one diffuse, because if I want to do this in my material instance, just swap out materials if I want to, I can always just click and drag and swap that out inside the material instance. So I'm going to click apply. And you're seeing that we're still not seeing our material here. And that's because I forgot to add parameters to these over here for my tiling. So for my default value, I'm just going to choose 1 for each of these. So for my tiling U, my tiling V, and my tiling parameter, I'm going to make all 3 of these 1. And now you see we have our texture back here. Now I'm going to click apply. If I come over to my Mograph instance, so now that I have control over all of these parameters here, let me make this a little bit smaller. So I'm going to apply my material master instance here to my plane. Now I can see we're sideways. So I'm just going to rotate this. Actually, I could just click on here, rotate it this way, like so. I'm just going to bring this up. Here we go. So now we have our material on our plane here. And instead of coming into our master and keep hitting apply, like making a change here, then hitting apply, we can actually control this in real time. So let me move this over so we can see it. So my roughness, I could just start dragging it down. You can see that we're really controlling it here. My specular, as I move this around, you can see that we're really just changing the material in real time. If I click on my tiling, you can see it, we're tiling as well. So I don't have to keep coming up here and clicking save. I mean, I can't save it, but I don't have to keep clicking it. And every time I make some type of parameter in here, it's going to make it under a parameter group. So if I want to add to this, like say you want to add like emissive or normals or something of that nature, every time we add stuff to a master node, it's going to apply it to our parameter group here. So the possibilities are endless. So if you want to make really big and exaggerated materials, this will be the way that you're going to go to do it. So I'm hoping that you guys are enjoying the series. That's going to wrap it up for the materials. In the next chapter, I'm going to be going over the Quixel Megascan libraries. And what that entails is going over Bridge and Quixel Mixer. So whenever you guys are ready, I'll see you in the next chapter. Recently, Epic bought Quixel, and what that means for us is that we get 100% free access to Megascans, Bridge, and Mixer. Now, what Megascans is, it's a photogrammetry library where they travel the world taking photographs of all these different cliffs and trees and mountains, and they actually put them together as a photo roll object. And they also did surfaces and decals, a whole plethora of things. And what's Bridge is, we can actually have access to that, and with one click, bring it into Unreal Engine. And then if we wanted to make our own textures and surfaces, we have access to Mixer as well. So what this chapter is going to be is an overview of how to use all these items. And again, they're 100% free. And so first, we're going to go over Bridge. So whenever you guys are ready, I'll catch you in the next video. In this video, I'm going to go over the basics of where you need to go to get the programs and how you need to log in to get them. So I'm on their webpage right now. All you have to do is go to Quixel.com, and this is the intro screen that you'll see here. And if you scroll down, it would actually show you the 3 different objects that we have access to, which is Megascans, which I was telling you is the photogrammetry library, and Bridge, which is, if you're on PC, is similar to File Explorer, or if you're on the Adobe suite, it's similar to Adobe Bridge, where basically you open up the program, you have the whole library right in front of you, and then you have access to all your items right there, so you don't have to search around on websites or anything anymore. They made this program so that you can kind of just have your full library, your stuff that you want to download, stuff that you have downloaded, and then you'll click and you'll be able to export them to all the different programs. I'll go through that in another video, but for this one, I just want to show you where you get everything and how to get it installed. And this right here is Mixer. And so if you're familiar with like Substance Painter, it's something very similar to that. We can actually bring in 3D objects now and paint on them. It's kind of limited right now since that part is in beta. But the cool part about Mixer is we can actually make our own textures. So we could take the access that we have to their whole library and Megascans and Bridge, bring that into Mixer and start mixing them up and making our own materials out of them, in which if you want to make like a forest or a swampland, you can texturize that exactly how you want it and then export that out to Unreal with one click of a button. And I'll show you how to do that as well. But to get access to these items, we have to come over here to where it says sign in. And once you click on this, this is where you're going to want to sign in at, right here where it says sign in with Epic Games. And the reason that you want to do it that way is because if you're using Unreal, you're able to use these 100% free, which means you don't have to pay any licensing fees or anything of that nature. Now, the caveat is if we're going to be using like Cinema4D and maybe rendering out with Octane or Redshift, then you do have to pay a license to use it. But if you're going to be doing your final output with Unreal, then you have 100% free access to it. So if you are going to use this, make sure you look through the legalities. It's all about where you export it at. So like if you did use the objects and you're using Maya or Cinema and you decide to render out from there, then legally you're obligated to pay Quixel. But again, if you're going to render out of Unreal, then you don't have to worry about anything at all. And so this is where you're going to sign in at right here, sign in with Epic Games. Okay, so once you click on it, you have a whole bunch of different options. It depends on how you set up your Epic account. I actually signed mine up with Xbox, so I'll just click on that. And it's going to ask me to verify and everything. Actually, I'm not going to do that here. I already have my account signed up. But if we go over to products here, this is where we can find our products and download them. So you'll want to download Bridge and Mixer. Basically, what the Megascan browser is, it's the same thing as Bridge, but this is the web-based version. So if I click on this, this is what Bridge looks like, but this is the web version like I was saying. So you're able to scan everything on here, like if there's any type of objects that you want. And if you're signed in, then it will actually save it to Bridge anyway, and then you can export from there. And let me go back. Okay, then over here under Bridge, this is where you want to download Bridge at. It says download for free. You'll want to click that and install it. And then it's going to ask you, like where do you want to have all your assets set at? I usually have everything set up on a separate drive just because, these objects can get really large. So I would suggest not having it forwarded to like your SSD drive. It's fine to put Bridge on your SSD drive, but you want to make sure that you have it forwarded to a larger drive that's on your system. If I scroll down here, you can see everything that it works with. I'll get more in depth into this in another video, but this gives you a pretty good idea of everything that works with Bridge. And then if I come back up here to products, come down to Mixer, click on this. Again, this is where you would download this 100% free. Same thing, I would download Bridge first and then Mixer, because once you have everything set up in Bridge, like where you want your assets to download and everything, Mixer will ask you too, like where did you set it up to have your assets downloaded, because Bridge and Mixer work together. And so once you download your assets from Bridge, then you're able to access those in Mixer, which again, that's going to be for a separate video because those are more in depth. But to get you started, click download for free here. Then if you scroll through here, it gives you kind of a breakdown of all the different things that you could do in Mixer. Like this guy made all these 100% within Mixer, these different textures and everything here. So Mixer is basically kind of like Photoshop, but for 3D texturing artists. I mean, it's pretty intuitive and pretty crazy what you have access to. But this is where you need to go to download everything. So once you have everything all set up, you have Bridge downloaded, you have Mixer downloaded, you're already set to go. And so in the next video, we're going to go more in depth in the Bridge. I'm going to show you how to get it set up to work with Unreal and how to get it set up to even work with Cinema4D. And once you're ready, I'll catch you in that next video. So once you have Bridge and everything installed, I'm sure you're anxious to get in here and really see what it can do. So right now I have Quixel Bridge open. And if I come up here, up in the top left-hand corner where it says edit, I just want to click on this and click on settings. And I just want to make sure that you guys have this set up right. So remember in the last video, I was saying that you're going to need to point it to an area that you have a large enough disk space that you can actually download all these assets to. And so once you installed it, it should have asked you, but if you want to double check or if you ever want to change it, you just go to these settings here, right here where it says local library path. You just click on this and then you just tell it like, this is where I wanted to download the assets, and you should be ready to go. And then you can ignore this one here because we could change this later. Like I use it for Unreal and Cinema4D. Like if I click here, it gives you access to all the different APPs that you might be using. And like I said, I use Unreal and Cinema. And so once you're ready to export, you would select it there anyway. So I wouldn't even mess with anything here. But to give you an overview of Bridge, like when you first open it up, it's usually going to have a collection here at the top banner. And what this basically is, it's like they'll have like a whole bunch of photogrammetry assets that they made, and they'll have a theme behind them. Like this one is toys. And so what they did was they photo scanned a bunch of toys. And if I click on it, you can see right here, we have a little preview window. It will show you similar assets down here in the lower right-hand corner as well. But what's cool is if I click up here on maps, it will show us all the different maps that are associated with this scan. So we have the normal map, we have the roughness, we have the AO, and then if I click on 3D, we can actually move all around it. And right now it's set to PBR, but you can set it to maybe see what the normal maps look like. You can set it to just the albedo, roughness, etc., etc. And then if I click back on PBR, maybe go full screen, now we have a full screen view of it. If I scroll up my mouse, we can move in a little bit on there just to kind of see what this object's going to look like, see if it's something that you want to download. Then once I want to get back to our normal view, just click the X right here, and we're back to where we were. Then again, this is the preview window, which isn't interactive at all. It's just a screenshot of what it looks like. And so to get started, if I come over here to download settings, this will give us a couple of options here, like our texture resolution. Looks like this one, you could download 4K or 2K. I usually go to highest. Some of them are even 8K. So I just download the highest there because whenever you export, you can always like downgrade it if you want to, but it's always good just to download the highest and then, you know, go down from there. And then for material preset, I like using Unreal's preset, but there's other ones here. Like if you want to use Unity's, they have some for the metalness and the specular. And then they have some for the offline renders too. Like if you're using Redshift or Octane, things of that nature. Like if I click on it, it will change what's down here. And basically it's just going to be what it's downloading. Like right now, everything that's checkmarked is what it's going to download from the servers. So we have albedo, displacement, normal, roughness, and AO. But let me click back on Unreal 4. It should be about the same. Yeah, basically this is the workflow that we would be using with Unreal. And I found out that this works pretty much good with Redshift and Octane as well. But if you want to do something custom, you could do that as well. So if I scroll up, click custom, then I could just start check marking the ones that I want to download here in case you wanted to add like a specular or a gloss or something of that nature. Let me go back here, click Unreal 4, and then our mesh format, they'll give you a couple of options here. You have Alembic, an object, or an FBX. I usually just leave it at FBX. And then right here for LOD, I usually download the high poly source and then maybe the next two after it. So LOD 0 and LOD 1. We're not making a game, so the LODs aren't as important. Like the high poly one, that's going to be really, really dense. It's going to have a ton of triangles and polys in it. So it might slow the system down a little bit. And so the safest bet would be to go with LOD 0, but I always download LOD 1 just in case as a backup. But I usually download these three here, if not only these two. And this also saves space too. You don't want to download everything here because the more stuff you have downloaded, the more space it's going to take up on your hard drive. Then one more thing, if I scroll down where it says JPEG, sometimes it will give you an option of a PNG as well. Looks like for this one, they just have JPEG, but this will give you the options here if you want JPEG, EXR, or usually PNG, which I'm not seeing for this asset here. But once you're all ready to go, just click download down here, and then you'll see the download button start spinning. And it usually, depending on your internet speed, will take just a couple of seconds to a minute to download. Then if I look over here on my object, it will actually have the percentage counting down. So it looks like it's pretty close to downloading. Once you see the green arrow turn to blue, that means that everything's there. Then if I right click on this as well, click on go to files, I can actually access all these different things that are downloaded. And so for any reason, if you exported this over to like Cinema or Unreal and it didn't bring over all the maps, all you do is right click, click go to files, and then it brings you to the folder here. And then you can start putting in the different textures that you need that it might not have exported, because sometimes that happens, it won't export like the normal map or something of that nature. Okay, so now we're ready to export this over to let's do Unreal first. So we want to come over to our export settings. And right here for texture resolution, remember I was saying you could kind of pick whenever you export. Let's do 4K for this one. And then for texture format, I'm going to, since it was a JPEG, I'm going to just click on JPEG. Let's say we want to do LOD 0. Then the mesh format, I'll leave it at FBX. And then this is the important part here. So where it says export to, this is where you're going to download the plugin to have a live link between your program. And so what the live link does is, like I was saying in, I think the last video, it's a one-click solution to bring everything over to your program. So once we click export, it's going to bring it to Unreal, and we won't even have to texture it or anything. It brings it in 100% ready to go. So it's more like Legos at that part. You're just kind of taking your pieces and placing them where you want. So if I click on export to right here where it says 3D Max, actually I already have Unreal downloaded, so I'm not going to have this here, but right here where it says download plugin, you would click on that and then you would just point it to wherever you need to download it on your file. So if I click on Unreal Engine, I already have downloaded plugin there. And then right here where it says engine version, I'm using 4.25, but you have access to all these backlogged all the way down to 4.15. And then for the installation folder, I'm not sure why it's not showing it, but if I click select folder here, I just have to find where I have Unreal, which actually this is good because I can show you guys exactly where you need to put it. So I'm going to look for where Unreal Engine is downloaded. So I'm in my program files, click on Epic Games. I'm going to do version 4.25. And then I'm going to click on Engine here. And then under Engine, we should see plugins. So if you follow my script up here, we have program files, goes to Epic Games, engine number that you have, which is 4.25. And then engine, and then plugins. I'm going to select folder here, plugin installed successfully. So let me make sure I have Unreal open, which I don't. So I'm going to open up Unreal Engine here. And once Unreal is open, you'll see a green box, and that box has an M in it, and that M stands for Megascans. And that just shows you that the plugin is activated and it's ready to go. So it looks like I have Unreal open. I just have the basic template. Here's Megascans right here. We don't even need to click on this or anything. I'm going to go back to Bridge. And then down here in the lower right hand corner, I'm just going to click export and watch this. In the top right, it says exporting to Unreal, export successful. Sometimes if it has to convert the different maps and stuff, in the lower right, you'll see that it's going to be converting the different maps, but you just want to give it a second or two to export. Then once I come into Unreal, it actually made a folder down here. So if I look at my content browser, click on content, these are the folders that it made. So you always want to click on the one that says Megascans. The preset one is the one where they made their coding and everything for how everything works in here. But I want to click on Megascans here, go to 3D assets. There's my wooden bear. And then right here, where it has like the light blue, you want to just click and drag that in here. Then actually, let's make this a little bit larger. Maybe scale it up to 10. And there we go. So if I zoom in, now we have a wooden bear here. Let me go to my light source, make it movable. There we go. So it's easy as that. Now we have a photogrammetry bear in Unreal. We don't have to texture it or anything. It's like it's all ready to go. And it's really cool because we have a whole library of different assets that we could use. So if I go back to Bridge, you can see down here, they usually have like a theme. Like I was saying, like this is usually the newest, and then these would be the previous ones. And then they also do like classes as well. So if they did a class, like the one time they did a class on how to make a forest, they'll give you access to everything they used in that class there. And that will be listed here as well. But let's click on cactus. Let's see what's in here. So these are a whole bunch of photogrammetry cactuses that we have access to. You just download these and export these out. Let's click on one of them here. And then it's showing you similar items. These don't really match cactuses, but I guess because these were just brand new and downloaded. So if I come over on my left-hand side, click on collections. These are the previous collections, like I was telling you that they've done in the past for their classes. This one is actually the one from the Unreal 5 demo. If you guys saw that, these are the different assets that they actually used to make that, which is really cool that they put this together. So if you guys wanted to kind of recreate that demo that they made, this is everything here that they use. In which, let's see if I have anything downloaded. So I have this one downloaded. I'm going to click on this, go over to my export settings. Then I'm just going to click export. And now you can see in the lower right hand corner, it's kind of hard to see, but it's saying converting the textures. It went pretty fast. Let me go back down here into Unreal. And sometimes for larger assets, you'll see this importing bar here. And this usually goes pretty fast as well. But once it's done importing, then it's just going to show up here in the content browser, just like so. Usually this message box, I'll just exit this out. Now we have access to this model again. Just drag it in here. And now we have these photogrammetry rock piles in here, which is, again, really cool that we have access to this type of stuff. So from here, you can just start playing around, throwing it in your scene, and you can see how quick and easy this stuff is to build with. And this is why I wanted to show you guys this stuff first, because once we start running into like building worlds and doing some crazy motion graphic stuff, I wanted you guys to be familiar with all these powerful tools that you had at your fingertips 100% free. So I'm going to go back to Bridge here. Let's go back and click on the Home button. And so under Home, we have this panel for 3D assets, and they curated this really, really detailed. So like you have containers, concrete, whatever you want, you can find it over here. And if there's something specific that you need, you have the search bar up here as well. So let's say we're looking for rocks with moss on it. So boom, now like all the different rocks with moss on them pop up here, and you just click on what you want to download. Let me click on 3D plants over here. These are curated as well. So they even went down even to like floating and shore and submerged, which would be underwater. So you can kind of see where I'm going with this stuff. And then let me click back on Home. We have surfaces here. So these surfaces are pretty cool. These are textured, you know, like you would have for your PBR textures, and they even have displacement in them. So depending on what you want to make, like a brick wall, or if you're making a ground or something of that nature, you have access to this at your fingertips as well. And then decals, I showed you guys this in the previous chapter, but remember how we built out the decals by hand? We can actually just export these out as well. So if I click on blood, you'll notice that one of these, I think it was this one here actually, I used this in the decal example, but if I click on this, come down to export, let this export out, make sure it says successful up top here, like so. Now you bring this down, wait for this to import, and now you notice that it made it automatically for us, and all I have to do is click and drag this in. You can see our purple arrow is pointing down, and it's actually projecting on our ground now. If I wanted to project it on the bear, just rotate it up onto our bear here. And to make this a little bit smaller in scale, let's say like 0.3, see what this looks like. Actually, you might want to go smaller, maybe 0.1. Drag this into our bear. There we go. And now you can see we're starting to have our blood engulf on our bear here. And this is easy as that. I mean, it's kind of crazy how easy and simplified they made it. And so you can also go in there. If I double click on this, they have a material instance where we could go in and play with this as well. Remember in the previous chapter, I showed you guys how to do material instancing. A lot of this stuff in Megascans is going to be using the material instance. And this gives you a whole plethora of different options. It goes even deeper to what I showed you guys. Like we can even change out the color overlay. If I click on here, maybe bring this up a little bit, then click on overlay intensity. You can see down here, it's getting a little bit more flush. I wonder if I could bring it up to 3. Yeah, so now it's like super red. You just kind of go in and play with this stuff and manipulate it to your needs. So let me go back in the bridge. And then atlases, These are, like, you can see these right now, they're plants, but these would be 2D plants. These would be on a flat plane. So these are different than the 3D plants. Like the 3D plants are actually 3D geometry. These are just flat 2D textures. And so like if you wanted to save on your render times, like if you're using like Cinema or Maya, something of that nature, you would actually just build these out like on a flat plane and then kind of manipulate them with a low polygon count. And then you would just throw these textures on there. So if I click on maps right here, you can see all the different maps that it gives you. And it gives you the opacity here. And so these are for, you know, if you're doing something more offline renderish where you're really like noticing that your renders are going slow with the 3D plants, you can actually just build out your plants on 2D planes. But I never use these because I render a lot in Unreal these days. But you can also use them in Unreal as well. And then debris. This will just be for like scattering debris across your landscape and everything. And these actually work in Mixer as well. So it's not just for, you know, for the low polygon count stuff I was telling you about. You can actually use these when you're making textures in Mixer. You can scatter these across your texture and everything, which I'll show you that as well in another video. Then if I click on imperfections here, these are for smudges and things of that nature. So you have grunge, you have rubber smudges, you have white marks, a whole bunch of different stuff down here. So if I click on it, then click on maps, I guess it depends on what you're looking for. Let me click on this one. But usually these just come with roughness maps. Let me click on download. Yeah, so you can either download the gloss or the roughness for these ones. Let me click back on home, come down to displacement. And these are different displacement maps that you have access to if you need to use these for anything. These are a lot of different patterns and things of that nature. And then brushes, these work really good inside of Mixer. So we have blood brushes, we have damages, we have different type of prints and stuff of that nature, footprints and stuff. So a lot of this stuff I actually use in Mixer. Say like you're making like a concrete ground or something and you want to put like footprints on there, you're making a spooky scene. These work wonders inside of Mixer once you're trying to make those textures out. Then I think I already went over the different collections that we have here. So I click on street tiles. Yeah, these are just the different collections that kind of go along with each other. So that's worth exploring as well. And so the free category, we don't really have to worry about anymore. This was more like the pre-Epic buyout. What they would do is every month they would give you some free assets. I think it was around 5 each month that would give you that you could download 100% free. But again, since Epic had bought Quixel, we no longer have to worry about this category here. So this is kind of irrelevant. But if I click on purchased, this will show me all the stuff that I've downloaded and that I should have on my hard drive, stuff that I've downloaded in the past. Then if I ever wanted to favor any of them, this will be your favorites category. And then local, this is all the stuff that you have downloaded. So you can see I have 598 assets downloaded so far. And so yeah, everything is free. So why not? You know, this stuff is invaluable. And then right here under local, you see Mixer. This is actually a mix that I made that I just did a tutorial for. If I click on this, you can see like I made a muddy ground. And this is something that I'll go over in the Mixer video, but I made this material in Mixer. Then I was able to export it with one click over the bridge. So now I have access to it anytime I want. And if I come down to export, I can actually export it to like, let's say Cinema4D. So if I click on Cinema4D, I can actually export this out now. And actually, let me show you guys how I can work this. I know this is in the Cinema section, but I do have Cinema open right now. So if I open up Cinema, and then if I come under my render settings, now I can't remember all the different type of render engines it works with, but I know it works with standard, Redshift, and Octane. So depending on what you want it to work with, you have to make sure you have that selected. So let's say that I want to use it with Redshift. Make sure you have Redshift selected here. Then I'll go back and let me make like a plane or something of that nature. So I have a plane here. I'm going to open up bridge. Actually, let me make sure I have my plane selected. Okay. Now I'm going to go under bridge, click on export, and then I'm just going to wait for this to export out right now. Okay. So it says export to Cinema4D, export is successful. Now you can see in my lower left-hand corner, it actually made the material here. And if I double click on it, I can see that it has all my materials already locked and loaded, ready to go. So I have my AO connected to my albedo. It has the roughness. It has the bump map here, which is my normal map here and everything. The only thing it didn't bring over is displacement. And so if I go back to my bridge here, right click, go to files. If I really wanted to add a displacement, I could, but I'm not really worried about it right now. But that just shows you how quick and easy that we can actually export this stuff over to Cinema4D as well. So if I bring this over onto my plane, then I'll just come over to Redshift Render View, click on the render button here, and there we go. I don't have it lit or anything, but you can see our material is already ready, set to go. So if we wanted to manipulate it here, we could, but I mean, that just saves you a whole plethora of time there. We don't have to fool around connecting all the different textures to the nodes and everything of that nature. It's one click, shoot it over, and you're good to go. Then there's one more thing that I wanted to show you guys here. If you have like different textures from other companies like Polygon, or I think it's texturehaven.com, and you want to use them in Bridge, all you'd have to do is come over to File here, and then you can import your assets, or you can import the zip file. So let me click on Import Assets. I don't have anything downloaded, but all you'd have to do is select the folder, and then it will automatically be able to say, okay, this is the normal map, this is diffuse. It will import it, and then it will put it into an imported folder over here. I don't have anything imported right now, but if I look right here, this is where you'll be able to locate it at, and then you have access to those materials as well. So if you did buy materials from other companies, you can consolidate them in the Bridge, and this will be a one-stop shop, and it will work the same exact way. One click, you can send it over to Unreal or Cinema4D, and you'll be good to go. I hope you guys are as excited about Bridge as I am. I've been using this program for years. It's definitely came a long way. It's even came a further way ever since it got bought by Epic. I mean, this is a whole treasure trove of stuff that we have access to. So in the next video, I'm going to show you guys how to use Mixer, which we'll use in Bridge as well with that. And so whenever you guys are ready, I'll catch you in that next video. In this video, I want to do a quick overview of Mixer just so you can get familiar with it before we start diving into actually making real stuff with it. So this is Quixel Mixer 2020, came out not too long ago. Whenever you open it up, this is what you'll first see, and you'll see a bunch of sample projects here. But if you want to make your own project, right here where it says projects, you just click the plus sign, and then you'll just name it. So I'll just name this tutorial. You click add, and then this will make your own category here. And then from here, you can start making your own mixes, which is up here in the top right. So you would click the plus button, and then that will get you started on your project. But for this overview, I'm actually going to use one of the samples that Quixel put together, and then we'll just kind of run down what everything is. And then the next video, we'll actually create something from scratch. So I'm going to click back on sample mixes, and then let's do this one here where it says broken tiles. I'm just going to click open. And as soon as you hit open, you'll see that it says adding layers. And so these are all the layers from all the different Megascan surfaces and all the atlases and everything else that's in there. So let me make this full screen so we can see what we're working with. And this is what you'll see when you first open it up. This is actually a completed mix made by Quixel themselves. And you'll see this setup tab right here. This is usually going to be open by default. And you have your working resolution here. My computer is a little bit faster, so I like working at 4096. But depending on your computer specs and everything, you might want to work at a lower resolution. It's totally up to you. Whenever you're working on these projects, basically when you export them out, you can export them at 4K anyway. But I just kind of like to see what my final result's going to look like as I'm working on it. And so to move around the scene, just like this, I'm holding down the Alt key, and I'm holding down the middle mouse button, and I'm actually able to move around my screen. And then if I hold down the Alt key and click the right button and push up and down, that's how you zoom back and forth. And then if we use the left key, that's how we're going to be able to rotate around our scene. And for some reason, if you're not familiar with how to move, or you want to know where the shortcuts are, you just come up here to help. And then you'll come down here where it says view shortcuts. And this is actually a whole dialog with all the shortcut keys are in Mixer. So if you just scroll down, it kind of gives you a quick rundown. And these are all the different shortcuts that you could use in here. So for some reason you forget how to do something, then everything will be listed right here. I don't think you could do a printout, but if you go to the manual, I'm sure you could do a printout if that's something that you want as well. So let's get started with our mixes. So if I come over here to layer, you can see this is kind of set up like Photoshop, and the Quixel, they actually have a background with making plugins from Photoshop. So I mean, this is totally understandable why they went with this method. So everything is stacked from top to bottom. So if I start clicking on these eyes here and start pulling these away, you can see on our mix here, everything that's happening. So as I start hitting the eye here, you can see all the different mixes and how they're interacting with each other. And for this right here, where it says like hidden tiles, you see how it has a down arrow? That means that this is affecting this right here. So if I hold down the Alt key and left click, that's going to take away that arrow. And then this is no longer affecting this down here. It's affecting everything down there. So if you want this, the one that's above it, to only affect what's below it, hold down the Alt key and then left click. And then there you go. So now this surface is being affected by this, and this is the only thing that's showing through. So if I click on gravel, you can see that gravel came over top of everything, but we have a noise layer above it, which is telling it to do the different heights, and it's what's blending everything out in here. And then we have a moisture layer on top. So that's just a quick rundown of how everything works in here. Like I said, it works like Photoshop. It's real easy to use. If you come over here to the top left panel over here where it says viewports, if I look right below it, right now we're in our PBR workspace. But if I scroll down, I could click like albedo. So this will be strictly our albedo workspace. Or if you want to look at just maybe the diffuse layer, click on that, which is the same thing as albedo. Let me click on roughness instead. So now we see only our roughness here. If I clone down to normal, you can see what our normal maps are looking like. So if for some reason you want it to work in just like a particular layer, this is where you would go. And then once you're done, you just click on the top one, the PBR middleness, and this is what your final result's going to look like. Then if I click on local library, these are the different assets that I have downloaded from Megascans. So this is why I wanted to show you Bridge first, because my workflow for this is I usually like to download my stuff from Bridge. So let me pull up Bridge here. So I have Bridge open here. And if I come over to local, these are the different assets that I have downloaded here. And if I go back to Mixer, you can see that it's actually correlating with my Bridge. So everything that I have downloaded in Bridge will show up here in Mixer. So this is why it was important for our Bridge and our Mixer to be kind of pointing to the same path as our downloads, so that every time we download stuff to Bridge, we have access to that in Mixer as well. So let me make Bridge a little bit smaller. And to make sure that you have this set up right, you need to come over to Edit Preferences. And right here where it says Path and it says Mixer Files, this is where I have all my stuff right now. I have it pointing to my NOS drive. This is where I have all my downloads at. And so for our Mixer files in the local library, I like having them in the same exact folder just so I have everything condensed in one place. So you want to make sure that your Bridge path and your Mixer paths are all pointing to the same area here. So say that there's something online in the Megascans library that you didn't download. You do have the capabilities and mixers to do so. If I click on the online tab here, these are all the stuff that are on the Megascans library that I don't have downloaded locally. So if I click on it, it will bring up a preview window. You can see we have the download settings here. So if I click on this, it will tell you the resolution that you want downloaded. So I usually like picking the highest resolution possible. So this one actually has an 8K one here. For my preset, I would just do Unreal, which has all these presets already. I'm not going to download anything here because the way I like working is I usually come over to Bridge and let me come to Home. Let me find something that I don't have downloaded already. So let's say the sidewalk tiles here. Let me click download on this. And once this is done downloading, I'll show you guys how to bring this up in Mixer. I just like doing it this way because it's cleaner than downloading stuff in Mixer. Sometimes when I downloaded stuff in Mixer, it didn't show up in Bridge, which I don't like. Okay, so it looks like everything's downloaded here. So if I go back to Mixer, let me go back to my local library. And you notice that we don't see it here. If I click on this, it's showing by latest, but we don't see what we just downloaded. So that's real easy to fix. If I come over to, where was it? Library, come down to refresh library, and it's just going to do a quick scan of everything in here. Right now I have 615 assets downloaded, but since everything's already be pre-scanned, it's going to go through it pretty quick. But once this is done, we should see what we just downloaded up here in the upper left-hand corner. And there we go. Everything's downloaded, and we see that we have our sidewalk tiles up here in the upper left-hand corner. And so that's just my personal workflow of how I like working with all these different assets. Like I said, I usually go to Bridge, and then I'll download, and then I'll just refresh it in Mixer, and everything will be there. So going back to my viewport, let's say that we wanted to add some stuff to this tile texture that they already have built out. So up here under layers, we have these different tabs here. One is add surface. The other one's add decals. One is add a solid layer. This one is for a liquid layer, which this one is right here, the moisture tab. Then we have add noise, and then we have a paint stack. So let's start with a decal. So I'm gonna click on add decal, and it will take you automatically to your local library. And these are all the different things that I have downloaded, and these will all be the atlases. So let's say this one for the road crack, I want to add this. So I just left click, then it's going to add it to my scene. And if you can see right here, it's loading. Now it's already popped in, it's populated, and it's already starting to affect our scene. So if I use the mouse wheel and scroll in, you can actually see that it's affecting our scene here, and it's not giving me a great result. And that's because it's on the top of my stack. So let's say I wanted to actually have it underneath these tiles here. And I believe that's this one right here, the rough concrete. So let me bring this underneath the rough concrete. So now we can see that it's only on these tiles here. Actually, let me bring it above this one. So now we're getting a little bit of the crack in here. Actually, no, let me bring it all the way up top, because I'm going to come over here down where it says placement. I'm going to click on this, and right here where it says freeform, I'm just going to move this over a little bit. Maybe let's move this up. So let's say we wanted to affect only up here. We want to have our crack here. We can actually rotate it if we want to. We can scale it up or scale it down. So let's say we wanted to have it just over here. Let me scale it down a tad bit more. Like so. Cool. All right, so for this example, let's say we just want in the top left-hand corner here, but our crack isn't exactly looking great in our scene here because it's like this brownish color inside of a gray concrete here. And so if we want to change it to kind of matches, we can actually do it with the color picker down here. So if we look down here in the lower right-hand corner, we actually have access to all the different maps here. So we have our albedo, our roughness, displacement, normal maps. And you notice next to some of them here, we actually have a little circle here with the color on it. And that means we can actually change the color of that layer. So if I click on this, it comes up with this eyedropper here. So I can pick something that's closer to where I want to have this affected. So let's say like right here, and see, boom, right there. It's already looking a lot better. I can mess around here inside my gradient if I want to, but I think it looks good around there. So I'll click apply, and now everything's blending a lot better over here in my scene. So that's just a quick example of how we can add this in. Then if we wanted to mask this in a little bit better, if I come down here at the bottom, there's actually a button down here on the left where we can add our mask. So if I left click on this, just like Photoshop, you see we have this window over here, and this is where we can start adding our mask. So if I click on the same looking icon right here, this will come up with a bunch of options. Like we can add noise, just for a simple example, let's just add purlin. And you can see right here, we have our noise texture here. So we can actually just start playing around with this. And if you notice over here, it's starting to mask it out. And we can have all types of fun with this. That's what basically Mixer is. It's just, you know, it's like Photoshop for textures, just coming up with some cool stuff that we could use in Unreal or Cinema4D, whatever your platform is that you want to export these out to, like so. Now I don't want to get too carried away here because we're going to actually make our own texture in the next video. But I just wanted to give you guys a little overview of everything that you could do. Right now, they already have their moisture stack here, but let me make my own. So if I click on this right here, add liquid texture, it's actually adding some puddles in here, and then we can play around with the different settings right here. So threshold is how high it's going to be up in our scene. We can mask it down a little bit if we want to. We could change the color with the albedo. So let's say, actually let's use a color picker somewhere around here. Yeah, something like that. Click apply. Then you can play around with the radius a little bit if you want to. So there's a whole bunch of different stuff in here you could do, but that just shows you how quick and easy we could just start adding stuff on top of this and just mixing it together. So this program is pretty powerful and pretty cool. We can actually bring in 3D models as well, but I'll save that for its own video because that's something totally in itself. So I think we have a pretty good overview of how everything mixes and stacks over here. Just to kind of go through some of the buttons up here, this is how you change your preference. Your library, this is where you can import your own stuff. So if you have textures from other platforms like Polygon or Texture Haven, you can import them here, but I would suggest doing it with Bridge just because of the workflow that I told you guys about earlier. I really like bringing stuff in a Bridge, and that way it's all organized. And then we have Window, which we have Asset Manager here, which just kind of breaks down everything that we're currently using in our scene here. Then if you come up to help, this shows you where the manual is and everything. I already showed you a little bit about this earlier, where you can find the shortcuts and everything. Check for updates, activate your license, you know, typical stuff. Then we have this experimental button where it says generate normals. I haven't really used this. This has been in there since the start. I'm not really sure why you would just want to generate normals from here, because whenever you go over to export, you can actually export your normals with everything else that's there. And actually, this is a good spot to show you, because after you're done building all your textures and everything, this is where you would export everything. So it's called Broken Tiles. That's what they already named it. This is where you put your location. If you want to add the resolution to the file names, like right now, we can export at 2K. It's a good idea to do 4K. You know, that's just a safe bet. Then open folder after export if you want. This is where you select your different formats, JPEG, PNG, EXR. And then down here is where you add all your different maps. So right now we have selected our albedo, our roughness, normal displacement. If you wanted to add anything else to this, just click the add button right here. And then you could go through these different settings, like if you want it to be 16-bit, if you want to do grayscale or with alpha channel, then this as well. If you want to have it as a PNG, but then you just name it. Let's say, what don't we have here? Let's say gloss. So I have this name gloss, and then if I come down here under my RGB, just click on value, and this will actually pop up with all the different stuff here that you can have access to. So if I click gloss for my RGB, this will allow us to export a gloss map. And right here, you have your different formats here. So if you want to do RGB or linear, you have that as well, which I believe everything's linear. Yeah, by default, everything's linear. So I'll just leave this alone. Then once you're ready to export, you can hit export 5 maps down here. Or if you come up to file, you can actually do export the library, which this will automatically send it to Bridge. And that way, whenever we open up Bridge here, you'll see under local, it will have mixer right here. So these are the different assets that I built. I actually built this during another tutorial from my YouTube channel. But what I did was I exported it out right here where it says export the library. And then what that does, it puts it under this little mixer tab here. So all your different custom assets that you make out of mixer, it will all come in here under local and under mixer. And then from here, you would just click on it and then you can export it to Cinema4D, Unreal Engine, Maya, whatever you're using. So moving on from there, we can click on performance. And this is basically how everything will work depending on your machine. If you have a higher power machine, you can have it targeted at full at 60 FPS. And for the quality blur, I usually keep this on. This is basically the default. And so if your machine is moving kind of sluggish, you know, you can always come down to like half resolution or lower down to 30 frames per second. So, you know, just kind of play around with them depending on what your machine specs are. For a display, we could change out our background if you want to. So you can actually see the skybox here. And what this is right here is if I click this, click indoors, now we can see we have a different HDR back there. I don't believe you could put your own HDRs. I believe it's just the defaults here. So street lights, and then overcast, desert road. So that's just if you want to see what the HDR looks like. But I usually like using gradient or using flat for my background there. And then field of view. Usually I don't like to mess around with this too much. Hit Control Z. Actually, there we go, back down to 30. And then our lighting intensity. Bring this back down to 1. And then light rotation, how your lighting will affect your scene. In which, quick tip, if I hold down the left shift key and then hold down the right key on my mouse and start moving, it's actually rotating my light. And you can see that the bar is moving on the right hand side as well. So if you don't want to come over to the display tab to move your light, you can just hold down the shift key and move around with the right mouse button. And then my shadow resolution, it's on low by default. If I bring it up to high, it's going to make your computer run a little bit slower if you have a slow computer. But I mean, it doesn't really matter for this. This is just basically how everything looks in the viewport. This doesn't affect your export at all. Whenever you export it, it's going to be at all high quality, depending on what you have in your export settings. And then GPU tessellation for your aliasing. I can click on the highest one here if I want, which is 10. And then grid, you could do decimeter or centimeters, or you can subdivide it, have it off. But this is just all cosmetic, basically how you want to look at everything in your viewport. Like I said, it doesn't affect your final outcome at all. Then the setup, your working resolution, we already looked through this, but your type here, you can actually bring in like custom 3D assets if you want. We could do shader ball. So if you ever been to like the Quixel site and you see like some of the materials people are making and they have them on a sphere, that's basically what this is. So this is just what it looks like on the shader ball here. I always work on the plane. And then right here, this is how we could change our different views in our viewport. So you could click top, left, back, you know. If you're used to working in a 3D program, I mean, this is all basically rudimentary. Then right here, this will be your preview for your tiling. So basically, this right here is what your texture would be like. And then if you brought it into like Unreal or Cinema, you would have to tile this texture. So this will give you a preview of what your tile would look like. So if I pull back, this is just on the plane right now. And this is just the same texture that we had built, just tiled out across our plane here. So this will just show you what it looks like once you bring it into your actual application. And this right here, if I click this, it will take our displacement map off. So this is what it looks like just if you're using like your normal and your roughness maps and stuff. But if I click on this, this is what it's going to look like if you add your displacement map. And then this is the grid here, very similar to what Cinema4D looks like, which this will be your plane 0. So you can see, we can actually see the grid through the texture here. That's because this area right here is actually below the floor level. So that just gives you the perspective of it being indented in. Hopefully you guys are really digging Mixer. It's one of my favorite programs and it's free now, which is actually really cool. I use it a lot whenever I'm doing like client work. I like to build out some of my own textures depending on the type of environments that I'm building. And then I'll bring those into Cinema, like in Redshift or Unreal Engine. And, you know, once we bring it in there, then we can really start dialing it up with custom decals and things of that nature. In the next video, we're going to actually build stuff from scratch. I want to show you guys how you can take stuff from a blank slate and actually make something really cool that we can actually use in a bigger project later on. And then in the video after that, I'm going to show you guys how you can take the 3D assets and actually customize them all within Mixer. I mean, it's really cool stuff. So whenever you guys are ready, I'll catch you in the next video. I hope you guys are excited for this one because in this video, we're actually going to build our own texture from scratch using Quixel Mixer. So right here, we have Quixel Mixer open. What I want to do from here is right here where it says projects, I want to click the plus symbol. And I'm just going to name this tutorial. If I can spell it right. There we go. Click add. So now I have a new category here called tutorial, and we can actually have several mixes in here within our tutorial. So like right here where it says sample mixes, you can see we actually have a couple of sample mixes. This is all built from Quixel. So this will allow you to kind of organize it. So if you're working on like a project and you want to categorize them into different mixes per project or per scene, this is how you would do it here. So you can actually name it scene 1, scene 2, or, you know, depending on whatever you're working on, you would have it here. So this is like your top category. And then right here, we click on new mix, and this is where we'll start making our mix. So I'm actually going to name this one Forest Ground. So I'm naming this one Forest Ground because in the later video towards the end, we're going to kind of encompass everything we learned and make like a big forest scene in Unreal Engine. And so let me click OK here. Now we have our scene set up. I'm going to enlarge it here. So we're full screen, working at 4K. I'm just going to leave it as a plain 2x2. I don't think I went over this in the other video, but I usually like working in 2x2, but if you want your plane to be larger for any reason, you have access to that here. So I'm going to click on my layer button. You're always going to have a base layer here. You can't delete this at all. It's just always going to be there. If you want it to be a different color for whatever reason, you could do that over here under your albedo. But what I want to do here is I'm going to click on local library. And I'm going to start working with some mixes. So I like this one right here called Dry Rubble Floor. And if you want to follow along, you know, you just go over the bridge, type it in, download it, and then it will come up in here. So I'm just going to left click on this. If you haven't used it before, sometimes it's going to take a minute to load. But if you have used it, it loads in pretty quickly, which we can see it here below our base layer. If we want to raise this up a little bit, over here on blend where it says threshold, I'm just going to move this until it's right above our base there, like so. There we go. Now we have our mix there. And if I go to wrap underlying and click on this, it's going to bring it completely to the floor like so. And we're not going to have our floor shown through. So I want to click on preserve details. I'll usually like bringing this up to 10. Then we should be good to go here. Let me see. Yeah, we're in a pretty good spot here. So now I want to start adding stuff on top of this. Let's say we want to add some grass on here. So I'm going to go back to the local library. Actually click on, well, that's moss. So I can actually go over here to search. Let's click on grass. Let's do wild grass right here. Click on this. You can see after it's done loading, it's actually going to start bringing it in over top, which if I click on threshold, start moving this up. Now it's starting to mix it with our ground. So you can see this is starting to work like Photoshop. So the layers go from top to bottom. So wild grass is on top, and then it's going to go in order, whatever is below it. And then over here, like with our blends, we can actually pick if we want it to be just like an opacity mask or come in from above or below. By default, it's usually going to come in from below, but let me click on above just to show you what that looks like. And then you always want to mess with this threshold to kind of get your blend together. So this is what it looks like coming in from above. Then this is what it looks like coming in from below. So just kind of depends on what kind of mix you're going for. But I think something like this is looking pretty cool. There you go. And I want this to blend in a little bit more better. So I'm going to click on my albedo right here for the color. I'm going to click on color picker. Let's find a good color, maybe dark green there. Bring this down a little bit. So I just want something that's going to blend in a little bit better here, at least to my eye. Then I can start playing around with these different settings for the radius, wrap the underlying. No, I'm going to leave it up here like this so it stays more on top, not really get messed up by the displacement underneath it all. And then preserve details. I'm just going to drag it up. Preserve details is kind of one of those things that it's kind of really hard to see unless you get down to the smaller increments. So actually, I don't want to leave it up top. I think this is looking pretty cool, how this is pulling through. So the thing I like about Mixer is it's a lot of playing around. Like you can kind of pre-plan what you want, but the way I like to work is I kind of want like a general idea, like I want to make a forest ground. Then I start playing with all the different assets until I find something that, you know, that's cool that I come up with. So let me go under these layers here. Let's start adding stuff like atlases. So let me click on this. Then let's scroll down here, see some stuff that I have downloaded. Let's see. I mean, these could be cool, moss patches, but maybe let's do some fallen leaves. So, okay, right here, fallen leaves and twigs. I'm going to click on this, and this should just lay it over top like so. That could kind of change out the color here. Bring these down like that. Just mix it in a little bit better. See what happens if I mask it down. Maybe mess around with the threshold a little bit. Yeah, something like that could be cool. Then if I want to change my placement, just click on this. Let me scroll in a little bit here. And this is actually tiling it. I want to do offset. So it doesn't really matter. It's, you know, it's a repeatable texture. But for whatever reason, we want to mess around with this at all. There we go. Something like that could be cool. Let's say we wanted to add like a little moisture to it. So right here where it says add liquid layer, I'm going to click on this. Let me raise up the threshold a little bit. You can see some of the moisture starting to come through a tad bit. Raise out some albedo. Right now it's on desert road. Let me change the lighting. It might actually look better with some other lighting. Yeah, let me see. I kind of like the way this one looks. There you go. So if I raise up moisture layer a little bit, start playing with these settings here. There we go. So we're starting to get a little bit of wetness in here. There you go. So yeah, if I pull it up over a little bit like that, then right here where it says moist, I'm going to pull up my threshold here. Then just going to start messing around with these down here for our moisture. There. So if you can see right here where it says surface, I'm playing around with the threshold. As I'm pulling it down, it's getting a little bit more drier. If I pull it to the right, we can see our moisture starting to kick in a little bit there. So I'm starting to like the way that this is looking here. Let's see what else we can add on here. Let me come back over to, let's add some more atlases. Let me add some moss to it maybe. And this is getting a little bit too patchy. So let me come over. I'm actually going to add a mask to it. So down here, I'm going to left click and that brings up the mask here. So what I could do from here is actually, let's see, let me click on, let's do a pattern. So let's do woolly. Actually, it's under noise. So I'm going to do woolly 1. There we go. And if I come over here to my middleness, let's come down to, let's see which one, occlusion. This gives us a better representation of how everything's going to look. So I'm looking at it in black and white right now, just because I kind of want to see how our mask is going to be affecting our scene here. So I'm pulling up the octaves here. You can see that it's starting to blend it in a little bit better there. We can also add like another stack on top of this. So I'm going to click back on mask component, come back down to noise. Maybe let's look at purlin. And you can see that it kind of overtook it. And that's because right here where it says normal, we can actually do like multiply or subtract, just like Photoshop. It has all the same different tools here. So let's see what overlay looks like. And I'm starting to mess around with the seed and the amplitude. So I'm just really messing around with it till I see something that I'm really happy with, till I see something cool. Sometimes I just come up with stuff on a happy mistake. So here we go. We have some moss kind of scattered throughout here. It's blending really nicely here. If I click back on my moss here, I'm just going to fade it down a tad bit so it's not so overwhelming. And I think something like this is looking pretty cool. So you can see how fast we're coming up with some really cool custom textures. We don't have to bring it into our application and just start like stacking layers on top of each other. We're actually just building it out here. It's going to be one stack whenever we bring it over to Unreal Engine. It's going to be one PBR file and we'll all be set to go. And from here, once we want to start blending it in, so let me click on this so we can see what our tiling preview is going to look like. So you don't really want it to look tiled whenever you bring it into Unreal. You're going to see a tiled pattern, but this kind of shows you what your pattern is going to look like. And then this kind of gives me the idea of, okay, I'm liking the way that my texture is blending here. And then once I start bringing in stuff like rocks and paint and grass on top of it in Unreal, I can start to really mix this in. So you're not even going to see the pattern or anything. So I always like clicking on this button right here for the preview tiling, just to kind of see what it's looking like. Because sometimes when you're working on these textures and they're really, really custom, like down to a T, you'll start to see like a repeating pattern. But since I kept it pretty generic here, it's not really giving us a repeating pattern so much that we can't fix once we're in Unreal. So I think I'm pretty happy with the way this texture is turning out. So I'm going to click on preview tiling. I'm just going to hit Control S to save it. And then right here, you're just going to make sure you click on save. There we go. So everything should be saved out here. If I click on my export tab, I just want to make sure that it's going to kick everything out that I want. So for my export format, I'm just going to do actually PNG files. Export at 4096. And then everything checkmarked here should be fine. This is custom made for Unreal. So I'm going to come over to File, and then I'm going to do Export to Library. And this is what our preview file is going to look like once we see it inside a bridge. Yeah, this is built out for Unreal, so I don't need to click anything on here. Like I don't need to put the gloss on or anything. So from here, I'm going to click on Select Category. And what you can see here, I have my own made already. It's called Winbush. I just like doing that so I know where my custom stuff is whenever I need to search it. But if you scroll down here to the bottom, it has a plus key here for new category, so you can make a new one if you want. I'm just going to click on Winbush. Then my resolution, I'm going to leave it at 4K for this one. Area, we built this with a 2x2. Then for tags, this is for whenever you're searching it in Bridge, you know, if you type in like forest or ground or Winbush. So you just start entering your tags here. So I'm going to click forest, then click down here. Now you can see that I added this tag. Click ground, click down here, click Winbush, type in tutorial. So I'll just leave it with those 4 tags there. Like I said, this is more for searching whenever you're inside a bridge. So I'm going to click on export from here. Then if you look down here in the lower left-hand corner, it's exporting our mask. Right now it has 16 masks that it needs to export, but once it's done exporting, it's actually going to show up in Bridge. So let me open up Bridge here. Then I'm going to come down to Local, click on Mixer, and there we go. Inside of our mixer here, if I click on this, we can actually see the preview, texture resolution that we want to export it at. I'm going to export it to Unreal, which I'm not going to do it in this video. I'll save that for the bigger project, but this is how we start bringing in our different custom textures that we want to start sending out to Unreal. And so if we want to have a variety of textures that we want to send over, we can build them all, put them inside a Bridge. And that way we have quick access whenever we want to send it over to our platform. Hopefully this video shows you how quick and easy it is to get in there, make your own custom texture that you can export out to any platform. In our next video, I'm going to show you guys how to bring in a 3D object from the Megascans library and start actually stacking materials on top of that to make something really cool looking. So whenever you guys are ready, I'll catch you in the next video. In this video, I'm going to show you guys how we can bring in the 3D object in the mixer so we can start customizing it up. So right now, I'm on the front screen right here. I'm going to click on my tutorials tab. I'm going to click on New Mix. Let's name this one Statue, because we're actually going to bring in the statue to customize it up. So I'm going to click OK. And then if you want to follow along, let me make this full screen first. If you want to follow along, I'm in Bridge right now. This is the one that I'm going to be using for the example. It's called Roman Statue. You don't have to do anything else but download it, because once we get into Mixer, we're going to come over to our local library tab, click on this. And if you downloaded it recently, if you have it in the order of by latest, it should be right here. If you need to search it, you can always search it as well. Or if you come down to types, you could just go to 3D and kind of look for it there. So if I click on 3D, now we see it here. I'm just going to click on it, and it's going to come up with this menu that says loading this asset will switch your base layer from plane to mesh asset. So whenever we worked in the previous video, we were working on the plane to make our texture. This is just saying it's going to actually replace that plane with the mesh that we're bringing in. So if I click on load, give it a second, we should see our 3D mesh here. There we go. And it's looking kind of overblown. So let me change out the lighting here. Let's go with, see what indoors, fluorescent, stereo, kind of like what fluorescent looks like there. Then if I hold down the shift key, right click, I can mess around with the lighting, just rotating it there. So something like that should be cool. All right, so we should be good to go. I'm going to click on layers, and I'm going to start adding some stuff in. But first, I mean, this statue is looking kind of bright. I don't really like that texture on it. So let's change the stone texture on here. So let me go to local library. I'm going to click on surfaces. I'm just going to type in stone. Let me see what I have downloaded here. If I have anything solid here that I want to use. So there we go. I can use this surface, see what this one looks like. Something like that could look pretty cool. I'll come over to my albedo, maybe darken it down a little bit. Something like that. Maybe I want to blend it in with the original stone a little bit, so it's not totally taking over it. So I'm liking the way that that's looking right there. Let me hold down the shift, right click, move the lighting around a little bit. Just want to see how it reacts with the lighting, with the shadows and the crevices and everything. I kind of like the way that's looking. So let's add some dirt to this now. So I'm going to go back to my local library. Let's actually click on my search tab here. I'm going to type in dirt. I could probably use this one, goat pin dirt, maybe jungle floor. Let's click on jungle floor. There we go. It took a second, but everything downloaded in. I'm going to come down to my placement here where it says box projection. Maybe let's scale this down. Let's do the opposite way, scale it down. So it's getting a little bit finer. So let's say maybe 0.15. Okay, maybe 0.2. Somewhere around there, I think is looking pretty good. So now I want to start adding masks to this so it's not just engulfing our entire statue. We can start mixing this up. So if I come down here to my lower right hand corner where it says add mask, click on this. Then I'm going to click on this button here in the top right where it says add mask component. And now let's say we want to add it to, let's do a simple noise. So I'm going to click on simple noise. Maybe let's ramp up our amplitude. You can already see what's starting to happen here. And actually, let me come over to my viewport underneath here where it says PBR. Let's click on, is it layer mask? Yeah, layer mask. Now we can kind of get a better representation of how everything's working. So I'm just going to mess around with these settings here. So I like that. I'm moving up the octaves. There we go. I think something like that might look pretty cool. So let me go back to PBR. Yeah, I'm kind of digging the way that that's looking. Come back over here to layer mask. And I'm going to add another stack on top of this. So maybe this one, I want to do it normal. And you can see that it's actually making a mask based on our normal maps here. And so it's totally engulfing everything that we did down here with our noise stack. So right here where it says normal, I'm just going to click through these and see what looks best. So let me click on subtract, maybe overlay, divide, no. So I'm just kind of figure something. There we go. I think multiply looks pretty good. Let me see. Back on layer mask. There you go. So if I start messing with my range here, yeah, something like that. Click on invert. There, so it looks like our dirt's inside our crevices and everything here. Kind of dig in the way that's looking there. And it's kind of strong. So if I come back here under blend, just going to scroll down my opacity a tad bit here, just to blend it in a little bit better. There we go. We have our dirt layer on here. I'm thinking that's looking pretty cool there. So now let's maybe add some moss on here. Since it's going to be in the forest, we can have everything in like the curvature here. So if I come back to my local library, let's type in moss. I'm going to use this one right here where it says mossy stone wall. Left click on this, give this a second to kind of import here. There we go. And then again, right here where it says placement, I'm actually going to do, let's do tiling. So I'm going to do where it says repetition X and Y. If I drag this up, let's maybe actually not drag it up. Let's type in 10 for the X and Y. Something around there looks pretty good. So again, I'm going to add a mask to this. And this time, let's do it under curvature. Something like that. Let me come back over here under layer mask so we can kind of see what the curvature is doing. So if I come down here to levels, I can start playing around with these levels adjustments here. Bring up the tightness a little bit. Something like so. Then come back here under PBR. So if I scroll in here, I can see that we have a little bit of moss on here. Actually, let me bring up the levels a little bit so we can see a little bit better there. And let's add another level of moss on here. So I'm gonna go back to local library. Let's add a different one. Maybe this one, the Nordic moss. All right, there we go. So I'm actually just going to scale this down. Somewhere around there should be pretty good. And if I start rotating it here, it's giving us different angles. Then again, I'm just going to add like a mask to this. This time I'm going to click on normals. Maybe let's see what it looks like inverted. No, just want to have it inside the crevices here. I'm just going to play around with this wall here until I find something that I like. So let's say we want more moss on our left side. So I'm just playing with these adjustments here. You can see we have more moss on this side than over on this side. And that's because of the way we have it projected here. Then we click back on this. Let's bring it down a tad bit on the opacity here. And you're seeing we're getting a pretty cool looking mossy statue here. Let's see what happens if I click on decals. Let's say, maybe, okay, let's do this one here. Some moss patches. There you go. We have patches all over it. I can bring the radius down. And then maybe come over, make a mask again. I know you're starting to see a pattern that I'm doing, but this is the way I like to work inside of here. Come down to curvature. Bring these up a little bit, just like so. I'm going to change the color on these down here in the lower right hand corner. Click albedo. Let's make it a little bit darker. Actually, let me use the color picker, find something a little bit closer to the statue. There you go, something like that. Let me come back up to opacity here. You can kind of see where I'm going with this. I'm thinking this is looking pretty cool here. If you wanted to add just a little bit of randomness on here, I could always just add like a solid layer, something like this, and then come down here to albedo. Let's maybe make it a little bit darker, like that. And then let's say add another mask to it. Then let's come over to noise. Let's see what we have options here. Let's do Perlin. Then we can mess around with the C till we find something we're happy with. And actually, I want to bring up the frequency, bring up the amplitude. Just going to play around with these settings till I find something I really like. Here we go. Something like that's looking pretty cool. Then again, just start blending this in. I'm just adding like little patches. Actually, I could probably make this brown. It kind of just blend in the dirt a little bit better. Something like that. Actually, make it a little bit darker brown. And there we go. So let's say we want to add like a big crack to it maybe. I click back on my decal. There we go. Let's do concrete crack. Now you can see we have a crack here in the middle. Okay, so on the UV, it's actually stretching and distorting it. So I'm going to come over here to tiling. There we go. So now we have like a big chunk of the corner here taken out. See what happens if I move it along on the statue here. I'm just moving it on the offset. And I could probably actually scale this down. So where we have our scale. Actually, no. Let me click on freeform. Now I'm going to scale it down. So I have it up here in the corner. I'm moving it on my X. Actually, I like the way it was before. So yeah, I can scale it right there. Something like that looks pretty cool. It took like a chunk out of the corner there. Somewhere around there. But you guys get the picture. I mean, we have a 3D object here from Megascans. I'm just adding a bunch of textures on it, kind of really dirtying it up. Let me see what happens if I move the lighting around on it. So it's looking pretty cool. You can go as deep as you want with it. We have a whole bunch of other stuff we could play around with here. Like if you really just want to start painting stuff on there. But I think we have a pretty cool statue for our scene. And so we can't exactly export this statue out, but we can export the materials that are attached to it. So if I come over here to my export tab in the top right, actually let me hit Control S. And I'm just going to save it real quick. All right, cool. So my surface name, I'm going to leave this as statue. Let's say tutorial. And then down here under export location, instead of just on the D drive, I'm going to make a new folder and name this tutorial. Select folder. And then I'm going to add the resolution file names. And yeah, we can open the folder after export so we can see what it looks like. Under format here, custom format, let's do PNG, should be fine. Then all the maps down here, just going to leave as is. We should have an Unreal Engine workflow going on here. I'm going to just export at 4K, it should be fine there. Then I'm going to click export maps. So there we go. These are all the different maps that we have from our creation here. So if I come up here under file, you can see that we can't export the library. It's grayed out, so we can't do it that way, but we can do it manually and bring it into Bridge ourselves. So if I open up Bridge here, and if I come up to File, Import Asset, then I just have to find, there we go, the tutorial folder. That's where we saved everything out. Select folder, and now this is the import setting page here. So tags, I'm just going to name it, Winbush. There we go. Winbush, click enter, then tutorial, click enter, and that should be good there. Our name, I'm gonna just do statue in front of that, so statue tutorial. And then the type, I'm gonna leave it as surface, Category, I don't really need to put a category. Resolution 4K. Surface size, not really sure what it was. It might have been 2, but we don't have to put that in there. Okay, then down here underneath, we have everything that's in our folder is automatically picked up. So as long as you have it named correctly with the underscore, and then you have the name of that texture at the end there, it should automatically pick it up in the bridge. And down here, it has our preview files. So if we wanted to, we can actually, let me come over to Mixer. We could kind of take a screenshot of this here. So let me pull this up, and I'm on a Windows machine. So if I type in snipping, and right here where it says snip and sketch, I'm going to click on this, then click new. Then I'm actually going to click on this one right here, rectangular snip. I'm just going to click and drag this right here. And what I'm doing is I'm just grabbing a screenshot in which I can save. And let's name it statue tutorial. There we go. So once I'm inside a bridge, I can actually click on that thumbnail that I just made, click open. And now I have a preview of what it's going to be used for. And then I'll leave this one alone as it is. Then I'm going to click import all. And once it's done importing, we should have access to it. So once we're inside of Unreal, we can actually take this statue and retexture it with the textures that we just made. So over here under local, I clicked on import it, and here's the textures that we made. There's the thumbnail that we made and everything. It's going to show up in here. And from here, we can actually export it out to Unreal. So I'm going to get Unreal open. I'm just going to set the scene up with the HDR, just something real quick and easy. And then we're going to bring in our statue. And then once we bring in our statue, we're going to bring in our custom texture. I'm going to show you how quick and easy we can get everything set up. So I have my default scene here. I'm going to click on player start. I'm just going to delete that. I'm going to delete the floor. Then over here on, where is it at? Lights. I'm just going to click and drag the HDR backdrop. Then I'm going to zero it out. And I'm actually just going to leave this HDR in here. I'm just going to click on this, drag it up till it's not stretched anymore. We should be in a good spot there. I'm going to click G on the keyboard, get rid of all the icons and everything. And we should be good to go. So first I'm going to export out my statue from Bridge. So let me come down here to Bridge. Click on local, find my statue. And I'm going to export this out to Unreal, but I'm not going to do high poly. I'm going to do LOD 0. High poly might be too big. So just click export. That should be detailed enough. It says export successful. Just going to click inside of Unreal. Make sure it is successful. There we go. So I'm going to click and drag my statue into my scene. And I'm going to zero everything out like so. Actually, let's make this a little bit larger. Scale it up by 5. No, that's too large for our scene. There you go, by 3. We have our statue in here. I'm actually going to click on my skylight and I'm going to make it movable so it's all dynamic. There we go. So if I start moving this around, we can actually see the shadow working on our HDR on the ground there. Something like that. But this is the original texture that came with the Megascan asset. So I'm going to bring in our texture now. So I'm going to go back to Bridge. Then I'm going to click on import it. There we go, import it. Click on this. Then I'm just going to click export. There we go, export successful. So let's check out Unreal. Wait for everything to import here. All right, there we go. We have our texture in here. So if I click on my statue, let me scroll this up a little bit. Actually, let me drag this up so it's easier to see. Right here under materials, I'm just going to click and drag this in here. And there we go. We have our materials on there. And it was easy as that. Check out the lighting, move this around a little bit. See how it looks in the crevices and all that. So that was pretty quick and easy. That shows you that we can actually just take that texture. We can actually switch it up if we want to and resave it out and reapply it. So say we want to have variations of the statue in our scene, We just line them up and then make variations inside a mixer, export it, apply it to the statue, and it's easy as that. So hopefully this shows you the power of Mixer again on how we can actually use it on 3D objects to build some custom stuff out to kind of really dig in and make it really mesh with our scene that we're trying to build. I'm hoping you guys are having a lot of fun with the Quixel tools. To cap this off, we're actually going to build out a whole scene. We're going to build out a forest scene with our statue. So it's going to be like a lost statue inside a forest. I'm going to show you guys how to bring in trees, how we can bring in some foliage. We're going to use the custom textures that we just made, and we're going to make something really awesome. So whenever you guys are ready, the next video is going to be a big one. So be prepared. I can't wait to show you guys what we're going to create. What up, what up? I'm finally excited to show you guys how we can take everything that we've been learning and finally put it together to build a complete scene from scratch. And so the things that we've been learning in the past couple of videos using like Quixel Mixer, like building out that texture that we have for the ground, and then that statue texture that we built as well, we're going to actually make like an actual environment in Unreal Engine using all those assets that we created. So without further ado, let's jump right into it. So before we get started in Unreal Engine, I kind of wanted to show you guys how I built some of the assets that I'm going to give to you so that you don't have to worry about building these out yourself. Plus, this is a program that's actually a paid program, so it's not particularly, you know, something I want to teach in this course. But if you're just interested, I built out this terrain using World Creator, which is a terrain generator. Like I said, this one is a paid one. I think maybe like there's other ones out there like World Machine and Gaia that you could use as well. I'm not sure if those ones are free, but what I did was I just built like this quick generic terrain, and then I exported out like a height map here. So if I pull open my file explorer right here, so this is the height map that I exported out from there. And I'll give you these assets as well if you guys want to kind of build this stuff from scratch as well. But this is what I built out from World Creator. And then I brought that into Cinema4D. And if you look up here in the top right, you see that we have this relief object here, which if I come over here to my cube, you'll see it down here in the lower left. This is version R21 that I'm using right now. But if I click on this, you can actually bring in, if I just click on these three dots here, you bring in your height map. And the reason I brought it into Cinema4D instead of Unreal is because like if I would have exported it directly out of World Creator and brought it into Unreal, it makes a massive terrain because that's what it's really built for. Like if you were in that terrain that I built, you would just be like a small microcosm ant in that huge terrain, which a lot of people use for video games and things of that nature. So if you think of like Elder Scrolls or Grand Theft Auto, this is the type of environment, like large scale stuff that we're talking about. But what I wanted to do was I wanted to build a terrain just for my base. Like if I look at my sizing here, I'm only 5,000 centimeters by 900 by 5,000, which isn't very large. Like if I come over and I just drop a mannequin in here and I pull him up, you can see that he's pretty large relative to the scale of the terrain. And this is about the size that our statue is going to be at. So if I kind of just look at this and say, okay, this is going to be my statue. I'm going to have like a couple of hills back here and everything. And I can start building around this since this is going to be my hero. I don't have to build like a huge terrain. I can actually use everything that I have here at my disposal, and it's going to look really cool. So I just kind of wanted to go through the thought process of what I built out. And again, I exported this out of Cinema4D as an FBX file, which we'll use in Unreal Engine. So you don't have to worry about that. I'll actually supply it to you and then you can import it and we can follow from there. And then you'll be good to go if you kind of wanted to build stuff from scratch in the future. So I'm going to close out Cinema4D because like I said, I already exported an FBX file. And then one more thing. Over here in my image folder, you can see I have one that's called Sunrise 4K. This is actually an HDR file. And if I come down to my Google Chrome, I usually get my files from this website here, hdrihaven.com, and everything is 100% free. Like if I click on this, you can see we could get up to 16K on these HDR files. I usually just do 4K. It's usually good enough. But if you ever wanted to come and get some of these HDR files that we could use in Unreal or Cinema4D, this is usually where I come to. I mean, you could donate. He has a Patreon here and everything, but it's not necessary. So I just wanted to show you guys in case you wanted to download other HDRs that we could use in this scene. But the one that I'm going to be using is called Sprute Sunrise 4K. And so I'll supply that one as well. Since these are free, I shouldn't have a problem giving this to you guys. So I'm going to close this out. I'm going to open up Unreal Engine. And then I'm going to go up here in my top right where it says launch. I'm going to click launch there. And the way that I'm going to do this video, I'm going to kind of freestyle it. So it's going to be in the sense of like, hey, we're just building like an everyday render out. Like we're not really going to worry about animations or things of that nature. I'm going to show you how we can export it like a still out. And then we can bring that into After Effects and apply some effects to it, like levels and magic bullet looks if we really want to spruce it up. But we're just going to freestyle this one and show you guys how quick and easy we can start building scenes with the stuff that we've learned. So I have Unreal Engine open right now. I'm going to go to Film, Television, and Live Events, click Next. Going to start with a blank slate, click Next again. And then in this one, I'm just going to hit Next. I'm going to leave everything at default. My project, I could probably just name this one Forest. And then click Create Project. And while this is opening up, I'm actually going to go back and open up the Unreal Launcher because there's some assets that we have for free that we could download for trees. And we're definitely going to want to have trees in here because we're building out a forest scene. So I have Unreal open right here, but like I said, I'm going to go over, open up the Epic Game Launcher, and then I'm going to come down to my library, and I'm going to scroll down. I'm going to show you guys exactly the tree packs that I'm going to be using here. It's this one here, Tempered Vegetation. If I click on this, you can see it's called the Spruce Forest, in which this is free. If I go to Project Nature, I'm going to click on this. These are the people that made all these different assets. If I click on here, you can actually see that I actually own a lot of these because they gave them away free. So let me scroll down to some ones I didn't download just so you can see. Actually, I think I grabbed everything. But yeah, everything that these guys have, they have on here for free. So I think if I go back, let me scroll down. And there was this one here. So if you want to go to the marketplace, and if you want to type in this one, so it's Temperate Vegetation Spruce Forest, and then when you come here, it's going to say, you know, get for free. You just add it to your cart and you should be good to go. And then from here, once I have this selected, you can click on this button here that says add the project, and then that's going to bring up all the different projects that we have. So I named this one Forest. I'm going to click on Forest and I'm going to click add the project. And what that's going to do is going to start downloading these files from the server, and it's going to put it inside of our project. And then once I restart Unreal Engine, it's actually all the assets are going to be there, and we can kind of just click and drag from there. So it looks like everything's added. I'm going to click the X, and now I'm in Unreal Engine. So I'm going to get started here. I'm going to click on my controller. I'm going to delete that. I'm going to delete my floor. I'm going to leave everything else in here. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to import the landscape file, which is that FBX. So if I open back up my file explorer and look for where I saved that at, here we go. So it's terrain_Winbush. I'm going to just click and drag that into my content browser. And then you see the FBX importer options. I can leave everything as is. It's just a static mesh. So I'm just going to click import all. Here we go. I can exit out the message log. Then I'm just going to click and drag this into my scene. Then come over here to my right hand side and just zero out my location like so. Then I'm going to double click on my terrain so I can see it, and we should be good to go there. So the next step is we could come in, we can either add our statue or we can add our texture. Let's put our statue in here. So I'm going to go into bridge, and then I'm going to look for, remember if I go down to my local settings here and look for that statue that we downloaded in the previous video, which is this Roman statue here. I'm just going to click on this, go to my export settings, make sure that I have export the Unreal Engine in my engine version number, which is 4.25. Click export, and then we're going to wait for it to say successful, which it did. So then I'm going to wait here for it to pop up here in my content browser. Okay, it looks like we're good there. Then I'm going to click on my statue, just bring it into my scene. I could probably zero this out as well. I mean, you could put it anywhere that you want in your scene, but I think this might look like it's a good spot here. So if I move in here a little bit, there we go, something like that. So we have some nice terrain behind them and everything. Let me click on my light source. I'm just going to make this movable. There we go. And I don't have to worry about lighting yet. I'll probably do this a little bit later once we have all of our trees and rocks and everything in here. But next, let's actually add that different texture in here, because this one's pretty clean. If you remember in the previous video, we made that texture that we can actually replace this with that has like the moss and the dirt and stuff on there. So if I go back to bridge, and then I have to go to my mixer. No, it was imported, sorry. So I'm gonna click on this, and remember in the previous video, this is what we made with the dirt and the moss and everything. So I'm just going to make sure, export to Unreal 4.25, click export, export successful, close this down, and then wait for it to import here in Unreal. And this stuff might take a little bit longer depending on your computer specs. Like I'm editing this around just so we don't have to wait as long. Sometimes these things take a second, sometimes they take a minute. Just depends on how big the asset is and what exactly you're pulling over. But it looks like everything is downloaded now. So I'm just going to click, actually let me click on my statue here. I'm going to click and drag this over here where it says materials. Click it right here. You want to make sure that you have the green outline around the box. Click that. And there we go. We replaced the material. Then down here, I'm actually going to click dismiss for new plugins. And then I'm going to click update for project is out of date. And the reason I said new plugins, I don't know if you guys noticed, I actually downloaded the Octane plugin. I was kind of just messing around with it. I'm not going to teach it in this course because I'm not 100% comfortable with it yet, but just kind of experimenting around with it. So that's why that's there. But if you did want to download it, I believe it's free. So if you guys want to play around with it, you can go to the toy site and download that. So next, I want to add some ground to our terrain here. So I'm going to go back to bridge, click on mixer, and then it was this one, the forest ground. Make sure I have export to Unreal, you know, same thing we've been doing. Click export. I just like to double check just in case so I don't mess it up. Come back to Unreal Engine. Okay, so it looks like our texture's in here. So I'm just going to click and drag it onto my terrain. And you can see that it's extremely large and it's extremely glossy. So if I double click on this right here, where it says forest ground _00 instance, double click on this, and we can actually start controlling some stuff in here. So let me make this a little bit smaller so we can see what's happening in our viewport as well. So I'm gonna pull this over like so. Then the first thing I'm going to do is come down to here where it says tiling. And I'm probably just going to make this, let's start at 40. Which looks pretty good. Let's see what 50 looks like. Type of 50. I kind of like that there. Now, no, you can't. Well, actually, this came in pretty good. I don't really see a repeating pattern as much, but we'll add some of our own stuff in here anyway to kind of break that up. So I'm happy with 50. So now we want to kind of get rid of this glossiness. So I'm going to come down here to roughness, and I'm not going to get rid of all of it, but just enough to where it's not crazy shiny like that. Make it a little bit more realistic. So I click down here on my roughness, check marked it, and I'm just moving it over to the right. See, if I move it all the way over to the right, you can see that it's pretty dry. And then if I move it over to the left, it gets pretty wet. So you just kind of find your happy medium for whatever look that you're going for. Maybe 1.7 for this, something like that. And then for my normal intensity, I could crank this up a little bit maybe. No, not too much. Maybe, let's do 1. Then I'm going to click save. And there we go. So before we get into the fun part, I'm actually going to close down Unreal and open it back up because remember we downloaded those trees. Whenever you download stuff like that, you're going to have to restart Unreal for it to be able to come into the content browser. So I'm just going to come up. Actually, let me click save current first. Then I'm going to come up, close this out, click save selected. Give this a little bit of time to save everything in. And then once we restart Unreal, we should have those trees in there as well. And then we'll start bringing some stuff in from Bridge. Okay, so Unreal just closed. So I'm just going to come over and actually double click on my Unreal Engine icon here. I'm not even going to mess around with the launcher. I'm just going to go straight to Unreal, open everything back up. Then we're going to double click on my forest scene here. And once we open it up, we should have the forest packed in there waiting for us. Unreal Engine's open back up where we left it. So if I come down here to my content browser, click on content, now you'll see we have a folder down here called PN_interactive spruce forest. So if I double click on this, you see we have a couple of more folders in here. Like we have example content for like summer and winter. And so these are just some of the examples that came in the pack. But where we want to go is right here where it says meshes. Double click on this. And then we have 3 folders here. So these are 3 different kind of trees. Like if I click on full, you can see we have high resolution and low resolution. I noticed with this pack, if I did high resolution, a lot of times it really slugged down the machine. And I would only use this for maybe like 1 or 2 trees if you want to have a hero shot. But for our example, I did everything with low resolution when I was practicing earlier. And these are the kind of spruces that we have here, which still look pretty good up close. Then if I click back on meshes, click on half, you can see what the half looks like. And then if I look at small, these are what the smalls look like, but I only messed with the half and the full. But I think we're going to do this last. Once we start bringing in our Megascans assets and start really placing everything where we want it, I want to bring in the trees last so we can kind of, you know, build it out, kind of get some cool shadows and everything mixing with our scene, and we'll all be good to go. So next, I'm going to come down the bridge. So for a lot of the stuff that I used in this example, actually, if I come to collections and you look for this one that says Nordic Forest, I thought this had a lot of cool assets in here for what I wanted to build. So a lot of stuff is already in here. Like I know I downloaded the Mossy Embark here. I downloaded some of the hero stomps in here. And so I just kind of went through and picked off a bunch of stuff in here. Actually, if I go on to local, it should show the last stuff that I downloaded. So what I want to do first is I kind of want to build out like a hero scene around our statue, in which I like this one here because it has this tree stump. Let me click on it. It has this tree branch that goes right here and kind of makes a hole between this and the soil. So I'm just going to click on, actually, let me click on export settings, make sure I have everything I want here. So 4K, JPEG's fine, FBX, LOD0, Unreal Engine, click export. And once we have these set up, I mean, they should be set up for everything that we click, but I just like to double check just in case. So if I come to Unreal, wait for this to import. There we go. So I'm just going to bring this into my scene and actually just kind of shape it around my statue here. So it's coming in pretty large as well. So let me come over here and actually going to take down the snap increments. So if I come right here where it says 10, I'm going to click on 1. So it's not snapping as much and it gives me a little bit more free reign to move around. Then I'm going to do the same thing for rotation. The smallest I could do is 5. Then I'm going to click up here, my rotate button, kind of just rotate this stuff into place. So from here, a lot of it's kind of, like I always say, it's kind of like playing with Legos, just kind of mixing this stuff until you find something that you like. So I kind of like the way that's sitting here. We can start adding more assets in here as well. So I'm going to go back to bridge. Let me do this one where it says forest roots. Export this one out. Back here in the Unreal. And I think this looks really cool how this branch is kind of going between the legs. Actually, let me zoom in, make sure it's not colliding or anything. Yeah, it looks like we're in a good spot there. So yeah, I thought that's pretty cool how we can make that go through there. But then I'm going to click and drag these in here as well, because maybe we want some branches to kind of more engulf like the feet area. Just make it look like the statue's really been here for a while. So something like that could be cool. I can actually make this a little bit larger. Here we go. And move this down like so. Then if I hold down the Alt key on my keyboard, left click and drag, I could just start moving these pieces around the scene. And we don't want this to be too repetitive, but we can actually bring in like some grass and stuff like that and some rocks as well. We can start peppering it around. There's something in here called the foliage tool, which is really cool, which I'll show you how to use that. It's kind of like a paintbrush, and we'll just paint all around our terrain and everything. We can paint in rocks and grass and other atlases. But I think this is looking cool here. So maybe we come in, let's add some rocks. This one has some moss and some leaves in here. Click export on this. All right, there we go. Now click and drag some rocks in here. Make this a little bit larger in scale. Then I'm just going to rotate this around. We'll put this behind him maybe. So let me move this like so. There we go, something like that. So that looks cool there. Maybe we want some rocks on the left-hand side as well. So we don't want to make it look repetitive. We'll just kind of move this like this. And we can also scale it up a little bit as well. So I guess you guys probably get the format that I'm going for. Just kind of put these pieces in here till we get something that we like. And you don't have to go too crazy. Like you could duplicate a lot of this stuff and kind of make it look new. Like you wouldn't really be able to tell that this rock is the same as this rock. And especially when you start adding in lighting and stuff like that. I mean, this stuff you could pretty much make scenes out of maybe just a handful of assets and have something that looks pretty cool here. So I'm only going to export out a couple of more. I just wanted to show you guys how quick and easy we can start building out these scenes and come up with something quick. So if you're an artist out there that likes to see, maybe you want to do everydays, and you know, it's real big in the Cinema4D community. So you have artists like Viewport that will do everydays, and something like this will benefit him a lot because he could come in, kind of sketch everything out, and then render within like a second. Like, it's kind of crazy how we could do 4K renders and everything in here. But maybe one day we'll get Viewport on here. Here we go. Something like that, maybe. Yeah, that's looking pretty cool there. And the more you play around with this stuff, the more familiar you get with all the tools, you'll be able to work even faster. And let me scroll maybe just down on the Z a little bit. Like that. And then maybe let me bring in just like one more asset. So let me look and see. Look, I have this hillside right here. Maybe export this out. Then we might even want like a hero stone for the foreground of shot. So let me see what else I have downloaded while that's importing. So let me see. Actually, I want to bring in this tree stump as well. But let me come down here a little bit. Actually, we can use this stone right here. So let me make sure my other stuff is imported first. Bring this in. Ah, this is actually blending it really nicely here. Pull this down here. Hold the Alt key. Just rotate this around. Maybe scale it up and then rotate it some more. So it's kind of, everything is kind of like pointing towards this statue here. And I know we have access to like all these cool materials and assets and everything. So it's real easy to overdo it sometimes. So sometimes I even just have to like pull back, take a look at it and say, okay, am I going a little bit too crazy here with all the assets, or is it just a good mixture? Let me bring in this hero stone. Then I'm going to bring in the tree stump. And I think that's going to do it for the larger assets. And then I'm going to actually bring in these stones here. And we're going to start, actually, not those stones, maybe this one here, the small rock. We'll start painting these around our scene. And then we're going to start painting in some of this grass as well. So let me bring in this stone. And I'm liking this sizing that this stuff is coming in at. Let me see, so make this a little bit larger. Rotate this around. Something like that could look really cool. So depending on where we have our camera at, so say we want our camera to be something like this. Okay, something like that. So maybe we make this stone a little bit larger. There we go. Something like that could look pretty cool there. So we want our focal point to be on a statue here. There. So something like that could be pretty cool. All right. So now I think we want to pepper in some grass. So let me actually go back to Mega Scans. I'm going to use this one here. Let me click export. And this might take a little bit longer because I think there's like several different grass assets in here in which we paint. It's going to paint them all along randomly, which looks really cool and nice. Then maybe we could use some of these other grass down here. This copperfoot grass, maybe use this one as well. But first, let me show you how to get this set up with the foliage tool. And since I'm not really doing like a far animation, I know we have like this big gap and everything in here, which, I mean, we could take some more assets and kind of flush this out. But I think we kind of want to be pushed in on this stone. So I'm only going to really worry about the stuff that we're going to directly see here. If you look on the right hand side here as well, you can see that it's importing all these different meshes and everything, but we don't have to really worry about this here. But it looks like everything imported here. So if I double click on foliage, you can see we have a whole bunch of different varieties. We have 8 different varieties of grass in here. So I'm going to click and select all of these. And then up here in the top left where it says modes, I'm going to left click on this and come down to foliage. So let me click on this. And actually, it looks like it already added it. So what I'm going to do is select one of them, hold down the shift key, select the last one, and then hit the box here to just check mark all of them. And what this does is make sure that it has everything selected. Like if I pull this over to my viewport, you see that we have a half dome that's engulfing our scene. And this is our paintbrush. So if I start clicking, it's actually going to start painting grass, like engulfing this entire purple box here. But that's not what we want. We want to make sure we come down here first and start messing with these attributes until we get something nice. So for my scale, actually, before I do that, I'm going to come over to size here, change this to like 100. I want to make it something a little bit more manageable here. And then our density, I'm going to leave up 0.5. And I'm just going to click to see what everything looks like. So that's how tall our grass is right now. I'm going to hit Control Z. I like the density. Like if I bring it up to 1, you can see it adds a lot more. But I think 0.5 was pretty good. So our density pretty much controls like the amount of grass that's in the radius that we have here. Whenever we click and drag, that's how much it's going to paint in. And we can also control the density over here where it says painting. We could control it here as well. So we have 2 areas where we could control it. Kind of just dial it into whatever you like. But let me scroll down here on my left-hand side. And where it says offset, I'm actually going to make this -10 and then max -5. And this just makes sure that we don't have any type of floating assets, like especially when you paint on the hillsides. Sometimes you'll see it hovering above the ground. So if we do like a negative on the Z, that makes sure that we have it go into the ground a little bit. So if I click on here, yeah, so it looks like it might be a little bit too much on the negative there. So I'm gonna hit Control Z, come over here, maybe just make this -7. Yeah, something like that's a lot nicer. And then right here where it says random pitch angle, I'm just gonna move this up like 25. That's just gonna make it randomized on the rotate there, so it's not all facing the same direction. And then right here where it says align to normal, basically this is if you have it clicked on and like say that we paint on this hillside here. So let me actually zoom in. Something like that. It'll be easier to see once we paint in the trees, but you can see that it's painting our grass in at an angle, in which with foliage, especially with trees, you want it to be pointing upright sometimes. And so if let me hit Control Z and click on align to normal, uncheck that, and then it should paint it straight up. There you go. So this is especially important whenever we're painting in trees. You kind of want your foliage to be pointing straight up. So that's just a good tip to have there. And then we should be good to go on everything else. Yeah, everything else is good for what we need. So I'm just going to come down here and start painting in some grass into our scene. So let's paint it around here maybe. And actually hit Control Z again because I want to kind of randomize my scale. So I like 1. So let's try maybe 0.4 for minimum. And this is just going to randomize our grass here. I'm just going to keep painting. You want to be careful. Like right here where we have the moss, it's probably okay that we have some grass on there. But whenever you're clicking and dragging, you can see that our dome is kind of formatting around our mesh here. So you just want to be careful that you don't paint on areas that you don't want to paint it on. So actually, I'm not going to paint there, but maybe some in the background here. So let me pull out a little bit. Let me paint back here some. So you can kind of go crazy with this as well. But this is really one of my favorite things about Unreal Engine is how we can kind of come in and paint like all of our atlases and stuff like that. Wish Cinema4D had stuff like this, but this is a really handy tool, especially when you're working with like environments and stuff of that nature. And you go something like that might be cool. Let me raise up the density a little bit. Start really painting it in here. Maybe raise up the density here. Here we go. So it looks, we got some cool grass going on in the scene. So there's some other grass that I wanted to add as well. So let me come back down the bridge. Red grass, click export. There we go. All right, looks like everything's installing inside of Unreal. And remember, a lot of times whenever, like, you might see a cut in this video, and that's because some of this stuff is actually importing, like especially when we have foliage and stuff like that. It might take a couple of minutes to actually download a lot of these files, or not download, but actually take them from Bridge and bring them into Unreal. And so what I'm doing is I'm cutting a lot of time just so you don't have to sit there and watch everything importing. So take that with a caveat. Sometimes when you see stuff happen instantly, that's because I'm cutting the video just so you don't have to wait through this part. Okay, so that new grass is in here now, but before we do anything with that, I noticed that we have a couple of gray planes in here. Let me zoom in here a little bit. Actually, sometimes it depends on the LOD, and sometimes if it's like intersecting with the geometry. But yeah, I can see it's gray right here. Let me pull down to my select tool. So you can kind of see that we have some gray edges here, and if I pull back, you can see it even more. And so that means that sometimes the geometry is kind of overlapping with other geometry. And so there's an easy way to get around that. If I go back to my foliage tool, just click on this eraser. Let me just come in and let me actually make this a little bit smaller, maybe like 10. And I could just start erasing these areas that's giving us problems. So if you ever notice that, I usually just go in and erase it, and it's not a problem at all. There you go. So yeah, I just noticed sometimes if there's ever overlapping geometry, sometimes you get it. It doesn't happen too often, but if you do see that, then I would just go in and erase it and you should be good. So if I come back and select my paintbrush here, you can see that I added the new grass here. So I'm actually going to select the grass that I had before and uncheck mark these because I don't want to paint with these anymore. I want to paint with the new grass that I just brought in. So I'm going to select these, click check mark. And now I'm starting to paint in some of this new grass here, which I didn't mess with any of the attributes. So let me hit Control Z, come over here. Let me change my scale, 0.5 and then max 1. For my offset, I could do maybe negative, let's say negative 2 to negative 1. And then align to normal, click this off. And then just do like 50 for my rotate here, a random pitch angle. Then let me start painting these in. I'm just going to paint in to kind of fill some of the areas in here. So I don't have to do too much, but just wanted to show you guys how you can kind of come in and blend some of the different assets in here to kind of just really give life to your scene. Okay, so something like that. Maybe let's add some around the feet, maybe. Something around there. So this is looking pretty cool here. Could add some more in here maybe. And the grass and the rock assets just kind of help blend everything in. So sometimes you notice that, let's take a look at like right here. I mean, this is blended in pretty well, but a trick to kind of blend it in even more is to always like paint maybe some pebbles or some grass or something in there. Because whenever you're out in nature, sometimes you'll see a lot of this stuff kind of blended in with like grass and little rock pebbles and stuff like that. So that's just a little tip that you could use to kind of really blend this into your ground there. So I think this is looking pretty good. Actually, I did have one more image that I wanted to add in here, or one more geometry. I wanted to use a spruce tree. I click on export here. I'm actually going to put this in the back, maybe to the right. All right, looks like it imported. So I'm going to come up here to modes, click on select. That gets me out of the foliage tool. So I'm just going to click and drag this tree stump that I just had, put into my scene, bring this down a little bit. And the thing with these, the stuff that comes with mega scans, they usually don't have any tops. So just be leery of that. So I'm going to put this in here, maybe behind this rock, pull it up a little bit so you can see some of the base there. So something like that. I just wanted to kind of have a tree in here. Is like our hero tree, because we're going to actually put some of the trees with leaves behind our scene there, and that's actually going to add a lot of shadow in here as well. So let me pull this down, maybe rotate it a little bit, because these trees have a lot of detail in them. So I always like having these kind of up front. Let me see what this looks like if we have one in the foreground as well. So I'm gonna hold down the Alt key, make a duplicate, see what it looks like if we have it maybe right here, maybe. So something like that could look pretty cool. All right, so the last step is we're going to actually add in our spruce trees that have the leaves, and then we're just going to start messing around with the post effects after that to really get our lighting and everything dialed in, and then be ready to export out, in which I like using maybe Photoshop or After Effects to kind of add like levels and stuff to it to just kind of really dial it in and bring the look that we're looking for all the way home. So let me come back down to my content browser, click down here where we were before that said interactive spruce tree. And actually, before we do that, let me add our HDR. Sorry about that. Let me come back to my content folder. Let me go to my file explorer, go back to images, and use this Sunrise 4K. Bring this into my scene. Let me pull back a little bit because I want to add in that HDR dome. I don't know if you remember that from one of the previous videos, but if I come up here on their place actors, just type in HDR, and I can click and drag this into my scene. And this is going to give me some more realistic lighting. So let me pull this right below my terrain, maybe somewhere around there. If I pull back, you can see this is the default HDR that we have. So I'm just going to click and drag mine into the scene, and it switched it out. It looks really blurry, but let me double click on my HDR that I dragged down here. Then there's a couple of different attributes here that I can play around with to make this really clear. So if I come down here to level of detail where it says MIPGen settings, come down here, click on no MIP maps. And this is another reason I like working with 4K, because I use like 8K and 16K. This usually takes a little bit to calculate here. So it looks like that's already calculated. It's a lot more clear. But if you look up here, it looks like what's being displayed is only 1024 by 512, in which we have a 4K image. So I can raise up the resolution by coming over here where it says compression. I'm going to click on this arrow right here, click this down, where it says maximum texture size. I'm going to just make this 4096, click enter. And sometimes this takes a second to calculate. There we go. So I'm going to click save. Now you can see that our HDR is a lot more clear in here, in which if you want to use that as like a background for your scene, depending on where you wanted your camera to be at, you can see that we have it as a background too. But I think the angle that I'm going to be going for, we might not have actually see it, but you can already see how it's affecting the lighting in our scene here. So if I come over, let me click on HDR. Let me pull back a little bit. Oh, there we go. I was looking for this purple triangle here. Just move it around, which is in direct center. That's why I wasn't seeing it. But I'm kind of moving it around till I get the kind of cool lighting that I want. So I really like that. Looks like the sun's coming in from the right. So I can actually click on my light source and try to match that as well. So something like that could look pretty cool. Now, actually, I should wait until I have my trees in here. Yeah, let me put some trees in here so we can actually mess with the lighting last, because the trees coming through the leaves and everything is really going to enhance how our scene looks here. So if I come down here to where it says interactive spruce tree, interactive spruce forest, double click, come down to meshes. Let me start with the ones that are half, because these are going to be my background trees. So I'm going to click on low, and then maybe I'll use these two here. I'm not going to use all four of them, because I'm not going to put that many trees in here. So I'm going to actually click on X here. Then I'm going to come over to modes, click on foliage, click on these to make sure they're no longer selected. So I'll click on it, hold down the shift key, come up here, click the arrow or click the check mark. And there we go. We have nothing selected. So now I can select maybe two of these trees down here. Bring that up here and you'll see it says foliage type. I just click and drag these in here and it adds it to our scene here. So I see my two trees, they're already checked marked. And so let me make sure I have both of them selected, because down here is where I'm going to start making these changes. So I definitely want to make sure align to normal is checked off. And then for my offset, I'm actually going to go a lot deeper and do -40 by like -20, just to make sure that we have the trunk really implanted into the ground here. Random pitch angle, I'm going to leave at 0 for the tree, so everything is going straight up. But let me start painting in my tree now. And that's a little bit too much on that density. I want it spread out a lot more. So maybe in my density up here, come down to 0.01. and it's not painting anything. So let me try 0.1. There you go. I just had to make my size a little bit larger, but I don't know. There's too many trees. Let me see what 0.05 looks like. So size 100, 0.05. Maybe if I lower my density over here as well. They're spreading it out a little bit more, which I'm liking. And then if I want to add just single trees as well, I can always click on this and you'll see it will turn green. And I can actually just start placing individual trees where I want them to be. So let me click these off and let me start adding the ones with the leaves on them. They're a little bit more fuller. So I'm gonna come down to here where it says full. Again, I'm gonna go low res, and maybe I'm gonna just use the one here. So I'm gonna click and drag this up here. Then come over here where it says align to normal, uncheck this. Then on my scale, actually I should have switched out the scale for these, but I think they looked okay. So I'm gonna keep my scale the same here. And then for my offset, -40 by -20. And then I'm just going to start individually placing these trees into my scene because I want these to be more in the foreground since they do have the leaves on them. Let me pull into my statue here, kind of see what that's looking like. So I'm kind of liking that there. Let me see what happens if I add a tree here. Yeah, it might be too much. So let me add one here because now I'm thinking about the lighting and how it's going to interact with our scene here. So having a tree there might actually help it. And actually, let me erase one of these back here maybe. And then add this there. So I think something like that's looking pretty good. So now let me mess with the lighting just one more time, just to make sure I have it the way that I want. So I'm gonna come back here to skylight, start moving this around. Try to get some shadows on my statue here. So remember, our sun was coming from the right side. So something like that might actually, well, so if the sun, yeah, so the sun's coming from the right, the shadows are going to be coming down to the left. So I think something like this could work. I mean, if we wanted to make it just dramatic for our own sake, I like the way that this looks here with the shadows on the left. So it's all about your artistic taste, how you like it. Something like this I think is looking pretty cool. So for what I want to do from here is I want to add some fog just to kind of blend it in more. So if I come down here to visual effects, come down to here where it says exponential height fog, click and drag this into my scene. I'm just going to zero it out. And then for my color right here, my fog color, maybe let's pick something different. Maybe let me do a color picker, pick something that's more in line with the scene here. So something like that maybe. Click OK. And then my fog density, drag it up a little bit. Something like that. I'm going to click on volumetric fog. There we go. So we can really see the fog now in the background. We see the leaves and the shadows and everything interacting with our scene. So the last step is I'm going to add this post-processing volume. I'm going to click and drag this into my scene. I like to zero it out, but I'm going to have it engulf my entire scene anyway. But I just like to zero everything out, make it absolute zero. But then I'm going to come over here where it says search details, type in U and B until this comes up where it says infinite extent unbound. Click on this. So once I have this clicked, everything that's in my scene is going to be affected by all the different attributes that I'm going to add. So I'm going to click on X now and just kind of start going through this. So let me scroll down. I like to start with the bloom. So if I click this on for method, come down here to convolution, and that's going to give us a little bit of bloom there. Let me click on intensity and standard just so you can kind of see what the bloom does. So this is our fake bloom. So if you actually just want to have like your own artistic taste on it, you would do it with standard and mess with the intensity. But if I click on standard and go to convolution, this is going to give us a more accurate, like real world application of what the bloom's going to look like. So I'm going to leave it on that. Let me scroll down a little bit. Let me come down to maybe chromatic aberration, click intensity. If I scroll this all the way up, you can see what it does there. I usually just like adding a little bit in there, maybe like 0.1, so it's not so sharp. Come down a little bit more. And then depth of field, I'm actually going to control that with my camera. So I'm going to leave this one off. And then image effects, we can add vignette in here if we want. Actually, yeah, I'm going to do it here. That's what I say. We could do it in After Effects, but if we could get away with it here, I'm also do it here. Here we go. So I'm going to scroll down a little bit more until we get to some of our like ambient occlusion and things of that nature. So we have ambient cube map. We don't want that, but ambient occlusion. I'm going to click this on. I'm going to leave my radius at 200. If I move this all the way up, you can see that our ambient occlusion starts getting really strong. So I'm going to go to 0.6, maybe something in between. I'm going to leave these all off. And if you ever need to know what like everything does, because it gives us a whole bunch of control here, you can always go to the documentation to get the layout of what everything does, but I don't really mess with everything in here. I just kind of click on the things that I want to control. So ray tracing, I don't have ray tracing turned on, so I don't have to worry about that. Motion blur, it's going to be, we're just going to do an image for this example, so I'm not going to worry about that one. Then reflections, I come down to tight, just do screen space, in which if I come over here, click the down arrow, go to screen percentage, click 200, make it a little bit sharper whenever we go to export it out. Okay, so I don't have ray tracing on. So if you do have a ray tracing card, if you have like an RTX card or whatever AMD comes out with in the future, you can mess around with these. But I know everybody doesn't have a ray tracing card. That's why I didn't do it for this example. But you can always turn these on if you want to take advantage of the ray tracing there. So from here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to come up to cinematics and I'm going to add a level sequence. And then I'm just going to leave it at the default. You can name it whatever you want. I'm just going to click save. And then down here, I'm actually going to click the camera button. There we go. So it automatically gives us a camera in here. If I look at my raw outliner, you can see that it says Cinema Camera Actor. So this is the camera that we're going to start working with. And then added everything down here in our timeline. So what I'm going to do is come over here to my details panel and start kind of really messing with the camera settings. Let me go to focal settings here. So I clicked on my color picker and I clicked on my statue because that's what I want to focus on, which if you see, it's really giving us a really cool depth of field. I kind of like this shot right here. This is looking really cool. So let me just see what happens if I scroll up like this. Yeah, something like that's cool. Let me click back on my thing here. Yeah, so I like the depth of field that we have there. Let's maybe move back our focus a little bit. So I think if I move back my focal length, something like that. So at this point, it's really just kind of moving your camera around till you get something that you like there. So I'm actually moving my location panels here manually. There you go, something like that's looking pretty cool. So you can see how the shadow is really just affecting everything in our scene here, in which maybe let me mess with the lighting here. I really like this shot the way it is looking right here. I was going to have it moved out a little bit more to see a little bit more of the scene, but I'm liking how we have our focus here on our statue, which let me click on the statue. And I'm actually just going to rotate it on the Z a little bit, just so we're not so head on. We can kind of see a little bit more of it. So something like this is looking pretty cool. What I'm going to do now is click on my light source here. Like I said, I was freestyling all this. I just wanted to show you guys how quick and easy. Yeah, there we go. We have some really cool shadows kind of illuminate in the front there. Not illuminating, but casting on the front there. And I'm going to click on here, right, to get rid of my camera. Not get rid of it, but so we're not looking through our camera view, because maybe I want to add some more hero stuff in the foreground. So I'm going to click on my rock here, hold down the Alt key, move this up a little bit. Let me go back to my camera. I'm actually going to click on cinematic viewport so we can see what a cinematic view looks like. Then click on my camera again. Let me click back on this rock. And I'm going to move it up on the Z. So don't really like it like that. Actually, that's the rotation. So where's the location? There we go. So I'm just messing around here. So I really like the way this shot's looking. So I'm just kind of dressing the scene to kind of really just focus everything here on the statue, which I don't want to mess with it anymore. I kind of really like the way this looks. So next I'm just going to export out an EXR, and then I'm going to bring it into After Effects to really just dress it up. So what I'm going to do down here inside of my sequencer, move it up maybe like 2 frames. And then down here in the lower left, I'm going to click on the right bracket, and that's going to just make it so we can render out a couple of frames. And so now what I want to do is actually I'm going to click on Save Current just to make sure it's saved. Click back on Cinecamera here, make sure we're in our camera. And then actually let me click on my camera, make sure we're in 16:9. Yeah, so I have 16:9 here. Everything should be good to go. Okay, so I'm going to come up to Window, come down to Movie Render Queue. Then I'm going to click on Render, click on my level sequencer, then clicked on right here where it says Unsaved Config. Then the JPEG, I'm going to delete this in favor of bringing in the EXR. And I don't have to worry about the alpha channel because we don't have an alpha. I'm going to click on Output here, and I'm just going to find a folder where I can render this stuff out. So let me go to where I have my stuff here for this class. Chapter 2, Section 9, Creating a Forest. So I'm going to make a pre-renders folder here. I already have one made, so I'm going to select it. And then right here where it says File Name Format, I'm going to delete everything in here. And I'm just going to name this Forest. There we go. And then down here for output resolution, I'm actually going to multiply it by 2. Just make it 4K. Click Accept. Then click Save one more time. Make sure I'm inside my camera view. And we should be good to go. We have a camera cuts down here. Yep. So let's hit Render Local. And there we go. You saw how fast that rendered out. So the next step from here is we're going to bring it into After Effects. I'm just going to add maybe some levels to it, some magic bullet looks, maybe even add like some fog and stuff in there. Just, stuff that you typically do in post and just kind of dress it all up. So now let me open up After Effects, which I'm just using After Effects here. I mean, you could use anything that you want if you have Infinity Designer or Photoshop, whatever you like to use to just kind of finish your projects out. But I like using After Effects. All right, so my next step from here is I'm going to hit Control I. I'm just going to import one of the files that I made. So let me come in, find where I have that saved out at. All right, there we go. So I'm just going to import the one EXR file that we have here. And actually click and drag this down. There we go. So we have our forest statue. So I'm going to actually make this larger and come over here to Effects and Presets. Let me just add some levels to it, or you can add curves, whatever floats your boat. Bring it up a little bit like that, in which we have some really strong shadows on the left-hand side. I wonder if I want to brighten up my sun a little bit. Okay, I mean, I like the way that's looking over here. Actually, let me go back into Unreal. Go to my sun source here. Actually, let me see what happens if I click on my HDR. Brighten this up a little bit. And then I'm going to brighten up my source a little bit. Maybe bring this up to like 5. I might actually have to move my sun around a little bit. Something like that, maybe. Okay, so let me go back to my movie render queue. Just click on Render Local. And all it's going to do is just save over top of it, which is another reason why I like using Unreal, because it's so fast and just quick and easy to just kind of go in there and just really iterate what you've been working on. So if I come back into After Effects, right click on here, click Reload. Boom, there we go. So it's a lot more brighter over here, which I could bring my levels down now. Let me actually hit Reset. Just drag this over to the left a little bit. Something like that. Cool. And then I'm just going to, I know we have a vignette on there, but I'm going to add another one just to make it a little bit stronger. Something like that. Looks cool. Then make another adjustment layer. I'm going to actually type in looks. I like using magic bullet looks to kind of just give us some cool options in here. So let me see what options we have here. I'm in the cool filters right now. Maybe let's do like a warmer look. Nah. Let me zoom this out a little bit. Something like that might look cool. Let me go back to cool and compare what some of these look like. No, I'll stick with this one. I usually don't use looks at 100%. Maybe I'll bring the strength down to like 50, maybe 75, somewhere around there. Then let me open up my bridge because actually, no, let me come to this Megascans bridge. I was talking about Adobe bridge, but let me come to this one because I can add some grunge to here. So let me come down and find maybe some grunge. Let me actually just type it in. So it's cool to add grunge to your lens sometimes just to kind of add like a little extra effect to it. So it looks like I have these ones downloaded already. So I'm actually going to right click, go to files. And then I'm just going to bring in maybe the roughness pass here. All right, cool. So I have the roughness pass. I'm going to drag it into my scene. Then I'm going to add levels to this. And just really crunch it down. Somewhere around there because I want to kind of use this. Like I'll multiply it over top of my scene here. So I know it looks really blown out. But if I come down here to modes, then just click multiply. And now it's adding the layer of grunge over top of our scene here. Which if I bring the opacity down to maybe like 5, it just adds that little bit of detail in there. So if I click, you can see it. There you go. Yeah, I like adding a little bit of grunge in there just to kind of texture it up a little bit. Maybe bring it up to like 8. Then I also like bringing in like some noise. So if I come back down, make a new adjustment layer, type in noise. Then I'm just going to use a default noise that comes in After Effects already. So let me go right here to noise. Raise these up to 100. Then come back down here where it says mode. I'm actually just going to click add. Then hit T on my keyboard and bring this down to like 3. So it's always good just to add a little bit of noise into your scene. So something like that's looking pretty cool. Then I'm going to go to Adobe Bridge because I do have like some 4K fog and stuff like that. So let me come down, let me find stock footage. And I have some, there you go, fog 4K. So I like using these assets sometimes as well. If I add some fog in here, then just screen it. Kind of bring down the opacity a little bit. Just adds that little bit of detail in there. Maybe add some levels to it. Like so. Let me right click and add a black solid so that I can actually add like a hue over top of it. So now let me do lens flare, then type in hue. Add a hue of saturation, colorize it. Make something more natural looking. So I'm gonna come back up here. All right, cool. So I'm gonna find a color that's a little bit more natural looking than that blue that it had. So maybe something that's a little bit more, yeah, something like that. There we go. Then I'm gonna come down to mode and just screen it. There you go. So I'm gonna drag this way up top. Maybe bring the flare brightness up to like 150. Just drag this way off screen. Maybe 125. But at this point, I'm just kind of dialing it in. So let's wrap this video up here. So one last thing that I'm going to do is actually take my comp here. I'm going to click and drag it, make another comp. And then I'm going to come down here, hit Control D to duplicate it. So this is a little trick that I've learned way back in the day when I first started motion graphics. So if I add a level on here, then add a hue and saturation, and then maybe a fast blur. There we go, fast box blur. I'm gonna start from the bottom. So right here where it says repeat edge pixels, click on that so it engulfs their entire viewport. And then right here for blur radius, maybe let's bring it up to like 3. And then from a hue and saturation, I'm gonna bring this down to it's just a grayscale picture. And then I'm just gonna start to really crunch this in, and you'll see what this is gonna do in a minute. So now if I come down here, I did this all to my top layer, but if I come over to mode, and let's start with maybe overlay. Then if I click T and start to bring down the opacity, and then just start bringing it up just to really make it rich in here. So this is what it looks like without my effect here. Then if I start slowly bringing up the opacity, you can see that it's just making our image look a lot more rich, in which maybe we need to add a hue over top of all of this. So let me come down to new, click adjustment layer, and then we're just going to bring down the saturation overall. Not too much, but let me click on master saturation here, bring this down a tad bit, and we should be in a good place there. So hopefully this showed you the power of what we could do. I mean, we spent what, maybe like an hour, and we already have like a cool image that we could put up on Instagram. Or if you wanted to make this into an animation, I mean, you saw how fast this renders out. It's in no time flat. So this shows you the power of everything that we've been learning, and we're finally starting to put it together. Hopefully this fun exercise just kind of shows you everything that we've been learning up to this point and how we can actually start using it in practice. I mean, you saw how fast we built this out. It was what, like an hour or something like that. And we actually have something that's ready to be posted up on Instagram or Facebook or wherever you want to put this. And if you actually want to make an animation, I mean, it's not hard to render this stuff out. And you saw how fast I could like just iterate on the fly. It's like I wasn't happy with my lighting, so I went through, changed out my sun, and then I rendered it again instantly. So that just shows you the flexibility that we have now. In the next section, we're actually going to start finally diving into Cinema4D and how we can start integrating all this motion graphic-y stuff into Unreal Engine. So I can't wait. I hope you guys are excited, and I'll catch you in that next video. Here we are, the chapter we've all been waiting for, how we can integrate Cinema4D into Unreal Engine. Now, I'm going to show you guys the initial steps first that we need to take in Unreal Engine to be able to properly import Cinema4D files. And then I'm going to give you basically what I've learned over the past year of how I can set up my Cinema4D files to bring into Unreal Engine. I know a lot of you guys out there have been hitting me up like, hey, I have this scene set up, I bring it into Unreal, and everything's not transforming over, it's not one-to-one, and there is a certain type of mentality that you have to think about, like when you're building your scene out. If you're going to be rendering with Unreal Engine, there are certain things that you're going to be limited to. And so I'm going to take you through all the steps of how to, get a basic understanding of what needs to be done. And then in the future, you'll be able to build more complex scenes once you have that good understanding. And so without further ado, let's jump right into it. Now, before we get started in Cinema4D, we want to make sure that we have everything properly set up in Unreal Engine so that we can import those Cinema4D files. And so I have the Epic Game Launcher open right here. There's two things in the marketplace that I want to make sure that you have. You should have them already, but if not, I'm going to show you now exactly what you need. So if I come over to the Marketplace tab, and then if I come over to the search bar here, and if I type in Aja, hit enter, you want to make sure that you have the Aja Media Player, and you just want to make sure that you have it. Like right now it says own. So that means that I own it. There's nothing else I need to do with it. And then if I come back over to my search bar here again and type in Blackmagic, all one word, you want to make sure that you have the Blackmagic Media Player as well. And this will allow us to have the codecs that we properly need to be able to render out of Unreal Engine. Like I said, we should have these, but just in case, these are two codecs that we're definitely going to need. So if I come over to my library tab, I'm going to open up version 4.25, click launch. And I have my Unreal project browser open here. I'm going to come down to film, television, and live events. Click next, and then I'm going to start with a blank slate. Click next again, and then I'm just going to save it where it's already at here. Actually, let me save it to my D drive. There we go. I'm just going to name it my project. No starter content. Just click create project and give us a moment to load up here. So now we have our Unreal platform open here. If I come down to my bottom right, it says new plugins are available. Just click dismiss. Then I'm going to update the project. And then if you follow me on YouTube, you might be familiar with this already, but if not, just something that we need to make sure that we have installed, or not installed, but enabled here in Unreal Engine. It's called a Datasmith plugin. And what that does is it allows us to take certain Cinema4D files and bring them into Unreal, and we don't have to do anything else at all. So we could bring in camera information, lighting information, even like Mograph cloner stuff, everything that we have in Cinema4D, almost one-to-one we could bring over. There's some exceptions, and I'll go over that in the next few sections. But for now, what we want to do is come over to where it says settings. We want to click on this, then come down to plugins, and then right here where it says built-in, click on this. And right now, if I come over to my search bar, just type in C4D, and you see this pops up. It says Datasmith C4D importer. And whenever we open up Unreal, every time we open up a new project, it's not going to be enabled, but there is a trick to be able to have this always be enabled. So if you're going to be using Cinema4D and Unreal a lot, you might want to go and use this trick that I'm going to show you here in a minute. But first, we want to make sure that we have this enabled. So I'm going to click enable, make sure I click yes. It's just telling us this is still in beta, which is fine. So down here where it says restart now, every time in Unreal, whenever you enable a new plugin, you always have to restart it. So if there are certain plugins that you know you're going to need there in the future, make sure you enable them all in the beginning, and then you just hit restart and they should all be enabled. So once this is enabled, I'm going to show you a document that we can kind of dock here to tell it that, okay, we're going to use the Datasmith plugin a lot. And so we always want it to be permanently enabled. And that way, every time we open up a new project, it's always going to be there and we don't have to go through this process again. So if I come back here, come to built-in, type in C4D, you can see that we have the Datasmith plugin. It's enabled. Then if I come up here, right beside where Megascans is, it should be right here in the middle. It says Datasmith. And if you click on this, and it does allow us to bring in Cinema4D files, but not the way that you think. And we'll get into that in other sections. For now, we're just going to properly set this up to be able to move forward. And so to be able to have this always be properly enabled every time we open up Unreal, I'm going to show you how to do that now. So if I come down to my File Explorer, I want to come over to my C drive because this is where I have my FBX Games Launcher and Unreal installed. It might be different for you depending on where you installed it at, but you want to kind of look for your FBX Game folder here. So mine's inside my program files in my C folder. Come down to Epic Games, and let me make this center so you guys can see it. These are the different engines that I have. I have version 4.25 and version 4.24. Recently, I've been just using the latest 4.25. So I'm going to double click on this one, and then I'm going to click on Engine, and then I'm going to come down to Plugins, and then I'm going to come down to Enterprise, and I'll give this a second so you guys can see exactly all the folders that I'm looking in. You can actually see them up top here, but if I come down here, you can see it says Datasmith C4D Importer. I double click on this, and you should have a file down here. The type is going to be called U plugin. And it's not going to look like this at first. Like I'm able to open it with the notepad. And the first time that I did it, it actually switched it. So every time that I see this type of format, it's always going to open up in the notepad. So that's why you see this icon here. But if you don't see that icon there, all you have to do is right click and then click on open. And then it's going to ask you like, what do you want to open with? Or you could come down here to click on open with. And then you just want to make sure that you have notepad clicked. So I'm going to click on that. And right here where it says always use this app to open up a U plugin file, I always have it on, and that's why this icon came up here. So if I click OK, now it has that file opened up inside this notepad here. And if I come down here, you can see there's a line saying enable by default, and it's on false. So all I have to do is select this. I'm just going to select the word false, and I'm going to type in true. And I'm not going to do anything else. I'm just going to come up to file and click save. And now anytime I open up Unreal Engine, I'm always going to have the Datasmith plugin there. And like I'm a Cinema4D user, I'm always taking stuff from Cinema into Unreal. Even with client projects, I render really fast with it. And so this is something that I use because I don't want to always keep restarting every time I start up a new project. So I thought that'd be a handy tip just to share with you guys if you're going to be doing the same. So now we have everything properly set up to be able to bring Cinema4D files into Unreal. But there is another quick tip that I want to share with you guys, because if we are going to be going back and forth between Cinema and Unreal a lot, the middle mouse button, the way that we pan on our screen, is actually inverted in Unreal. Like, I've become used to it, but I know at first it's kind of jarring. And so I want to show you how you can set it up in Unreal to be able to invert the middle mouse button so it works exactly how it does in Cinema4D. So the first thing we want to do is come over to Edit. Then we want to come down to Editor Preferences. I'm going to click on this. I'm going to bring this towards the middle so it's easier to see. And over here on the left-hand side, you can see there's a little section called Level Editor. I'm going to come down to Viewports. And then if I come down a little bit, you can see there's a button here for Invert Middle Mouse Pan. I'm going to click on this, and then I'm just going to exit out. And now whenever I hold down the middle mouse button on my mouse, if I drag left, it's going left. And if I drag right, it's going right. And it's working exactly how it does in Cinema4D. I know at first, whenever I started working in Unreal Engine, this was really jarring just because in Unreal, everything's inverted. And so over like the course of a couple of months, I was able to get acclimated to the way Unreal works. So now it's not a problem, but at first, you might want to do this just so you can jump back and forth fairly quickly. So that's going to be it for this section. We have everything that we need to be able to properly import the Cinema4D files into Unreal Engine. You just want to make sure that you have that DataSmith plugin enabled, or if you're like me, have it permanently enabled so you don't have to worry about it. In the next section, we're going to get into Cinema4D. I'm going to show you how to set up Cinema in multiple different versions like R21 and S22, show you exactly what you need to get that set up to be able to export your files for Unreal Engine. So whenever you're ready, I'll catch you in the next video. What up, Winbush here, and I wanted to give this quick insert into the course because there has been some recent updates in Cinema4D, and so these next couple of steps I'm going to be showing you in the course, as some of them aren't necessary anymore, and so I wanted to put this as a part of the course just to kind of show you the updated steps, and I'm going to leave the other stuff in the course just so you can see it and kind of see where things started at and where they are now. So without further ado, let's jump right into it. So the big update that we have here is in the next video, I'm going to show you guys how we bring stuff from Cinema4D into Unreal Engine, in which if you come up to File, you can see right here, there's a little tab right here that says Save Project for Cineware. Now, before you had to actually save your project out for Cineware and then bring that into Unreal Engine. But with the recent updates, starting with version R21, you no longer have to do this. And so we could use our Cinema4D file and bring that directly into Unreal Engine now. And so in order to do that, you have to come down here where it says Project. And if you don't have this, all you have to do is hit Control-D on your keyboard. That's the shortcut to bring these attributes up. But you see that we have a little tab here called Cineware. So I'm going to click on this, and then basically you just want to make sure you turn all these on. And then if you have materials, depending on your texture sizes and your format, if you want PNG or whatnot, you would make these little changes here, and then you would just save out your Cinema4D file as you normally would, and then you can still bring that file into Unreal Engine. And so that's the big update there. We no longer have to save it for Cineware. We could just bring our direct Cinema4D projects into Unreal Engine. So just to reiterate, this update happened with version R21 and up. In this example here, I'm using version R23. And another big update is we can now take our Cinema4D file that we have in Unreal Engine, and we can re-import that inside of Unreal. So it's not really a live link, but it's a next step to get into there. And so I would urge you guys to go over to my YouTube channel. And on my YouTube channel, I actually just did an update on how this exactly works. And so I would urge you guys to go over to my YouTube channel, watch this breakdown. It's pretty cool. Like I said, it's not a live link, but it's getting pretty close to this. We're in some really exciting times now as this stuff is starting to progress. And so I just wanted to share this with you guys. And again, as always, I appreciate all you guys' support. Thank you guys again for purchasing this course. If you have any questions, make sure you reach out to me. And until next time, stay fresh, keep creating, and enjoy the rest of the course. Thank you guys again. Take care. In this video, I'm going to be showing you how you can set up Cinema4D to be able to be ready to export out the Unreal Engine. Now, I'm going to be doing this in several different versions of Cinema4D since it kind of changed in each version, starting with version 20, and then I have 21 and S22. Now, I don't have 19, 18, or 17, but I believe everything that we do in 20 will work in those as well. So without further ado, let's jump right into it. So to get started, we're going to start off with version R20. There's some simple things that we need to check mark to be able to make sure our file is properly ready to be exported out of Cinema4D. So right now, I'm going to come over to Edit. Then I'm going to come down to Preferences. Let me move this towards the middle. So once we have this open, you want to come down to Files. And you'll see right here, it says Save Polygons for Melange. I'm going to click this on. and then save animation for melange, and I'm gonna click this on as well. So we want to make sure that we have these two things checkmarked, and that way we'll be ready to set our project up for Unreal Engine. And so whenever we're ready to export in R20, it's called Save for Melange. So if I click on File and I come down to here, you see it says Save Project for Melange, and what this is going to do is going to save a .C4D file, but it's going to be in a format that Unreal Engine can actually import. And so I'm not going to show you how to do that in this video. In this video, I'm just going to show you how to set up the different Cinema4D versions, and then the next one, we're actually going to start importing from Cinema4D. So just as a reminder, if we're working in R20, whenever we're ready to export, it would be this option right here. It says Save Project for Melange, and that way we can actually import into Unreal. So now let's jump into R21 and see where we have to find these files, and they're actually renamed in this version as well. Okay, so we're going to get out of R20 right now, and I'm going to open up R21. So same place as before, come over to Edit, come down to Preferences, and wait for this window to pop up here, like so. Then we're going to come over to Files, and I already have these check marked on, but you notice that it's named different now. So it says Save Polygons for Cineware, Save Animation for Cineware, but it's the same exact thing. Instead of Melange, they actually renamed it with this version to Cineware. So even in S22, it's called Cineware, but in S22, they actually moved it again. So I'll show you where to find that at in a minute. But just to reiterate, we want to make sure that we have Save Polygons for Cineware, Save Animation for Cineware check marked here. And then when I come up to File, you can see that right now it's actually called Save Project for Cineware. Remember in the previous version, it was Save Project for Melange. So these are just these little caveats that you have to be aware of, but they do the same exact function. It's going to save out a .C4D file, and then we'll be ready to import into Unreal. So now that we have this one saved, last but not least, we're going to get to the latest version right now, which is S22. And so if you notice, if I come over to Edit, come down to Preferences, and whenever this window opens up, we're actually not going to be able to find that Save for Cineware file. So if I come over here to Files, you can see right here, it's missing that option. And this one is actually a shout out to Logan of Hollow Pines. He actually showed me where it's found at in version S22 now. And so what we want to do is we want to hit Control D on our keyboard, and that's going to bring up our project right here. And I can actually undock this. So once I have my project folder opened here, my project settings, I can come over to Cineware in this tab right here. And now this is where we save it at, but we actually have three options here now. So we want to click on all three of these. So Save Polygon for cache, Save Animation for cache, and this one will actually give us a Save Material for cache. And so this way, it started with S22, but like if you have any type of like bitmaps or normal maps or anything on your materials, it will actually save it in a TXE folder for use in Unreal Engine. And no, previously it didn't do that in version R21 or R20. So this is something new that they added in S22. And I believe it will be there in 23 whenever that releases as well. And so if whenever we're ready to save out our project, we come over here to File, come down to Save Project for Cineware. And then once you click on that, I can actually just save it real quick just to show you guys. So I'll just name this one Winbush Unreal. Click Save, and that should save to my desktop. So if I actually come over to my desktop, you can see it saves a .C4D file. Let me come over to my view, come to Details so you can see it. So you can see right here, it's actually a C4D file. So we can actually open this up in Cinema4D still, but also this will be recognized by Unreal Engine. If you save out in the traditional sense, like you just save out a regular Cinema4D file, like say you come over to File and do Save Project as we normally would, it will still open up in Cinema, but it won't open up in Unreal. You have to make sure that you come down to Save Project for Cineware or Save Project for Melange, and that way your file is going to be ready to import into Unreal Engine. So that's going to do it for this video. I didn't want to drive too much information in this clip. I wanted to keep this one as a reference. So whenever you update your version of Cinema4D, you know exactly where to find the files that you need to check mark. And so in the next video is where we're going to actually start building stuff in Cinema4D and then importing that to Unreal Engine. So whenever you're ready, I'll catch you in the next video. In this video, we're finally going to get to where we can import stuff from Cinema4D into our Unreal Engine. So we're going to go through a real basic setup in this video. I'm going to set some things up as Cinema, show you what's going to work and what's not going to work. And then we'll take that project into Unreal Engine with the Datasmith plugin we already set up in the previous videos. So without further ado, let's jump right into it. So right here, I'm working in Cinema4D version S22. And so I want to start off by just creating some simple shapes. We're not going to do anything too crazy. I just kind of want to show you the process from exporting from Cinema into Unreal Engine. So I know the plane doesn't really work. When I brought that over to Unreal before, it was giving me some issues like not even showing up. And so instead, what I'll do is I'll make it a cube and then I just smash this down and maybe give it a little bit of thickness, maybe around like 1. So if I look over here in my object properties, I'm just going to leave it at 1 on my y-axis. Then I could drag this out a little bit. Let's say maybe 500 by 500, something like that. I'm just going to make another simple shape. Let's say like a sphere. And then over here where it says render perfect, now this only works in Cinema4D. If we bring this over into Unreal Engine, it's going to look exactly how it does here in the viewport. And that's because we don't have a lot of polygons in here. Like if I come over to my display and do the shading lines, you can see that it's pretty low poly. And so what I usually do is I just up the polygons, bring it up to like maybe 50. And now we have a nice sphere in there. And I could probably make this cube a little bit larger. So let's say maybe 1,000 by 1,000, something like that. Oops, that's too big. There we go. Then we're going to take this sphere, just bring it up here, somewhere around there. All right. And so then we're going to add maybe just another shape. And the reason I'm just adding these basic shapes is because we're going to put some different type of materials on there. So we just want some basic shapes that we could work with to export over to Unreal Engine. So I have a pyramid in here, something like that. Then the last one I'm going to bring in, let's bring in a mannequin, because I want to show you the difference between the hierarchy window in Cinema and the hierarchy window in Unreal Engine. There's a few differences there. And so as you can see in here, I have my figure and it's all one shape. But if I hit the C key and make it an editable poly, if I bring these all out, you can see it has a whole bunch of different objects in here that make up this mannequin here. And so whenever we bring this into Unreal, even if I hit Control Z and make it back to its editable state. So even if I would bring this figure into Unreal, it would break it apart once the Datasmith plugin gets a hold of it. So I just want to show you some of these differences so you can see what's happening once we export this out. So let's make some materials down here. I'm going to double click in my material editor and make this a little bit larger so we can see it. So let's make this one blue. So if I double click on this, come over to my color, just gonna make this blue like so. And then there's a few things over here that will work, and there's a few things that won't work when we bring this into Unreal. So it's usually a real basic setup. Like it will bring over your color, it will bring over luminance, you could bring over transparency, we could bring over reflections. We can't do environment, we can't do fog. I can't remember if it could do bump maps or not. I think it could do bump maps, but usually I do normal maps. And then alphas are giving me some trouble exporting those as well. So I don't believe that it supports these, at least not right now. And then glow, it doesn't support glow at all. And then displacement, I don't believe it really did. Like whenever I brought it over, it's kind of funky there. So basically what we could bring over would be our color, our luminance, our reflectance, our bump, and our normal, and everything else is not really going to bring it over. And if you ever have a question about what could be brought over to Unreal, I have this document that I can send you a link to. I'll put this down wherever we have it up on the website. But this is actually the official Unreal documentation. And this is all about the Datasmith plugin working with Cinema4D. So if I do miss anything here, this is something that I reference a lot. It will tell you some of the different nuances between Cinema4D and Unreal. It gets pretty in depth on like what will work and what won't work. And so I'll leave a link to this as well. Like I'm not going to bring over all the lights, and it shows you right here how the Cinema4D lights transfer over to Unreal. So like if you have a point light or an IES light in Cinema, when it comes over to Unreal, it's going to be a point light. And so it just shows you what the Datasmith plugin will do to interpolate like how this is going to translate into Unreal Engine. So I'll leave this link for you guys so you can reference this as well. So getting back to this, I'm going to come over into my reflectance. I found that if I remove the default specular and then I add the GGX, it usually gives me a better reflection. And right here where it says layer, I usually bring this down somewhere around like 1 or 2. And then when I get into Unreal, I can start manipulating it in there because the lighting is going to be set up a little bit different. So let me take this one and I'm just going to drop it on my sphere. And then I'm going to hold down Control, left click, drag this over. Let's just name this one, let's say purple. Double click on this. Then I'm going to make this like a purplish color. Let's drop this on a triangle here. And I'll do this one without the reflectance. We're going to do that. And then let's say, you know what? Let's make another shape. This time I'll make a cylinder. And that's because I'm going to make this into like a neon rod. So let me bring this down a little bit like so. And then I'm just going to double click down here, make another material. I'm going to just name this one neon. Double click on this. And then my material editor, I'm going to turn off the color and the reflectance, come over to luminance, and I'm going to turn this on. And then I can make it a color just so we can see it better, but I'm not going to mess with the brightness or anything. We can actually control this once we get into Unreal. It gives us better controls once we get in there. So I'm just going to leave my brightness at 100. And I'm going to click and drag this over here like so. And then let me make a default one. So I'm just going to name this one gray. Not going to touch anything at all. Just make it my floor. And then I guess for this mannequin here, I could just drag the purple one over it like so. And so I have this real basic setup in here. What I could do next is let's add a camera. So I'm going to click here, add a camera, make sure we're looking through our lens. And then over here, I'm going to come over to my edit render settings because this is important as well. This will actually translate over to Unreal as well. So if I look at my output, I can actually come over here to film a video. And whatever I have my viewport set up as, it's actually going to set that up in Unreal to kind of correlate with that. So let's say we do like UHD 4K. And then down here where it says frame rate, I like to work at 60 FPS. And when you change your frame rate here, you want to make sure you're going to change it in our project setting as well, just so they correlate with each other because it can get kind of wonky if they're not correlated with each other inside of Cinema. So right here under frame rate, I'm going to click 60. And then I'm actually going to hit Control D and bring up my project settings over here. And down here where it says FPS, I'm going to make this 60 as well. So our scene is 60 and our rendering is 60. And that way, whenever we get into Unreal, our project is going to be set up at 60 and everything should be good. So down here, let's say, let's make it like 250 frames like so. And then that should be it for our render settings. That's all we have to really mess with in here. A safe output doesn't really matter. So I'm going to click X here and then maybe let's animate our camera a little bit. So let me actually zero this out. And then click H and move back a little bit. So from here, I'm just going to make a keyframe on my Z. And then come all the way to the end. And let's say we want to move forward like so. Actually, we can move forward and up. So I'm going to go back to the beginning right here on my Y. Put a keyframe here. Then go to the end. Maybe just move it up slightly. Maybe 150. Somewhere like that. Add these keyframes. Then we just have a slow push into our scene here. Like I said, we're just doing a real basic setup just so we can kind of see how these keyframes and everything correlate into Unreal Engine. So I think we're good with our setup here. We have everything we need. Actually, let's add a light just so we can see how the light comes over as well. So I'm just going to set up a real basic light in here. Go to my 4 quadrants, drag this out like so. So now we have a light, we have a camera, we have some basic shapes, we have materials, and we're good to go. Say like this is our scene, we're ready to export out to Unreal Engine. All we have to do is come over to File, and then Save Project for Cineware, or if you're using a previous version like R20 or down, remember to Save Project for Melange, but it's in the same exact spot. So I'm gonna click Save Project for Cineware, and I'm just gonna save this on my desktop. Let's just name this Winbush example underscore example and click save. And we should be good to go. Sometimes you'll see in the lower left-hand corner, if you have like a larger scene, you'll see like that little transgression bar, and it will tell you when everything's loaded. But it looks like in this case, since everything's really simple, it exported really fast. So I'm going to open up Unreal Engine. This is the scene that we had before whenever I showed you guys how to bring in the Datasmith plugin. So first thing I want to do is delete the floor, and I'm going to delete the controller just to get those out of the way. And then what I want to do now is come up to Datasmith, click on this, and it's going to ask us where we want to import our C4D file. And so remember, I saved it to the desktop under Winbush_example. I'm going to click open, and then you'll come up with this folder that says choose location for importing the Datasmith content. I usually just click on the content folder here and click OK. And then right here, whenever it says Datasmith import options, now depending on what you want to import, like I'm importing an entire scene, so I want to bring in my geometry, my materials, my lights, my camera, and my animation. So I'm going to leave everything check marked. But say like there's stuff that you want to add to this scene, like maybe you just want to add a camera or something of that nature, then you will only have the camera check mark, and that way you could just import that. And then if I click on the down arrow, you can see that it says static mesh options, but I leave everything at default here as well. I don't mess with these settings at all. Just click import. And then there we go. Now we have our scene inside of Unreal Engine. It was quick and easy. And you can see that we have our materials here. We have our objects here. We have our neon rod. We have our light. And actually, let me delete the light that was in here before. So the light source, this is the Unreal light. I'm going to delete this. And then I'm going to delete the atmospheric fog. We can get rid of skylight. And there we go. So everything that I have in my scene here is just the stuff that I brought over from Cinema4D. So if I click on light here, I can actually make this movable like so. So we have the same exact functions that we had from before. Just drag these over. So now I'm moving my light around. There's no keyframes on it from Cinema. So wherever I move it, that's where it's going to stay at. Then if I come down here under my content folder, so remember when we imported it in the content folder, and that will allow us to see it inside of our content browser. And it will give us a folder here that's named the same exact thing that we named our Cinema4D file. So I'm going to double click on Winbush_example, and this brings up our scene. Let's go through all these folders left from right. So if I double click on animation, it gives us a sequencer here. Remember in previous chapters, we went over a sequencer. This will actually, if we have keyframes in Cinema4D, it will automatically make a sequencer for us. So if I double click on this, you can see that we have our camera in here. We have our keyframes and everything. And if I drag this back and forth, there goes our animation. And in our viewport, we can see our camera. And if we come up here to perspective, come down to cinematic viewport, and then click on perspective again, and click on our camera, we actually have our controls here in our viewport. So there we go. That's the real simple camera move coming in from Cinema4D into Unreal Engine. So you should be familiar with the sequencer by now. Since we have everything imported now, let me show you the difference between how Unreal looks at it and Cinema4D looks at it inside the hierarchy window. So I'm going to move this over a little bit. So I want to see Cinema4D and I want to see Unreal at the same time. There we go. So right here, we have our Cinema4D hierarchy window, and right here we have our Unreal hierarchy window. So if I come over here, let me start looking at this. You see where it says like pelvis and left thigh and all this stuff. If I click on this, this is actually going to show our mannequin, and I can actually move this like so. So it didn't call it figure when it brought it in. Let me hit Control Z. It actually broke it apart. So if I come over to Cinema4D, click C to make it editable, these are all the different items that we see now inside of Unreal. So like I was saying before, whenever we bring stuff like this into Unreal, it's going to translate it the way that it sees it inside of Cinema. So now you can see we have our pelvis and it's correlating back and forth. We have left thigh. You know, we have the joints here, we have everything over here. In later videos, once we get into the Mograph module, it kind of works the same way. So I just wanted to show you the differences so that when we import other things like the Mograph module into Unreal, you'll know why the hierarchy window is working the way that it is. So let me close this up here. Let me move this over. All right, so let's continue on inside the content browser. So I'm gonna click right here, Winbush example. Let's click on geometry. And here we are. You can see the mannequin actually brought in each piece of geometry separate. Then we have our cylinder, we have our cube, then we have our sphere as well. So this shows you all the geometry that we brought over from Cinema4D. And the cool thing about Unreal is whenever we're using like the Mograph cloner, which I'll show you in another video, like say we had a pyramid underneath the cloner, it's actually going to bring it in as one geometry. So if we made like a material for this one geometry, if we had like 50 pyramids, that one material would translate over to all 50 pyramids. And so that's going to be for another video, but I just wanted to show you where you can find your geometry in case you wanted to make any type of changes. Like if I click on cylinder here, it brings up almost like a pre-comp for a cylinder. So for some reason, we want to make any type of changes in here, like change out the materials or things of that nature. We could do that all in here. So moving on, let me click back on Winbush example. Let's go to materials. And this is where we can start really playing around with these different materials. I'm going to start with the blue one. So I'm going to double click on this. And this shows you everything that was brought over from Cinema4D. So our reflectance channel, we actually have the color and the reflectance. And so if I turn this off, you can see after it recompiles it's going to make it dull. So let me turn this back on. Then I can turn off my specular. You can see the difference there when I'm turning this on and off, and it actually gives us some controls down here at the bottom as well. But this is one of those things with the way that reflectance works in Cinema, it kind of translates it the best that it can in Unreal Engine. So it's not going to be one-to-one, like you didn't see all those different options come over from Cinema. So if I look back at my material inside of Cinema4D and go under my reflectance channel, we don't have all these different options down here. We have some of them, but most of them we don't have. Like we don't have layer mask and we don't have Fresnel. It only gives us what, you know, Unreal has built into its system, but it still gives us some good options here. Like if I come over to reflectance color strength, I can actually move this up and down. So we're getting more shiny and we're getting more dull as I move this left and right. And then if I ever want to go back to default, just click on this yellow arrow. We can actually change the shift here, the hue shift, change the color of it. Or if I turn it off and I wanted to use the color right here, it brings up our color picker where we could click right here and select maybe a different color like so. Or we could just use the gradient window here and click cancel on there. We can actually desaturate it here. So you guys get the idea of all the different controls that we have in Unreal once we bring over our materials from Cinema4D. So we have our roughness strength, bring it up to make it more dull. And we have our specular strength, make it more shiny or less shiny. So I thought that was really cool how we can actually manipulate all of our materials once we get into Unreal Engine. And then once you're done, just click save. And then you're good to go from there. And then the other cool material that I wanted to show you would be this neon rod. So let me come over here, double click on this neon. And if I come over here under, let me see, emissive strength, let me crank this up. So I'm going to crank this up really high. You can see that we're really starting to glow here, but it's not looking that great. Like it's looking hot. You can see that we're getting some reflectance off of our material over here. But if I come over and let me come over to, where was it at? Visual effects. And this is something that I'll cover in its own video in itself, but I'm just going to give you a quick preview here because our neon light's not looking that great. But if I come over and click on this one that says post-process volume, and then you see it over here in the hierarchy window. If I zero this out, we're going to be in direct center here. And the way to get this to affect our entire scene, if I come over here where it says search details, just type in U and B. Right here where it says infinite extent unbound, I'm going to click on this. And that way we don't have to worry about any bounding boxes or anything. It's going to engulf our entire scene. So this basically is just like our post-processing. So say that you're used to using like Octane or Redshift. You know how you have like the effects panel where you can control like your lens flares and your blooms and things of that nature. That's exactly what this is. So if I come down, let's say under bloom, I'm going to click on method and intensity, and I can start to turn this up. And now you can see how it's affecting our material here. If I double click on neon, I'm going to start to turn this down. So if you ever want to have maybe like your geometry lighting your scene, this is what you would have to do. You'd have to turn on your emissive glow down here You can also change the color as well, as with everything. So let's say now we got a purple light in our scene. It looks nice. And if we come over here to bloom, again, we can control the intensity of it. But this post-process and volume, this is something I'll save for its own video, because we could do some really cool stuff in here, especially with like ray tracing, shadows, and translucencies and things of that nature. But I just wanted to show you how cool of like the glow effect that we get in Unreal once we bring over like our emission from Cinema4D. Come back to examples, and we have this temp folder. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not sure exactly what goes in the temp folder. Every time I've brought it over, even working on bigger projects, nothing ever comes over with it. So I'm not sure exactly what's supposed to be in this folder, but that's pretty much it there. So say like we're happy with this and we want to render this out. Again, you'll come over to your animation, come down to Winbush example, click on your sequencer, and then we would just go from here over to our movie render queue. You should be familiar with this. Hit render. And I'm going to click on my sequence here, click on unsave config, and then I could just leave it as a JPEG. It should be fine for this. And then you would just save it out where you want to save it out to. So I guess I could save it to my desktop, make a new folder. Then I'm just going to leave it. This is the one thing that didn't translate over. So this is something that's in the movie render queue. I mean, this is still beta, so hopefully they fix this. But if I come down here, you can see like my scene is still 60 FPS. We're working at UHD 4K, but for some reason with this output resolution, it always resorts back to HD. So if I just multiply this by 2, or you can manually put it in, but this is UHD 4K. So then I'm gonna hit accept. Remember, we have to add a camera cuts track. It's not going to render out properly unless we do. So if I click on this green button, come down to camera cut track, make sure I'm on frame 0, click on camera, select my camera, and now that I have my scene in here, now I can hit render local. Now you can see our scene rendering in real time. It's only taking like a fraction of a second for each frame. Granted, there's not a lot going on here, but it's as fast as that. You can see our frame count down here in the bottom right. And there you go. Now we have our scene rendered out, and we have our animation and everything from Cinema4D. We brought it into Unreal and everything translated fine. That's going to do it for this video. I just wanted to show you a real basic setup of how we could get stuff moved over from Cinema4D into Unreal, and just kind of show you some of the, the nuances there are when we're bringing stuff over, get you familiar with the hierarchy window, how it translates between the two projects. And in the next video, I'm actually going to show you guys how we can start bringing in stuff like the Mograph module into Unreal. We're going to animate a scene, bring it into Unreal. We're going to use effectors and things of that nature. So whenever you're ready, I'll catch you in the next video. So there's going to come a time whenever you have everything set up in Cinema4D, you have your keyframes and your animations and everything locked. Everything looks good in Cinema, but for some reason, when you bring it into Unreal, it doesn't exactly look right. Something looks like it's off, and it doesn't look the way that it looked in Cinema. And so what I'm going to do in this video is show you what I do to correct those keyframe issues and how to bake out your keyframes in Cinema. So whenever we bring it into Unreal Engine, everything is synced and it looks exactly how we did in Cinema. And so without further ado, let's jump right into it. I'm going to start off in Cinema4D here. What I'm going to do is make a real simple scene for you guys. So I'm going to bring up my quads view. Then I'm going to come up here and I'm just going to take the spline pen, because I'm just going to have like a generic object going along this path here. Nothing too crazy. So I'm just going to make like this real generic shape. Come over here. And then let's pick out a shape here. Maybe something like the platonic. So I'm going to pick that. Let's make it a little bit smaller, maybe like 50. Then if I come over here to tags, come down to animation tags, and let's go to align the spline. And then I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to drag my spline down here to the spline path. And then I'm going to hit Control D on my keyboard, because I just want to make sure I'm working at 30 frames per second here. Then I'm going to come up to my render settings, come down to my presets here. So output presets. Let's just make it HD. We don't have a 30 frames per second here, so I'm just going to click 2997, and then where it says frame rate, make it 30 here. We want to make sure that this correlates with our project setting as well. So we have 30 here and we have 30 here, and everything should be locked. So I'm going to click this out, click back here on my align the spline, And then I'm going to keyframe my position from 0 to 100. And what this is going to do, it's just going to have our platonic object there just go along the spline path. And it's as easy as that. It's just 2 keyframes. So I'm going to keyframe it here. Click position 0. Take it all the way to the end where it says 90 here. Just drag it up to 100%. And you can see inside of our viewport, it dragged along the spline. I'm going to make a keyframe here. Then I'm just going to play it back so you can see it. There we go. So we have everything playing back here, and let me make this larger just so we can see our playback here. And so you can see that our movements are kind of jerky. So I'll just share this quick tip with you. If I click on my spline, then I'm going to come over and click right here on my points. I'm just going to select all, make sure I have all my points selected. And then over here where it says intermediate points, or it says adaptive, I'm just going to click uniform, and this should smooth out my animation here. So if I click play, there you go. Even though everything is kind of janky, like right there, everything is still playing back pretty smooth. So that's just a tip there. If you're not getting smooth playback, make sure you have all your points selected, come down to immediate points and click on uniform. So I'm going to click back here on my model tab, make sure everything is good. And so now what I'm going to do is add a camera. So I'm going to add my camera in here, just a generic camera. Then I'm going to make sure we're looking through our camera by clicking this right here. And then I'm going to come over to tags, so animation tags and target. And then right here, I'm going to click on my target, and where it says platonic, click and drag this down into the target object like so. So now when I click play, you can see our camera is following our object here, and there's no keyframes involved at all. So if I click on my camera, you can see in the timeline that there's no keyframes here at all. And whenever we bring this into Unreal, I'm going to show you exactly how this is going to work. But when we bring it into Unreal, since there's no keyframes in the camera, it's not going to animate the same way. So let me set this scene up a little bit more and show you guys so you can see exactly what I'm talking about. And so just so we don't have a plain scene here, let's maybe add like a Mograph module. We're not going to animate it or anything. We're just going to have it in our scene, just so we don't have just like plain ground there. So I'm going to make a cube, bring it up to my cloner, and then let's say maybe like 20 by 20, something like that. Drag it down under my spline here. And then let's just make a random effector just for giggles. So I'm going to come over to Mograph, effector, come down to random, and there we go. So I'm just going to maybe shade this differently. So if I come down here, double click, and let's name this one maybe like gray, and double click on this. And let's just make our color a little bit grayer, somewhere along there. And then I'm going to put it on my cube. Then I'm going to double click again, and maybe let's name this one blue. So I'm just making materials down here. I'm just going to make this one a blue one, maybe like a baby blue, North Carolina blue. Bring this onto my platonic, something like that, just so we have some type of contrast there. And it looks like it's going through my object there. So I'm just going to bring my cloner down a little bit. Let me pause this, bring it down like so. So we have a real simple scene here. We have our 2 keyframes that we have here. And let me actually bring up the animation window. So if I come up here to layout, come down to animate, you can see align the spline. We only have 2 keyframes in here. Now this is important because when we bring this into Unreal, that's exactly what it's going to read. And so let's go back to standard view, and then I'm going to save this out for Unreal. So I'm just going to come over to file, save project for Cineware. But remember, if you're using like R20 and under, it's going to be save project for Melange. Click on this. Then I'm just going to save it to the desktop. So I'm just going to name this keyframe, let's say 01, because we're going to do a second version as well where I'm going to show you the correct way to keyframe this. So I'm going to click save here, and then I'm going to open up Unreal, which I have already opened up here. And then under my content browser, I have my main level already opened up. So whenever you open up Unreal, this is the default. You should be familiar with it. I'm just going to rename this. Let's name this keyframe _01. There we go. Remember, Unreal doesn't like spaces, so I usually use underscores. And I'm going to delete this plane here and this player start. Then I'm going to click on my Datasmith plugin up here. Then I'm just going to go to my desktop. There we go, keyframe 01. I'm going to open this, save it in my content browser, click OK. Just leave everything check marked here. We want to bring everything in. I'm gonna click import, and there we go. We have our scene all opened up here. And remember, if we want to get rid of right here where it says lighting needs to be rebuilt, I'm just going to come up and find where my light's at. So I have my light source right here. Just make it movable, and there we go. So now everything is dynamic and we have real lighting in here. And so I'm going to come over here to my animation window, double click on this, and then it opens up my sequencer here. Remember, and this is where we play everything back. You can see our animation is playing down there, but we're not looking through our camera. So I'm going to come up here to perspective, come down to cinematic viewport, click on this, click back on perspective again, come down to camera, and now we're looking through the eyes of the camera. So remember in Cinema4D, we didn't keyframe the camera at all. Now watch when I play back, the camera is not moving. And if you look at my object here, you can see, actually let me make this loopable. So right here where it says no looping, I'm gonna click there, and now we have loopable playback. So I could just have this playing while I'm talking. But if you can see, our animation isn't as smooth as it is in Cinema4D, and our camera is not moving here. And that's because whenever we bring stuff from Cinema4D into Unreal, we really need to tell it exactly how it needs to behave once it's in Unreal Engine. And so my workaround for this is when we're in Cinema, I'm going to bake out all the keyframes that I need to have animated objects and then bring that into Unreal. And that way Unreal makes no mistakes in knowing that, okay, these objects are going to work in this such way and everything should play back nice and smooth. So let me click on pause here, and I'm going to open back up Cinema4D. So I'm going to get started by coming over to layout, and I'm just going to come under the animate. And so I'm going to pick all the different objects that I want to bake out my keyframes for. So let's start with the camera. So I'm going to click my camera, drag it down here under where it says dope sheet. There we go. So now I have my camera, and I'm going to make this all the way back to the beginning of our timeline here. And you can see we have no keyframes at all. So to fix that, I'm going to come under functions and come right here where it says bake objects. Now it's going to bring up this window right here. Usually this is what it's going to look like. And so these should all be check marked. And then down here, it usually just has position, rotation, and animated parameters. But what I like to do is just click all parameters just to make sure I'm safe and everything that I'm going to export out, everything is accounted for. So I'm going to click OK. And now you can see that it made a copy of our camera, and this copy has all the keyframes in there. And so that's going to be the camera that we want to bring over to Unreal, but we're not done yet. We want to make this object have baked keyframes as well. So I'm going to come over here to Platonic, drag this down here, and go through the same exact steps, click on it, come over to functions, bake object, and then let me bring this up here. Make sure we go from 0 to 90. That's the length of our timeline. Everything is clicked here. Click OK. And now we have keyframes for this one as well. So I'm going to come back over to layout. I'm just going to go to my startup layout. And then I'm going to start deleting the stuff that I don't need, because we don't want to have repetitive objects coming into Unreal. And so what I suggest is make sure that you have like a backup copy of your scene, and then have like an Unreal version of your scene too, just in case you need to go back and make changes. At least you still have your backup copy to make changes on as well. So I'm going to come over here. I'm just going to delete the camera. I'm going to delete the Platonic here. I'm just going to keep the ones that say copy. And what I usually do is I usually rename these. And so where it says camera here, I'm usually going to put camera baked, just so I know that these have the baked keyframes. And same thing here. So anything that has copy, this is just something that I like to do, just so I know that these are the objects that have the baked keyframes. And then I don't even need this spline here because everything is baked. So watch this. I'm going to delete the spline, and I'm going to look through my camera, and our animation is all baked. So we don't need all those extra objects there. This is exactly how it's going to look once we bring it into Unreal. So I'm going to stop this. I'm going to save out another copy. So I'm going to come up to File, Save Project for Cineware, and I'm going to name this one keyframe _02. Click Save. There we go. So now I can open back up Unreal Engine. And what I'm going to do here is come back to my content browser, click right here where it says content, and I'm actually going to make a new level, which could be like a brand new scene, but it's going to keep all the same objects. So I'm just going to right click here and go to level, and I'm just going to name this one keyframe _02. And if I double click on this, and I'm going to click Save Selected. So this is going to save everything that's in our current level that we're on. So I'm going to click Save Selected. There we go. And now we have a new scene open up and everything is completely blank. And I kind of want to bring some of the stuff over from my previous scene, which is easy to do. So if I come down here to Content Browser, I'm just going to go back to Keyframe 01, double click on this. And so I want to bring over the atmospheric fog, and then I'm going to hold down the Control key, click Light Source. I'm just going to select all these here basically. And then I'm going to right click and then come down here to Edit. And then I'm just going to copy. So I'm going to click on this. Then I'm going to open back up my other level, so keyframe _ 02. Then I'm going to right click here, go back to edit and just paste. And now we have everything from our previous scene. So if you're working like in a big project and you want to make sure that you bring in some of the objects over so it's consistent, you can easily copy and paste between your two different scenes there. So what I'm going to do now is click on Datasmith. I'm going to bring in that new one, keyframe _ 02. Click on this, open it up. Then I'm going to make sure it's under my content folder, click OK, and then I'm just going to import everything here. There we go. We have our scene here. It's telling us we need to rebuild a reflection. So I'm just going to come up under build, come down here, build reflection captures, nothing too crazy. And then I'm going to come over here to perspective, click on this one, camera baked, boom, there we go. Now if I play this back, actually I have to come to my animations, open up this sequencer here. There we go. So make sure I have my camera selected and everything. Now if I click play, now you can see we have the smooth playback of our object there and our camera is moving with the scene as well. So this is really important because I get this question a lot, just like on YouTube and in the forums in general. People are like, hey, I animated some stuff in Cinema4D, and when I bring it into Unreal, everything is out of whack. It doesn't look exactly the same. And my answer is always, just go back and bake your keyframes and everything should be good. So hopefully this is a good video for you to go back and reference. This is something that's really important, especially if you're going to be using Unreal as your final output. You want to make sure that your scene is ready and set to go, so when you bring it into Unreal, you have absolutely no problems. In the next video, I'm going to show you how to build out the Mograph module, animate it with some effectors, and then bring that into Unreal. We're going to make like a cool looking scene there. We're even going to texture it and have some cool lighting effects. So whenever you're ready, I'll catch you in the next video. In the last video, we talked about how it's important sometimes to bake out your keyframes just in case your animations aren't going exactly to plan. But in this video, we're going to make animations using no keyframes at all, using the Mograph module and bringing that into Unreal Engine. So without further ado, let's jump right into it. I'm going to get started with a blank slate here. I have Cinema4D S22 open, but you could use previous versions as always. And so I'm going to get started by just making like some type of cloner. So I'm going to come up to Mograph. Let's make a cloner, just have this in the center here. And then our mode, I'm actually going to make it a honeycomb array, just so we have some type of cool, type of patterns going on in here. So now let's make the object that we're actually going to populate this with. So I'm going to come up here, up to my pen tool, and I'm going to come over here to where it says inside, and I'm just going to click on this. And then down here where it says rounding, I'm just going to round it just a little bit, give it a little bit of flavor there. So maybe radius around 40. Something like that. And then we're going to need to extrude this out. So I'm going to come over here where it says extrude, click on this. And then I'm going to bring my spline into my extrude. And there we go. Now we have an object that we can actually start working with. So I'm going to click on the extrude here. And I'm just going to offset this maybe by, let's bring it all the way up actually 1000. And this is the way that it looks in S22. But you should know how to extend this if you're using previous versions of Cinema. And then I'm going to come over here to cap, and let's come down to, let's let a preset, because I have some pretty cool presets in here. I like using this one here where it says basic rounded inverted. Click on this, and now you can see we have like a nice little rounded edge inside of there. And then let's bring this into our cloner, see what we come out with. So boom, we have a pretty cool looking wall here, which I think I want to put it on a ground plane because we're going to animate this and we're going to have the different columns moving offsetted wise. And so I think it's going to be cool if they're actually rising up instead of coming at us. So let me click right here on cloner, come down to coordinates, and then let's move this down to -90 like so. And then let's bring our camera in that we're going to work with so we can start getting everything aligned. So I'm just going to click on camera here. I'm going to look through my camera. And let's zero out this rotation. I like this angle that we're looking at, so maybe let's make it even, like 25, negative 25, not even, but you know what I mean, a solid number there. And then right here on the X, we're going to zero this out. And I just want to make sure that we're in center because I want to build this out according to just being able to move the camera, kind of like we're doing like an aerial view moving over a ground plane here. So down here on my Y, let's actually get a little bit closer, make this like 1,000. And then for my Z, we're actually good for here. Let's do something like 4,000. One more zero. There we go. Then I'm going to click back on cloner. Let's make this a lot larger. So I'm going to click on object. And let's say for width, we do something like 25, just so we extend out to the edges a little bit. And then for the count height, let's do something really crazy, maybe like 72, just so we have a good distance that we could travel here. And you can see that it's starting to move a little bit sluggish depending on your computer specs that you have here. But what I could do here is come down to render instance mode and go to maybe like multi-instance, and that should make it move a lot faster there. But we just have to remember before we bring this out to Unreal, we want to make sure that this is on instance. If we leave it on multi-instance, the information is not going to come over to Unreal. So that's something definitely important to recognize, that it doesn't use the multi-instance or the render instance. When you bring it over, you always have to have it on the normal instance mode. But just for the viewport sake here, and so we can animate, I'm going to put it on multi-instance so that the viewport is more reactive, like so. I'm actually moving my camera around, which I didn't want to do. So I'm going to zero this back out again. Make this 1,000. And then I'm going to click on my camera here, just so I can start moving around and leave my camera in place. And we'll start animating that later. So now let's start adding some animations to our cloner. So I'm going to click on my cloner here, come over to Mograph, come down to Effector, and let's do something like, let's do a shader effector. So I'm going to click on this one. You can see it reacted to our cloner a little bit there. And if I click back on my shader, let me move this up so we can see it better. And click on my parameters. You can see by default, it usually changes out the scale. So I'm going to click this off, and I'm actually going to do it by position. And this is the one that always throws me off. So I think I want to make it, no, not the Y position. There we go, the Z position. So I'm going to make this maybe like negative 600. And you can see that it's bringing the entire object up, and that's because we have to put like some type of texture in here for it to be able to work from. And so the best way to do that is to come over to shading. Then right here under our shader tab, I'm going to click on the down arrow. And let's just put a basic noise material in there. And you can see already we're starting to get it offsetted, and it's starting to look really cool. But if I click the play button, it's not doing anything at all. And before I start adding some animation to it, let me actually set up my timeline. I forgot to do that at first. I usually do that at the very beginning. So I'm going to hit Control D, bring up my project settings here, and I'm going to make this 60. I like working at 60 FPS. Then I'm going to come over here to my edit render settings. Then I'm going to come down to presets, and we're just going to make it HD. So go to film and video. I'm going to come down. There is no 60 FPS yet, so I usually just come down to HD TV 29.97, and then right here where it says frame rate, just click on 60 so that they correlate with each other, and we're good to go in that aspect. So I'm gonna click on this, and then maybe down here, maybe let's make this like 600 frames, something crazy, because we're going to be rendering in real time. Actually, let's go all out. Let's do 1,000 frames. Just because we don't have to worry about the frames, we're going to render in real time anyway. So, you know, these large like frame counts is no problem for us at all. So we have a time frame of 1,000 frames here. Going to click back here on my shader, right here where it says noise. I'm just going to click on this, and then where it says animation speed, let's click 1. Let's click play and see what happens. So now you can see that we have our clone here working almost like as its pistons. I mean, it has a really cool organic movement here. I don't think I want to do anything else here. I want to show you guys how to bring this into Unreal. So I'm just going to click the play button here. Let me go back into my camera view. And then I'm going to go into my side view because I'm just going to animate this camera moving along this plane here. Just something real easy. The main goal of this video is to show you how we bring the Mograph cloner into Unreal Engine. And so you can see right here where I have my camera selected, it looks like our arrow is pointing down, and I want to be able to just drag my camera across here. So a little trick that I have up here is where it says coordinate system, click on this, and you can see that our axis is actually changing, and that's because we put it into the world view here. So now we could just click and drag this over like so, and it's really easy to animate over. So let me find a good position here. Maybe let's start here. And one cool thing too, in the camera, if I click on object here, we could change our focal length if we just want to mess around with these a little bit. So right now it's always at default on classic. Maybe let's click on normal, and that gives us a little bit more zoomed in view. So it can actually move us up and back a little bit, something like that. Cool. All right, so I'm going to come over to coordinate. Let me change these values a little bit. Maybe let's make this the Y at 1350. Make this at a solid negative 7450. And on my Z axis, I'm just going to put a keyframe. And then I'm going to click all the way to the end. And I'm just going to drag this over and just put another keyframe. So I don't want to see any negative space. So maybe about there. There we go. So 1435. Make another keyframe. Now if I click play, you can see we have like a really cool animation here going, you know, something that would be cool just to throw up on like an Instagram. I'm not going to go through and make it loopable, but you know, we have 1,000 frames here to work with, so don't really need to worry about that anyway. Let's throw a material on here. So down here, I'm just going to double click, make a generic material, just name it maybe black, then double click on that. And I'm going to change it when I get into Unreal anyway. I usually like to just put, you know, like some type of generic materials in here in Cinema4D. And then once I get into Unreal, I usually retexture everything anyway. So I made another material here. I'm just going to name this one Glow. Because the one thing I do like about the Glow in Cinema4D, it's an easy setup. You know how I showed you guys previous videos how we set up the Glow inside of Unreal Engine. I don't want to get into that node system. If I build it here, drag it over, it's real simple and easy to manipulate once we get into Unreal. So I usually always bring over a Glow material. So I'm going to click all these off, click on luminance, just leave it at default. And there we go. And if I even wanted to, I could put this onto my extrude. And then down here in selection, do capital R1. And now we just have it along the outline there. And we should be good to go. I'm going to replace this with a Megascans material once I get it into Unreal. So there we go. Looks like everything's good. The last thing I want to do is, if you notice whenever I click play, how the camera starts to ramp up. I just want to have it at a consistent value whenever it's animating. So I'm going to come over here to layout, go to animate, click down here on camera. And if you ever have like a viewport issue, like you maybe say when you come down here, it's like this. If you just click H, it's automatically going to bring you from your start frame to your end frame. It's going to encompass everything there. So that's just a tip, you know, click H and you should be good to go. So I'm going to click on this and then come over here and do it linear. So now if I click play, we shouldn't have any type of ramp up or anything. There we go. It's just automatic stop and automatic go. And we should be good to go. So I don't need to bake any keyframes. This is a very simple animation for a camera. We don't have any type of tags on here to make it follow anything. Usually when we do animations like this, we're good to go in Unreal. So the only thing to do now is to save this out for Cineware. So let me come to my layout, just go to my startup layout. And actually let me save my actual project here. So I have a folder here already, Winbush _ Mograph. Let me click paste. There we go. And I'm just going to save this out, and then I'm going to save it out for Unreal. So I'm going to come back to File, Save Project for Cineware. But remember, if you have previous versions, Save Project for Melange. Click this. And then I'm going to name it the same thing, but then I'm going to _ UE4. I mean, it's good to come up with a good naming convention just so you don't mix these up. So that's something that I like to do, but you know, you guys do whatever works for you. So I'm going to click save there. Actually, before I do that, let me copy this, click cancel. I'm going to come over to my cloner, and then remember this instance mode, almost forgot. I want to make this an instance. And it's going to take a second because it's going to make it pretty heavy. And actually, let me play it back to see what happens. Yeah, you see the viewport's going really slow compared to if it's a multi-instance. how it runs almost in real time. But Unreal can't take multi-instances, at least not yet. So just click on instance. Make sure you do this before you save it out. Now I can come over to File, Save Project for Cineware. I'm gonna hit Paste. There we go. I'm gonna click Save here and give us a couple of seconds to save out. And then I'm going to open up Unreal, and then we're going to continue on from there. Okay, so now we have Unreal Engine open. You know the drill. I'm going to click Floor, click Delete. Come here where it says Player Start. Delete this. Actually, I'm going to delete a lot of this stuff. The Sky Sphere. I don't want the fog. I don't really need the skylight. I can leave reflection capture in here. So basically we have a blank slate. I'm going to come up here to Datasmith, click on this, then let's find where I have my stuff at. There we go. So underscore UE4, open this one up. I'm going to import this into my content folder and then click import everything. And it shouldn't take too long to import everything. It's a pretty basic scene here. So let's see what happens. Boom, there we go. So we have our scene built out here. The one thing that you will notice is it didn't bring over the black texture. That's something that might update in, next versions of Unreal Engine. I've seen to notice that anytime I have something in a cloner, some materials come over and some don't. Like they'll always come over in the material folder here. So if I double click on this, you can see we have our actual material from Cinema4D and we have the glow and everything, but it's not attached to our cloner. So that's just something to think about as well. Like whenever we bring in objects on our own, they usually translate pretty well, but stuff in the cloner is still kind of hit and miss, which I found is kind of annoying, but there's a good workaround for it. So if I come back here and I look under my geometries, you can see that we have our cloner object here. So all we have to do is double click on it, and we can actually start adding materials in here. And once we do it in here, it's going to do it across the gamut. So let me click on, I believe, F to bring this into full view. And remember I said I was just going to use a Megascans asset to kind of materialize this with. So I'm going to go over to Bridge. So now I have Quixel Bridge open. Let me come over to Local. It should be here because I just recently downloaded it. So I'm going to use this steel one. Click on this, come over to Export Settings. Looks like we're set up and good to go. So I'm going to click on Export down here. Exporting to Unreal Engine. So I'm just going to wait for it to say Export Complete and then head over to Unreal. There we go. So now I can close this down and come over to Unreal. We should see stuff starting to import here. So we're just going to give us a second to import everything. There we go. Looks like everything's imported. And so what I could do now is I'm just going to start clicking and dragging onto the different areas here. And this usually stands for like the different caps and the different, the rounded edges that we have there. So we already have the glow on the one rounded edge, and it doesn't tell me like what is what. So usually what I do is I'll start dragging materials on there just to kind of see what it's affecting there in our viewport. So if you can see, or this one object here is affecting everything in our cloner. So that's a plus there for whenever our materials don't come all the way over. At least all we have to do is materialize one object and it's going across the whole gamut there. So as you can see, this doesn't exactly look like how it did when we had it inside of Quixel Bridge. So I'm going to double click on this material here. And I'm just going to start manipulating this until I get what I want. So the first thing I usually do is come down to albedo. I notice this happens a lot with the middle textures that come in from Quixel. So I'll start dragging this down, and this will actually give us the color that we wanted. So something like that's pretty cool. Then if I want to mess around with the roughness, I have the liberty to do that as well. And then we'll come down to specular. Let's move this down a tiny bit there. So I think we're good right there. So I'm going to click save. I'm going to save this, exit this out. And then we'll come back up to light source. I want to make this movable. I didn't do that before. Then I'm going to come over to build, and I'm just going to build reflection capture. There we go. So we're in a good space right there. And we can actually bring in an HDR to kind of try to help light this out. So I'm going to make this smaller so we can see what's going on here. So I'm going to come over here to light, come over to HDR backdrop, just drag this in here. There we go. So if I click on HDR backdrop, I'm going to come over here to location, just click where it says reset value default. There we go, something like that. And I think we might be pretty good with the default one that's in there. You can always switch it out. Remember, if you have your own HDRs, you would just drop them here where it says cube map to kind of switch it out. Actually, let me do that just to show you guys again. So I'm going to click on my content folder, and I'm actually going to look for where I have my HDRs at. So I usually use Adobe Bridge to kind of look for this stuff since I can see everything in my viewport. So I had a good one that I downloaded that was actually of a skate park. And I'll put this into like a project file so you guys can have everything consolidated in case you want to manipulate some stuff later on. But these HDRs are all free. They came from hdrihaven.com, so it shouldn't be a problem if I give this to you guys anyway. So now I have my skate park HDR in here. I'm going to double click on it. You can see it's a little bit blurry here. So first thing I'm going to do is make it 4K. So right here where it says maximum texture size, all I did was click this arrow down. I believe I went over this before, but just as a recap, I'm going to make this 4096 because this was a 4K texture. Give us a couple of seconds and we should see this start getting a lot more clear. All right, so now we see it's a lot more clear, and I actually had to cut the video because it took a little bit longer to translate than I normally does. Sometimes it depends on the HDR, but like that one actually took around like a minute. And sometimes depending on the size of your texture here, like if this was 8K, it would have probably took a lot more longer, but you know, we just click save. We're good there. So I'm going to exit this out, drag this over here. You can see how it manipulated our scene there. I think it looks pretty cool like that. Maybe bring the intensity down. We don't want it as high. So maybe something like 0.5. Then let's start looking through the camera to see what this actually looks like. So if I come over here to my folder here, this is what I dragged over from Cinema4D. I'm going to double click on this and then come over to my animations folder, double click. And remember, we have our sequencer file here. So double click here. And now we have our sequencer window. I'm going to come over here to perspective, look through our cinematic viewport. Then I'm going to click here again, look through the camera. Then I'm going to play through. And there we go. So now I can start manipulating my HDR backdrop here. So maybe let's say 0.2, something like that, because we're actually going to put the glow on here and have that illuminate a lot of the scene as well. But as you can see, this is playing back pretty well. You can look right here. We're playing at 60 frames per second. Everything is nice and smooth. So from here, it's just all about finishing our scene out. So let me click stop here. I'm going to come back over to my content browser, click on my folder here, come back to materials, then my glow. I'm going to double click on this one, and this is where I have the most fun. I really like working with glows in Unreal. And like I said, everything is set up since we set up our glow inside of Cinema4D. We don't have to mess with any nodes or anything. Everything is set up here because it brought over a material instance for us automatically. So what I'm going to do now is my emissive color. Let's do something different. Maybe let's do orange. Then I'm going to bring my emissive glow strength up a lot. Maybe not too much. Let me click save because I want to bring in a post-processing volume here. So let me come over to visual effects right here under place actors. We want to click on this one where it says post-process volume, bring this in. Then I'm just going to zero this out, reset the default. And then right here where it says search, I'm going to type in UNB. And you usually always want to do this because when you do this where it says infinite extend unbound, when you click on this, that makes sure is that everything that you do here in the post-process volume encompasses the entire scene. So if you didn't do that, it would only encompass whatever you have inside like the cube radius or inside of a sphere radius. Actually, let me show you. So I'm going to click this off. Let me change my viewport. And if I bring this back a little bit, it's actually not going to show us because it's not too large. There we go. So you can see these, so if you can see this yellow box here, that means anything that's inside this box here is only going to be affected by this. But if you click on this right here, that means everything, the whole entire scene is going to be infected. So that's kind of one of those game hack things. So if you're working on a game and you have something that you want to kind of save memory on and you just want to have like a glow in a certain area, or if you want to have some type of post-processing volume affecting a certain area, like putting shadows or something over there, then you could put it in like these little areas on your scene and kind of manipulate them how you want. But since we're doing motion graphics, usually I like it to encompass my entire scene because I'm not really worried about, you know, like saving memory here and there or not making my scene too expensive. It doesn't really matter because we're rendering out a cinematic anyway. So if I come over to my post-process volume and click on the X here, so if I scroll down here, to where it says lens right here. Let's see where we at. Under bloom. This is the first one I like working with. So I'm going to click on method and intensity. You can already see our glow is starting to be affected here. If you use standard, that's kind of just like, it's like your interpretation of the bloom, like it's usually fake. But if I come down to convolution, this is more how like a real world situation would be. Like if you, it's a lot more expensive, but like I said, we're working with cinematics anyway, so it doesn't really matter. I like using convolution because it gives us a little bit more realism inside of our glows. And if I scroll over this, you can see it says intended for cinematics, too expensive for games. So if you're playing like on a, say you made like a PlayStation game and you had this in your game might run extremely slow just because it's affecting everything in there. But we're rendering it out. I'm not going to keep, but we're rendering it out, so it doesn't matter. So now I'm going to start messing with my glow strength. You can see that we're getting some pretty cool glows in here. So we don't want to go too crazy with it. And you can see that we're getting some flickering sometimes here in the scene. So this is just in the viewport. It won't happen in the render, but if you don't want to see that, we come over here to this arrow and we come down to screen percentage. Sometimes if we make this 200, that kind of helps alleviate that. But again, that's not going to happen during the render. That's just what's happening inside of our viewport. So I think maybe let's do 18 here. Click on save. There we go. And then if I want to mess with this even more, like you can see that we have our lens flare bloom kind of just like really engulfing the center of our screen here. We could kind of feather that out. If I scroll down here a little bit more, actually, this is a good one too, where it says exposure. We want to come down here to where it says min and max, and we always want to make this 1. And that's going to give us a true representation of our scene. So now we have a true sense of what our scene is actually going to look like. If you have this off, what this usually does is sometimes so the best way to think about how this works is whenever you're inside the house and it's dark and you go outside during the daytime, you know how your eyes have to adjust for the sunlight. That's something that's on by default in Unreal. And so to disable that, we always have to come over to post-process volume and come down here to where it says min and max, the EV100. And make this 1, and then I will turn that off inside of our viewport in our render, so we don't have to worry about that happening by accident. And so what I was going to do before was get rid of this right here, kind of feather it out. So if I scroll down even more, we have lens flare here, and I can actually, where's it at? I think it is bokeh size and intensity, maybe threshold. So let me mess with these a little bit. So it looks like bokeh size is working. If I bring down the intensity a little bit, maybe like 0.3. Let's try 0.5. There you go. Maybe 0.7. Then bokeh size 13. I could turn off threshold. Don't need that on. So now if I click play, there we go. We're in a good spot there. And I think that looks pretty cool. So this is all the Mograph module from Cinema4D. I'm just using the random effector and we have it automatically playing inside of Unreal Engine. So let's say that we're happy with this and we're ready to render it out. I would come over to my sequencer, go all the way over here to the top of my timeline. And remember, we always need to add a camera cuts track. So right here where it says track, camera cut track. And then I want to click on the camera. And I want to add my camera in here and make sure you're on frame 0 because it adds this right here. And this is our sequence. So if you don't have this inside of your sequencer, it's not going to render out properly. So from here, we can go over to Window, Cinematic, Movie Render Queue. And then I'm going to click on this one right here. This is my sequencer that I'm using. And I could probably just do a JPEG for this example. I'm going to make an output folder for this. So let's make a pre-renders and select folder. Then I can leave everything else as default. I'm going to click accept. Then we'll watch how fast this renders out. So right here where it says render local, click on this, give us a second to frame up, and you can see it's rendering pretty fast. So if you look down here, estimated time, it was like at 30 seconds. We're doing 1,000 frames here. We have glows, we have, lens flares and everything else in the works. And this is rendering pretty fast. Like I've only been talking for a few seconds and we're already at 55%. All right, everything is finalizing. So once this is done, actually I could do it now. So let me open up the folder and find where we had it saved at. So my desktop, pre-renders. If I open this up, you can see we have our entire sequence in there and not rendered fast as heck. So, you know, sometimes depending on what render engine you're using, especially when you have like glows and stuff like that, how you might get like a minute per frame, depending on how many GPUs and everything you have. Like for this system, I'm using a Threadripper 3, I'm using a 2080 Ti, and I was able to render out 1,000 frames within what, like 30 seconds. So I think that's unbelievable in itself. And we have some reflections going on and glows and everything. So I thought that's pretty cool, and that kind of shows you the power of real-time rendering. Of course, later inside the course, we'll start working on some more complex scenes. But for now, this is, you know, this is a good taste of what Unreal could do. I'm going to make this file available to you, both the Unreal version and the Cinema4D version. But say like you're working on this project and you wanted to share it with somebody else. Let me show you how you could consolidate this file so that we can make it shareable. So I have my scene here that we were just working on. All we have to do is come over to File, come down to Package Project, and right here you see we have Zip Up Project. So what this is going to do is similar to Cinema4D. It's going to consolidate our project, but what Unreal does as well, it's going to zip it up for us. So all we have to do is drag it into like WeTransfer or Dropbox, and we're all set to go. So I'm going to click Zip Up Project, and let's just save it to my desktop. Click Save. Then down in the lower right hand corner, it's going to say zip task completed. Depending on the size of your scene, it can take, you know, it can be really fast like that, or it could take a while. It just all depends, because what it's doing, it's going to use just the files that we need, and we're not going to like bring everything over. So let me come over and compare sizes. So if I look at my zip file, hit properties, you can see it's only 34 megabytes. Then if I come over here inside of my, this is my Unreal project. If I right click, you can see this one is 665 megabytes. So you can see how it compresses it. But let me unzip this one so we can actually really compare the sizes. So now this is unzipped. Yeah, so it's only 314 megabytes, which is half the size. So it shows you that Unreal is going to take the files that you actually need, put it into the project file, so you don't have like all the mess. Like say that you were working and you were just like bringing stuff in from the marketplace that you wanted to try out, and you didn't end up using it. It's not going to save that into the file. So this is just a good tip if you wanted to share projects. Since I'm going to share this with you guys, I figured I'd run you through the steps. I'm hoping this stuff is really driving home and you guys are having fun with the course. In the next video, we're going to actually do a 2-for-1. So I'm going to show you guys how to use Veroni Fracture in Cinema4D and bring that into Unreal. And also, since Veroni Fracture kind of works with dynamics as well, I'm going to do a couple examples showing you how you can bring dynamics into Unreal Engine as well. So whenever you're ready, I'll catch you in the next video. Now, Unreal Engine does have its own destructible fracture system called Chaos, which if you're at SIGGRAPH last year, or if you seen it online, I mean, it looks absolutely amazing, but it's still in its early stages. So what I like to do is take my stuff from Cinema4D, fracture it up in there, add dynamics to it, then bring that into Unreal Engine. So let me show you exactly how I go about setting that up. So I'm using Cinema4D version S22 for this example. So the first thing I want to do is I'm going to bring in the Mograph logo, and we're going to kind of destroy that and then bring that into Unreal Engine. So if I come over to Illustrator right here, you can see that I have the mograph.com logo here. I already have it saved out as an Illustrator 8 file so that I can bring it into Cinema4D. So my first step is going to be to come up to File, Merge Object, and then I just have to find where I saved it to right there. I'm going to click Open, click OK here. Then I'm going to center this up. So I'm going to click on the spline here, come down to coordinate, then I'm just going to zero everything out in here. And then I'm also going to make this a little bit larger. Like if I bring a mannequin in next to it, this is what I usually like using for like a reference size, because I think he's about like 6 foot. But you can see our logo is extremely small here. So this is just something that I like to do. I like to kind of bring in the mannequin and then kind of make my scaling according to so. So now I have a really large logo in here compared to my mannequin, and I'm happy with that size. So I'm just going to delete him out. So what I did was I made this 20 by 20, but on a Z, I just left it at 1 because I'm not going to worry about the Z depth here. I'm actually going to control it once I bring it into my extrusion. So what I want to do now is I'm just going to separate these out so I know what is what. So I believe these top ones, these will all be the Mograph text. So if I hold down the Shift key and click down here. Yep, there we go. So I'm just going to drag these out. And then I believe this is M left. So I'm going to just rename this M left. And this is just for me. I'm going to hit M right. And this is just to organize it for me for when we bring it into Unreal and we want to start texturing it. I kind of know what is what. So actually I have this all capitalized. There we go, like that. So my next step from here is I'm just going to come over here, add an extrude, and then I'm going to bring in my M left, bring it into my extrude here. You can see it made it extremely long here. So I'm going to come down to object. Let's make this 1. See what that looks like. Maybe 0.5. I could do a little bit thinner. So 0.2. Let's see what 0.2 looks like. Yeah, I think somewhere around there because we want to fracture it and have it break all up and everything. So I'm going to move in here just a tad bit because we have like a straight edge here. I'm going to want to bevel this out a little bit. So I'm going to come over to my caps here. And then down here where it says round, I'm going to look for load preset. I like using the presets in here. They're pretty good. So I like using this one right here, basic round, but let me try something different. Maybe inner bevel rounded. Maybe try this one. There, I like that. That looks pretty cool right there. And I don't have to mess with any of the attributes down here. I kind of like how that looks right off the bat. So what I'm going to do from here is I'm going to hold down the left control key, click and drag just to make a copy. And actually, let me double click this, hit Control C, and then paste right here. So I know that this is my M left. And then this right here, actually, I'm going to delete this spline. If I drag this over, make it more legible. I'm going to grab this and drop it under this extrude, copy this, paste it here. There we go. So now that I know it's M right, and when we bring it into Unreal Engine, I know exactly which is which. So whenever I start to texture it out and everything, I'm not going to get confused. So what I have left is I'm going to hit delete that because we don't really need it. And I have the text down here. So I'm just going to make another extrusion, just kind of grab all of these, put it underneath here. And you can see that it extruded only one out, and that's because we have to come back on our extrude, click object, come down here and click hierarchical. I can never say this one. So we're going to click hierarchical. I can't say it, but you can see what it is right here. But once I click on it, you can see that the letters are kind of all out of whack. And this happens sometimes when you bring stuff in from Illustrator. And I know that I don't need these to be separated at all. So what I'm going to do is just select all my splines here. Right click, come down here to where it says connect objects plus delete, click that, and it makes it all one spline and it straightens everything out. And I think for the extrusion, it's pretty on par. Let me come back up to my extrude tab. Let me mess with my offset. So maybe somewhere around there. And then for my cap down here, we're not going to really see it because it's kind of tiny, but maybe I just do basic rounded, something like that. And then let me click my size down to something like 1. So now we have a nice beveled edge. It's not sharp or anything. And we have our nice logo here. Now what I'm actually going to do next, I'm going to add a cube. And the reason I'm using a cube instead of a plane for my ground is for some reason, I noticed when I bring a plane into Unreal Engine, it doesn't recognize it. So what I do is I bring in a cube and then I just make it really thin. And then once I bring it into Unreal, I can always replace it with a plane in there. But this is just going to be so that we have something to have our dynamics kind of interact with. So I'm going to add a cube here. And then I'm going to drag this down, actually over here in the Y under my objects. Let's just make it like 2, something like that. And then just add a 0 in here, make it like 2000 by 2000. Like I said, all we need it for is interactivity right here. And then once we get into Unreal, we could just make like an infinity plane in there. Nothing to it but to do it. So what I'm going to do now is we're going to Verani fracture this up so we can start having to interact with dynamics and break this thing apart. So I'm going to come over to my top left right here under Mograph. Come down to Verani fracture right here. And then I'm just going to click right here where it says M left, drag that under Verani fracture. And you can see it's already starting to break everything up. If I click on Verani fracture here, and actually I'm going to double click on this, copy it. And I'm just going to name this one Verani fracture space left. There we go. So I know exactly what it is. And then I'm going to click on this again, make sure I have it selected. And I'm going to come down under sources. And right here where it says point generator, we're just going to keep this real basic. So maybe let's bring my point amount up to like 1000, somewhere around there. We have a ton of fractures in here, something like that. And then I'm going to do the same thing for my right side here. So I'm going to come back over to Mograph, Verani fracture, bring my M right, up underneath here, go through the same process. Let's do 1,000 for this as well. And there we go. So now we have our fracture all up. I'm going to leave these just as is. I'm just going to have this part up here break. But first, I'm going to hit Control S, and I want to save this just so in case something happens. Mograph _ dynamics. It's always good to hit Control S just to save a backup. And there we go. Now we have our fracture. And next we need to add some dynamics. So I'm going to click on my cube here. I'm going to come over to tags, come down to simulation tags, and then I'm going to make this just a collider body. And then I can actually click and drag this for my extrusion here as well, which I should name this. So I'm just going to name this Mograph, so I know that these are the letters. And so I have on both of these, I have collider bodies, and then I'm going to add dynamics to these top ones. So I'm going to start on this one here, which I need to name M, right? There we go. So I'm going to click on tags, come down to simulation tags. Then I'm going to make this a rigid body. So I'm going to click this, and I'm going to actually, before I do anything else, I need to set up my scene. I like working at 60 FPS, and so I'm going to set it up accordingly. So I'm going to hit Control D on my keyboard, and right here under my project settings, under FPS, type in 60. Then I'm going to also come up here where it says edit render settings, come down to output. I'm going to click on preset just because I'm going to make it HD, but they don't have a 60 frames per second default yet. So max on, if you're watching, please make a 60 FPS one here so that I could quit doing it this way. But right here where it says frame rate, I'm going to click on 60 there. And as long as we have these correlating, we should be good to go. So now I'm going to click X on this, and now I'm going to continue. So I'm going to click back on my dynamics tab here, and I don't want my dynamics to happen right away, which I can actually make this like 600 frames. And then I'm going to drag this out to like 60 because this is where I want my dynamics to happen. So under my, I believe it's dynamics tab right here, where it says enable, I'm going to turn this off and actually go one space back to 59, make a keyframe, go one space forward and turn this on, make another keyframe. So whenever it hits frame 60, it should start to fall. So if I click play on here, and I have a ton of fractures in here, so it's going a little bit slow inside of Cinema, but you can see it's interacting with the text, it's interacting with the ground, but it's not interacting with this yet because we need to add some dynamics here as well. So I'm going to click back to the start of my timeline here. Then I'm going to come over to my left side and just add a dynamics tag here as well. So I'm going to come down to simulations, add a rigid body, but I'm not going to add a keyframe here. What I'm going to do is right here where it says trigger, I want to do it on collision. And then for my threshold here, I can just make this like 1 centimeter, nothing too crazy. And what's going to happen is when this side falls, whatever it hits here, it's going to interact and make that crumble as well. So I can pull back a little bit. Let's see what happens. Click play. Now we're starting to have our stuff fall. You can see it's colliding right here with the COM. And then watch, once it hits here, it's going to collide with my left side. And it's actually making some of the fracture pieces fall, but it's only whatever is having dynamics hit it is going to fracture. So this is standing tall, but this little chunk right here fell over, which I think looks pretty cool. You can see that this is starting to fall as well, which I don't know if that's going to make any sense. Yeah, it's starting to keep together. Let me click play here. Yeah, so I guess it would be standing up if that happened, you know, not the whole thing is broke, but I think that's looking pretty cool if I let this play out. Something like that. And so now what I want to do from here is I want to start texturing. So if I click on my Veroni tag right here and I come over to, where is it at? Selections. I want to click on this one that says inside faces. So what's cool about this is I want to say they started in maybe like version 20, but I know it's definitely in R21. But what you could do here is once you click on this, it actually makes a selection tag, and that will allow us to be able to texture like whatever's on the inside of this. So usually you could put a texture and it would just engulf the entire thing, but now you can place textures on any part of these attributes right here. But what I like to do, I usually just like to have one on the face on the outside and then something on the inside, especially if you're making this into like stone. It's cool to have like really different stone on the inside that's a little bit more detailed, just so it actually looks like it's been something that's broken apart. So what I want to do from here is I'm actually going to come down here, double click, and I'm going to name this one, right? And you'll see once I bring this into Unreal, like I just like using these as placeholders. So I'm actually going to, Yeah, I'm just going to double click and just make it red. I was going to say we should get the red from Mograph, but these textures aren't going to come over for some reason. With the fracture, it only brings in the stuff that's on the inside, but the outside, I'll show you how we can texture that as well. But I'm just going to keep these in here as placeholders. So I'm going to hold down the left control, click and drag, and then name this one left. And I'm just going to make this one black, like so. There we go. And then I'm going to make another one, but I'm actually going to make this one neon. I like working with the luminance here and just making neon glows inside of Unreal. I think it looks really cool. So I'm going to leave this one white because I could change the color once we get into Unreal, but I'm just going to name this one neon. And then right here where it says right, I'm going to click and drag it here. And then I'm going to click and drag this one here. And I'm going to click on my neon light, and right here where I have my selection tag, I'm going to click and drag that into selection right here. And now I have my neon faces on the inside. And then I'm going to do the same thing for here. I'm going to click and drag this here, but then I need to make a selection tag for here as well. So I click on my fracture, come down to selections, inside faces, click this. Now I have a selection tag here as well. So now all I have to do is drag this here, make sure I have this clicked, click on my selection tag, bring this down here. And if I let this play out a little bit, we should start to see on the inside that we're going to have a different material in here. So if I click on render, there you go. So now you can see the inside is glowy. We're going to really make this shine once we bring it into Unreal, but I just wanted to make sure that the textures were on there accordingly. And then the last step from here, I can actually just left click, drag, name this one Mograph, just because I like texturing everything with its own textures. So when I bring it into Unreal, it's going to be real easy to replace. So I think we should be good here. What I'm going to do now is I'm actually going to add a camera just so we can add like a little move in here. So I'm going to zero everything out like so. And then I'm going to actually put a tag on here so that we have a target. So I'm going to go to animation tags, come down to target, and then I'm going to make a null. So I'm going to come up here, left-hand side, click null. And then I'm going to use this null point as like a target. So I usually bring it up to like 295, somewhere around there is like center. I can also bring my camera up to like 295. Let's bring my camera back a tad bit. And now I'm going to click on this target tag right here. I'm just going to click the null, drag it in here. And now my camera is always going to be looking at that. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to add some quick keyframes. So maybe let me do my start frame at 0, click on camera, maybe pull in a little bit, maybe like -30, add a keyframe on my Z, come out to maybe like 80 right there. Just going to pull this way back till we have like everything is seen. There we go. Click on, there we go. So maybe like 1210, make another keyframe here. And I'm actually going to move my null a little bit. I didn't want so much negative space up top there. So I like how that looks right there. So I have my null on the Y. Maybe let's make it 215. Oops. There we go, 215. Hit Control S to save. And then now I'm going to come all the way back to frame 600. Click on my camera. Let's drag this back a little bit just so we have a little drift. So somewhere around there, -1300. Then I'm going to come up here to my top right where it says layout. I'm just going to go to animate down here, and then I'm going to come to the beginning, and I'm just going to add in some curves. So once I click here on my curves, I'm just going to click and drag this. Now, if I hold the left control and shift, I could grab this handle and kind of pull this out just so it gives us like a little slow pull back, and then it's going to ramp up here. So I'm going to click on this here. Same thing, hold down control and shift. And when you grab on this, no matter if you move it up and down, it's only going to move left and right, which I really like because it makes it easy for adding like our eases in here. So let me go back to my startup, click play. There you go. Something like that is cool. Yeah, I like that right there. And what I'm actually going to do is come to 80, and I'm going to add a keyframe here on my null as well. So I'm going to hit keyframe there, bring this up 295. There we go. So now when we pull back there, so it wasn't looking down when we were pulling back. So I think we have a cool camera move there. So as I said before, like the cool thing that I've discovered is usually when I bring stuff over to Unreal, I usually bake everything out just to be safe. But with dynamics, I'm not sure if it happened in an update or something, but I just happened to come across it on a happy accident. I brought my dynamics into Unreal and everything worked. I didn't even have to bake out any keyframes or anything. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to bake out my keyframes for my camera since I am using a target tag, and then we're going to bring it into Unreal. So I'm going to click back on layout, animate, bring this all the way to the beginning, make sure I'm looking at my keyframes. I'm going to click on camera, come down to functions, hit bake options, all parameters, click OK, and give us a little bit of time to bake everything out here. So it looks like our camera's baked out and everything. Come back to layout, go to startup. And I'm just going to delete my old camera and my null. I don't need these anymore. And then right here where it says camera copy, just going to delete the copy part. And then look through my camera, just play it back a little bit, and yeah, there we're good to go. So the next step from here is we're going to save it out for Unreal, which you should be really familiar with at this point. So I'm gonna go back to my beginning. So I'm going to come up to File, Save Project for Cineware, or if you're using version R20 and below, Save Project for Melange. I'm going to click right here. And then I'm going to click on Mode_Dynamics and then just name this one _UE4, just so I know that this is my Unreal project I'm going to be using. Click Save. And while that's saving out, I'm actually going to open up Unreal. So I'm going to click on this here. I have Unreal open. I'm going to come down to Film, Television, Live Events, click Next on blank. And then down here, I'm just going to name this project Mograph _Dynamics. And I'm going to enable ray tracing just because I have a ray tracing enabled card. Then I'm going to click Create Project. Unreal's open now. So our next step down here where it says this down here in the lower right, just going to click Dismiss, Update Project. This should be all familiar by this point. Come over here, Content Browser. We have everything we need. So I'm going to start deleting some of this stuff out. I'm going to delete the floor, player start, and the atmospheric fog and the sky sphere. And I'm just going to leave my light source, my skylight, and my reflections. And then I want to bring my stuff in with my Datasmith. But just as a quick reminder, if you don't have your Datasmith here, you just go to Settings, click on Plugins, and then drag this over here where it says Built-in. I'm going to type in C4D. And you just want to make sure you have it enabled here. If you don't, you click it on and it's going to ask you to restart. Only takes a few moments. And then you should be good to go from there. So I'm going to hit Datasmith right here and look for my file that I made. So come in Mograph, C4D. Then I'm going to click on this one right here, Mograph _Dynamics _UE4. Click Open. And right here, going to put it in my Contents folder. Click OK. And then the next one that comes up, I'm just going to leave everything at default here, the Datasmith importer. Click Import. And then I'm going to wait for it to import. And then I'll see you guys whenever this is done importing. Looks like that didn't take too long. So I have my scene imported here. First thing I'm going to do is get rid of this red area right here where it says lighting needs to be rebuilt. I'm going to come over to light source, make it movable, and then come down here to my animation folder, double click here, double click our sequencer. And then I'm going to come up to perspective, click cinematic viewport. And then right here on my camera, I'm just going to activate it here. Now, if I click play, boom, you can see we have everything playing out and it plays all in real time, which is crazy. Oh, that looks cool right there. So next step is I want to add some, first thing is, if you notice, we don't have any textures on anything on the outside, only the inside. Like I was saying, sometimes with like fractures and the Mograph module, it doesn't exactly bring over all of our materials, which is fine because we could just go in and texture this ourselves. It doesn't take too long. But I want to show you something that I found on the marketplace that's absolutely free that you could download that's going to save you a lot of time on texturing if you want to texture like shiny objects and things of that nature. But first, I'm going to click on Save Current. Then I'm going to come down and I have to open up my Epic Game Launcher. And while I'm doing that, I'm actually going to close Unreal because anytime we bring stuff in from the store, actually I'm going to click Save Selected. So the way Unreal works is if you find stuff on the marketplace, you do have to restart Unreal Engine if you already have it open, but you always need to have a project file first, so that stuff that you're going to bring in from the marketplace, you could just go click add the project, and then it's going to add all that stuff into your project so that the next time you open it up, everything's going to be there. So I have the marketplace here open while Unreal's saving in the background and closed down. And where I'm going to go to is library, because I actually have this already saved in my library here. But if you come down to automotive materials, and so if you go and search for this inside the marketplace there, this is what's going to come up, and this is actually from Epic Games, and this is 100% free. So you go to the marketplace, just type in automotive materials, and you should be able to find this here. And it has like a ton of shiny materials. They all look pretty good. We have some carbon fiber materials here. We have some matte materials. I mean, the stuff is really amazing. It's pretty hefty. So if you are going to use this, make sure you give yourself enough time to download it. I want to say it's around 4 gigs and all. It has a ton of materials in here. But if you want to add this, come over to add project, and then just select the project that you want to save it to. So mine was Mograph_Dynamics. I'm going to click add the project. And then you'll just see a load bar here. So once this is done loading, and if there's anything else on the marketplace that you think you're going to need, now's the time to do it. So go through the marketplace, make sure you select everything you want, install it into your project now. And then once you open up Unreal, it's all going to be there for you. And it looks like everything downloaded pretty quick. So maybe it wasn't 4 gigs. Maybe I was thinking of something else. But I'm going to come over to library, and I'm just going to come back, select my project here, and open this up. And then once we bring it in here, I'm going to texture everything up with those materials that we got from Epic absolutely for free. I'm back in Unreal Engine. I'm going to come to my content browser, click on content here, and now you see we have a new folder here called automotive materials. I'm going to double click this, then come over to the materials folder, double click this, and you can see that we have a couple of options here. We have exterior, interior, and textures. I like going to the exterior first. And this is probably my favorite section right here, the caliber paint. This has some really nice shiny materials here, so I don't have to go in and make my own materials. That's the cool thing about the marketplace. You could kind of find almost anything in there. So if you didn't want to do all this stuff manually, you just found what you want, add it to your scene, and you're good to go. So I like using this black one here, and I like using this red one. And then for the inside, of course, I have my neon texture already. So I'm just going to texture up the outside here. So I'm going to click on right here where it says M left. And this is why it was important to name everything, because I know that all these files are actually my fractures for my left side. So if I scroll down here, you can see that each individual fracture is its own object. And if you look down here under static mesh, you can see that it imported each one of these meshes as its own object, which is crazy in itself that it's able to render all this in real time the way that it brought it in. These aren't even instances. These are like its own geometry, which is wild to think about. But what I'm going to do is scroll up, click the first one, and I'm just going to scroll down until I see the end of the left ones here. So keep going. There we go, somewhere around there. So I'm going to hold down the left shift key on my keyboard, left click to have all these selected. And then this side, I believe, is black. So I'm going to come over here, and I'm just going to drag them into my material nodes here. The thing that stinks is it doesn't tell us like what is what. Like right now, it just says element 0, element 1, element 2. But if I push in here a little bit, you can see what it's starting to texture. So I'm just going to come and click and drag. And there we go. So now we have everything there. And of course, our element 0 looks like that's our inside, which it kept the neon, which is cool. But yeah, I don't understand why it does what it does. But hopefully in the update, they'll fix this. So my next one is I'm going to come over to the right side, click there. And then I'm just going to click and drag this all the way down like so. So I get all my fractures in here. So there we go. Hold the left shift key, click that. And then I'm just going to start dragging in the red ones here. There we go. So we didn't even have to make our own materials. We have some nice shiny materials in here. And then I could do the same thing for the Mograph here, mograph.com, which came in just as one solid object. And if I scroll down here, it actually looks like it added like the rounded extrusion and everything in there. But I'm just going to click on the black, start really dragging these in. If I scroll down, you can see what it's doing. So right now I did it on the sides and the front face. Yeah, I really wish they would update this so it would tell us exactly what it is. But, you know, it's just one of those things. It's just a pain in the butt, but it's not the end of the world. There we go. So now I'm going to come over and actually let's start lighting this thing. So I'm going to click this up. Here we go. And I'm going to come over to my light source, scroll up here in my details panel. I'm just going to zero everything out. And then I'm just going to start messing with my light here. So I'm going to click on Z. Maybe something like that, maybe. Yeah, like something like that. And we're losing everything back here. And actually, before I do anything else, I'm going to replace this floor here. So remember I brought in a cube. I'm actually just going to delete this. So I'm going to click yes. Then I'm going to come over to, I believe, where is it at? Basic. There we go. I could drag my plane in here. Could just zero it out. And then for my scale, I can make this really large, maybe like 900 by 900. There we go. So now we have our plane here, and I can actually add, let's say like this shiny material here. And it's starting to reflect pretty bad here. So I'm going to come over here and click this drop down menu. Click on screen percentage 200. This might help fix it a little bit. There we go. And that's not going to happen in the render. Sometimes it just does flickering in the viewport. But I want to add maybe some fog in here anyway to help with the lighting in here. So what I'm going to do is come over to, where's it at? I believe it's under visual effects. Come to exponential height fog. Click and drag this in like so. And there might be just too much reflection in there, but we'll see. So I'm going to come down here and maybe right here in the fog, make this red somewhere around there. Click OK. And then I'm going to scroll down a little bit, add volumetric fog like so. And maybe let me try a different material for the plane here. Oh, I like that red there. So maybe something like that. So actually, let me come over. Animation, my sequencer, look through my camera. Let's click play. There we go. So let's really add some glow in here. Like that's the whole reason I added that neon material. So I'm going to come over to content browser, click on my Mograph, my materials here. So just again, I went a little bit faster. So I'm in my Mograph folder, click on materials here. Then I'm going to double click on neon. And let's say we want to bring our glow strength up a lot. And then our color, we can actually make it red or just stick with the theme here. There we go. And that's actually really hot red. So let's say something around there. I'm going to click save. And then to really bring the glow home, I'm going to add a post-process of volume. So I'm in my visual effects tab. Click right here, post-process volume. Click and drag this in. This is going to allow us to add a bunch of post effects. So the first thing I want to do is come under the search here, type in UNB. And then right here where it says infinite extent unbound, I'm going to click on that. And that makes sure anything that we enable in here, whether it's ray tracing or lens flares or anything, is going to engulf the entire scene. If you don't click that on, it's going to put it inside of a bounding box, which only the stuff that's in that bounding box is going to be controlled by this. But usually if you type in UNB and then you'll find what you need, click the check mark and everything is good from there. So what I'm going to do from here is just kind of scroll down and select some of these selections here. So bloom, I'm going to click that right there and then do convolution. You can see it's making our glows look a lot better there. So if I double click on this, bring my glow up a little bit. Now it's a little bit too hot. Somewhere around there might look good. Click save. And if I come down to exposure, I want to click on min and max, and I want to make both of these 1. There we go. So this is usually by default. This will turn off the adaption. And what that does is Unreal is a game engine. It tries to simulate real life. So it's going to be like whenever you have light, you know how your eyes adjust to it. Like if you're indoors, you walk outside, your eyes have to adjust. Unreal kind of tries to simulate that. So this is an easy way to kind of turn that off. If you come down here to min and max, make everything 1, and then you're not going to have those issues or anything. So if I click play, there we go. So everything's good there. Then you can see we have a little bit of lens flare in here. So if I pull down, we have chromatic aberration here as well. And I'll go through all these in a different video. but let me come down to lens flare. And then if I come to bokeh size, I could kind of feather that out by scrolling this over. You can see it putting it real hot in the middle there, somewhere around there. And then down here, we can actually turn on, well, this is cool too, because you can actually do color grading in here and everything. And you can add LUTs to it, which is really cool. I'll show you that in another video as well. But I'm gonna keep scrolling down here, because down here we can activate ambient occlusion. So I'm gonna turn on intensity all the way up. Let's see what happens when we do that. There we go. So we have ambient occlusion all the way up, and we can control the radius on there if we want, somewhere around there. And if I keep scrolling down, we could have, you know, ray tracing, ambient occlusion, which I could click enable. And then global illumination, I wouldn't mess with this yet, but there is a better global illumination. The ray tracing one is kind of not that great yet. I get a lot of crashes with it, but there's another option for global illumination. If I come over to edit, then come down to project settings. Then if I scroll down here on my left-hand side, I'm looking for rendering, and I'm just going to type in global up top here until I come down and see this pop up. So right here under engine rendering, under lighting, this is beta, but it's still good for production. I've been using it, having no problems, but it's called screen space global illumination. If I turn this on, I'm not sure if we're going to see anything here, but I'm gonna turn this on. Oh yeah, we did. So you can see right here, it's adding the global illumination, and it's not that expensive. So the ray tracing one is pretty expensive, and I've had a lot of problems with it, but this one, it does just a good job, and it's pretty good. So I would suggest using that if you want to add global illumination there. And then moving on down here, let's see what else we have. We could turn on ray tracing reflections, and I think that's going to be it. And so let me click play here. It looks like we get some funkiness in the beginning here, but I think that's because we're like inside of it. But again, a lot of this stuff is only in the viewport. It usually doesn't render this stuff out, but we have a really cool dynamic scene here running in real time in Unreal Engine. And if you want me to go through the process of how to render this out in real time, let's do it. Since we're already in here, let's make it happen. So I'm going to come up to Window, Cinematics, Movie Render Queue, come down here and select this. This is what I want to render out, my sequence. Come over to Unsave Config. Then from here, I can actually just render out a JPEG, it's fine, but usually I like doing EXRs if I'm going to bring it into like After Effects or anything. Then right here, my output directory, could just save it to, let's make a folder, call it pre-renders. I'm going to click select folder, and then I'm just going to leave it at 1080, leave everything else as is, click accept. Then right here, render local. And then we should get some pretty fast. Oh, no, there's one more thing that I forgot to do. So this is important. I'm glad I did that so you guys can learn from my mistakes and I can walk you through this process. So if I come over here to sequencer, I forgot to add a camera cuts track, which is essential for when we want to render, or else nothing's going to render correctly. So over here where it says track, I'm going to click on this, come down to camera cut track, and you can see that I added a new layer here. So I'm just going to click on camera. I'm going to add my camera in here, and there we go. Now we have a cut track. So if we don't have this track here, it's not going to render. So now if I hit render, there we go. Boom. And everything's good. I'm still not sure why I did that itchy thing at the top there, but that might just be from the way that I have my camera inside the geometry almost. But you can see we're rendering in real time. Everything's rendering pretty fast, and yeah, there we go. We have our dynamics moving there and everything. So hopefully this is exciting for you guys. Now you can see how you can bring in your dynamics from Cinema4D into our real engine, having it run back in real time. And there's no setup, like we don't have to go into the chaos system and work with all the crazy blueprints there. We can keep what we know in Cinema4D, bring it over and render in real time. Hopefully this video helped you out. I think it's really cool how we can bring our dynamics and our fractures from Cinema4D into Unreal Engine and still be able to play it back and render in real time. In the next video, video is going to be more of like a tips and tricks video. Sometimes, you know, like baking out your keyframes don't exactly work when we bring it into Unreal. And so I'm going to show you maybe a few instances where we're going to use like an FBX or an Alembic file, bring that into Unreal Engine, and we'll be able to get our animations from there. So whenever you guys are ready, I'll catch you in the next video. In this video, I'm going to show you guys some tips and tricks that I've actually came up with whenever I'm having issues like baking out keyframes and they don't quite work when I'm trying to bring them into Unreal. There's some workarounds that I've actually discovered, and so I'm going to share those with you in this video. So I'm going to start off in Cinema4D. As always, I have S22 open for this example, and I'm going to start off by coming up here and I'm going to make just a spline. So I'm going to make this one here, and then I'm going to make another spline. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to put these inside of a sweep, and then I'm going to animate them. And now the one thing that's kind of crazy is whenever we bring something simple like this into Unreal, it's not going to bring that animation over. So what I'm going to do now is I have my circle and my inside underneath my sweep. I'm clicking on my circle. I'm going to make the radius a little bit smaller, somewhere around there, like 10. And then if I come up to my sweep, and actually let me hit Control D, I'm going to make this 60 frames. Come up here and make this 60 frames as well, like so. And I'm just going to leave my timeline at 180 frames. So getting back to it, I'm going to come up to my sweep, and if I come down here under object, you can see where it says end growth. I can actually slide this and animate this on, which will only be like 2 keyframes. So if I'm at the beginning of my sequence here, I'm going to make this 0%, make a keyframe, then come up to like maybe 165 and make it 100% and make a keyframe. And then if I go back to the beginning and click play, you can see that we have our sweep animating, and it looks like it does a big jump there. So I think I know what's going on. If I click on my inside here, and then if I come down here under intermediate points, instead of adaptive, I'm going to go natural and maybe make this like 50. So now if I slide this over, so now we have a more smooth animation going all the way around. And if I brought this into Unreal Engine, I can actually show you guys the example. So let me come up to my file and then come down to save project for Cineware. I'm actually just going to save this to my desktop. So I'm going to name this bad example. Click save. And actually let me go to my desktop, because what I like to do is underscore UE4. There we go. So now I'm going to open up Unreal, which I already have open. I'm just going to delete some of these things out. So we just have a blank screen here. I'm going to come up to Datasmith, and I'm going to bring that file in that I just created. So if I open this up, I'm just going to import it. Shouldn't take too long because it's pretty simple. So now you see that we have our mesh in here. But if I click on it, it just has like one sweep over here. If we look inside of our folder, usually we have like an animation folder and stuff, and we don't have that animation folder. That's because it didn't actually bring our animation over. So even if I come up to my cinematics and make a sequencer and click save, and if I click and drag the sweep into my sequencer, it's not animating at all. And there's nothing I could do to add any keyframes to make this go. So the one thing that I discovered just playing around over the past year is we can actually export an Alembic file from Cinema4D, and we should get the desired effects. So I'm actually going to delete this sweep out of Unreal. Just click yes to all. And then I'm going to delete it out of my sequencer. Then I'm going to open back up Cinema4D, and I'm going to go all the way to the beginning. Now, I believe this is important to start at the beginning and have your stuff selected here to be able to export out properly your Alembic file. So I'm going to come up here to File, and then I'm going to come down to Export, and you can see it's the second one down, Alembic, and it actually makes a .abc file. So I'm going to click on this, and then there's some stuff that we want to do here. And so inside of our export settings, we want to make sure that we're using the top one. We're not using a legacy. So we're going to use this one right here. And then our start frame, I discovered that you want to have a start frame of 1. For some reason, whenever you have start frame of 0, Unreal doesn't pick it up always. And so I discovered if you put 1 at the beginning, it seems to always work that way. And then our end frame, you want to make sure you have all your frames in here. So we have 180 frames. And then down here, you could do selection only. So like say that you have an entire scene all built out and you have something like this in there that's not transporting over. You could just select that right there. And then right here where it says selection only the stuff that you have selected is actually going to make an Alembic file. That way you don't have to make an Alembic file of your entire scene. So everything else for this example seems to be good. So I'm going to click OK. And then I'm just going to save it to my desktop again. So I'm just going to name this one good example underscore UE4. And this is not going to make a Cinema4D file like it usually does. So if I come to my desktop, you can see that it made a .abc file, and this stands for Alembic. And it's pretty hefty. Like if I look down here, let me pull this up a little bit. You can see it's almost 100 megabytes just for something that simple. So that's just something to keep in mind as well. You know, if you have like an animation that's very long, or if you have something that's very complex, your file size might be pretty big. So that's just something to keep in mind for whenever you're using this technique. So I'm going to go back to Unreal Engine, and I'm going to come over to my content browser. And what I want to do now is we're not going to use Datasmith. We're going to use the importer. So I'm going to click import here. And then I'm already on my desktop and I have my file here, my good example.abc. I'm going to click open here. And then this is important as well, because this right here where it says Alembic, well, for one, where it says sweep right here, you want to make sure whatever file you're bringing in has a check mark next to it. Now, if it doesn't have a check mark next to it, you might have to export again, because that means that your export settings weren't correct when we're inside Cinema4D. So if you do have a check mark here, that means everything's good to be imported. So the next thing is right here where it says Alembic import file. We don't want to do a static mesh. We want to actually do this one, the geometry cache. It says experimental, but I've had no problems with it at all. So I'm going to click on this right here. And then down here where it says start frame, we're going to say 0. I know I said 1 when we're inside of Cinema4D, but when we export, we want to have it on frame 1. But when we import, we want to have it on frame 0. And everything just lines up perfectly well. I don't know why, but that's just something that I was able to come up with when I was figuring this stuff out. So if I scroll down even more, we don't need anything else. I guess we could have create material, but we don't have any materials on here. So I'm just going to click import. I'm going to let this file import here. Whenever your file is done importing, you'll see a box here and it has a light blue line down here. That means it's your Alembic file. So from here, we're just going to click and drag it into my scene. You can see that we have a little circle right here. So I'm going to click on it here inside of my world outliner. I'm just going to zero everything out. And if you look down here, we can actually add materials to it and everything, but I'm not going to go that far. I'm just going to show you the animation part of it. So now that we have it inside of our scene, we have it inside of our world outliner. The next step is to come over to sequencer. So we have our sequencer already here from when we made it before. So now I'm going to come up to my world outliner, click and drag this into my sequencer. And then right here where it says track, I'm going to click on this. And I'm going to go to geometry cache. Now this adds something to our timeline, which is actually our animation. So you can see if I pull it past, this is the endpoint right here. And what I want to do right now, we export it at 60 FPS. So we want to make sure that our sequencer is 60 as well. So now when I drag it out, you can see it's animating and it goes all the way to 180 frames like so. But you can see that it's sideways. We didn't import it that way. So sometimes you'll just have to go and then line it the way that you need it. So I believe this is going to be on the X. Raise this up to 90. And there we go. So now we have our mesh inside of Unreal Engine. And it's in here as an Alembic file, and it's animating exactly the way that we had it animating inside of Cinema4D. Now in this next tip, this is probably something I get asked about a lot, how you could take like your character animations from Cinema4D into Unreal Engine. The way that I figured out how to do it is actually exporting as FBX files and then bringing those into Unreal, kind of similar to how we did it back in the Mixamo section. We kind of do it the same exact way here. So I have my scene open right here in Cinema. This looks familiar. This is the Mograph logo. I figured we could just use this scene over again. And then I have this character in here. You can see our character is doing a Thriller dance from Michael Jackson's Thriller. I actually got this animation over from Mixamo. So if you have a Mixamo account, they have like all the Thriller dances here. So I just exported this out as a 60 FPS file, brought it into Cinema, brought it into my scene, and we have all of our keyframes here and everything. So if I look into my animation tab, We have all of our keyframes here. We have our character rig. Everything's already set to go. So if I come back down here to my startup, what I'm going to do here again is show you the bad example, and then I'm going to show you the proper way of doing it. So what most people have been doing, they've been taking their entire scene here. They have all the characters animate and everything. They save it out for Cineware, but when they bring it into Unreal, it doesn't give them the effect that they were looking for. And let me show you what that looks like. So I'm going to save this out. Actually, let me click Control S just to save it. And now I'm going to save it out for Cineware. I'm going to look for where I have my project saved here. There we go, Mograph Dance _ UE4. I'm going to save that, and then I'm just going to open up Unreal in the meantime. So while that's saving in the background, I'm just going to get this all set up here. So as I always do, start deleting stuff out. Actually, let me take out atmospheric fog and my sky sphere, something like that. Then my scene should be saved out. So I'm going to click on Datasmith. I'm going to look for my file here, Mograph Dance _ UE4. Click Open, click OK, import everything, and then just wait for this to import. Now we have our scene here in Unreal. I'm going to click on this just because this little red area drives me crazy. Make this movable. And there we go. So now if I come into my scene here, it makes our character super shiny for one, which isn't what we want. But also, if I come down here to animation, double click on this to bring up my sequencer, you can see it brings up like all these null points and everything, and it's not connected to our character. So whenever we scrub through this, you can see it has like our animation in here, but it's not connected to our character. It didn't properly bring him in here at all anyway. And there's really no way, at least that I know of, how to like really bind this together. Like when you have it on a 0 frame, it's not exactly matching up and everything. So the way that I would go about this is I would usually bring in like my set, which will be my environmental pieces and everything. And then once I have that imported as Cineware, then I would bring over my characters as a FBX later on. So it's kind of like we're building everything in pieces. We're going to have our world, bring that in, and then we're going to export out our characters and have our actors in our scene and bring it all together in Unreal. So I'm just going to close this out because this isn't how we want to build this at all. So I'm going to click No to save. And then what I'm going to do here is I can actually take this. I'm going to delete him for right now. So what you'll probably want to do is save these in multiple areas just so you have backups of these. And then I'm going to come back over here. Actually, I'm going to come down here and get rid of these textures that I don't need. So if I come down to Edit, delete unused materials, like so. Then I'm going to come back to File, Save Project for Cineware. And then we're just going to name this one Mograph Background. And click Save on that. And then I'm going to hit Control Z to bring our character back in. Then I could delete everything else that I don't really want. Come back down here to Edit, delete unused materials, like so. So now we just have our character in here. And then I'm going to come up to File, and I'm going to click on Export. Now what I want to do here is export a FBX file, but there's a certain way that you want to do it. So I already have it selected, but usually if this is your first time, it's going to say 2019, which we don't want to use right now. We want to use version 7.5, which here it says 2016, 2017, 2018, but I noticed in previous versions, it just says 2016. So you just want to make sure that you're using version 7.5 here, 2016. Now we have some options here. I usually just leave everything at default here, except for when you turn this on for the first time, bake all frames is not going to be check marked. So I make sure to check mark that on. We're going to click OK. Then I'm just going to save it in here. So I'm going to do Mograph Dance _ UE4 because this is going to make an FBX file, not a C4D file. I'm going to click Save. Export SBX. And then from here, I'm going to open up Unreal. I'm going to have a blank slate populated with our environment and then bring our character in. So I have Unreal open back up again. Going to delete this floor plane, delete this here, delete the atmospheric fog, sky sphere, and there we go. So now I'm going to come up to Datasmith and import my scene. So Mograph background, there we go. Mograph _ background. Click on this one, click OK. Click import, and then we have our scene all built out, and click on my light, click movable, and then I'm just going to texture this up again. So I'm going to come over to my materials. I'm going to click right here on the right, come down here, just select all these, make these all red. There we go. Now I'm going to make this one all black. And then I'm going to get to the text after that. Then we should be in a good spot. So I'm going to click on this text here. Make this all black as well. And then we're going to be ready to bring our character in. So now we have our scene all built out and everything. This is our environment. If we want to, just so it's not so dark in the background. And actually, I'm going to delete this ground plane here. Come back to basic, make it plain. I just like using an unrolled plane. Like so. And then let's make this like 1000 by 1000. There we go. So that looks good there. And then I'm just going to add like exponential height fog in here. Make this red. Maybe I could color pick on here. Actually, that looked pretty cool, but I'll do that. There we go. So something like that. And then I can move my light around. So I'm going to reset my light. So what I'm going to do here is click on the content folder, and we're not going to use the datasmith to bring them in. We're actually going to use the FBX to bring them in. So in order to do that, it's kind of like how we did with the ABC file. We have an import button here. We're going to click on this, and then we're going to look for our file. So Mograph _dance UE4. I'm going to click on this one, click open. And then from here, there's some stuff that we're going to want to make sure we're checked. So we want to bring in our skeletal mesh. We want to import our mesh. And then right here, we want to do geometry and skinning weights. And then down here, this is the most important part, import animations. Make sure we click this on. And we want to just do exported time. Then everything else should be good in here. So I'm just going to scroll down to make sure. Yeah, everything's good. So now let me pick this up. Down here where it says import all, I'm going to do this. Now it looks like everything's imported. I'm just going to close this message box out. So now you see we have a couple of options down here. The one that we want to use is this one with the purple line down here, and he's in a T-pose. So I'm just going to click this and drag him in here. And I can actually hit this yellow arrow to reset him to 0. And you see we have our character here in direct 0 and our T-pose. So in order to get him to be animated, we have to come over to our sequencer, which I believe we don't have one in here. Let me look. So yeah, we actually, no, because we didn't have any animation in the background. So what we're going to do is come up to cinematics, come down to add level sequence, and then I'm just going to click save. So now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to click on my character where it says Mograph _dance. I'm going to click and drag this in here. And then you can see right here, it actually has this tab that we never really seen before. It says animation. So if I click on this, this is going to give us our animation. So if we have several different animations in here, it would give us those options. So we went over this in the previous chapter. This is the same exact thing, except for we're coming from Cinema4D this time. So I'm just going to click on this, and you can see it's extended all the way out here. And I believe our file size, actually, let me come back here, make this 60 FPS. Then if I come down here in the bottom right, let's just make this 1700 frames. I forget how many frames this is, but I believe it's pretty long there. Yeah, he goes like way off screen. So if I come down here, I'm going to click this bracket, and that's just going to be my end. And there he is right there. So if I go back to the beginning down here, in my lower left, click play. Now you can see our character is moving inside of our scene. And he's brought in from Cinema4D. And I know this is something that's been driving people crazy, but this is the way that I found that you want to do it. You want to make sure you bring your character's animations separately from your scene, and then you can export them out as FBX files. That's going to do it for the dedicated Cinema4D section. If you guys have any questions, you can always reach out to me, and I'll be online and I'll answer those questions for you. In the next video, we're going to get back into Unreal Engine. I'm going to show you the post-process volume. I've used it several times throughout this course, but I really want to break it down because that's where we could turn on our ray tracing, ambient occlusion, and all types of fun stuff like blooms and chromatic apparition. So whenever you guys are ready, I'll see you in the next video. Here we are, we're at the end of the course. I know it's been a wild ride, but hopefully you have all the tools and set that you need to start creating motion graphics packages using Cinema4D and Unreal Engine. In this last video, I want to show you guys some post effects that we could do in Unreal. Now, Unreal wants to be known as the end all, so you bring everything together in Unreal. We don't have to use any type of outside packages. And so what they have in here, we could do like color grading, we could add LUTs, we could do all types of crazy stuff. So you have the total package in here. And when you render out, you can render out the final project. So without further ado, let's get right into it. We're going to get started in Unreal Engine. I have a real simple scene set up here. We just have the Mograph logo. I have a cylinder here with like some glass material on it. I have a ground plane here with some wood grain on there. And then I have exponential height fog in the back, just a skylight with the HDR in it. And then I have a reflection capture on here as well. So the scene is real simple. And what we want to do from here is we want to come over here to our left where we have place actors, and we want to come down to visual effects. Now at the very top, you'll see this right here. It's called post-process volume. Now I know you've seen me use this in previous videos, and I'm always saying like, hey, we're going to get to this. Well, I wanted to dedicate it its own video because there's a whole plethora of stuff we could do in here. So we're going to get started by clicking and dragging this in here. And you can see we actually have a bounding box here, and I'm just going to zero it out. And usually, since this is a game engine, I know I've said it several times over the course, but what they like to do is they like to try to condense it as much as possible. So we use bounding boxes for different things. Like this has a lot of effects in here. You can add ray tracing and color grading and things of that nature. And so when you're making like a game or interactive experience, sometimes you don't want to have it engulf your entire scene, because like if you're on Xbox or PlayStation, that can make your hardware run kind of slow. But since we're rendering out cinematics, it doesn't matter. We can have it engulf for our entire scene so everything looks good. So what I'm going to do to be able to get it outside of the bounding box, I'm going to come over here to my details panel, and right here in the search panel, the easiest way to find it is just type in UNB, and then you'll come right here where it says infinite extent unbound. Just click on this and we'll still see a bounding box in here, but believe me, this is going to engulf everything in our scene. So no matter what we do from here, it's just going to affect the entire scene. So I want to come back here in my search bar, click X, and then we're just going to run right down through these so we can see exactly what these do. So right here we have mobile depth of field, which I don't really mess around with too much. I usually use the depth of field that comes in the camera, so I could close this up. But this is something that I do use a lot. So the bloom effect, you've seen me use it before. If I click on method and then intensity, maybe bring it up to like 1. But from method, I don't want to use standard. This is kind of like a generic way of using it. What we want to use is convolution, and this runs a little bit slower. Like it even tells you here it's intended for cinematics, because what it does, it tries to translate like lights and things of that nature in the real world environment. So I'm gonna click on convolution, and you can see our scene kind of dimmed out a little bit here. So what I'm going to do is I have neons that I brought from Cinema4D in here. And if I come down to my materials, you can see I have neon right here. So I'm going to double click on this. Then I'm just going to drag it over so we can see our scene and our material at the same time. So if I come down here to emissive color, maybe I could change this to like something like a red. Actually, I could color pick right there. So we have our Mograph red. So I'm going to click OK. And then right here under emissive strength, I'm going to move this up. And you can see that it's really starting to glow in our scene. So that's looking really cool. And the reason I don't have any other lights in the scene was because I just wanted the scene to be lit by these neons that I have in here. So I'm gonna click save, then I'm gonna exit this out, and then let me come back to the post-process volume here. And then if I turn this all off, now you can see the effects that it's having. So if you really want your lights to really glow and have that bloom in your scene, you definitely want to have post-process in here. And that looks really cool. And whenever you have convolution on, like I usually bring the intensity up to 1, and then whatever my materials are, I'll just start controlling my glows from there. Then just moving down, we have some more settings here and everything. These are more advanced settings. So I'm just going to show you the stuff that I really use. So the next one we want to look at is exposure. I believe I've showed you guys this before. The main thing we want to click in here is the min and max EV100. And what this does, I know I've said this before, but Unreal, it really likes to simulate the way that the real world works. And whenever you're making like a game and you're inside of a house and then you move outside, it wants to simulate like how it works whenever you're inside the house actually and you move out and your eyes have to kind of adjust. And so to alleviate that, what we're going to do is come down to min and max. And I'm just going to make both of these 1. And this will always help alleviate that problem. So min and max, I always just want to have it at 1, or you can adjust it accordingly to how your scene wants to look. So moving on, we have chromatic apparition. which I really think is cool that they have this in Unreal. I usually always like to bring this up just a tad bit, but just to amplify it so you can see what's happening. Usually you would have like a plugin in After Effects or something to do this. So I think it's really cool that we have it within Unreal. Usually I just want to have it maybe at like 0.5 just to kind of give it that extra flair. And then we have dirt mask down here. It just dirties up our lens a little bit. So if I click these on, then come over to search right here, you click on none, then just type in dirt. You can see some type of dirt mask down here. So I'll just click on this one, then turn up the intensity. You can see that it's dirtying up the lens, which I think is really cool too. This is something that we usually do in After Effects, you know, just put like some type of material in there and then, you know, like lower the opacity. But I think that's cool that we can actually dirty up the lens all here within Unreal. So I'm gonna turn this down just a tad bit there. Then we also have control over our camera, which I like using the actual camera to control these. But if you want to do it overall, like if you have several cameras in here and you want this to control all of them, this is where you can set your ISO and your shutter speed and things of that nature. So let me start closing these up here. Then down here at lens flare, this is where we can kind of control some of the bloom. So if I click on intensity and then like bokeh size, if I start scrolling up the bokeh size, you can see that it's starting to soften it up. Give it just like the highlight in the middle. So if I move it down, something like that, maybe around 1, you can see that bokeh is really affecting our lens there. And so I usually just like to soften it up, move it up here, maybe around like 7 or so. So now we still have our cool bloom effect, but it's not as intense and you don't see like the W's and everything there. So, I mean, you just mess around with these until you find something that you're happy with, depending on your scene, but it gives us a whole plethora of different things that we could work around with down here. Then we have depth of field, which I would suggest doing through your camera, but if you wanted to control that here, you do have that option as well. Then I think I'm going to get the color grading glass because I want to show you guys some of the ray tracing stuff, especially with the glass and everything we have here in the scene. So I'm just going to scroll past this and come down here to where it says rendering features. So down here, I want to come down to ambient occlusion, and you could turn this on, and I'll usually raise the intensity to like 8, and depending on your scene, you'll start to really see the shadows and everything in there. But this gets kind of expensive as well, so you know, it depends on your specs in your machine, but usually if you keep it anywhere around 6, 7, 8, you should be good. And then you can also control the radius of your ambient occlusion here. And then coming down, if I want to do ray tracing ambient occlusion, just click enable. Then usually samples, I leave out 1. And then global illumination. I don't like using the ray tracing global illumination. Sometimes it gets kind of iffy in there, but I do have a solution for you guys. So if I come up here to edit, come down to project settings, then come over here on the left hand side, we're going to look for rendering. So we go under engine, and rendering should be under here, right here, click rendering. Then the fastest way to find it is to type in global. And then right here under lighting, you'll see it says screen space global illumination, and it says it's in beta, but I've been using it in production and it's been working fine, and it's really fast. Like ray tracing is kind of expensive, and depending on your hardware, sometimes it's prone to crash, especially in these early stages. But using this right here, I've been using it a lot and I've had no problems with it at all. So I want to show you guys, usually it's going to show up really where you have your highlights and your shadows combining. So let me make this a little bit smaller here. Hopefully we can see it good in this viewport. So if I click this on, there, you can see, especially in this region right here. Actually, let me click on this. I'm going to click G on my keyboard to get rid of this. There, so we can have a clear viewport. I'm going to turn this on and off. And there you go. See, we have global illumination, and I can still move about my scene fast, and it's not expensive at all. It doesn't give us any slowdown. And so that's just something that I wanted to show you guys, because this is what I use for global illumination. So I'm going to skip past the one inside of ray tracing there. Just going to keep scrolling down here. And then we also have options for motion blur. So if you have a moving camera, you can adjust it here. Like usually click the amount, usually leave it at like 0.5. And then my target FPS, I like to work in 60 FPS. So I'll move that up to 60. And then moving down some more. We have our reflection types down here, in which let me click on this and move this over more towards our center, so we can start checking this stuff out. Okay, so I'm gonna click on reflection type. Then let me show you screen space. So this is what it looks like with screen space. And then this is with ray tracing, which looks really nice. And then if I come down here, I'm going to close this up because we're using ray tracing. So I'm not going to use these options at all. But right here under ray tracing reflections, I'm just going to turn these all on. And then my shadows, I like using area shadows. And then right here where it says include translucent objects, if I click this on, you can see it working in my glass here a little bit. Let me see. So if I click it on and off, you can see it's looking better. It gets a little bit darker in here. And then if I come down to translucency, click type, and then click ray tracing, now you can see what we're really going for right here. So if I come back here, click raster, that's what it looks like. And then ray tracing, it looks like that. And then we can come down to here to ray tracing translucency and kind of mix with these options here. So if I turn down roughness or turn it up, you can see there, it's looking really cool. So it all depends on the look that you're going for, but this is what ray tracing reflections look like. And I think it looks really good there based on our glass material. I got it off the marketplace and I can show you where you get that at. So if I come to my Epic store, and if I come right here, this is called Advanced Glass Material Pack, and it's absolutely free on the marketplace. So if I click on this here, it gives you a whole bunch of different glass from dirty to shattered to wet. All you do is click add to project and then you'll have it within your project file. But the reason I like using stuff in the marketplace is sometimes I'm working fast and I don't have a lot of time to make my own materials, especially stuff like glass. Like, let me show you what it looks like inside of our node base here. So if I come down, look for my glass pack, click on materials, I'm using this clean one here. And if I double click on it, let me make this full screen. And I just pull back, you can see how crazy it's getting here. Now, granted, this is really detailed and the person that made this for the marketplace did a really great job, because if I come over here to parameters default, they programmed it so that we have a whole bunch of different options in here for the glass and everything. And so that's why we have so many nodes here. But I mean, somebody like this that took the time to make glass opposed to me, you know, spending a lot of time making it myself. I mean, this is a great option here. So anytime you're working on a project and you have something in mind, like I wanted to use glass in the scene, I usually go to the marketplace, type in glass, and you'll be surprised. A lot of times you can find a lot of free assets that are great. So I'm going to close this up here. Then I'm just going to move this back to the side so we could go move on in our scene. Let me come back to post-process volume and keep scrolling down. So we left off here at the ray tracing translucency. If I keep coming down from here, I think that's good. So yeah, next I want to get over to color grading. So I'm going to scroll back up till I get the color grading, open this up a little bit. And then right here where it says global, I usually like to come in here and mess with the contrast a little bit, which would equal out to like levels or curves if we're in After Effects. So I think it's cool that we could do this stuff all within Unreal Engine. So if I'm just scrolling this left and right, you know, it's like I can add levels to it. It looks really good like that. Maybe let's do 1.1, somewhere around there. Then I could come down to my shadows. I have control over my shadows as well. So if I click on like contrast here as well, I could really start playing with the shadows and everything. So you can see that we have like our color wheels here. We have RGB or HSV. I mean, we have different color modes. There's a whole, you know, it's almost like we're working in Blackmagic Resolve at this point. Like we could go in here and really dial in our colors the way that we want. And then the coolest thing of all is down here under MISC, right here, we can actually add color grading LUTs. So again, if I go back to the Epic store, let me go back to my library. Right here, the amplified LUT pack. So remember, every month Epic Games gives out free packs from the marketplace, and this was one of them. I can't remember what month it was, but this is what introduced me to be able to even use LUTs within Unreal, and you probably still can't get it free. I mean, I know it's a couple of bucks, but if I scroll down here, you can see where it says Amplified LUT Pack. They do give you a couple for free. So if you wanted to try it out for yourself, you could download it here. You have free 4 LUTs, and then you can start playing around with it. And if you like it, you can always buy it and use it in your project. So if I come down to my content browser, let me click on content, come over to Amplified LUT Pack, and let's look at popular looks. So you can see we have a whole bunch of options down here, like this one here, Blockbuster 11. You can see it changes the dynamic of our image here. Start just clicking and dragging these in here till you find something that you like. I mean, there's a whole bunch of options in here. It's really cool. Kind of reminds me of like Magic Bullet looks in some aspects. Let me click on base. Do blue contrast, code H. So you can see where I'm really going with this stuff. I mean, there's a whole bunch of cool options in here. So whenever I have everything dialed in, I usually like to come over to the LUTs, just kind of mess around with these, see if I have anything that I like in here. Then we can always control them here as well. So right here where it says color grading, light intensity, we can always turn it down. You know, if you just want to have a little bit in there, we could do something like that as well. But this gives us a whole powerful scope within Unreal to be able to really dial our projects in. And so once we're ready to render out, we can render straight from Unreal and then never have to touch it again. We could just post it or send it straight to the client. And the only thing we could do now is kind of take all the knowledge that we've accumulated over this course and put it together in our own package. And so I'm not going to leave you hanging. In the next video, I'm going to show you guys how we can start a Cinema4D, do a logo animation, put a couple of camera moves in there, come over to Unreal, package it all together, have all the different shots and everything, render it out in 4K 60, and then you'll be good to go. So whenever you're ready, I'll catch you in that next video. What up, Winbush here, and today I'm excited to show you guys how to make this. So by now you guys should be Unreal Masters, and so I figured for this video, let's put something fun together from start to end. And what I'm going to show you guys now is how we can make like an everyday render, but not just like a still image render like you used to seeing on Instagram or Facebook. We're actually going to do everyday animations because we're working in Unreal Engine, so why not? I mean, we have the real-time rendering capabilities, so we can actually take it to that next level. So without further ado, let's jump right into it. I have Cinema4D open here, and let me hit Control D. Make sure that I have my project settings here, and I'm going to start as always by making my frame rate 60 FPS, but feel free to use any frame rate that you want. Then I'm going to come up here to edit render settings, come down to output, and then I'm just going to make it HD like so, and make sure my frame rate is 60 here as well. And then I'm going to do one more thing. I'm going to click on save, and then right here under file, I'm actually going to save this under like a pre-renders folder. I'm just going to name this preview. And the reason I'm doing this is sometimes like the viewport doesn't play back in real time in Cinema4D. And so I like making an animation previs just to kind of get the timing and everything right. So I'll show you guys exactly what I mean once we get to that step. And so I have everything saved here the way that I want it. So I'm actually going to exit this out. And before we get started, I want to show you guys a free plugin that we're going to use in this tutorial. So let me come down to my Firefox here. So this is actually called Divider, and I'll leave these URLs inside of a document so you guys can download this yourself, but it's absolutely 100% free. So if I scroll down, you can kind of get a sense of what this plugin does. Like it takes your geometry and it does like this cool subdivision in there, and we can actually make like cool loopable animations in here with like this hypnotic wavy kind of format that they have going here. And so if I click on his Gumroad, you can see it's absolutely free. I mean, you could give them money if you want to, and you can see a lot of people have been using this. And so I figured this is a good opportunity to show you how we can use third-party plugins from Cinema4D and bring those into Unreal as well. It's real simple. It's easier than you think, especially for stuff like this. And so again, I'll leave these into a document so you guys could go here and download it yourself and check it out. He also has a tutorial on how to do some of the cool stuff here as well. So I'm going to exit this out. So let's get started with the video here. So my first step is I'm going to come up here to my geometry, click on plane, and then I'm going to come up to extensions. And remember, I'm using version S22. So if you're using a previous version, it's wherever your plugins are installed at, but in S22, it's extensions. So I'm going to come down to divider, and then I'm going to click on my plane and just drag it under divider. And you can see right here, it says, please use object less than 50 polygons. And so that's really easy to fix. I'm just going to click on my plane here and make my width and height segments like 5 by 5. Then I'm just going to click and drag my plane out and drag it back under to reset it. And now we're in a good spot here. And so if we want to see how it subdivided everything here, I want to come over to my display and use the shading lines. So if I click on this, now you can see the plugin at work. We have a whole bunch of subdivisions here. They're offset. I mean, it gives us a pretty cool design, but it's a little bit too much here. So I'm going to come over here to my parameters, and I'm just going to play around with these until I find something that I'm happy with. So under iterations here, I'm going to make this 1 just because we have way too many here. So if I click on 1, this gives us something a little bit more manageable here. And then my slider X and Y, I'm just going to actually bring these up to, let's say 50% for both. And then down here under noise, we can actually make like a loopable animation. But before I do that, I'm actually going to make this, let's say like 600 frames from my sequence here. And I did that because I'm going to start laying in some keyframes here. So what I want to do right here under the noise loop progression, make a keyframe here at 0%, then go all the way to the end of my timeline, drag this up to 100% and make another keyframe. Now if I go back and click play, we can start seeing this moving in motion. It's giving us a cool movement here. And if I bring up noise amount to like 1, you can see the giant jump that it gave us in there. And if we want to make this move like really crazy, make this like 15, you can see how exaggerated it's getting. But for this example, I think for noise frequency, I found that 3 was a good happy medium there. We're still getting some cool movements, but it's not going too sporadic. And so I'm happy with this right here. And so the next step is we can actually add cloners to this as well and have them go along these different edge points. So if I come up to Mograph, come down to cloner, and then from here, I'm just going to bring in a cube into my scene. And I'm going to make this about 2 by 2 by 25, somewhere around there. And then I'm going to keep my segments at 1. And then I'm going to click and drag this under my cloner. And I'm actually going to name this cloner divider, just so I can organize this early, because we're going to use a couple of cloners in this project. So from here, I'm going to click on my object tag, come down to mode, and then come down to object. And right here under this object tag where we have this blank space, there's an arrow all the way here to the right. So I'm going to click on this and then select divider. And that's going to bring this across our plane here, but it's not going exactly to the edges here. So that's the easy fix. I'm just going to come down to distribution, click on edge, and there we go. Now it's going along the edges. And then right here where it says scale on edge, I'm going to click this on and then drag the edge scale up to 100. So if I click play, now you can see that we have the boxes from our Mograph cloner actually divvied up with the divider plugin, and it's looking pretty cool. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to add some boxes in between some of these boxes just to give it a little bit of variety. So I'm going to actually make another cloner. So I'm going to come back up to Mograph, come down to cloner, and that's going to name this one cloner box. And then I'm going to make another cube and drag this. Actually, let me size this up first. So I'm just going to do like 10 by 10 by 10, something like that. Then we're going to click and drag this under cloner box. And then again, I'm going to come over to mode, come down to object, and I can actually click and drag the divider in here. You could do it either way. So now we have it going along here. And then for my distribution, I'm going to leave it at surface, and then my count, bring this up to like 50. If I click play again, now you can see the boxes are moving within these boxes, and we do have some areas where they're kind of, you know, not really looking the greatest. Like right here, we have some intersection and inside the walls and stuff. So what I'm going to do is later on, I'm actually going to pick some nice camera angles where we're not going to see this stuff going on. And then once we bring like a bunch of different cameras into Unreal, we can actually use the sequencer to use it as like an editor to kind of edit out like a really nice sequence, and we can actually make it loopable in there. So I think this animation is looking a little bit cool, but I do want to bring in something to add a little bit of variety to it. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to come back over to Mograph and make an effector, and I'm going to use this formula one. So the formula gives us like a loopable animation, but let me click play. You can see that it's making everything go really crazy here, which we don't want. So I'm just going to come over to the parameters, and I'm actually going to click off this scale here, and then my position, I'm just going to zero it out and kind of work from here. So for my position, I think I'm just going to go along the Z, just something really short, maybe like 5. Let me click play. So now we have the boxes moving up and down in the scene as they're being moved around by the divider plugin. I'm still thinking that's looking really neat there. And then I can actually do it to my other cloner as well. So if I click on this cloner, click on effectors, you can see that it's affecting this one because I had it selected, but not this one. So I'm just going to click and drag it in here. Now if I click play, see, I'm just stacking these different effects on top of each other just to come up with some cool organic movements. But I believe that looks a little bit too crazy. So I'm just going to drag this down a little bit. Let me go back to the beginning. And right here under effectors, make sure I have formula selected. Actually, I don't need it selected. Down here, we have the slider. I'm just going to bring it down to like 50%. So it just affects it a little bit. There you go, something like that. And then I'm going to do it on my box cloner as well. Maybe bring this down to like 75%, somewhere around there. So there we go. So I think we have a cool animation there. And if you can see, like, it's starting to ramp up and slow down towards the end. So I'm going to come over to layout, come under to animate, click on my divider here. And then right here, I'm just going to click on linear. And that way we don't have ramp up or ramp down or anything. It's just going to play the animation straight. So if I click play, you see it just started up. And as we go through the sequence here, we're not getting any ramping. It's just moving at a constant velocity. There you go. So I'm going to come back to layout, click under startup. And now I'm going to add the marbles into our scene here. And again, we're going to use another Mograph cloner. So I'm going to come up to Mograph, come down to cloner. And then I'm just going to name this one cloner marbles. There we go. And then of course I'm going to come over and add a sphere and use this as a marble. I'm going to bring this under our cloner. And then I'm just going to shape out a sphere a little bit. So let me bring my segments. And actually inside of Cinema4D, we can render perfect spheres every time, but that's not going to translate well over to Unreal. What Unreal looks for is the segments on the geometry. And so we're just going to have to bring these segments up to like 40 just to kind of round it out a little bit, because if we didn't, then it's not going to look like spheres when we bring it into Unreal. And actually I could click off this render perfect. I mean, you don't have to, but I just do it anyway. And then for radius here, I'm going to make this about 2. Like so. And then let me click on my top view because I want to use this view looking overhead to kind of line everything up. So on my cloner here, I'm going to click on object and I'm going to leave it on grid array. Now I'm going to bring in a whole bunch of marbles in here. So for my count here, I'm going to go 30 by 30 at the end, and I'm going to leave the middle section 1. You can see that they're really spread out across the grid here. So we're just going to have to bring these in down here right below mode where it says size. We're just going to bring them in. So I can actually bring these down to like 11. And then over here, I'm just going to leave it at 200. It's not really going to do anything because we only have one line here. And then right here, make this 11. And if I look at my overhead, you can see what we have going on here. And so we have these marbles, which we're going to add dynamics to, and they're going to fall into our grid. So I'm just going to pick these up a little bit, just so we're raised above our grid a little bit here. And now we're going to add some dynamics to our scene. So my next step from here is I'm actually going to add some collision tags to everything in the scene, so everything could be 100% driven by dynamics. So I'm going to start by clicking on my divider, come over to tags, come down to simulation tag. And I'm just going to make this one a collider body. And then same thing for my cloner dividers. I'm going to make another collider body here as well. Then same thing for my cloner box. And then for this one, for cloner marbles, I'm actually going to make this one a rigid body. So I'm going to click on this, and then I'm going to drag this up, make sure we have everything good here. So we have shape automatic. And actually for my friction, I'm going to bring this down to about, let's say like 1. And I can actually leave my bounce there like that. And then I don't really want to have a bunch of friction on these. So I'm just going to bring these down, say like 5 on each of these, because I want my marbles to be able to really roll around in here. So this might play back a little bit slow, but let me click play. And there you go. We can see we have our marbles moving within our scene. They're interacting with the walls and everything in here. And remember when I was saying before that I like making like little animation previews, because the viewport, as you can see, I mean, we're at 60 frames per second, but everything's moving extremely slow. So if I want to see how this is actually going to look in playback, I'm going to come over, like I'm at the beginning of my scene here. I'm going to click on this button here, right here in the middle, where we usually go to render. If I left click and hold it, I could come down to this tab called make preview. So I'm going to click on this. And right here where it says viewport render under preview mode, we have 2 options here. So you could do a full render, which is basically just rendering it out, or a viewport render, which is like a hardware render. Now, if you have previous versions of Cinema4D, I believe it doesn't say viewport render. I want to say that it says hardware render in here, and you want to pick hardware because that's actually going to use like the full capabilities of your CPU and render out a lot faster. And I'm just going to click all frames here. And for image size, it's just for previs, so I'm going to leave it at 960, keep the frame rate at 60, and just do an MP4. And where this is going to save at, it's going to save it where you have your pre-renders at. So remember when we came over here, actually let me click cancel. So remember when I came over to render settings, I clicked on save and I actually saved a folder here. And this is because this is where our previews are going to save at. So I'm going to click this off and go back to my make preview. Make sure our viewport render is on if you're on S22, or if you're before, it's going to be hardware render. I'm going to click OK. And then you'll see down in the lower left-hand corner, it might be hard to see, but once it starts going, there you go, it says calculating preview. So just depending on your hardware specs, I mean, this could go really fast or it could go slow, just depending on your CPU and everything. But I'm going to let this calculate there for a minute or two, and then we're going to look at the playback that it's going to create for us. So it looks like it's done rendering. And if I play back here, it's going to bring up this picture viewer. Let me click play. So there we go. Now we can actually see what it's going to look back in real time there. So that's looking pretty decent. So if I come over and click on my folder and look at my preview here, it actually made an MP4 file for us here in that previews window. So now I can watch the previous playing back to see how everything's interacting with each other. And we have some cool areas here, and this will actually give us a good reference too. So whenever we want to start setting up camera angles, like some of the blocks have interesting stuff going on and some don't. I mean, this was just all dynamic. So there's some cool camera angles that we can actually pick out in here, and we'll just watch the preview and see where we want to set these cameras up for when we bring it into Unreal. So I'm going to click that out right there. So from here, the next step is I actually want to bake out my dynamics, but I'm only going to do it on 2 of the cloners. So I'm going to click on, and actually let me start dragging these out, and then I'm going to start closing these up like so. And so the ones that says cloner marbles and the one that says cloner box, I'm actually going to click these two together. So if I click on the one that has cloner marbles, I'm going to click on a dynamics tag here, left click, and then hold down the left control on my keyboard, left click again. And then I'm going to come down here to where it says cache. I'm going to click on this. And then right here, I'm going to have this clicked on. So local coordinates, and then also include collision data. I want to click this on here. And then I'm just going to click bake all. And then you should see 2 boxes pop up here, and this is going to bake pretty fast here. And so the first one is probably going to be for cloner marbles, and then the second one is actually going to be for a cloner box. So I'm just going to give this a few minutes to bake out. I don't want to bore you with watching the sequence go up. And so the next step from here is we're going to bring in the cameras, just kind of set up the shots that we want, and then we're going to bring it into Unreal, and I'm going to show you some cool stuff on the marketplace that we could download for free, and then just wrap everything up in there. So I have everything baked out here. If I click play, there you go, everything is good there. And so now what we want to do is we want to start adding cameras, in which on my project that has 6 cameras, but I'll just show you the first one, and then I'll show you my final project here in a minute. So I'm going to click on camera, and then make sure I click on this to make sure I'm looking through the camera. And then under my coordinates, I'm just going to change these out from my X, Y, and Z. So I believe on my X, I had it at 90. My Y was 192. And then my Z was like -260. And then for my rotation, for my H, it was 15. And for my P, it was around -45. So this was a good first camera that I had in here, just because I wanted to have like an establishing shot, just kind of showing like all the different marbles and all the different boxes in here. And I can stay on here just for like a few frames, and then we can cut to the next one. And so I'm not going to bore you with setting up all these different camera angles in here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to show you my final one, and then we're going to save it out for Cineware, then bring it into Unreal. So if I come over here to my window, this is what my final one actually looks like. So I have my camera 1 like we just had there. So let me click play a little bit. There we go. So there, and then I have a camera 2, which I'm just looking in some of the boxes here, and then camera 3, which is interesting because right here you can see that I have a target tag. So if I want to set up a target, you just come over to tags, come down to animation, and then select target. And what I did here was if I select this tag, you can see that I actually made a null point here, which is right here. And so the camera is always going to be looking at this null point. So if I click on this and I start dragging around this null point here, you can see the camera is always looking at that null point, which is pretty cool. So I have that sitting there for camera 3. And then on camera 4, I have it within the box here. And then I have some keyframes on here. So just as it's playing, the camera is just slowly, you know, like panning around the box and everything in here. Then camera 5, this is just more of an overhead view. It's looking directly down at -90 degrees. And then for camera 6, this is what I have going on here. And if I click play, you can just see that I have it kind of flying over some of the boxes here. So what we're going to do here is we're going to take all these different cameras that we set up here, make them into their own shots, bring them into the sequencer, and we can actually edit everything in there to make this really interesting and make it look like it's loopable. So I have all my cameras and everything set up here. I don't need to bring any materials over because I'm just going to set everything up once we bring it into Unreal. So the step here now is we're going to save it out for Cineware. So I'm going to come over to File, Save Project for Cineware, and then I have one right here. It's already called Let's Make an Everyday Loop. So I clicked on this, and then I'm just going to click down here just to rename it UE4 so I don't get these two confused. So I'm going to click on Save, and while this is saving out, because this is going to take a little bit of time because of dynamics and everything, I'm going to open up Unreal Engine. So I'm going to click down here where it says Epic Game Launcher, click on this. Then I'm just going to set up a new project file. So I'm going to click on Launch Unreal Engine right here. Give us a second to boot up. There we go. So I'm going to come down here to Film, Television, and Live Events. Click Next. Start with a blank slate here. Click Next again. Then I'm actually going to enable ray tracing right here from the get. Then I'm just going to name this project. Let's name this one Mograph _Marbles. Create project. Then I'm going to let this get all set up, and then once we're in there, of course, I'm going to start stripping everything out just so we start off at a blank slate. And then I'm going to show you some cool stuff that we have in the marketplace that we can also start bringing in here that's absolutely free. So we have Unreal open. I'm just going to start stripping all this stuff away like so. So I'm only going to leave my light in here. Click on my content browser and just see we have our main comp here and everything. I'm actually going to click Save Current, and then I'm going to open back up the Epic Games Launcher. And what I want to do now is I'm going to come over to my library because I have some of this stuff downloaded, but this is all stuff that you'll find in the marketplace. So right here where it says 4K Materials, Wood Flooring, let me click on this so you can see what it is. It's going to open it up in the marketplace. But I'm going to use this in our project. It's 100% free. All you have to do is click add, you know, like I showed you in one of the previous videos. And once you own it, it's always yours. So I'm going to click on add the project. Then I'm just going to find the project that we just made right here, Mograph Marbles, add the project. And while we're waiting on this to install here, I'm going to actually come back over to library. And then I'm going to look for some more. So it looks like it already downloaded to our project there. But what I'm going to do now is I'm actually going to look for some more stuff to bring in. And if I scroll down here, there it is. I wanted to find this one. So the Amplified LUT Pack. Now this is something, remember at the very beginning of the course, I told you that Epic gives out like 5 free items every month. Sometimes they're more generous, like this month they gave out 8, but once you grab them, they're 100% yours to keep forever. And this is one of those things that they give away. But the reason I'm showing it to you is because down here where it says Amplified LUT Pack, they actually still give you 4 of them. Like you're not going to get the full pack that we have here unless you buy it, which I believe is only like 20 bucks or something like that. But I'm showing you here because you get 4 free. So if you want to download them, you could download them here and add them to your project. But I'm just going to click add the project, Mograph Marbles, and click add. You can see down here where it says a change to your source content material file has been detected. Would you like to import? So sometimes it will actually let us import the stuff without resetting Unreal. So if I just click import, I'm going to click on update project, just miss any new plugins. And let me check on Cinema4D, make sure everything's saved out. So it looks like everything's saved out here. So now the next step is we're going to come up to Datasmith and just import our scene. I'm going to click OK. Then we're going to click import. There we go. So we have our scene here. And if I come down to animations, double click on that to bring up my sequencer, and then click on perspective, cinematic viewport, and then let me click one of the cameras here. Let me do camera 1. Just click play. Now you can see we have everything moving around in here. So from here, we're just going to add some materials. We're bringing some mega scans and stuff like that. Then we'll start editing this thing out. So what I'm going to do first is I'm actually going to come over to lights. And then I'm just going to drag in this HDR in here. And then let me actually click on this to get out of my camera so that I can start adjusting this accordingly. So I'm just going to click and drag this down so it's just below it. There you go. If I look back into my camera, I mean, we could add our own HDR in here if we want, but I don't. Yeah, let's wait to see if we like this one or not once we start in our materials in here. So I'm going to click on content here. And actually, if I click on one of the walls here, you can see over here under static mesh, I'm just going to actually double click on this to bring it up into another window. And from here, so we can start adding materials on this one of two ways. And so if I add it here, it's actually going to add it to everything that's using this geometry here. So let me click on wood flooring. Let me click on materials and let me pick a cool one here. So maybe this one right here. I'm just going to click and drag it in here. You can see that it added it to everything that's in our scene here. But if we want to actually, let me click save here. And so we have another way of doing it too. So say like we wanted to change some of these up as well. So if I click on like say this one here, I can actually click a different material and just drag it in here. So now we can actually individually change out some of these materials as well if you wanted to. So let me click on this again. There we go, something like that. So you can actually drag and drop them on there, or if you just wanted to have it like across the gamut, you just double click on the geometry here and then you just add it there. So that's two different ways you could do it. That's one of the cool things about bringing the Mograph cloner into Unreal. So if I actually go to my content folder, come over here to our Cinema4D folder and click on geometries. Here we have all the different geometries. Like you can see, it added a whole bunch in here because these are all individual pieces from the cloner. But if you come down here, you can double click on this and we can add a material here and it's just going to run it across the entire gamut. So let's pick another one in here. Actually, let me start looking in different camera views that I have here. So let's see, that's a good one to look at. Let me click on content, come back to wood flooring, click on materials. Let me say maybe this one here. So I'm going to click and drag that there. There we go. So now we have it going across all of our cubes here. I'm just going to click save. Let me play this out a little bit. So I'm going to probably pick something for the marbles here. Actually, let me go to Megascans. So if I come over to bridge and if I type in marble up here, we should have some pretty cool materials here. So yeah, this is one that I downloaded earlier. So I'm just going to export this out. Actually, make me come over to my export settings. Make sure I have it export the Unreal Engine. Click export. Then let me scroll down because I believe I have some more. Actually, if I click on local, it should show me everything that I downloaded recently, which I have this one as well. So I'm going to click on this one, export this one out. Then let me click up here, type in, there we go, marble. So this one looks pretty cool. So I'm going to click this and click export. I'm actually just going to click a bunch of these. Actually, I'm going to wait for it to export everything down here. So in the lower right where it says converting 1 of 4 textures, there we go, export successful. So I don't want to have these overlapping. So I always wait for it to say successful up here before I start exporting more stuff. So there we go, marble flooring, that one looks cool. So I'm just going to add like a bunch of variety in here. So I have everything exported that I wanted here. So I'm just going to lower this down, make sure everything's imported here in Unreal Engine. Now that we have a bunch of the Megascans in here, what I'm going to do is kind of pick one of the materials that I want as my overall material. And then I'm just going to look at the different shots and start individually picking like different materials per marble from there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over to content, come over to my folder here that I brought in from Cinema. Then I'm going to click on geometry, click on my sphere here. Then if I scroll this up, actually let me bring this a little bit smaller so we can see our content browser down here. So I'm going to click back on here, click on Megascans, surfaces, and then I think I want to use maybe this one. No, there was a black one that I had in here. So I want to use that as like my generic overall. There we go. So gray marble. I'm going to click and drag this in here. Then I'm going to click on save. Now you can see that they all have these materials. And so what I'm going to do from here is I'm just going to kind of come in and pick some other materials. So let's pick this one here. And actually, let me click and drag this right here. That's just going to change that. But if you could look right here, you can see that it has like these weird lines. And some materials from Megascans does this. So it's an easy fix. If I double click on it, then if I come down here, all I have to do is click on normal right here. I have to activate this and then make this 0. And there we go. So now it took away the normal lines. So what it's doing is it brought in this normal material, and I don't want to mess with this at all because it might mess up some of the other materials. So the easy fix is just always come down here, make your normal intensity 0, and everything should be good from there. But since we're in here, let's make this a little bit more shiny. So if I start messing around with my roughness intensity, maybe bring this somewhere around there, and then I could bring up my specular level as well. Just make it a little bit more shiny there. So I'm going to click on save. And actually, let me do it for this marble as well. So I'm going to click on a marble, come over here, double click on the material. Then I'm going to come down to specular intensity and roughness intensity. So I'm going to bring the roughness down and bring the specular up a little bit, just to give these marbles a little bit of shine. Then I'm going to click on this, and I'm just going to change these out. So I think I'm going to use this one. Click and drag this in here. I'm just going to start selecting some different marbles in here. So I'm not going to bore you with this entire process. I'm just going to do some of these marbles here, and then we're going to come back and I'm going to show you how we could do the camera angles and everything in the sequencer. So as you can see, I added all the different flavors to all the different marbles. If I start playing this through, I just added materials to each one individually. So I just wanted to have a nice little variety in here. And as I look through my camera shots, if I want to switch stuff out, I have the liberty to do so. And so from here, I think I want to change out the HDR in here just to see what my different options are. So if I come over to my Adobe Bridge, I'm going to look at my HDRs, which you can get free from HDR Haven. I'll leave that in the documentation as well, so you can go to that site and pick some free stuff out. But there's a cool one down here. I think it's called Skate Park. Yeah, Skate Park HDR. So I'm just going to click and drag this into my scene. There we go. So I'm going to double click on this, and I'm just going to make this at 4K. So if I come over here to my compression, click down, and then right here it says maximum texture size. I'm just going to put 4096. Click enter. So this is going to take a couple of moments, but once it's done, it's going to be crystal clear. And then that HDR that we dragged in our scene that's driving our lighting and everything, we're going to actually replace that with this one here, and we're just going to see what the effects look like. I'm going to come up here to click save now. I'm going to exit this out, and then let me find my HDR in here, my raw outliner. So I'm actually, there we go, it's at the top. I was going to search for it, but it's actually at the top here. So I'm going to click and drag this in here. And I actually like the way that lights it better. Let me hit Control Z. Yeah, I think I like the way the skate park looks a little bit better. So I'm going to leave that one in there like so. Let me see what happens when I turn down intensity. Maybe like 0.5. No, maybe I think 0.7 might do it. Yeah, somewhere around there. Then if I click on my light source, I can come down to source angle. And actually, if I drag these out a little bit, you can see that it's making our shadows a little bit softer. So right here under source angle, if I click it all the way to 0, our shadows are really hard here. If I click this up to like 5, they're going to be really soft. And so I like that there. And then for my intensity, I'm just going to leave it at 3.14. Just leave it at default. And so from here, I'm actually going to look in my different camera angles and just see if there's anything I want to adjust. So this is, I believe, camera 1. So I think camera 1 looks good. I'm going to click on camera 2. I can see some, yeah, it looks like there's some jaggedness going on here. So I'm actually just going to delete this out of my scene. There you go. And I'm going to click on this and actually delete it. I'm going to click yes. There we go. So that looks good to me there. And I know we have it up here too, but we're actually going to cut out like just sections of these that we like at any given time. So let me come over to camera 3. I think I like the way everything's looking in here, except for I'm going to delete this one here. It's giving us issues. Click delete, click yes. There we go. So I'm going to look at camera 4. Whoa, and this is looking really crazy here. So, or this is all out of focus. So what I'm going to do is come to my world outliner, just type in camera, and then I'm going to click on camera 4. And then I'm going to come down. Let me drag this up so we can see a little bit better. So I'm going to come down to focus settings. And then I'm going to come to manual focus. I'm just going to click on a picker. Let's say this right here. So now everything's in focus. Here we go. Actually, let me pick this one to focus. There we go. I like the way that looks. But there's not a lot of variety in these materials here. So I'm going to come back over to Mega Scans and just switch some of these out. So let me see. Marble floor. Maybe I could switch this out here. That one there. Just add a little bit of variety in these here. This must be ones that I missed here. So let me, something like that. And then I believe I have a rose one in here. Let me see. There we go. Just add a little bit of red in there. So something like that should look good. So if I click on play. There we go. Something like that. Then I'm going to click on camera 5. There we go. That one's actually going crazy there. So you see what I'm doing. I'm just seeing if there's anything that I don't like in any particular shot, and I'm just going to delete them out. Then I'm going to look at camera 6. Again, we're out of focus. I'm going to click on camera 6 in my roll outliner. Click right here. Let's bring this into focus. Go back to the beginning. Click play. There, the shot's kind of crazy, but maybe we just pick some frames in there. Maybe like these frames we just use in that, but we'll see once we get everything that we want to edit. So I think we're good. I'm going to click save current. And so from here, what I'm going to do is actually, let's add in some post-processing effects before we start doing our edit and everything. So I'm going to click on X in here in my search. Then I'm going to come over here to visual effects. Let's add some post-processing volume. I'm going to click on my raw outliner here to zero it out. Then in my search right here, I'm going to type in UMB. Infinite extent unbound. Click this on. So any effects that we do here is just going to engulf the entire scene there. So I'm going to click X here, and then I'm just going to kind of go through these settings here. So I'm not going to do, well, maybe let's check our bloom. I don't think we're going to have a huge effect, but I'm going to use convolution here, like so. Just give us a little bit of bloom effect there. And then right here under exposure, for my min and max, I'm going to do 1 and 1. There we go. We have 1 and 1 there. So actually, I could bring up my lighting on my HDR now. Somewhere around there. This is giving us a more realistic lighting effect here. So I'm going to come down on chromatic apparition. Maybe let's add a little bit. Let me add maybe like 1. That might be too much. Maybe like 0.5. Somewhere around there. All right, then depth of field, we don't really need anything there. So I'm going to keep coming down to, well, I'm going to do color grading last because I want to add in a LUT first. So if I keep scrolling down here, actually, I'm not going to add in the LUT. I'm going to do some ray tracing and stuff first. So what I'm going to do is ambient occlusion, intensity, and radius. I'm going to bring the intensity up to like 0.8. And you can see a little jump in the AO there. And then down here, I'm going to actually use ray tracing, ambient occlusion, enable that, and enable that, just do 1 sample pixel. And then for global illumination, I don't want to use the one that's in here. Ray tracing gives us issues sometimes. And so the one that I found that works is actually called screen space global illumination, and it's in beta, but it's perfectly fine to use in production. So if I come up here to the top left under edit, come down here under project settings, and then on my left-hand side under engine, I want to look for rendering, and then I'm going to come up here to the search bar, type in global, and there we are right here under lighting. You can see it's called screen space global illumination. If I drag this out a little bit, you can see that it says beta, but let me see if we can actually see a big effect in here. So I'm going to turn it on. There, you can see we have global illumination, especially in the dark areas there. So this is actually not that expensive on our system, and it gives us great results. So if you want to use global illumination, I would suggest using this function here, not the ray tracer one, at least not for now. Yeah, I'm going to come down to motion blur. So I'm going to enable this. Just going to leave it at amount 5. I'm just going to leave it at amount 0.5, and then target FPS. I'm going to do 60. Then I'm going to keep coming down, see what we got for reflections. We have screen space and ray tracing. Let me see. So this is what screen space looks like. Then this is what ray tracing looks like. I like the ray tracing more. So I'm going to leave that there. And then I don't believe I need to really turn these on, but let me see what happens if I click shadows. Yeah, not a big effect there. So I'm actually just going to leave these off. Then I'm going to keep coming down. And I think that's about it. So now we can get over to the LUTs. So I'm going to scroll back up under color grading. And it's under MISC here. So if I click on this one here, color grading LUT, if I turn this on, I can actually start dragging those LUTs that I downloaded from the marketplace into this area right here. So if I come over to my content browser, come down to my LUT pack, double click this, I may look for, let me see, popular looks. The blockbuster ones usually look pretty cool. So if I click and drag this in here, you can see that it's changing the whole dynamic of our scene. So let me find one that I think might look cool for what we're looking for. If I actually come under stylized MISC, let me see what we have under here. Yeah, I like the way Dopefish looks. So if I turn this off and on, you can see it's just knocking back the saturation a little bit, but I kind of dig that look there. So I think for the sake of our project, actually that one looks pretty cool. And I'm going to knock back the intensity on this one a little bit. I don't want to overpower it so much. So if I come over to color grading, LUT intensity, let's see, 0.5 maybe. Maybe like 0.3. There we go. So yeah, it just makes it look a little bit more cinematic there. If I click play, yeah, I think that looks good there. Cool. So now we have some cool stuff going on in here. If I come up to the top, I can actually add some contrast. So if I click on contrast here, so I'm just going to type in some values, maybe like 1.2, add a little bit of contrast, maybe like 1.1, and then come down to my shadows. Maybe let's add some contrast to my shadows as well. So you can play around with these all day. I mean, it's really cool that they have a color grading system in here. You can mess with the white balance and the midtones and the highlights. So it's like you don't even have to bring this into anywhere after Unreal. Like you don't have to bring this into After Effects or anything. You can get your look here, render it out, and be ready to post it to wherever you want to post it. But I think we're cool with our look here. So what I want to do now is I'm actually going to come under Content Browser. I'm just going to click on Save Current. And now let's add a sequencer. So if I come up to Cinematics, add level sequence, then I'm just going to name this one Mograph _ marbles, and then click Save. So there we go. Now we have a sequence here. If I click back on my content browser, you can see that we have a sequencer here and everything is blank. So here's a tip too. Like if I look over here on my right, I already have it set up here for my second content browser. But if you want to set that up, all you have to do is come up the window and then come down to content browser, and you can add multiple content browsers in here. So the reason that I did this is because I want to start adding some stuff into my sequencer, and all I have to do is click and drag from this one over to the one that's my main one here. So I'm going to show you exactly how to do that now. If I look under my Cinema4D folder, then animations, and this is our main sequencer here that we brought from Cinema. And so I don't want to mess with this one at all. What I want to do is actually left click and drag over. And then I'm just going to do copy here. And I'm actually going to rename this one to shot 1. Actually, let me name it camera 1. And there we go. So if I double click on this, it's going to open up our sequencer back in here. And actually in my search here, I'm going to type in camera. So that I have all my cameras lined up in here and everything. And you notice that it only has cameras 2 through 6 in here. And that's because they only have the ones that have the keyframes that come in here. And so I want to have this one actually just have camera 1 in it. So if I come over here, I just need to find camera 1. Just going to click and drag it into my scene here. And there you go. And it already added a camera cuts track for us and everything in here. So what I'm going to do from here is I'm just going to delete all these other cameras like so. And so that I know that in this one, inside of my camera 1 sequence, it's only going to be camera 1 in here. And then I'm just going to repeat. So I'm going to click on my main one here, click and left drag over, make another copy. And then I'm just going to name this one camera 2. And then I'm going to double click on this. And then same thing, I'm actually going to search camera, just so I only have my cameras up here. And then 3 through 6. Going to select these and then just delete all these. So I only have camera 2 in here. And then it doesn't have a camera cuts track. So I'm going to click on the green button here, come down to camera cuts track, Make sure I'm on frame 0. Click camera. I'm going to select camera 2. And there we go. So now it's looking through camera 2 on here. And I'm just going to rinse and repeat. So same thing for camera 3. Make another copy. Name this one camera 3. Double click here. And then type in camera here. And this will be the last one that I show you because I don't want to bore you with the process, but I just want you to be familiar with the process that I came up with here. So I'm going to delete camera 2, then 4 through 6, delete these, and then make another camera cuts track. Select camera 3, and there we go. So like I said, I don't want to bore you for the rest of the cameras, so I'm going to get these set up and then I'm going to show you how we edit everything in the end here. Now I have all my scenes set up, so now it's finally time to get into our editor and we're going to edit this out and then we're going to real-time render this out onto our hard drive. So I'm going to come over to my content browser, come back over here where it says Mograph Modules. This is going to be our main sequencer. So I'm going to double click on this, and right here where it says 30 FPS, I want to make sure this is at 60 because that's what we're working at. And then from here, it's just a matter of clicking and dragging these into our editor. So I'm going to click camera 1, just drag it in here. Then if I click the camera button, there we go. So we have shot 1 playing. And if you notice, our scene is in 600 frames. So I'm just going to come down here, make this 600, and then go all the way to the end and click my end bracket. So there we go. Now we're 600 frames. So I'm going to click the end here and just drag these over. So now it's just a matter of trying to edit this together. So I'm going to click play. So maybe we want to start here. So we don't want to see that initial fall. I'm going to click and drag this over like so. So I'm going to click play. And let's say we want this out for that many frames. There, so something like that. Then we have the flexibility to always change it as well. So I'm going to click on camera 2, drag this down here, make sure I'm at frame 0, and then just find a cool frame that I want for shot 2. So if I click on the camera button here, now I'm just looking at camera 2. And it might be better to actually use camera 2. So let me find a good place here. So I'm going to click on camera 1 and actually drag this down below. So I'm going to be looking through camera 2. So I'm just going to click play through here. So maybe around there. So I'm going to click and drag this over here. Let's see how long we want to play this for. So maybe around there. So I'm just going to click and drag it to around there. And I'm going to bring it over like so. Let me double click on this. Just kind of look at the shot. So yeah, maybe I want to do that one there. So I'm just going to click and drag camera 4 in here. Let me look through camera 4. Let me drag this out a little bit so I can pick a good shot here. So somewhere around there I think is a really cool shot to start with. Let me play this out. So cool. Yeah, I'm liking that one there. So I'm going to click and drag that there. And then I'm just going to connect it there. So now we can start seeing how our sequence is going to play out. So I'm at frame 0. There we go. Boom, something like that. Then maybe I could go back to camera 1. There we go. So now maybe let's do camera 5. I'm going to hit Control Z. I'm going to go all the way back to the beginning, bring in camera 5. Oh, that's that cool overhead shot. So somewhere around there could be cool. So let's just play this out and see how everything's going to look. And we're not stuck to 600 frames. Like we can make this as long as we want. So I can actually drag this out to 900 frames, come to the end, make an end bracket, and let's play this through, see how we like it. I really like that shot right there. Then we click back to like an overhead, then we spin around. Yeah, so that looks pretty cool for a loop there. So our next step here, I'm going to click save current. And so I'm just going to render this out and then we're going to be good to go, post this on Instagram. So I'm going to come over to Windows, cinematics, render movie queue. Then I'm going to click on this, and I'm just going to type in Mograph because that's our main one. But actually it would have been better to name it main, but I know exactly which one it is here. So I'm going to click on this, click Unsave Config, and then I'm not going to use JPEGs. Maybe I'm going to use something like a PNG for this one. So I'm going to do a PNG sequence. And then I don't need any alpha channels. And then output down here. Let me save a directory. Actually, I can save it to the pre-renders. Select. And then everything else should be pretty good here. Let me click accept. And then actually one more thing. Let me see what it looks like if we add some exponential height fog in here. So I'm going to click back on details. Then zero this out. Then let's add some fog density. I might not do anything at all, but it doesn't hurt to have a little bit of fog in here. Then if I do volumetric fog, something like that. So I'm actually going to lessen the fog a little bit, maybe like 0.2, just to have a little bit in there. But sorry to get sidetracked. So I'm going to come back to my render queue, and then just hit render local and let this render out. We should be good to go here. So it's saying that ellipse time, it started at 2 minutes, but you can see it's just like flying through all the different shots here. So if I look here on my right hand side, the frame count is actually going through each one of these shots here, and we're just watching it playing out in real time, which is really cool. I mean, we have what, 901 frames here. We're already 50% done. And so from here, we can bring it into like media encoder or whatever editor that you have that you can kind of like edit out your sequence, because these are just still images. And so you're going to need something like After Effects or media encoder to make them into like a QuickTime. I know that QuickTime function is coming in the later version. And so hopefully that comes soon and we don't have to do it this way. But it looks like our PNG sequence is rendered out. And so from here, I'm just going to open up media encoder just so we can export out a QuickTime so we can send it off to wherever we want to send it. Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, wherever you like sending these different things to. So I have encoder opening up, but you could use like Blackmagic Resolve or After Effects or Premiere, you know, anything that you want. Like Resolve is free. So if you don't have like, you know, an Adobe account, you can go to Blackmagic, download Resolve, and you could do the same thing here. I'm going to click on the plus button here. There we go. I'm in my pre-renders window already. So I'm going to click on this, and then I'm going to make sure PNG file sequence is clicked here. I'm going to click open. And then I'm going to click on match source here. And I'm just going to make sure everything is set up correctly, like frame rate. I want to click this off because I want to make sure I'm on 60. There we go. And then render at maximum depth. And then I'm just going to scroll down a little bit more. So right here, bitrate encoding, I like doing 2 passes here, and I should be fine at default. Actually, I can make my target at 15. And let me scroll down some more, use maximum render quality, click OK. Now if I click play, this should render through. This should just take a few moments here because we're not really doing anything too intensive. And there we go. Looks like we're done. So I'm just going to open up my folder here. I'm going to find my project. If I double click here, there we go. So hopefully you've learned a lot over this course. We've had a lot of fun. We put together some cool projects, and don't worry, I know like version 4.26 is coming out any day now. So I'm going to look at it, and then I'm just going to take any discrepancies that they might have. I'm going to update the course accordingly, and then you'll never be left in the dark. Thank you guys again for purchasing this, and I hope to see the stuff that you guys start creating here in real time. So here we are, right at the end of the course. By now, you should be Unreal Masters. You could do motion graphics. You could do virtual production, and you could even make a video game. Why not? We're in Unreal, right? I mean, the world is yours at this moment. We could do VR, AR. I mean, everything is limitless. You can see the power that Unreal has. You can go many different directions. And so as an artist, you just future-proofed yourself, and you're ready for whatever the world throws at you. So of course, anytime there's any type of updates with Unreal, make sure to check back at mograph.com. I'm going to be updating frequently. free. So anytime there's an update with Unreal, best believe your boy's going to be on top of it and going to be delivering that information to you. Any progress that you guys are making, make sure you tag me online. I'd love to see what you guys are creating on Twitter, IG, and YouTube /Jonathan Winbush. Or if you want to go to my Discord channel, I'll leave that information for you as well. We have a nice community there of people learning Cinema 4D and Unreal at the same exact time. And so you'll never be alone. And of course, I'm always active on there. Or you could go to the Mograph Slack. We have a lot of people in there as well. So, I mean, you have a lot of varieties and you'll never be left in the dark. So again, thank you guys for purchasing the course, and I can't wait to see what you guys are creating. Take care. So as a part of the bonus section of my course here, I'm going to give you 100% access to all the files that I used to complete this project. And so I just wanted to give you guys a quick overview of how to navigate these files. So if I come over to Cinema 4D, and then I have this broken up into 3 different shots, the first one, the second one, and the last one. So if I double click on the first one here and open up Cinema 4D, you can see that we have our project file here. So if I click play, you can see we have the ball coming through. We have all this stuff happening here. Everything's working 100% dynamics. And if you want to see the breakdown of how this project was created, you can go to my YouTube channel, youtube.com/Jonathan Winbush, where I did a complete breakdown there for you guys. But if I go through my project here on the right-hand side, you can see I have several cameras set up throughout this project. So if I just click play and kind of let this play through, you can see all the different camera angles that I have set up in here. And basically what I did was I took this project file, I exported it to Unreal Engine, and then I just set up my sequencer accordingly just to pick up on the different shots that I wanted to go through. And again, if you go to my YouTube channel, I do a breakdown on how to do that. And so moving on, I'm going to show you guys the second shot, which is the transition shot. So if I click play here, you can see that we have this window kind of opening up. It's going to create a hole, and this is going to be our transition point here. So if I look over in my objects panel over here, you can see that I just have a couple of cloners set up here. And then I have a step effector just to kind of offset everything here. And then I just have one camera that's moving through the scene. And it's a really basic setup, but again, you'll have access to these project files so you can break it down and kind of just go through and see what I did. And then go into the last shot here. This is the final reveal shot. So if I play this through, you can see we have the Unreal Engine kind of just assembling here as we have the circle spinning around here. And if you come over here on the right side again, you can see I have a variety of different camera angles in here. So what I did was I brought this into Unreal with the sequencer and just kind of, you know, laid out my shots how I wanted it to. I used the sequencer to edit my shot all within Unreal Engine, so I didn't have to render it out several times and then, you know, do like an edit in Premiere or Blackmagic Resolve or even After Effects. I did everything 100% in Unreal Engine. So if I pull back here, and this is our final resolve. So moving on, I'm going to show you guys the Unreal Engine part of it. So if I go back to my project files, come down to geometric_UE4, double click on here, and you'll see that we have a project here called Geometric Done. I'm just going to double click on this, and this should open up Unreal Engine. And just as a disclaimer, this project was built in Unreal Engine version 4.25, but it should work for any of them beyond that point. So 4.26 is out at this point. You should be able to open this up, no problem. And then whenever the project does open up, this is what you're going to see. If I come over to my content browser, you can see I have several levels built out here. One for the first shot, the last shot, and the middle shot. Right now, it automatically opens up on this main level, which is just blank. So if I want to access my file, I'm going to come over here to where it says Start Shop. I'm just going to double click on this. And this opens up my project file here. So if I start navigating through my scene, like I'm holding down the right click and I'm just using the WASD to navigate, you can see how I have my scene broke down and everything here. And if I want to access the sequencer, all I have to do is come down to my folder structure here. I tried to lay this out just as easy as possible to follow. So if you see right here, it says cinematics. I'm going to double click on this. And this is an important part too. So each sequencer here kind of correlates with the project file that I have open. So if I'm looking at my project right now, I'm on the first shot, but say like I open up this one, it says middle shot. And you can see everything's redded out, and that's because we're not on the correct level that we should be on. So if I come back to my content browser, double click on the start, now you can see everything is laid out how it's supposed to. And as I kind of alluded to before, this is my sequencer, and I added all my shots in here with the different camera angles. So if I want to see how this is playing out in my editor, all I have to do is click the camera right here, then click play. And now we can see the project file playing out in real time, just how I laid it out for the project there. And then if you ever want to get out of this view, all you have to do is click the camera again. And then if I want to see what any of the different cameras are doing, you just come up to perspective, come down to your different cameras here, just to kind of see how it's playing back. If I come back to my content browser, let's say I want to look at the middle shot, the transitional shot. So it's going to come up blank like this. And so all I'm going to do is come over to cinematics, double click on my middle shot sequencer here. And this is going to open it up in here. Click on the camera and boom, there we go. So now you can see everything playing back in real time what I did for this file. And then going on to the last one, I'm coming back to my content browser, come down to the last shot here. And come back to content browser, come down to cinematics, come down to end shot. And here's my sequencer for my end shot here, so you can see exactly how this stuff played out as well. So as promised, you have access to all these files if you want to see how anything is working in here. I mean, just go through, break down the project file as you see fit. And if you have any questions, make sure you just reach out to us. And then again, if you want to see the breakdown of how I built at least the first shot out, I did maybe like a 45-minute breakdown on my YouTube channel. So go to youtube.com/Jonathan Winbush and you'll find the breakdowns there. And then keep checking back because, again, I am a part of the Epic Partners program. And so I'm going to be doing several of these logo animations in a variety of styles. And each time that I come out with a new logo animation, I'm going to upload the project file right here to the bonus section. So check back often. I'm going to be making these logo animations about once a month, once every couple of weeks. So check back, and by the time I have 5 done, you'll have a whole plethora of different, Unreal Engine logo animations at your disposal that you could break down and, hopefully just learn from. So again, thank you guys for buying this course. And as always, stay fresh, keep creating, and I'll catch you in the next video. Thank you guys again. I'll see you soon. Take care. What up, Winbush here, and I'm excited to give you guys some bonus content in this bonus section. First up, we're going to be doing the Unreal Engine official logo animation. This one is called Naturalistic. And so here in the bonus section, I'm going to be giving you guys access to all the different Unreal Engine logos that I'm going to be animating. And if you want to get a complete breakdown tutorial, make sure you go to my YouTube channel, youtube.com/Jonathan Winbush, where I'm going to be putting the breakdowns. So basically what this entails is Epic Games has made me a partner, and I'm going to be animating the Unreal Engine logo in a variety of different styles. And so since you guys bought this course, I wanted to give you guys something special. So I'm giving you complete access to all the files that I'm using to create those logo animations. And so I just wanted to do this quick breakdown just to kind of navigate you guys through the scenes. So we're going to get started off with Cinema4D first. So if I double click on the folder here, you can see I have my setup here for Unreal. So if I'm looking inside of Cinema right here, I'm just going to click play. And this is basically the basic animation. I have some fractures going on over here with just the Unreal Engine logo in there. You can see I have a pretty simple camera move and everything. And then I just have 2 clips from Megascans in here. And what I do is I export this out to Unreal. And again, go to my YouTube channel if you want to see the complete breakdown of this. So I'm going to close this out. And I'm actually going to open up the Unreal Engine project. So if I go back here, double click on the UE4 Naturalistic project, and then just double click right here where it says UE4_scene_Winbush. This should open up Unreal Engine. So here we are inside of Unreal Engine. I'm going to come over to my content browser, click on content here, and I only have one scene in this project. This is main one here. And so to get to the sequencer, I'm just going to come over to this folder called Cinematics, double click on this, and I have 2 versions in here. One's a short version, and then the second one right here is just a version that's a little bit longer, where it holds on the logo a little bit longer. So if I double click on the version 2, and then I click on the camera here, you can see now we're looking through the camera view. If I just click something and hit G on my keyboard, it takes away all the icons and everything. So if I click play in here, there we go. We have the logo animation going on in there. We have the two cliffs that I brought in from Cinema4D, and then I duplicated those and kind of just made like a little cave scene in here. I used the foliage tool just to paint a bunch of different ferns and grass and everything in here as well. And then I got some stuff from the marketplace to, you know, do the fire and did the different particles here as well. And those are all free. And so let me show you guys where to find those at. So I have the Epic Games launcher open right now. So I'm just going to come over to library. And then I'm going to scroll down here and find what I'm looking for. Actually, I could just search it. So if I search for particles, and there we go. This one's called particle and wind control. So if I click on this, it's going to open it up in a marketplace. And this one is 100% free. So you can download it and add it to your own projects. But once you find it and you download it, all you have to do is click add to project. And then you just select the project that you want to add it to. And then the second one where I got the flame at is down here. It should be called, yeah, this one right here, M5 VFX Volume 2, which this is 100% free as well. So you just add it to your scene and you can have access to all these different fire effects. And I'm just using a simple flame, but there are some really cool ones in here if you want to do like explosions. There we go. So we have some flames here. We have some explosions. And basically all you do is add it to your project and then you just click and drag it from there. So if I come to my content browser, I'm looking in here. You can see I have the wind and particle system here. If I double click on this, then I come over to particles. It's as easy as I'm using the fireflies, but let me use leaves just to kind of show you guys. So if I click on leaves, you can see it's starting to add the sprites in there. It takes a second for the shaders to come through, but once it does, now we have our particle system that's just leaving a bunch of leaves in here. So I basically just wanted to show you guys the breakdown. Just take this project and just backwards dissect it. You know, if you have any questions, you can always reach out to us on mograph.com. And until next time, stay fresh, keep creating, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Thank you again for purchasing this. I'll see you guys soon. Take care. What up, Winbush here. And today I'm excited to show you guys how we can make something like this. Now, the inspiration for this actually came from Wit on Instagram. He makes these really cool dioramas based off of video games. So I figured that would be a perfect template to follow inside of a bonus course so I could show you guys how we can make more projects using Cinema4D and Unreal Engine. And so in this chapter, what we're going to do is I'm going to show you a complete breakdown how I went about making this project. I'm going to show you all the different assets that I use from the marketplace. I would say about 95% of them are free. I think I only purchased one, but you don't actually have to purchase that one. In fact, I would like you guys to freestyle this, kind of just take the knowledge that I'm going to share with you guys, freestyle it, make something of your own, and then post it up on Instagram and show me what you guys made. And as a bonus to this course, the nights that you saw in the scene, we're going to give those to you absolutely free, so you can follow along as well. This comes courtesy of Jama. He makes these really cool packs. He's worked on a ton of big movies and things of that nature, so it's an absolute honor for him to give us these 3D models that I could pass on to you guys as a thank you for buying the course. So if you guys are ready to get started, I'll catch you in the next video. So in this section, I want to get you guys ready with all the different assets that I used in my project file here. So I'm going to first start inside the Epic Games Store. I have everything listed out in a document as well. So you can just copy and paste these links into your web browser and you should be able to find them. Or you could just look at what I have here and search it inside the search bar once you have the Epic Games Launcher open. And so I'm going to start with this first one, which is free. This one is actually supplied by Epic Games. It's called the Infinity Blade Effects. And if I scroll down here, you can see it's a bunch of different particle effects and stuff. And so in my scene, I'm actually going to be using some of this fog just to kind of give it that atmospheric effect that I was looking for. And it has a lot of cool other particles in here as well. I believe this came from the Infinity Blade game. And so all the stuff from the game is 100% free at your disposal here. And so for the next one, I'm going to be using some of the fire packs here. And so this is going to be what I'm going to be using for the bonfire. This one is free as well. So if I scroll down here, you can actually see it was made permanently free back in 2019. But all you have to do is either click on the link that I'm going to supply for you, or you can just search for this in your Epic Games launcher and you should be good to go on the fire pack here. And there's some really cool fire in here. It looks pretty realistic. Like if you look right here, you can actually see that actually emits light and everything with it as well. So this is really beneficial if you're doing any type of flame or fire effects inside of Unreal Engine. And then I'm going to be using some of the foliage pack here. If you actually go to the Epic Games launcher and look at Project Nature, like all their stuff is pretty much free. They supply a bunch of different foliage and trees and things of that nature. So these are some good guys to look up there on the Epic Games Store because they have some really high quality products there. I'm going to be using some of the landscaping stuff here, like a mixture of this and a mixture of Megascans, but their stuff is pretty high quality as well. And then going back with the nature pack people again, I'm using some of the spruce trees there just to kind of give it that forest effect behind our cemetery there. So these are some really high quality trees that you can actually use inside your cinematics, or they actually have low poly ones too if you want to use these inside of a video game or any type of interactive experience, but these are pretty high quality as well. This product right here, the cemetery stuff, is from Decagon Studios. I actually got this one free back in the day. Yeah, back in October 2020. Hopefully you guys purchased this course before then, and then you would have got this free as well. If you didn't, it's about $39.99. And so this is one of those assets that I did use it a lot inside of this project just to kind of give it those different cemetery feelings in there. But if you could find some other free stuff, if you wanted to remix it yourself, by all means, go ahead. But this is the cemetery pack that I'm using there. And last but not least, this is one of my favorite tools in Unreal. This is actually a LUT pack. It's by Amplify. They make some really good LUTs in here. As you see, I use these guys a lot. And yeah, basically this is another one that I got free back in the day. But if you didn't get it free, then it's only like 15 bucks. But if you didn't want to spend the 15 bucks, if you scroll down here, they actually give away 4 free LUTs for free. So all you have to do is click download and merge this to your project and you should be good to go. But if you want the full LUTs pack, it's about 15 bucks. So that's some of the items that I got from the Epic Games Store. The other stuff that I use in my scene, I actually got from Megascans. So all that stuff is free with your Epic account. So I have Quixel Bridge opened right now. And if I scroll down to favorites, I made these my favorites just so I could quickly access them again. But you can see I'm using like the stone well and a bunch of mossy rocks and things of that nature just to really give it a lot of detail in there. I actually use some of these castle walls here that are broken up to kind of build the walls and stuff of that nature. We have some burnt wood in here. We have a fire pit for the campfire. I mean, a lot of really cool stuff in here. And if you don't want to go through and kind of find where these are, I got your back. I actually listed them out inside of a document. So all you have to do is copy and paste it inside a bridge, and you should be able to find the exact items that I have here. So let me actually run you through how we could do that. So if you click on any of these items inside of Unreal Engine, they actually have an ID attached to them. I'm not sure where to find them inside a bridge, but if I come down to my notepad that I made, I actually have all the codes for all these. So when I'm inside of Unreal Engine, you're actually able to see the code. It's like at the end of whatever assets you have. And so all you would have to do is say like we want to find this campfire. I would basically just select this, hit copy, and then come up the bridge, and I can actually exit this out. Just make sure this is clear. I'm just going to paste it in there. And then if you hit enter, and that's going to show you the exact asset that goes along with that code there. So I went through my project file, basically got all the codes to all the different assets, put that together in a document for you so that you guys could go through and find the same exact assets I have as well. And I have Unreal Engine here opened up as well. If you ever want to find like the way that I found those codes there, all you have to do is come down to your Megascans folder, kind of come down here, and let's say we want to look for a 3D asset. I'm going to double click on this broken wall. And so right here, so you'll see like albedo underscore 4K underscore, and then this thing at the end here, this is actually the code. So if I click on it until it highlights, and then I can actually just take this little end piece here, copy it, go into bridge, and then that's how I'm able to find that exact piece that goes with that code there. And last but not least, here's the Knights pack that Jama actually donated to the course that you guys could use for free as well. So I'm actually inside of Cinema4D. I'm actually going to save this out for you guys so you guys can have it. This is exactly what it looks like when you open up the FBX file. Now all these knights, they're already posed, and so you really can't go through and, you know, repose them unless you actually add your own bone structure to them and things of that nature. But for the most part for this, what I did was I just used these guys as is because I have these guys in the back here walking up these steps. And then I have these guys marching in line, and I just thought it looked really cool in that formation anyway. So I didn't really go through and manipulate these at all. But as you can see, we have a variety of helmets, which you can actually take off and switch them around and things of that nature. So this is a real high quality pack. And thank you again to Jama for giving this to us, because this is really great for you guys to be able to dive in and use it inside your own scenes. So that's basically everything that I used this side of my project here. And like I said, I would like for you guys to freestyle it, you know, just take the knowledge that I'm sharing with you guys, make something of your own and share it up on Instagram or Twitter or on Facebook, and make sure you tag me in it. So in the next video, we're going to get started in Cinema 4D. I'm going to show you the basic scene that I built out that I ended up saving for Unreal Engine. So whenever you guys are ready, I'll catch you in the next video. So in this section, we're going to get started in Cinema 4D. I want to give you guys kind of a glimpse behind my thought process whenever I was building this out. So without further ado, let's jump right into it. So as you can see, I have a really primitive scene here. I have this nine-sided shape down here. I have this right here, which is going to be basically my hillside. I brought in some steps over from Megascans just so I had kind of like a reference point for where they're going to be standing on. So I've moved the knights around a little bit. So remember in the previous pack how we saw the knights, they were walking up some steps. I actually brought them to the front because I'm going to have them walking up the steps heading over to the cemetery, which is going to be plotted right on top of this hill here. And so basically the rest of the knights, I just have them going in the marching formation that they were going in before. And I didn't want to build this scene out from scratch for you guys because it's so simple. It'd be kind of just a waste of time. So instead of that, I kind of just wanted to give you guys my thought process when I was building this out. So recently I've been really diving into Unreal Engine and just kind of getting behind the thought process of how these people are working whenever they build out level designs for video games and interactive experiences, kind of just really diving myself into Unreal. And the one thing, talking to a lot of developers, they told me was they use a lot of their 3D applications as building blocks, and then they would bring those primitive shapes into Unreal Engine, and that's where they would really start to polish it up. So this is called gray boxing. So a lot of times, like a lot of people are using Maya and Houdini, they'll actually gray box their level out, which is just basically like rectangles and a lot of shapes and things of that nature until they get like a level that feels really good. And then once they're happy with it, they'll bring that into Unreal, and then they'll start replacing those shapes out with the actual geometry and stuff. So when I was building this out, I kind of wanted to go with the same exact type of route, build out something super simple inside of Cinema 4D, and then bring that into Unreal Engine and really go to town there. So that's why when you're looking at my project here in Cinema, I don't have a lot of stuff to bring over. And so like I said, I just have these knights. I have basically my diorama shape, which is an inside. And if you click on this, you can actually change the shape of it. So if you want to make it more than 9 sides or less than 9 sides, you have that flexibility as well. And I just do that inside of an extrude. So if you don't know where to find this at, you actually come up to here where the pen tool is, and this is where all your splines are. So you just come down the inside, basically throw it inside of an extrude here, and I just offset it by like 300, but you're more than welcome to do anything that you want here. And that was basically it. So plain and simple, threw the knights in on top of there, brought in these steps over from Megascans. As I said, I just want to use this as a reference, but the cool thing is it came in textured, so I can actually just take this Cinema 4D file and bring this into Unreal, which brings me to my next point. And so in previous chapters, I don't know if you guys finished the course already and you actually went back to see my update, but there's been an update in Cinema 4D where we actually don't have to save our projects out for Cineware anymore. We can actually bring our native Cinema 4D project file into Unreal Engine, but we still have to make a step before we do that. So if I'm back in the Cinema, I'm going to hit Control D, and that's going to bring up our project settings here. So as before, you want to click on the Cineware tab, and you want to make sure that you have everything in here checked on. And then for my width and my height here, I'm actually going to make this 4K, so 4096 by 4096, or if you just multiply it by 4, it will do the same thing. And then for the format, I'm just going to pick a PNG, but you can pick anything that you're comfortable with. And then for my depth, I'm just going to make it 16-bit. And so now this is basically the only thing you have to do. So all I have to do is hit Control S on my keyboard, and now it's already be brought over to Unreal Engine. And so that's basically it for this video. In the next video, we're going to get started on Unreal. I'm going to show you how we take this native Cinema 4D file into Unreal Engine, and we're just going to go to town. So whenever you guys are ready, I'll catch you in the next video. In this section, we're actually going to dive into Unreal Engine. We're going to take the stuff that we just brought out from Cinema 4D, bring it into Unreal, and then we're going to start pulling in some assets so we can get ready to go to town. So without further ado, let's jump right into it. So as you can see in the top right-hand corner right here, where it says Unreal Engine, I'm actually using version 4.26, which released maybe like a month ago. So if you haven't updated by now, I would definitely suggest you update to 4.26. There's a lot of cool updates they added in there. If you want to keep up to date with Unreal, make sure you check out my YouTube channel, youtube.com/Jonathan Winbush. And then another friendly reminder too, inside the store here, if I come on store, and I don't mean to get sidetracked, and this is something that I really dig as a gamer, but Epic Games, they give away free games. It looks like about every 2 weeks now. And so make sure you're always checking out for the free games. About a week ago, they actually gave away Star Wars Battlefront 2. So I will always suggest diving in there whenever you're messing around with Unreal. Just make sure you check out the store and get your free game that's in there. So getting back at the subject at hand, I'm back in the Unreal Engine tab. I'm going to launch version 4.26 here. Then it pops up our Unreal project browser. And so I'm going to come down to film, television, and live events. I'm going to click next. I'm going to start off with a blank slate, click next again. So I'm going to do ray tracing enabled. And then I'm just going to name this one nights_bonus. And leave it on my F drive and just click create project. And then I'm just going to wait for Unreal Engine to load up. And then from here, we're actually going to enable the Cinema4D Datasmith plugin. And then we're going to start bringing all the stuff together. Now that we have Unreal Engine opened up, you can see I don't have the Datasmith plugin in here, and that's because I updated the version 4.26, so I didn't do the permanently enable thing that I've showed you guys before, but no worries. I'm just going to come over to settings, come down to plugins, and then I'm just going to type in C4D, and then I'm going to enable it. Make sure I click yes. It's still letting you know that this is still in beta, so I'm going to click yes, and then I'm just going to restart down here, and wait, give this a second to restart. Now I'm going to take the plugins folder, exit this out, and now you see we have the Datasmith plugin here. So I'm actually going to click on this so I can bring in my Cinema 4D project. So I'm going to click on Datasmith. Then I'm just going to find where I saved it out to. So I believe it's under bonus chapter, Cinema 4D. I'm going to use this one, my night scene. This is the one that I showed you guys in the last section. I'm going to click open, and then I'm going to click on content, click open again. And then I have the Datasmith import options here. I'm just going to leave everything checked here. I'm going to click import. All right, so it looks like everything's in now. So if I hold down the right click on my mouse, I'm going to click W just to zoom in here a little bit. You can see we have all of our nights in here, fully textured. Everybody looks good. The one thing that doesn't look good is the steps. Now we could go about it one of two ways. The first way is we can actually just fix the different materials that are on here to make it look better. So if I actually click on my steps here as I do, I'm going to scroll down here in my details panel, and then I'm going to find where I have my material. I'm actually going to hit this magnifying glass to find where I have it at inside of my content browser. Then I'm just going to double click on it. It's this one right here. And then sometimes, for whatever reason, when stuff gets brought over from Cinema 4D, if it has the reflectance tab turned on, it comes in a little bit funky sometimes. So what I'll do is I'll often start turning the reflectance off, and then that should help fix it. So I'm going to click save, and there we go. So now our steps look as they should. Or another way of going about it is oftentimes, like if I use mega scans inside of Cinema 4D for just, referencing my scene out, once I bring it into Unreal Engine, I'll actually go into Quixel Bridge, find that same exact asset, and then just replace it out. So I think that's what I'm actually going to do here. So I'm actually going to open up Quixel Bridge, and then I'm going to come down to my favorites where I have all my stuff saved. I'm going to find those steps, which are these ones right here. And then they actually updated Quixel Bridge as well. So it's not going to look the same as it did at the beginning of the course. And so this little gear down here, this is what you click on to make sure you have your download settings and your export settings. So I'm going to click on export settings just to make sure that I have my target at Unreal Engine. And you also want to make sure that it's updated for version 4.26 if that's the version you're using. And it will let you know if it's installed or not. So it looks like everything's good here. I'm going to click back, and then I'm actually just going to export this out at 4K. And it looked like it successfully exported. So I'm going to scroll this down, and there we go. So it automatically popped our steps up for us. So I'm actually just going to click and drag this into the scene. Maybe let's modify it a little bit here. So it looks like it's a little bit smaller than what I had in Cinema. So I'm just going to come up to my tools here, just rotate it. So it's about where I want it to be, somewhere around there. Then I'm just going to click on the scaling tool here. Just going to scale this up a tiny bit. So it looks like about there. I'm just going to line this up. It doesn't have to be perfect because, again, I was just using that for a reference, but I'm going to get it pretty close just because I have the knights actually stepping on these steps here. So I think I can scale it up a tiny bit more. So something like that. And then I'm going to take the scale and just make it long. And I think that's good there. So I'm actually going to hit the eyeball so I don't click on that by mistake. Then I'm going to take these steps. I'm actually just going to delete them out. It's just letting us know that it might break the reference, which is fine. I'm going to click yes. There we go. I'm going to turn these steps back on. And the reason I did that is because if I go to the material that's brought in from Megascans, it actually brings in a lot more attributes and it's a lot cleaner than when I bring it in from Cinema4D. So anytime I'm using Megascans assets, I usually just do this because, you know, you have a lot more control over your materials if you did want to change it. And also they optimized it to work in Unreal Engine. And so I always figure you'll get a much cleaner response when you do it this way, opposed to bringing it in from an outside DCC. So let me close this up here. And actually I'm going to come up to, let's say, atmospheric fog. I'm going to delete that. So I'm going to start deleting some of the stuff that I don't need. So player start, I'm going to delete that. And then the floor, I'm going to delete that as well. I could leave the skylight and I'll leave everything else in here for right now. I'm not going to worry about lighting or anything. And so the next step is I'm actually just going to start going into the marketplace. I'm going to go into Megascans and I'm going to start just bringing this stuff in and collecting it within my Unreal scene. So before I do that, I'm going to save my project. And actually, I'm going to come up to my light here too as well, because this little red things annoy me. So I'm going to come up, make it a movable light so we don't have to worry about baked lighting. It's all dynamic. Click save again. And so now I'm going to go back to the Epic Games launcher. I'm actually going to go to my library because I have a lot of assets already in here. So if you've bought anything or if you've gotten it free, it's going to all be inside your library down here below. So I'm just going to scroll down and look for some of the stuff that I want to bring into my scene here. So I'm going to start with the cemetery pack. I'm just going to click add the project. And then I'm going to find a project that I want to add it to, which is right here, Knight's Bonus. Added the project and just wait for this to download. So I'm going to skip this process right here. I don't want to make you guys sit through each one of these downloads, but basically all you have to do is find your object, click add the project, make sure you add it to the correct project, and you should be good to go from there. And while I'm waiting for some of that stuff to download, I'm actually going to go back into Quixel Bridge. I'm in my favorites right now. These are all the assets that I want to use. And so what's cool is if I actually hold down the shift key, I could just start selecting all these items that I want to bring over and just bring them over all at once. So I'm just going to make sure that I'm selecting everything here. And again, remember, I have these in my favorites. So I know these are all the things that I want to bring over. Actually, I don't want to bring over the steps. I already have that. And so on the right hand side, you can see I have 21 assets selected. I'm going to leave them at 4K, and then I'm just going to hit export 21 and just wait for everything to go right down Unreal Engine for me. So it looks like everything's in here now. So if I come down to my content browser, click on content, you can see I have all my stuff from my Epic Games Store. Then if I look at my Megascans folder, I have all my 3D assets, my 3D plants, and my surfaces. So I think I'm going to start by texturing the top here. I'm actually going to use some dirt. And so with this, remember that we brought in an extrude from Cinema4D. Sometimes the UVs don't come in exactly correct. And so what I like to do is I'll make a duplicate of my materials and then I'll just kind of manipulate it from there. So if I come down here to surfaces, double click on this, I'm going to double click on the mud and let me click on this top one here. I'm just going to click and drag the mud in there, which that's extremely large. So we're going to want to tile that. But before that, I actually want to make a duplicate of this mud. So I'm actually going to hold down the control key, left click and drag over, and then I'm just going to make a copy. And now you see it has a little star here. So this is our copy. If I double click on this one, I can actually do a bunch of stuff to here and it's not going to mess with this at all. So let me show you. If I come down here to tiling, tile it down a little bit. And let me make this smaller so we can see. So if I start messing with the tiling, maybe make it like 5 by 5, you can see it's messing with our material, but it's not messing with this one. And that's because this one correlates with what I have here. But if I come down to the side, I'm actually going to texture the side with this one here. So I'm going to click save on there. And then if I scroll down, I believe it's this element 1. Again, it doesn't tell you like the names of what these things are, so it's kind of guessing sometimes. So if I just drag it there, now you can see we have our dirt on the side here, but it's extremely stretched out, which let me come to the other side so I can see it better. So you can see our texture is extremely stretched out, and that's when coming in here and just messing with the tiling and manipulating it will get us into a good place. So maybe somewhere around there. So maybe like 0.3. So 5 by 0.3, maybe 0.2. So somewhere around there looks like it's getting us in a better place. But let me actually tile this first and then start messing with this one here. So I'm going to double click on this one. And actually I want to make a duplicate of this again, just so I don't, I have a permanent copy that I can always go back to if I do mess anything up. And I'm actually going to bring the copied version on here. Then I'm going to manipulate this one instead. So again, I want to have a copy that's untouched just in case I do mess anything up. I do have a good copy there that I can revert back to. So let me come over here to tiling again. Let me always like start with 5 by 5 for some reason. And that actually doesn't look bad. Maybe let's see what 6 looks like. So 6 looks pretty decent. And remember, I'm going to be putting some grass on here and different foliage and rocks and things of that nature. So any tiling that we see, we can easily cover that up with all the different 3D models and foliage and stuff we're going to put on here. So I'm pretty happy with that one there. And then for the little hillside here, let me see what it looks like if I drag this on there, which that doesn't look bad at all as well. And so again, I could definitely fill in this crease here with like stones and grass and things of that nature. So any type of creases that don't really look appetizing there, we can always just use like our foliage and our grass and stuff to just kind of hide that away. So I'm pretty happy with how the ground's looking. Let me look at the side again. The side looks a little bit too large. So let me bring this down to maybe like 3. So somewhere around there looks pretty cool. I'm going to click save. And there we go. So the next thing I want to do is I'm going to make a pathway. I'm actually just going to use like a cube or a plane here that we have inside of Unreal Engine, which if I come over here to basic, we have these basic shapes here. So I'm going to click on plane and actually just drag and drop this into my scene here. Then I'm just going to use this to make like a cobblestone pathway. So I'm going to click on my scaling tool, scale this all the way out, and it's flickering because it's fighting with the other geometry. So all you have to do is maybe pull it slightly above to where it's not conflicting anymore. And we're not going to see any of this stuff. Again, we're going to just hide a lot of stuff with like grass and things of that nature. So I just want to make sure my pathway is long enough where it's going to reach all the way to the end. And it's okay if it intersects there a little bit as well. And we do have modeling tools now in version 4.26, but honestly, I haven't messed with them at all. And so I know I can get this to align up perfectly, but I'd have to, mess around with the modeling tools inside of Unreal to figure out how to do that. But for now, I think I'm just going to roll it this, and then I'll just actually merge this in again with some rocks, and the rock wall is going to cover this and everything else. And so I'm going to come down here to surfaces. I'm going to come out to my cobblestones, and same thing. I'm just going to click and drag over. So it's actually the Alt key. I'm going to hold down the Alt key, drag over, make a copy. And then I'm going to put this onto my plane, which is extremely large there. So I'm going to tile this one down. So I'm going to click on tiling. Oh, 5 by 5 works there. I think that looks pretty good there. So I'm going to click save on there. And I think we're in a pretty good spot there. So I'm liking how everything's looking. I'm liking my ground. I like my pathway. Maybe I can make it a little bit skinnier. So I'm going to click on my scaling tool somewhere around there. And as you can see, as I scale it in, it's actually messing with my texture. So I'm going to go back to my tiling. Just come back and maybe scroll down on the Y. So let's see what it looks like at 8. Yeah, so 8 by 5 or 5 by 8 looks like that's working for me there. So there we go. I'm happy with that pathway and how everything's looking right now. So I think the next thing from here is I want to start adding in some of the 3D objects, but I think I'm actually going to save that for the next video. And so for this one, I just wanted to kind of get my textures laid out, get my pathway laid out, and just get all my stuff brought into Unreal so that I could go to town on it. And so in the next video, I'm going to show you guys how we pretty much just take all the items that we brought into Unreal, and it's almost like playing with Legos at that point. We're just going to start throwing them into our scenes and rotating them and scaling them and manipulating them until we come up with something that we really like. So whenever you guys are ready, I'll see you in the next video. So just to recap the last video, what we did was we took all of our different assets from the marketplace, from Megascans. We brought that together inside of our Unreal project along with our Cinema4D project. And then we started laying down the groundwork, putting some textures in there. We put a cobblestone road. And from here, we're basically going to take some of those 3D assets and just really go to town on this scene. So if you guys are ready, let's jump right into it. So if I look down here in my content browser, I think I'm going to start with Megascans because I'm going to build a wall just to kind of fill all this stuff in right here. So if I come down to 3D assets, and let's see, we have castle broken wall right here. So I think I'm going to start with this one here. And so basically, I'm just going to start building out a wall here. So I can make this a little bit larger. And like I always say, it's almost just like playing with Legos. You're just kind of like hold down the left Alt key on your keyboard, click and drag, and there we go. We just made a duplicate. You can resize it a little bit if you want. And actually, I'm going to click these off so I don't have any type of snapping or anything. I just want to be able to freely build out this wall real quick. So I'm just literally just clicking and dragging, maybe rotate a little bit, just kind of manipulate it, just kind of throw it off a little bit. It's okay that it's the same wall over and over again, because once we start adding more stuff onto it, then, I mean, basically it's going to look like a completely different wall. So this is a fast way of just kind of building this stuff out. Just going to click and drag that. And then there we go. So we basically covered up the cobblestone road right there, just with this little brick wall that we have here. I could turn it just a tad bit because this is broken up castle wall here. Maybe let me see what other assets we have here. I'm going to come down to view. I'm going to scale these up a little bit just so my folders are a little bit larger so I can see exactly what I'm getting. So let's drag this in here, see what this looks like. I'm going to bring this and bring this on top. Something like that. Maybe I could use this as like an end piece or something of that nature. So basically just coming in, just going to turn this around here. Make this like an end piece to there. Something like that. It's looking really cool. So if I double click on it inside the raw outliner, I can actually zoom in a little bit just so I could get a little bit more precise. So I like that as an end piece. Then maybe let me click this and drag it up. And let's try to just connect this stuff together. And it doesn't have to perfectly fit in there because, I mean, this is a brick wall. It's kind of broken up and it's kind of offset. So just, you know, do the best you can, making it look as cool as you can. And I mean, all this stuff you can always fill in with other 3D assets as well. So that's the cool thing about working in Unreal is like the viewport is totally reactive. It's all real time. So it's not like you have to wait or anything. I could throw a lot of geometry in here and just kind of go to town on it and not have to wait for, you know, any type of loading or worry about decimating my 3D models at all, just to make, you know, the memory a little bit less so it's not so resource intensive. I mean, this is just me working in real time and just really going in and having fun at it. So that's what it's all about, just having fun with the program, seeing what you could get away with, and just coming up with some really dope stuff. So let me see what other stuff I've had down here. Let's see, castle wall medium. So maybe I could click on this and bring this in here just to kind of fill in this little area here. So remember when I was saying kind of like take some of these assets and look for your own stuff on the Megascan store, just kind of remix it. I'm just kind of showing you guys how quick and easy it is to just kind of set this stuff up. So I made a duplicate there. Then I could actually, let's say we wanted to have like a piece broke off at one of these endpoints or something. So let's say maybe here. Bring it in something like that. And let's rotate it around. So that's cool right there. So cool. So it looks like we have a brick wall in here. And I'm pretty happy with how it's looking. I just want to have it come up to right below the waist there. So that's looking pretty cool there. So what I'm going to do is actually come over to my World Outliner, and I'm going to start making a folder so I just don't have a bunch of stuff hanging around here. So if I right click, create folder, I can name this one actually, let's say wall. And I'm just going to click and drag all these pieces in there. So I know these are all the pieces that go to the wall. Then I'll make another folder, and I'll just name this one C4D. And I'm going to bring my Cinema4D project file into there. Made another folder here. I'm going to name this one FX underscore lights. I'm going to throw like the lights and stuff in here. Other stuff like the sky sphere, the light sphere, reflection capture, things of that nature. So I'm going to throw all that in there. And for the plane, let me make another folder. I'm going to just name this one maybe 3D environment. So you can name this stuff anything you want. I'm just trying to organize this a little bit. And the reason I put the wall in its own folder is because I kind of want to select all of these, and I'm just going to duplicate it so I could just make an exact match for the other side. So I have my steps in there, it looks like, huh? Let me see. So I don't want to have the steps in there. So I'm going to bring these steps up to the 3D environment one. Now if I select all these, there we go. So now I have my wall all selected, and I'm just going to left click on my keyboard with the Alt key, left click on my mouse, and just click and drag. And we have our other wall over there on the other side. So this is exactly how game developers work. Some people are better than others. If you notice in some levels, you'll see like a lot of repeated stuff. I mean, they basically did that, but you know, the finer game developers will really go in and just handle all that attention to detail. But I'm pretty happy with how this wall is looking right here. I'm thinking it's looking pretty cool. So let me come back down here to my 3D assets. Let me maybe throw some of that. I had a well down here. So I'm actually going to bring my well into my scene. So let's say we have like a water well that we're going to bring right here. And we're actually going to blend this in a little bit with rocks and stuff. I can make it a little bit larger as well. Somewhere like that. Then I'm going to bring in that fire pit. So where is that fire pit at? Campfire right here. So maybe there's some people that set up a campfire here just because there's a well here. And so there's a good place to get some water. Plus there are workers that worked in the crypt. So this whole thing was just like basically like a cemetery theme. So I figured maybe they have a fire pit here just because at nighttime they might get cold. So come over and put some firewood down in here. So I'm just going to click and drag these firewood and actually come up to my scene, double click on it. I'm just going to add some extra firewood to this just to kind of enhance it a little bit. Let me scale this up. There we go. So I'm going to add this firewood into here. Just make some random copies of it just to kind of add a little bit of variance to it. So there you go. I mean, you guys get the idea. I mean, this is pretty much just going in and having fun with it. Just manipulating your scene. Let me make another folder. I'm gonna name this one fire pit well, and I'm gonna bring these items into there. So something cool like that. So I have my well, I have my fire pit. Maybe we have a bucket over here by the well. So let me come down. I know I brought in a bucket over here. Let me see. And if I can't find it, I can always type it in bucket. There we go. So I'm going to bring in a bucket. Just have it over here by the well. This is one of those attention to detail types things that just really add to your scene. So I have a bucket that's sitting here by the well. I'm going to actually bring this into my fire pit. That folder there. I'm going to click save. Just make sure you're always saving. So I think that's looking pretty cool there. So let me see what I have inside of my cemetery stuff. So I actually take that out. So if I come down here to my cemetery pack, let's start adding some of this stuff in. So I'm going to double click on meshes. Let's take these cemetery gates, double click on here. Let's maybe add it right at the top of the steps here. Something like that looks pretty cool. And I could probably make it a little bit larger. There we go. So something like that looks cool. I actually like the bird that's up top there as well. Could probably bring it down just a tad bit. Kind of blend it in with the hillside and the steps there. And then speaking of which, I could put another gate at the other end. So let's bring this over here into our scene. Definitely going to have to make this larger. There you go, something like that. Try to look at the other scaling, just try to match it a little bit. So it's almost like there's a pathway to the cemetery here. They had to go through this path to get over there. So let's say this is some type of like burial ground for knights or something like that. Cool. And then I'm going to take one of these graves here. I like this one with the moss on it. Maybe let's put it at the end of the gate here. So I think you guys are getting what I'm going with here. Just kind of dragging and dropping this stuff in and just having fun with it. And I keep saying that, but I mean, this is what pretty much brought me into Unreal. Once I saw other artists, like the guys at Quixel and stuff, like how fast they were working, I will often visit their live streams and just kind of watch the artists work. And this is what they would tell me. I mean, I would ask a lot of questions, and they always say it's just about having fun. Just go in there, kind of going with the idea. Like I always visit ArtStation. Like if I have an idea, like for the cemetery one, I kind of just went to ArtStation. Actually, let me bring it up. Then if I look for a cemetery, I know I wanted to kind of do like a cemetery theme in here. So it's a good place to really pull in some reference. If I start showing you some of this stuff, you can kind of see where I start pulling some of my references in. So actually this first one here, you see like there's a knight there kind of kneeling down. So that's kind of what gave me the first idea, because I'm like, I have the knights pack. I really like this scene here. So it's almost like a knight burial ground. The knights are going to pay their respects. Then if I scroll down here a little bit more, you see the pathway that kind of gave me the idea for like the cobblestone pathway. And there's a lot of really cool references in here. And so if I have any type of idea, like this one right here, I know I looked at this one, the stairway going leading up to the monument and stuff like that. And so a lot of these artists too will kind of show you just a simplified version of it untextured. So it shows you that there's not a lot of stuff going on here. It's just the way you texture and light it that really makes it look cool. But I would suggest definitely going to like ArtStation or Behance or whatever site you look at to kind of just get a feeling for what you want to go for. And then if you want to save those images and set them somewhere, like oftentimes I'll put them up on my laptop and I'll just reference my laptop to the left of me, just in case I like start getting stuck and don't know what to put in next. I start looking at my reference images, and that usually helps out a lot there. So I don't want to build out an entire scene here. So I think what I'm going to do next is let's start bringing in some of the tree stuff here. Like I don't want to just go in and nitpick and really worry about all the details. So I just want to show you guys the big stuff that I brought in and kind of let you guys take it from there. So I'm going into my spruce trees here. Let's see what we have here in like the half. So I'm probably just going to take some of these trees here, just bring them into my scene. If I double click on it, just to kind of line it up better. And these trees are already ready to go. You can see they're already moving and everything. They have some wind deformers in there and stuff like that. So it's really cool. Just hold down the Alt key, just click and drag, maybe rotate a little bit, scale it down just a tad bit. And yes, I can use the trees with the foliage tool to paint them in. But for a scene this small, I mean, it kind of makes sense just to kind of hand place these ones in there. So I'm going to bring in some of these full trees too. So just going to kind of make this little forest in the background here really quickly. Just click and drag. Don't have to be so precious with it. If you want to go in and fine tune it later, once you start working at your camera angles and your lighting, you could do that. But for right now, I'm just going to kind of place these in there just to kind of get a feeling of what I want it to look like. So something like that's pretty cool. Bring this down a tad bit. So I think I'm just going to work with these two trees here that I have in here. I know my final version, I think I used around 3 or 4 different kinds. But basically, I just wanted to kind of cover up the horizon line there so we didn't see that as much. So I threw a bunch of trees in here. And I think that's going to work there. And then I could probably bring some trees over here and cover this up a little bit. So I'm just holding down the Alt key, just clicking and dragging. And if you ever get lost, just double click on it in the world outliner. So I think that's good there. Maybe bring this a little bit closer to the wall. So there we go. We have our trees, quick, fast, and easy. And there's nothing to it. So you can see the scene is already starting to really block out. I'm not going to worry about the lighting now. I might actually save that for last. So what I think I'm going to do now is I'm actually going to put the candles on the wall that you've seen in my final piece there. I'm going to show you guys how I built that out. And so let me get back here into Unreal. I'm actually going to, again, make another folder here for the trees. Because as you can see, the world outliner here could get really messy really quick. So it's always a good idea to start making these folders early. So I'm going to put all my spruce trees in there. And this just helps with organization because you only have so much room here. And no, I'm not going to make another folder. I'm just going to throw these into the 3D environment. Click on save. Then I'm going to come back down here to my content folder, come down to mega scans, come down to assets, and let me see. Oh, there we go. Vintage oil lamp. So I'm going to click and drag this into my scene. I'm just probably going to do one. I did this across the wall. Actually, maybe I could do two. Make a folder here, name this lamp, because I'm actually going to use some particles on this one, and I'm going to add some lights here as well. So let me make this a little bit larger. I wanted them to have some type of like light way to help them kind of lead the way here, because back in the day they didn't have street lights, of course. So I just figured like these little oil lamps would be cool. So I'm going to come back down here to my content folder, look at my Infinity Blade effects. I'm actually just going to type in fire in here, and I should have a little flame in here somewhere. So there we go. If I type in flame, it brings up my flame here. And there we go, just like that. I already have a flame that's ready to go. And all I have to do is align it to where I'm happy. And if I click G on my keyboard, it kind of takes the icon away so I can see. So it looks like I need to move it over a little bit more. So bring it back a tad bit. There, so somewhere around there is pretty cool. So if you want to actually go in and manipulate it, you call, if you know particles, if the Niagara system or whatever, you could go in and manipulate these as well. But for this example, I'm just going to leave it like that. And then what I'm going to do now is actually come over to lights, come down to point light. And I'm actually just going to bring a light down here, just kind of align it to where my stuff is here. It's a little bit further back. So I want to actually have it really close to my geometry, because even though the light there gives off a little bit of emittance, I want to really exaggerate this. So down here inside of my details panel, I'm actually just going to make this a little bit orangish red there, and maybe bring the intensity down to like 4. There we go. And actually I want to bring this into my lamp folder, and I believe I can actually make this a child. Yeah, there we go. So I made it a child of my lamp there. So now these are connected together. I'm going to click on my point light and make sure it's movable, so it's all dynamic lighting. And there we go. So for the next part, I think it's time to bring in some foliage on the ground and just kind of really make this thing feel a little bit whole. We have a lot of mud in there, so let's put some grass in there just to make it feel a little bit fuller. So I'm actually going to exit this out here, and then I'm going to come up here to modes, and I'm going to come down to foliage. And if you brought this stuff in from Megascans, we should see that we have some grass here already. I'm just actually going to take these and select some of my grass here. Make sure I activate these, and you can see it brings in our half dome here, and that's where everything's going to paint. But first I want to come down here into this panel and kind of just mess around with these first. And so think for density, I'm going to leave it at 100 for now. Let's just see what happens with that. And then for scaling, I guess it depends on the scaling of my scene, so I'm going to leave it at 1:1 for right now. Let me see, align to normal, random yaw, and I think everything else might work here. The height might not work. Let me just paint and see. Yeah, so that's not going to work there. So let me actually zero out the height. So it always depends on the sizing of your scene, but it's just you're gonna have to do some trial and error sometimes, because we're not particularly painting on a terrain. This is like a geometry that we brought in from Cinema. So a lot of times I just go in here and kind of mess around with these parameters here to see what I'm going to get, and then just kind of zoom in here. So it looks like that's getting a little bit better. I'm going to hit Control Z, and then for the height I'm going to do -2, and then for my sizing I'm going to just vary it up a little bit, so 3 and 4. And then let's see what happens if I bring the density down to 25, 200. There we go. So we're getting a lot of grass in here now. So again, it's just a lot of trial and error in there. I'm basically just going to start painting this grass in here on the scene. I only have the one grass pack in here for right now, but if you want to add a little bit more variety, you're welcome to do so. And you can always add some more in, and then just select them here and add them in as you please. I'm just giving you an idea of how we make this project, kind of blend this stuff in there. You go in and play with the attributes until you find something that you're happy with. And that's basically how I did the grass there. So I believe on the stone wall, I actually brought more stone wall over here as well, kind of blended it in, but this gives you a good idea of how I start making this scene come together. So I think I'm going to stop this one right here. And then in the next video, I'm going to work on some lighting. So whenever you guys are ready, I'll see you in the next video. So in this video, I think I'm going to give you guys a look into my final project there. I'm going to give you the insights of what I did on the lighting the scene, and maybe get into some camera work here as well. So without further ado, let's just dive right into it. So this is my final scene, as you can see here. Look on the right hand side under my row outliner. I have everything organized as I was saying, like I have my nights, my FX lighting here, in which I'm going to dive into this first. And so let me actually push into my scene here a little bit. So I'm actually going to make my camera a little bit faster here. Hold down a W, and there we go. So I'm inside of my scene. You can see that I have all my oil lamps here. I have the fire here as well inside the fireplace. Let me slow down my camera. It's moving a little bit too fast here. So maybe around 3. So something like that feels good. So my fireplace here for the fire, I did it the same exact way as I did the candles. I just brought in that fire pack, which is this one right here. Just found some fire that I liked and threw it in there. But the one thing you'll notice too, I'm not sure if it comes across in the video or not, but I actually do have some fog effects in here as well. So let me actually, there we go. So if I click on it, you can see that it's called dust effect here. And this came in from the Infinity Blade pack. So if I click on this folder here and I just type in dust, you see that we have these dust particle effects here. So we have strong wind, we have light wind. Basically, you just click and drag it into your scene, and you'll have your little axes here, in which I don't see the icon. So I'm going to click G on my keyboard to bring it up. And that means that this is a particle. And basically, you can see that it added fog to my scene here. So it was easy as that. Like, I really don't know the particle system too well in Unreal. And so just having these assets on the marketplace is a godsend. It's pretty much just drag and drop it into your scene, and you're pretty much good to go there. And so I know you notice we have all these little yellow lights here as well. And so these are just basically all point lights, because once I had my scene lit and everything, like I wanted to do kind of like a night sky. And so if I scroll up until I see my light source, so this is actually my sun in here, and I actually added 2 suns in here just because I wanted to add a little bit more dramatic lighting. So if I turn this second sun off, you can see that it turns off the glints a little bit. And so I just wanted to add a little bit of glints of highlight so everything wasn't too dark. And then the reason I have all these yellow lights in here was this was basically filling in all the dark areas. So if I come over and look at my nights here, you can see I'm getting a lot of cool yellow reflections, and basically this is the simulated, emitting from the fire, emitting from the lamps over here. And so sometimes it's, it's cool to just go in and kind of exaggerate the lighting. This is something that I've noticed with Unreal artists. They kind of go in exaggerate the lighting on their scene, and they just start adding lights where they want stuff to really, you know, you want to focal your eye point and you don't want stuff too dark. Like in my original, I don't know if you guys saw it on Instagram, I posted this up maybe like a month ago. This area was extremely dark, and so what I did was I went in with some red lights and just started actually adding some lights in here, make it look a little bit more mood dramatic. And that's basically it for the lighting on the scene. So nothing too complex, just a bunch of point lights just to kind of fill in some of the lights that I wanted to have there. And then for my camera work, let me actually close these up here and come back down to my content browser. I actually made a cinematic folder, and this is where I have all my shots. So if you guys followed the course all the way through to the end, you should know how to use the sequencer and how to add, you know, your own shots in there and edit them out almost like an NLE. But I have my master sequence here. You can see I basically edited this out just with a couple of shots here. So if I click on this camera here, you can see my camera move here. And these are just basic cameras. These aren't anything too crazy in there. Like I did all my camera moves for this one actually inside of Unreal Engine because I don't really have anything too crazy going on here, and I'm more comfortable with the cameras in Unreal now. And so I'm basically just doing some basic camera moves in here. Let me actually pull up maybe one of these sequences. So let me do this one here, in which if I come over to cinematics, I'm just using this one right here, and this was the one that gives you all types of real world camera attributes in there. So you can mess with the f-stop, you can mess with all types of crazy stuff in here. But one of the coolest things that I found in here was if you come down here to where it says look at tracking setting, you can actually track it to an object in there. So I have a sphere that's in my scene here, which is right here. So let me actually, I don't want to look through my camera anymore. So let me make sure I'm not looking through my camera. Okay, I'm going to double click on this cube or the sphere, and this is a sphere that I just threw into the scene so that my camera has something to always be looking at. So if I click back on the camera here, you can see that all I had to do was go to actor to track. Basically, I just searched for the sphere, and now the camera is always looking at the sphere. So whenever I play this back, you come down to cinematic viewport, I have my camera cut, so I'm just going to click on this. And there we go. So all I did was I have, if you look down here in the transform, I only have 2 keyframes, and it's always looking in that sphere. So that's one of the cool things that we have in Unreal that we have in Cinema as well, is that we can always look at an object, and that way we can get some really cool dynamic camera angles as well. And as always, once you're happy with how your sequence looks, so let me come back to my master sequence here. If you're happy with how all your cuts are looking, so I just have all my cuts in here. All you have to do is come up the window, come down to cinematics, movie render queue, and then now if I come over to my content browser, we don't even have to add it this way anymore. All you have to do is click and drag it into your scene, and it brings up all your different cuts in here as well. So if I drag this over, you can see that each one of these sequences is laid out in here. So basically, I'm just going to come over here, click on unsave config. You can save it out as JPEG, and in this recent update, what's really cool is we can actually save out for Apple ProRes as well. Or if you want to do DNX HD, you have to activate that. So I'm going to come over to settings, come down to plugins, type in DNX, and there you go. So we have the Avid, DNX HR, and MR if you want to render that out instead. So there's 2 new codecs that they actually added, which is really cool. And so it's the same thing as before. You just hit render local, render it out, and you're all set to go. So I think that's going to wrap it up for this video. Hopefully this knowledge of how I've worked inside these scenes really help you guys out. And again, as a gift for you guys, you're going to get the Nights Pack from Jama, so you guys can kind of go in there and make up your own scenes. So hopefully you guys pull away a lot of knowledge from this bonus course that I put together. Basically, I wanted to show you guys how we can start using Unreal Engine in practice for either like productions or everydays or whatever you guys want to render out. Basically, whatever you guys want to do, you could do it in Unreal. And if you want to set your foundation in Cinema4D, I would definitely suggest doing that as well. And as you become more and more comfortable in Unreal, you might find yourself working and relying less on the other DCCs and doing more of your production in Unreal. So So if you guys would like to see some more of this type of stuff, you can always follow me on YouTube as well, youtube.com/Jonathan Winbush, where I'm always updating and always putting new content up as well. And again, as a gift for you guys, you get the pack of Knights, so you can play around with them and use them as you please. And whenever you guys do make stuff, please tag me up on Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, whatever you guys are posting on. I love seeing what you guys have been doing, all the cool stuff and all the cool people I've been meeting out there. I've really been enjoying your work. And if you want, you can also join me on Discord as well, where we have a lot of cool artists making a lot of cool stuff and also getting a lot of help there as well. So I want to thank you guys again for purchasing the course. Hopefully this helped you out. And until next time, stay fresh, keep creating, and I'll see you guys soon. Take care. Thank you guys again.